All right. What's up, everybody? How are we today? Happy Saturday.
Yeah, it's a freaking weekend.
You ever wonder how they come up with the days of the week and like the names of them? You know, like why is it called Saturday?
Almost once a week, like Tuesday. The hell did Tuesday come from?
Yeah, it's honestly mind-boggling. We could really discuss this all day, but we are here for just this first sim, you and I. It's good to see you, Rossi. How you been?
Back at you. You're the trilogy man, so I am well. I'm real well. I'm hanging in there. If worst case, but I feel good. I feel like it's beautiful out where we are. Hopefully, it's beautiful where everybody else is. Even if it isn't, it's just full of good vibes, positive energy. The weekend, baby. We're getting there. Summer's on. You know, the world's just crack open the door, baby. Boot that puppy open. It's time. It's time to live.
Yeah, it is time. It feels good. It's a good energy in the sim. It hasn't even started yet.
Love it.
Cardinals Eagles, the first matchup of the day, and when you make a lineup for this one, I'm like, wow, there are a lot of dudes here that average like double-digit fantasy points. So I'm hoping, knock on wood, I'm hoping we get ourselves a nice little scoring shootout here.
I sure hope so as well. It should be, but you know how these things go. It could be 35-28 at the end. It could be 6-2. I don't know. You never know. But I feel you, Glash. I was looking at like the tendencies of a lot of these players recently, and I was like, man, we got ourselves a lot of points here. So it's a tough build as well because you can really overstack if you go heavy with like the Drake and Murray stack. You know, DeAndre Hopkins has become viable again. Larry Fitzgerald is in there, Christian Kirk, and then the Eagles, like everybody over there seems to score. It goes in waves, but Deshaun isn't out of the question. You still got Jeffrey. You got guys like obviously Carson Wentz. I feel like he's like the one guy don't get jazzed about throwing in a lineup, but everybody else is viable options, even Zach Ertz.
Yeah, I feel that. I'm looking at ownership right now. We are live. Daniel is on the ones and twos today. We have producer Tara Lynn, Kyle from Game Ops. So we're getting set here. We're going to be in Arizona. First stop's Arizona very shortly. Looking at ownership coming in right now. Sanders is 69.6% owned. Kyler Murray, 75% owned. I did not play Kenyon Drake. What's your lineup looking like?
I will tell you in just a moment because I have to fill something in right now. It's in the live mode. I always make this mistake when things go from. Okay, here we go. My lineup looks a little spice like this. The Rossi roadmap to victory goes Goodwin in the captain spot, a little bit of a dart throw, but just somebody that I like. I like there today. For the rest of the Eagles, I went Jeffrey and Sanders and Elliott. So I did throw my kicker in there for the fun. Kyler Murray and Larry Fitzgerald will round out my two Cardinals.
Okay. I put Goodwin in the captain spot as well.
Vested interest now.
Good friend of the stream, Kenneth Ducey, often suggests this, and I kind of agree with him. Usually that goes well with Goodwin in the captain. I played both quarterbacks, Sanders, Christian Kirk, and Jake Elliott. Played a kicker.
Appreciate you.
So didn't stack them, but I played one.
It's been a while since the old kicker stack has really been the most viable option, but you know, if it's one of those games though, when it's like 12-7, you're like kicking yourself because you could have went there, but we'll see.
We'll see. Really just, I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since Rossi and I have been together. I am really willing to talk about anything and everything at this point. Nice little Saturday here at the DraftKings Dream Stream.
Our guy Domino Joe says he's with us too. He says, let's go Captain Goodwin.
All right. Yeah, in our contest, Marquise Goodwin is only 34% owned, but the captain ownership is notable, 10.7.
That's a quick math. A third of people that own him captain him. So if you're going to go with him, ride him all the way.
Yep. I like it. Slot guy.
Yep.
Wide out, 3.
Speedy. Handsome.
Wow.
How I pick him. Also, I don't know, he opted out last year. Hey, there's a name I haven't even thought of. Let me just do a quick look.
Marquise Goodwin, he signed, where did he go?
The Colts?
No. He might have gone back to San Francisco.
Marquise Goodwin is currently a Chicago Bear.
Oh, Bear. Okay.
Rawr. He is on the Bears, baby.
Wow. Matt Nagy is really going to have a lot of different pieces. They signed Demir Bird in the offseason. I don't know if even Bird makes the team. He was decent. I mean, he wasn't that great with the Patriots, but
he was for what that team had. And if you look at a team like the Bears, like filling like a slot role where they've had like the Anthony Millers who haven't broken out, maybe he pushes those guys.
Yeah. Who else they got? They kept Allen Robinson, which everyone thought he was going to get traded. Now, there's D-Hop, who never shows up, and now, of course, he goes to the 44-yard line of Philadelphia.
Just to give you the wide receivers on the Bears currently.
Yeah.
Allen Robinson, who you mentioned, the franchise tag. Everyone criticized, by the way, but, making a ton of money either way. Anthony Miller, who we just talked about. Darrell Mooney, who was, rookie, I think, last year. Goodwin. Javon Wims, big, tall receiver, hasn't really done much. Demir Bird, as you mentioned. And then we just have I don't mean to say this rude, but just a bunch of dudes. I don't even know that. Chris Lacey, Rodney Adams, Jester Welsh. I think Jester Welsh is hosting the 8 o'clock sim with me.
Are you on at 8 tonight?
I am. We're both doing 3 today. You go 3 straight, like a true warrior. I take the fun day Saturdays for the boys break, and then I'm back 8 and 10. I'm actually back at 7 because we're doing the Fantasy Basketball World Championship show, me and Lamarck, at like 7:50 or so Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah, there's gonna be a little something extra coming down.
Excellent. Now it all makes sense because as producer Tara Lynn informed us, I am looking now in the DraftKings lobby, and there is the World Championship is today. Well, it's today and tomorrow. 100 qualifiers for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship.
I don't know what it's like. We have Joe, and like we always know, the higher ups here that we work with at DraftKings are open to ideas. But I'm like, I wonder if we'll ever get to the point where there'd be like a Madden World Championship. Like if we did something similar. I'm like, not that I'm necessarily suggesting it. I just wonder if that will ever come about. Like with all these different kind of gimmicks that we're doing with Madden, which is cool. Like the season that's kicking off on Monday, and I wonder if they'll eventually be like, all right, these guys can all qualify, or gals, peoples, humans.
Yep. I think it's a fine idea.
Could happen.
Yeah. 15-yard line, the spot. Arizona with the ball first. Jordan Lindenbaum, did you hear Julio Jones allegedly wants to be traded to the Patriots? Who had this report? I think Michael Hawley did.
My guy. I will just say this.
You trust him?
More than I trust my mother. And I don't trust that that's going to be reality. Ooh, Drake. But I trust him that his information, he is not a sensationalized reporter. He never has been. I worked with him for years. He was never someone that would just be like, he's more of a like thoughtful article writer. He writes books. He covered Patriots for years. He was in there with Belichick, Brady, all that in the early stages of the dynasty in the early 2000s. He never was like, Brady doesn't like, he was never like a hot takey type of guy. It's more informational. So if you actually heard the report, it is just basically that Julio has said he's always wanted to, the vulture. Caw-caw, caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw, caw-caw! Get it out early. Flash, if you don't know, there's a little bit of a thing with the Sim fam. You're going to get spammed here, but every time I'm on, there's vulture scores. So I should have even thought of that. I have to start really thinking about my own rosters.
Darrell Daniels.
Oh, our producer, Daniel. That's cool. He scored?
Darrell Daniels with the touchdown.
I want to know, honestly, is he owned in more than like 0.2%? Darrell Daniels. I've never even heard of this guy.
Me either.
Darrell Daniels.
He's like the 4th string tight end on our depth charts.
He's the fullback.
Wow. Yeah, right. Fullback 1, right. Let's take a look-see in the $250 free showdown. Let's find this guy's ownership. If you played him, good for you.
Good luck. Good luck.
He might not be owned.
I don't think he is. If 4th tight end, I'm looking at like the pricing chart here. Like, where are we at with that? My Lord.
Kyle is updating the scores today.
Shout out.
I'm not seeing this guy. And Kyle is lightning quick updating scores. So, I don't think this guy got rostered. Not seeing him.
Nope. Why would you? But that's I just want to say one thing, that's why you got to check the Madden Sims info page. If you know Rossi's going to be, I'm telling you, I'm on 8 and 10. So go find the tight end 5, the wide receiver 7, and just throw them out there. It's probably like $1,000.
Well, Daryl Daniels to get the scoring started on this fine Saturday. Matthew Uriah Mitchell says, come on, Rossi.
Happens, dudes.
Wow. All right. Here's Carson Wentz in Philadelphia. So catching up in the chat, Brian C. has requested that we do the schedule game with these two teams. Do you know what the schedule game is, right?
Oh, do we play it through and see how many wins and losses?
Yeah, win, loss, win, loss. It's I find it very enjoyable. It's
the DraftKings prognostication with Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi on a Saturday at 12:10 p.m. I'm game.
All right, cool.
I brought my production.
Let's do the Eagles first, since they are the visitors.
Okay, let me pull up the sketch.
Okay.
I'm ready when you are.
Great, that was quick. Okay, let's just get right into it. Philadelphia Eagles, Week 1 at Atlanta.
I'm gonna. We shouldn't take too much time on all these. I'll say. I'm gonna say a loss, and it's gonna be shocking.
Rossi, loss. Clash, loss. Okay. Home, San Francisco, Week 2, 1 o'clock game.
1 o'clock, team traveling across country. Ooh, I'm going to give it a loss as well.
Yep. I agree. Oh, wait, you think they're going to lose that game at home? They're home.
Yep, I know. I'm still going with it. Gut feeling.
Okay. Same. 0-2. Monday Night Football at Dallas, Week 3.
I'm going to say a win. There's something about this game that just smells like they're going to stink out the first 2 games. Cowboys, let's say the Cowboys are 1-1. I don't know who their second week. We know they play the Bucs opening night. I don't have a lot of faith in the Cowboys either, so I'm just going to say the Eagles got out a win here. What says you? Over? They going over?
Loss.
Okay.
Okay, Week 4. Doesn't get any easier. Kansas City at home.
Loss.
Yeah, I got them 0-4. I don't know about this.
Yep.
Okay, here's a soft landing, maybe. Week 5 at Carolina.
These are 2 teams exactly in the same position, in my opinion. I'm going to say loss.
All right, I'll give them a win.
That was nice of you.
Yeah. Thursday Night Football, short week, home, Tampa.
Loss.
Okay, loss. That's a tough spot. Okay, now this is where they've got to make up some ground, but they're on the road for these games. Sunday, October 24th, the Eagles are in Vegas, at Vegas.
I don't see Philadelphia being very good, as you guys can clearly tell. And the Raiders are that kind of pesky team. I think they're going to be like last year. So I'm going to give the Raiders the win. I'm going to give the Eagles another loss here.
Okay, I'm going to give them a loss. Where's Congo Cab? Yeah. Where's Congo Cab? Vegas wins, okay?
Vegas wins! Vegas wins!
Week 8. On the road again. At Detroit.
W.
Yeah, agreed. They got to get there. They got to split those 2.
They got to figure it out, yeah.
They go home on November 7th, Week 9, home Chargers.
I'm going to give them... this is tough because I don't know what to think of the Chargers either. I know that their offense is good, but getting a defensive-minded coach, everyone's going to kind of figure themselves out by this point. So I'm going to give them a win. I'm going to give them a nice, plucky win here.
I do too. I think they're going to win this game.
Ooh!
That's a touchdown. Deshaun Jackson.
A lot of controversy this week, and we can talk about this after too, about the whole who's the fastest weapon, who's the best deep threat in the history of the NFL, and statistical reasons, and everybody and their mother on Twitter told us it was Deshaun Jackson by stats. But
Eric Bowling, the top executives do not play these simulations. Daryl Daniels not even owned in the free contest. Yeah, just a true vulture. It doesn't hurt anybody. But, it would have been nice if Kenyon Drake scored the touchdown, for those of you that own him. I get it. That's who has the touchdown. And Deshaun Jackson. River Rat on Twitch. Glad Rossi has no faith in my Cowboys. He liked Detroit last year. Don't need his jinx on my side.
Revere, I'm telling you, I think I'm going to have to, because this comes up a lot in Glash, whether it's with you. I think we should have for fun, even it could be on the sweat. We might bring this to the higher ups. We should all make our picks for who we think will be the biggest turnaround team, who we think will be the number one picks. I don't care about who wins divisions as much, because that's kind of can be whatever. I think I like give me the biggest ones. Who's going to be the turnaround teams? That was my big thing. I was bullish on Detroit last year, and I was dead wrong. I was also wrong that Carolina would be the number one, would be the worst team in the league. It's okay to be wrong sometimes, as long as you have a thought.
All right, so we're halfway through. Through week 9, you have them at 3 wins. I have them at 3 wins.
There you go.
3 and 6. Gross.
Getting ugly.
Okay. Let's go to week 10.
Loss.
Eagles are at Denver. Are we assuming that? Let's assume Aaron Rodgers is not there.
Yeah, I'll take the team today. I still think this Eagles team to me is going to be fun to watch, I believe, because there's so many different weapons, and I just think Jalen Hurts, if he is the guy, it's going to be some growing pains there. So I just think this Broncos defense at least should be as good as they were last year, and obviously Von Miller looks like he's going to be full boat. Hopefully everyone stays healthy. I'm going to still give the Eagles the L in Mile High.
Yeah, that's a tough spot. November, weather's starting to get crappy at that point. It's in Denver. We also had them winning 2 in a row at this stage. And let's keep in mind, at 3 and 6, 3 and 7, they could still very well be in it, because that division is just a mess.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like it's a mess every year.
Still, yeah. Until we see somebody step up, it's still a mess.
Okay, two L's. Here we go. Week 12. See, we have not even. They've only played 1 division game at this point.
I know this schedule is one of the most bizarre in the league. They also haven't had a bye yet, so
right. So through 11 weeks, the Eagles play 1 game in division. That's why they're still in this thing. And we have them. You have them winning the divisional game. You have them beating the Cowboys on Monday Night Football, so they're very much in it. Week 11. That's what the NFL wants. They want these divisional games at the end of the season to be more meaningful. Week 11. Home New Orleans.
I'm going to give them a win. I don't know what to make of this new look Saints team. And I'm just thinking on the road, it could be crappy weather. Yep. Even if it is Winston, even if that whole team, they're kind of still known as a little soft on the outside area. Could be cold, blistery. And I think that's where a gutsier, grittier team may pull off a W. This could be one of those 7 to 6 wins. And an awful potential or awesome football game, depending on how you like your football.
All right, I'll give them a win too. We'll stop here, look at stats, and get you guys caught up on what you need to know for the day.
Yeah.
63 yards for Wentz, the touchdown to Deshaun Jackson. Kyler's only thrown 3 passes, 51 yards. Darrell Daniels has the touchdown for Arizona. So,
tight end 17.
Yeah. Fidelis says, do you mind skipping the Niners schedule? I'll hang up and listen. Yeah, we're going to do the 2 teams playing here. So we'll do Arizona next.
Sure.
Kyler's only got 1 carry, 10 yards. Deshaun Jackson has the touchdown, 2 for 28. Max Williams, 2 for 21. DeAndre Hopkins, 1 for 30. Just not a lot going on. I'm kind of surprised we have 2 touchdowns at this point.
Well, don't forget, we also have the world famous Darrell Daniel. So.
Let me see here. We want to remind all of you that tonight, this is starting on Monday, the Madden season. We're going to simulate the entire 2021 NFL schedule starting Monday at noon. If you do the math, which I don't think it's a good idea to ever do math on the air, it's going to take a month and change.
6 weeks.
6 weeks. There you go. So more than that, more than a month.
Daniel did it. Daniel is just the master. Last night when me and Koff had a sim, he broke it down. 6 weeks, 2 days, and 2 sims. Booyah, Daniel nailed it.
Yeah. So get excited. There is a free-to-play pool. All are eligible, even if you live in a state that is not sports betting, where it's not legalized. You can get involved. Just go to the DraftKings Sportsbook. You can do it on the app. You can do it on the website. Go to the pools section of the sports book. You can also go to the promo tab on DraftKings.com. You will find this. You answer a series of questions. The questions are about the Madden season, not real life, which I made that mistake yesterday. I thought the questions were in relation to the real season. No, you will answer a series of questions about the Madden season. So get involved. We're almost at 30,000 entries for this thing. So that's cool.
That is very cool. And for all those, people I've talked to, like the wrestling fans, WWE, the official partner with DraftKings, same thing as those. Just answer a couple questions. Easy, simple. Maybe you can win your part of 5K for free. Love it.
Emerson's Peloton, it's a good question. We have addressed this. Rosters will not be updated for this tournament. I know, don't yell at me. Don't yell at Rossi. It's not our call. But no, the rosters will be the same.
You can yell at me. It's okay. I can handle it, but I'll just let you know it's not going to change it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I tell my wife.
Joe Humphrey, I won first place last night in the NBA playoff Gouda run.
There you go.
Very good. That's the classic Obi-Wan contest. Gouda, that is a throwback when Brendan Glasheen pronounced Gouda as Gouda. That was a...
And that is stuck, dude. That is stuck like glue. I see that in the chat almost every sim I'm in.
Late night Gouda. Yep.
Yeah, that's Gouda tonight. And I didn't know what it meant at the beginning, so I never repeated it because I thought it might have been like offensive. I had to Google. I don't know.
Nope, just me being an idiot. Nope.
Right,
another example of Glasheen just not having a clue about what the hell's going on. Yeah, Gouda, that is like a week, first few weeks of Simland material right there. That's going back in time.
You gotta love it.
Where were we? Oh, schedule, right. And real quick, just want to address the Daryl Daniels discussion in the chat. See, it's never good when the first touchdown goes to a fullback. It just doesn't set the tone properly. Someone in here, I think Gorilla is the name. Yeah, Gorilla. I have Daniels in my lineup. Only time it's ever worked. See, someone will have joy in the moment. I'm glad someone is happy with the result.
One smile at a time.
Okay, let's wrap up this Eagles schedule. We have like 6 games left, I think.
Yep.
Yes, let there be joy, producer Terrell. Week number 12. We both have the Philadelphia Eagles coming off a win at home against New Orleans. They play the following week at the Giants, 1:00.
Loss. I'm giving them an L. Think about it. This will stand with you forever.
I'm going to give them a win.
Okay.
Because this is going to be the first time they meet since that Joe Judge commentary from last year. I think the Eagles are just going to be like, put a sock in it. We're going to beat these guys. They're going to be highly motivated for that game.
Like it?
Jalen Hurts. Remember when Jalen Hurts got benched too? Like Philadelphia, like kind of threw the game.
It was done. It turned the franchise around. The quarterback and coach that were supposed to be like the next big duo, both gone. Wild situation. Oh,
so Gorilla has pointed out 0.1% owned. So actually, this guy, Daryl Daniels or whatever, maybe he is. Is this the free contest you're talking about?
I didn't even see it there either.
I didn't see it. So if that's the case, great job. Okay.
He has him, so that's how he knows. He's the one human being on the planet that has him.
All right. Well, I don't see him in the winning lineup, so maybe there will be time. Tiger, we're, at this point, we have the Eagles at like 4-8.
Yeah, not good.
Moving on. So I give that psychology. You could look at it the other way around. Joe Judge could have his team ready to go.
Oh yeah, that's what I actually have a good feeling about the Giants a little bit. I feel like things are moving in the right direction. Third year for Daniel Jones. I won't bring up the argument, but I'll just say I will word it the way I tried to word it to a different commentator here. We won't get names or anything, but I think he could make a Josh Allen-like step. I'm not saying he's going to be Josh Allen. I'm just saying Josh Allen took that step from year 2 where it looked like he couldn't throw the ball really well to year 3 becoming a potential MVP. I don't see Daniels being an MVP, but I think those skills, they surrounded him with amazing weapons, in my opinion. And Kenny Golladay, they got John Ross, they make the pick of Tooney. Like, I think he's in a position to succeed. So I like the Giants a little bit more than I did last year.
Tooney's on the Chiefs. Who are you talking about?
No, not Joe Tooney, the wide receiver they drafted in the first round.
Okay.
It's Tony or Tooney, I can't tell. And it's going to be one of those things that will probably go back and forth until he likes something better. I think it's actually Tony.
Okay. Tony, this is a different person. Tony on YouTube. How do you enter this tournament they're talking about? We can't put links on YouTube. So if you want to go to the dark side, at least some of you think Twitch is a dark alley. I have put the link in Twitch. So Tony, if you want to pop on Twitch and say, hi, Tony's here, I'll put the link in there for you.
Oh, I see Glass dropped it. He dropped it. I see it in there.
Yeah. So Twitch is annoying because if you open it, say I open Twitch right now, you can't see any previous comments.
True.
It's kind of
that I don't understand. I've never understood that.
Yeah, but YouTube, you can hop in at any time and you see everything.
Yeah, you go back and read all the malcontents had to say earlier.
All right, let's knock this out. They go, Philadelphia plays at the Jets week 13, the week before the bye.
I'm going to give them a win.
Okay, win. I got to win 3 in a row. I don't feel good about that. I'm going to change. You know what? I'm going to go what you did. Week 12 lost Giants, win next week against the Jets. You have them winning. Okay, bye week. Week 15 against the football team.
I'm going to give them a win here because we don't know when this game, they're scheduling this to hopefully potentially be a prime timer. I don't think that will happen, but I don't know what to really make of Washington. Right now, I'm going to give them the win here, late in the season.
Tony, no problem. Just be sure to say in the Twitch chat, hi, I'm here.
Say, hi, handsome. Please slap a link on me. That's what I want to read.
Thundering Ice says, I see all the comments on Twitch. I don't know what you're talking about. If you refresh your page right now, everything will disappear.
Yeah, because Thunder Ring Eyes, you're in the chat. Like, I've been here since the beginning as well. I can go all the way back up to when Glash first said, yo, Twitch, and then all of us started talking. But if you just were to join now, all the history is not there. It's a privacy thing that was big a couple years ago when Twitch really blew up and made people make a ton of money over there.
See, I just refreshed, and all I see is your, oh, gotcha. That's it.
The timing.
I love when we explain these. I kind of enjoy it. I'm like, this is what we're trying to get at. And it's kind of confusing when it's just us babbling as the sim is taking place. And we're trying to do a damn schedule.
Love it. We're juggling. Bunch of clowns.
So you got them winning. I'm in on the football team. I think the football team's going to beat them twice. So I lost here. Then they're home Giants, week 16.
I'm going to give them an L here as well.
They're gonna win. They're gonna win one of the Giants games.
Okay.
You give them a loss, you give them a win. Okay. At Washington.
I'll give them a scrappy win here because they lost the last time. Because I look at these two as equal footing.
Yeah, you had them winning week 15.
Oh. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go for it. They're gonna sweep them.
Wow. Loss.
Yep.
And then home Dallas. Finish the season.
I'm going to give them a loss here because I think Dallas is going to have a little bit more to play for than they will. And with this new week 17, who knows who's going to be healthy, who's going to just need to be like, all right, like, let's not have this guy get hurt for the future. I think week 17 in general is going to be a really weird week to watch football. So I'm going to give them the loss.
Okay. Well, add them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got them at 7 wins. It's actually decent. 7-10 is like not a bad year for them.
No. And
1, 2, 3. Considering new coach, Hurts is now the guy. Allegedly. Well, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am at 6 wins, and I have them starting 0-4.
So there you go. I don't think either. So if we play it out and take everybody's opinion on the Eagles as well, I saw some people chatting like 7-10 seemed to be kind of like what a lot of people thought. Even a couple people. So I don't see them winning even here. And I know it's May 22nd, but I don't see them winning more than 8 games, even in a stretch.
But as a reminder, they could start 3-7 or whatever and like be in the race. I mean, they're going to be in it because they have one division game in the first 11 weeks of the season.
Very good point. All those teams kind of do because you're seeing, like they play the Giants twice. After Thanksgiving is when the season could really turn around for this NFC East because they all kind of play each other.
Rossi, this is going to be the case for every team. Like the NFL purposely loads the division games at the end so more teams are buyers as opposed to sellers.
But this division, got it.
Larry Fitz.
Fitzy, baby. Still a free agent, which is still kind of disconcerting to me.
Kind of sad.
Yeah, he's going to land on, like him and Frank Gore, I just feel are going to land on teams, but it's just like, I don't know if they're just like waiting on something.
You sure about that? I feel like Fitz might just say, well,
I really wanted to play one more year. And I know I'm not a fan of this team, but I'd actually like to see it in Pittsburgh. Like, I'd like to see them give him a spot because that's where he went to college. I think he's from Pittsburgh. I think he would be such a good influence on that young roster of receivers that, kind of had some ups and downs. Glass just hammering that link, baby.
Yeah, man, because more people are coming in. Like Tiger says, I'm going to go to that link. No problem. Go to Twitch. Go to Twitch for a hot sec. If you'd rather be on YouTube, I get it. Fine, whatever. But go to Twitch. The link is in there. I'll just keep doing it. Oh, wait a minute. Message is identical to the one you sent in 30 seconds.
You can't do it. You're starting to spam.
Canceled me.
You've become one of you're going on a timeout.
Also, first time we're asking today, please smash that like button for a fine Saturday here. We're just about at 40. I got a good feeling we can make a push to 100.
Let's go. Come on, fam. We love you. You love us. Smash that thumbs up.
Does the chat enjoy the schedule game, or is it boring? I know we're not reading your comments as much by doing it, so I guess that's annoying.
All right, how about this? Why don't we give it a little pause here? We still have, a minute? Everybody drop what you think the Eagles will be out of, there's 17 games. You can look at the schedule if you like. Just toss it out there. Like, where do you think they're going to land? Is there anybody that thinks they're an over 500 team with this new schedule? Just toss out your belief for what their schedule will be. So Thunder, Ring Ice already said Eagles 7-10. Schedule game is cool, says Riviera over on the Twitch. So yeah, throw it out. Mo, hashtag Team YouTube. Mo, it's not about which side, just if you want the link, Glass can't put it in the YouTube.
I know.
It's Google. Annoying. How did Google not be able to put a link in? Actually, I know the answer. Riviera says 4-13.
What do you call him? I call him River Rat.
I just call him Riviera because I stopped reading at a certain point.
Oh, okay.
People have realized with me, like I call it Reed's Tea, did you know? When that's not how it's actually read.
How about Must Be? Must Be's username on DK is Eddie P on DK, but I call him Eddie Pon.
First of all, I didn't know that was his username. Good to know.
He won a contest the other day. But
love it.
Since he gives me crap about my ears, I said, no, you're Eddie Pon.
Here's a couple more. So Brian C says 7-10. Kelly says 8-9. Brian C again, I got you. Daryl Travis, 6-11. So that's same as you. 7-10 for Hunter. Rowdy Dorito saying 8-9. So I'm not seeing anybody positive here. 99 juggles. That's hilarious. 5-12. Mo says 4-13. 8-9 says Congo. Kyle says 5-12. Jordan says 6-11. Robbie puts 5-11-2. Got a couple ties in there for fun.
That'd be so Eagles though. They are the team that ties. I feel like all the time.
They had the tie last year with Cincinnati, I believe, when Carson Wentz forgot how to play football in overtime.
Yeah. Oh God.
Kelly drops. Eagles have the easiest schedule of all 32 teams, I do believe. 8-9 is realistic based on the schedule. No, sure. Listen, it's all. I think the schedule difficulty is just based on last year. Like, there's so many things that move too. Like, so many players and coaches. I mean, Robbie's changed it now. He adjusted. So 4-11-2.
Oh yeah, right. The math didn't check out there. 17 games.
Doesn't even matter, dude. Throw in 8 ties. Just have fun with it. Ryan C now jumping to 0-17. Oh no, 0-0 and 17 ties. So TJ Grimm's 6-11. So I think we've kind of rallied around Domino Joe 3-13-1.
Smash Lanta, yes. Larry Fitzgerald scored the second touchdown. Daryl Daniels and Larry Fitz. Must be. Can you see that finger I'm giving you, Clash?
I do like your pinky ring there, Must be. It's pretty.
All right, field goals. Time expires for Elliott.
Jake Elliott, we got him.
Nice.
But I think we nailed it. I think we're basically right around what I think the world of Simland is thinking about the Eagles. Sub 500, potentially in the race at the end of the year with the records that you may think of other teams. But I think we hit it.
Cool. People we've received some good feedback on the schedule stuff. So I mean, it's just a fun little exercise, you know.
And the other thing is, as long as you engage with them, like they're in it just as much as we are. We ran through it and we asked them. Everybody wins.
Yep. The best is when you go through these and it's like, oh, wait a minute, we did the Saints like last week. Did I say they were going to win this game against the Saints? Or
Oh no, you don't. Listen, this is just the May 22nd version.
Right. Yes, we are allowed to change our opinion based on the news, or if we just feel like it, because that's life. That's life. Brother Phil, I am one more vulture away on this slate from chucking this whole thing in the toilet and moving on.
Well, don't chuck it in the toilet. Lightly place it, because then it's a big kerplunk splashback. You don't want any of that.
Sanders has 45 yards rushing. Deshaun Jackson 561 and a tud. D-Hop 358. Jeffrey 3 catches, 44 yards. Larry Fitz has 1 catch for 3 yards. It was the touchdown. Sanders only 1 catch. Ertz only 1 catch. Goodwin, our captain pick, only 1 catch. So we should give you all the lowdown on what is oh, right, I got to do something else. Yes, basketball playoffs start today. Woohoo!
Woo!
Big weekend at DraftKings because the Fantasy Basketball World Championship tips off tonight. You guys can follow along all day today and tomorrow to see who are our competitors and which of the competitors will take home that $1 million top prize. Not only can you follow along, but you guys can play in the FBWC Shadow Contest for this event. Jesse Cofield will be breaking down all the details after this sim. Great. So Jesse will be in the house.
Yes, sir.
Coming up. And then you'll be with Lamarca tonight.
Yes.
Monitoring the big contest, the 100 qualifiers that people are looking at right now, and the Shadow Contest.
Yep. So we're going to be doing that in some part of the late 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Western, 5-ish, 6 Central, 5 Mountain. Look at that. But yeah, we're going to be breaking down some of the action. Obviously, Lamarck will be here, the wealth and knowledge, any questions, thoughts, and even some other stuff we'll probably hit. But that's going to be happening before the 8 p.m. sim, and then there'll be like some information following both the 8 and the 10 p.m.
Sweet. Here's the announcer rundown for the rest of the day, if you are so inclined to know. Coming up at 2, I will be here with Adam Kaufman, Aaron Rodgers supporter, Bears at Packers. So Kaufman better captain Rodgers and play Rodgers, or he's a fraud. 4 o'clock, I'll be here with Jeff Ulrich for Chiefs Broncos. So you get 3 straight with me. That's awful.
No, don't say that.
No.
It's a good way for your day. Think about it. You know exactly where you're going to be up until about 5 o'clock, and then Saturday night, watch out, world.
That's right. Typically, if I'm bouncing around on the schedule, I will not know where I am. 6 o'clock, Jeff and Lamarca. Vikings Giants. Rossi's back at 8. Well, Rossi will be here at 7 as he just plugged for the basketball stuff. Fantasy Basketball World Championship coverage at 7, and that will lead into the 8 o'clock sim, as he mentioned, Ravens Rams. And then Kaufman is here at 10 for Madden After Dark, Bengals Jaguars.
Let it be. As Daniel says, I have the cough schedule today. Open it up and then come back for prime time.
Yeah, must be a big Little League day. Little League and bopping the soccer ball around today. If I had to guess. Hunter says, how do you feel about Steph Curry last night? Okay, I'll be honest. I didn't watch this game. I had the Bruins on, and we had some company over, so I didn't watch. The Warriors lost. The Warriors lost this game last night.
They sure did.
What'd I miss? What
I feel for Steph, dude. I feel like that, like his story this season was incredible. Obviously, he scored the most points and has the scoring leader. He really carried a team, and I just felt like obviously everybody I think was rooting for them to beat the Lakers, aside from Lakers fans. It was a hell of a game, but then last night it just felt like the wind came out. They were really doing their best. They were uphill battle the whole second half, and they just never got over the hump. They got it to overtime, so I think they were down by 8 with 3 left. Came back, but then the air kind of just came out. I think he put up 39, but the real story here is John Morant. This guy is remember last year there was that play-in game or like figure out who the 8 seed was going to be in the bubble, and he had that monster game as well. I think he almost put up 50. I think we're seeing potential another star being born here. But I feel for Steph. There's not much more. Like, the team just didn't have it. Both games, they were so close and just couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it definitely a little salt in the wound, though. Like the fact that they're not in the playoffs. You know, like that kind of ruins the whole narrative, the whole story, though. You know, can't say he led his team to the playoffs that year.
And he might be the MVP.
Maybe LeBron was actually playing reverse psychology when he said he thinks Steph's the MVP. And what do you know? They lose both play-in games.
I know.
Oh!
Nice.
What a snag!
Gonzo.
Jax.
He was the guy to roster, huh? I said it too. I was like, oh, because I used to always captain him personally. And then I've kind of faded from that because I haven't seen these performances. But now it's making me second guess. Jax.
I got to read out this Hunter comment. It's a fun little exercise, LMAO. That's whatever high school teacher said before a boring thing. When I call the schedule game a fun little exercise. Teachers do say that, don't they?
Just wait till we get to the Cardinals. It's going to be a fun little exercise.
Take out your worksheet. Yeah. Put your name at the top. Now, who do you have winning week 1? Congo Cab, refs tried to help Golden State.
Yeah.
Ain't even work, but a great game.
I agree with that.
Koff complaining about the play-in. That was a hell of a game.
I don't really get the argument against the play-in game at this point, just because like every sport's changing somewhat. Like NFL's adding now instead of extra playoff game last year, like with the super wild card weekend. Now we have an extra game during the season. Like everything's adjusting and it's all business oriented. And I thought it was fun. I like this little tournament, actually.
Well, the tournament is the tournament, but I also believe the last 2 weeks of the season, everyone was talking about it because they were like, oh, the Lakers might have to be in this thing. And everyone's like, no, the Lakers won't be in it. They're too good. LeBron won't play, and they'll figure it. Oh, nope, they didn't figure it out, and they had to play in it. So people were talking about the play-in. This is what they wanted, not even just the games. People were talking about it 3 weeks before the season was over because you didn't want to be those teams, particularly in the Western Conference, because the West is so deep. You're like, oh, crap, like we better get our act together. It adds meaning to the regular season games, not just the play-ins.
And think about it this way, too. It also, like there was only like 5 or 6 teams eliminated from playoff contention with 2 weeks to go in the season. Where normally 2 weeks ago in the season, you're almost down to like, okay, who's going to be the 8-9 split? Or maybe there's a 10th team like that. 3 teams are fighting for that last spot. This time you were fighting just to be a 10 spot. Like the Spurs were able to overcome the Pelicans and not overcome, but like the Pelicans weren't able to make their final push where like the Portland Trailblazers knew we don't want to be in that. Let's step it up. And they went on a nice little hot streak to avoid the play-in tournament. It was very exciting.
Right, like if you want to just look at the play-in games face value, yeah, some were stinkers. I mean, the Warriors-Lakers game was great, and the Grizzlies-Warriors game was great.
Yeah, it was Warriors. Warriors were the exciting team to watch. Unfortunately, the Pacers games weren't very exciting, especially that first one against the Hornets where you're like, oh, LaMelo's back. This is going to be awesome. No, it was not awesome.
But yeah, the build up to it is also a big part, right? So I thought that was good. Derwin on Twitch, Koff said play-in doesn't predict who gets in. Like Golden State will get in even without play-in. I don't get what that means.
Wait. Oh, because they were the 8th spot? Is that what he means? Like if there was no tournament?
Yeah, well the Warriors are out. That's why I don't get the comment.
Well, I think I'm guessing he means like if there wasn't a tournament, weren't they technically the 8th spot?
Yeah, right. Oh, I see. So because a lot of folks figured even with the play-in tournament, it would have just been the same as is.
No, the Warriors were the 8th spot, I believe.
Right. So the play-in proved.
Oh yes, yeah.
That didn't happen because they didn't get in.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, hey, listen, this is what happens. It's a game. It's not, it's a business. It's a game. It's a sport. It's fun. But hey, if they're gonna change it, change it. And I like it. And I like to see. And I hope the Lakers, by the way, I hope the Lakers absolutely get trounced in the playoffs this year too.
Yeah, if anything, like if the Lakers if this didn't work out, like yeah, sure, we don't get LeBron and LeBron. Man, I saw this report this morning from Woj about the COVID protocols. I mean,
I know.
I mean, come on, man. Talk about favoritism. I mean,
just give him a game. Give him a game. He wants to probably rest anyways. Give him.
Yeah, bad look though for the league. Really, I mean, it really is. I'm sorry. I mean, the way Woj worded this tweet is just a joke. Like this is someone. It's not Woj's fault. Someone's feeding this to him. LeBron James won't be suspended for protocols violation. This is what Woj tweeted. Nature of event didn't rise to a threat level of virus spread. I mean, who talks like that? Nature of event didn't rise to a threat level. Like, didn't rise. Oh yeah, were they there? Like, who was there to prove that?
Please, that was a shame. It's just like all they needed to do was do the right thing. Suspend him one game. Listen, and just to correlate it here to like other things. I know we're talking apples and oranges, but like Tom Brady was suspended. Like the apple of the eye of the NFL was suspended. I think you could say to the NBA, like, hey, we still need to set a precedent here. Yeah, it's the playoffs, but just one game. Guy's gonna need his rest. Let him get a day. Let the Suns get their moment. Which let's see. Yeah. As someone who's not a Lakers fan, I have so much fear the Suns are gonna just be like that Atlanta Hawks type team from 10 years ago. Woo!
Kyler,
get in there. Congo says, don't forget Rossi. Hayward was out for Charlotte. Players are missing both teams. No, I know. Trust me. I know he was missing, but they got trounced, Congo. You saw that. I don't care if Hayward was there. I don't care if Grandmama, Muggsy Bogues. I don't care if the Monstars were there. That was an unmotivated embarrassment of a performance by the Hornets. But they could be back next year.
That touchdown was set up, by the way, by a great catch by Christian Kirk.
Shout out.
Tara Lynn says, I really can't believe that. Oh yeah, it's just
embarrassing.
He's doing his job, right? He's just reporting, but that's the wording he's getting from the source, which is it's
the NBA. That's their, brass. That's what they sent out. And that's probably in some press releases.
Yep. Can we get to work on the like button, fam? We're not even at 60 yet. Can we try and work our way to 100 likes?
I don't think I liked. I'm in there. Boom. I'm 58.
Thanks.
Got you. I like it more for you than me.
Love that about you. Yeah, Daniel's right. It's going to be awkward if someone else gets caught, and then what's going to happen?
Well, good point. Oh, you gave me a TT? Oh, I'm in. Nice.
It's freaking annoying.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's a stars league. I know. And LeBron playing is better than LeBron not playing. It's just, it's true. If it was somebody else, it wouldn't.
But I'm going to say this in all honesty. Like, I get, LeBron playing, not play. I don't care. It's the first game of the first round of the playoffs. We're not talking about the NBA Finals either. This is the perfect time to be like, dude, this is very serious because this whole world's about to get into a very interesting position where we're going to be trying. We're going to be getting back. We're going to try to, put a little dirt on the skin and see what we get. But it's not simple. Like, it's not like, oh, just because states are opening up, it's all gone. Like, so I don't think we should be like treating these athletes any different. I think this is a perfect spot just to be like, one game, sit it out, bro. We'll see you in Phoenix for game 2. Like, yeah. Don't think it was that hard. But the NBA just continues to be a players' league, and they just completely cower to them. And that's my opinion. It's hard for me to see it the other way. But hey, again, if Sunday's an awesome matchup and we're down to the last 10 seconds, Devin Booker drains a 3, and then LeBron's driving the hoop and high drama, then it's a different story in history.
Yeah. Weird timing, too, Tara Lynn says, after Nate McMillan just was fined for talking about biases in the NBA.
Exactly. Good point.
I'll throw that link into the free-to-play pool on Twitch again. We have 30+ on Twitch, just about 70 likes.
River.
Thank you all for being here.
Sorry, I just have to say one thing. River Rat 64. River Rat 64.
Tiger thinks the Mavs are going to beat the Clippers in 6. It's going to be a good series.
I must say, and I think we do this every year with like the NBA, at least I talk myself into it. There's only very few series that I'm like, I don't even have much interest. I think there's such good stories here. Like Nets Celtics, taking our bias out of this, that is a sexy matchup. Only because of
plenty of juice there, even if they don't win any games. It's great.
Exactly.
Kyrie back in Boston. Yeah, it's going to be good.
Kyrie back. We'll see what this team actually looks like at full strength. The big 4 or 5, if you want to count DeAndre Jordan. Like, will this team mesh? How many games will it take? Heat Bucks, to me, what the Heat was able to do last year in the playoffs, the Bucks is this there. I like the Bucks in this one, but it's going to be a very, I think, good style contrast. Can Jimmy Butler bring this team back? And the Bucks speed beaten. Then today, what do you have? Mavs, Clips. That's just, I think all the West. I don't see a bad Western series at all. Like Trailblazers, Nuggets. How fun is that going to be?
Yeah, and I think Denver is a little broken, of course, with no Jamal Murray, but I think that's still a tough series because Joker is damn good. I don't know how Portland's going to stop him, but as I say that, I don't know how Denver's going to stop Damian Lillard. So,
playoff Lillard. Remember a few years ago? It's been a hot minute when he drained that 3 and why does it escape my name? When he was on the OKC, now on the Clippers. Paul George, when he drained that 3 on Paul George's face to win the series. Like, this guy plays, and he's been playing incredible down the stretch. And then you got like Wizards 76ers. That's the one to me. I'm like, well, no, I'm all set.
No, I'm in on that. The Wizards have been playing really well. Westbrook is known as like a guy who can't get it done in the playoffs. No, I love that, actually. That's a big – because you know what? The Wizards will start at least Bradley Beal. If they can make some noise in that series, Bradley Beal might be further convinced, hey, maybe me and Russ can work. Or maybe – not maybe him and Russ, but maybe Bradley Beal will be more convinced he can stay in Washington.
It's not. Maybe, but –
I don't think that – I'm not saying that's the case, but
no,
it could happen.
I like that you're bringing some juice to the series because our guy Kyle says don't disrespect the Wiz. I'm not disrespecting their organization's disrespecting. You have the second highest scorer in the league this year, and you have a walking triple-double, and your team stinks.
Yeah.
It's no depth. I don't think there's any shot. I think the Doc Rivers coach 76ers are not going to mess around in the series. I think that's a sweep. That's my opinion.
Well, also we all are here because, DraftKings, fantasy, right? From a fantasy basketball standpoint, Russell Westbrook was like the guy you had to have all year. So from a fantasy standpoint, folks will tune into that. But how in the world are the Wizards? They won't. They're not stopping Joel Embiid. They got nothing.
No, they're really bad, especially in their bigs, and then Lakers Suns.
Alex Len. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
Lakers Suns fun. Hawks Knicks. No sexiness to that matchup, but just the fact that the Knicks are back in the playoffs. Hawks are a scrappy team. Trae Young's awesome to watch. Like a lot of good stories there.
Didn't Trae Young get hurt last year?
Yes.
And he did not play in the play. Atlanta didn't make the playoffs, right?
No, they didn't go to the bubble, I don't think. That was the whole thing.
Right. Okay. So that'll be good to see Trae Young in the playoffs.
Yeah. And then obviously Grizzlies Jazz with playoff Ja. And I just think the incredible Jazz roster, especially with a couple returning injured players there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good. I mean, we've basically convinced all of you that the first round's going to be a blast.
The next couple of days is so much fun. If you like playoff hockey too, that's in full swing. Playoff basketball now, the actual final 16, if you will. A lot of good stuff. Baseball's in it. Oh, come on. Open up those apps, play some lineups, have some fun.
Saunders says if this was the golden boy Brady, so if Brady did something that LeBron just did, we wouldn't be complaining. You guys don't even like to talk about Deflategate. I think you're thinking of a different host that'll be here at 2. Look, right when these Sims started, or just before that, when Brady signed with Tampa, I didn't think it was the best look for him to be bopping around the parks and the local high schools, bringing his team out to practice.
I completely agree.
I was critical of that. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, there's two ways to look at it. Either, hey, whatever it is, what it is, or you don't. But like, this was the thing that happened with LeBron, and listen, if it was Brady or guess what, we'll just say who's like a favorite Patriot at this point. Like I'm trying, like Edelman's gone. I'm trying to think of like who's like a franchise guy. Devin McCourty. If it was Devin McCourty, no, I want his feet held to the fire. Like we should be holding everybody to the same standard. Me,
accountability.
Flash, Tara Lynn, Daniel, the golden standard of all the streams. Daniel, like I want him to be held just the same.
It's a fair point, Saunders. You know.
Oh, I get it.
Do love Tom.
I'm indifferent, but I get it.
That's a first down pickup. Hey, there's Goodwin to the 6-yard line. 21-17. I mean, from a scoring standpoint, it's been good. We've come a long way since the Darrell Daniels touchdown. About 300 of you watching on YouTube. We have producer Tara Lynn today. Daniel on the ones and twos. Kyle from Ops. Hit the like button for those guys. Sanders up the middle. Short.
And also, very quickly, just as we wrap up that basketball, I just want to say, Kyle's right. Wiz have the worst coach in the league. No competition. I 1,000% agree. They are kicking themselves for not making a bigger push for Doc Rivers right now.
Do we want to do the Cardinals schedule now?
Oh, yeah. We got a whole quarter. I feel like this game, like it's like the 8th quarter.
Second and goal. Oy. Saunders says, I love you guys. Never scared of the tough questions. No problem. I mean, you want to crap on us? It's totally fine. It's totally fair.
I'm open to being absolutely destroyed here. Don't worry about it, guys. Like,
yes.
I have no feelings.
Really. We just stay here in this fake land of Sims. Third and goal. Carson Wentz. Great handoff rating. Oh.
Not today.
What do? Do you take the 3? You need 4, obviously. I think they got to go for it. It's 4th and goal from the 1.
It's a 4. This is going to tell you all you need to know about what the future of the Eagles season will look like. They kick. Oh, here it is. This is what I'm going to see. Let's see. I know they have like 8 tight ends in, by the way. And he's passing.
Oh, touchdown.
Is that Jeffrey?
Jeffries.
Woo!
Or Jeffrey, yes. Alshon.
It's all right. I pluralize things all the time. You know why? Because I get so excited. I want more. Give me that. I got to actually check my lineup for once. 71st before that. Come on.
How about, normally they would just run it here, right? But a passing touchdown to a wide out 1.
Love it.
With you here.
I thought for sure it was going to be like whoever is behind Goddard in the tight end, whoever the tight end 3 is. But right now, it's weird. My lineup, Jake Elliott with 5, what you expect. It's Godwin, actually, who's holding me back. Sorry, Goodwin. Because Larry Fitz, he only has 7.4, but he scored a touchdown. Like, all these guys have scoring for me. But.
Tom's Microwave says, I don't know, Jim. I don't know, Jim. We don't do NFC games often, Jim. Eagles cards. I want to fly like the birds, Jim.
Good.
Can't stand those damn vultures, Jim.
We're talking about the Heat really quickly. This is just speaking about Woj, too. Just get an update. Oladipo could be cleared for full contact in November. Like, where does that report even come? I love when those reports come out. Like, that is such a random timetable. Like, okay, so like 6 months? And like, why today? Obviously, I know like the Heat, which, by the way, what a trade that could have been. It's another going to be a big what if, but.
Hey, we have some news here.
Ooh.
In like the last half hour in relation to Julio Jones. There's more on Julio Jones.
Breaking news on the DraftKings Dream Stream.
Mike Giardi from NFL Network.
I like this.
Can't speak to what Julio Jones wants, but was told the Patriots have had internal discussions about the wide receiver. The 32-year-old has been incredibly durable until this past season when he dealt with a troublesome hamstring. The seriousness of those discussions weren't made known to me, so I shall not speculate.
That's a crap report. Sorry. Love Mike, but that's like nothing really. Just the team has thought about it. Like, of course, I'm sure 30 teams are thinking about it. But anything listen, give me Julio. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Must be says Glash is a wimp. He lets Kenny burn poop bags outside his door.
Yeah, but here, first of all, 2 things about that. One, while it's true, Glash is smart enough to just let it burn off. Don't step on it.
Just let it burn, right?
Let it burn, baby.
You try to mess with that poop, he'll just keep coming back with more poop.
Yep.
Just let it burn.
Madison. He called the bleep poop.
What do you think smells more, Kenny's takes or Kenny's poop?
You want an honest opinion or an
Takes or poop? If you had to pick one to live with, Kenny's poop or Kenny's takes?
Oh, poop. I will take Kenny's poop.
Well,
personally.
This got weird.
Yeah, sure did. Want to go through that Cardinals schedule?
Wait, chat, please weigh in. Poop or takes from Ducey?
These are the funny things. So, like, next time you're with Kenny, the chat's going to be like, Glash was saying bad things about you.
Yeah, like, Kenny, Glash said he'd rather have your poop than your takes. What an idiot.
It was so funny because I teamed up with him earlier this week, and everyone's like, "Oh, Rozzy was creaming you," and I'm like, literally, I don't remember. I may have said something. Eventually, it came out because I said my cat took a doozy. I was like, "That's really me coming on strong."
Dude, they can't even handle your takes. They'd rather have your poop than your takes. Those losers in the chat, they can't handle it. Okay, I'm done. All right, let's do the Cardinals schedule.
Time to predict the 2021 Arizona Cardinals schedule on the Dream Stream.
Okay, here we go. Let's play the game. Kyler with a pass to, I think that's that Williams?
Max. That's Max, baby, with the triple X.
Okay, week 1. Cardinals this is interesting. At Tennessee, week 1.
I'm going to give them a win.
I'm going to give them a loss.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. We have 2 minutes left in this game. Minnesota, home.
Going to give it a loss because it's going to be the Patrick Peterson revenge game.
Interesting. I'm going to give them a win. So we both have them at 1-1. Week 3, at Jacksonville.
Win.
That's kind of brutal. Go all the way to Tennessee. Yeah. Go back to play Minnesota. Then go all the way back to play Jacksonville. That's annoying.
Not 3 days in a row. They got weeks to rest. It'll be fine.
I know. But just saying. All right,
week 4. Look at what happens next week, too.
Yeah, week 4. Back to the West to play the Rams.
I'm going to give them a loss, so I got them at 2-2.
Agreed. Loss. 2-2. Week 5. Home against San Francisco.
I'm going to give them a loss here.
Give them a win. Okay. Home. 6 o'clock. Jeez. Week 6, Brendan. At Cleveland.
Whew. This is going to be a sexy matchup when I'm looking ahead. I'm going to give him a loss here.
Yeah, me too. You have him. Wow, you have him at 2-4.
2-4.
Let me give him a loss too. That's a tough little schedule here to start out. Week 7, home Houston.
Win.
Let's not waste time. Win. Thursday night football, short week, home Green Bay.
Win.
Loss. I'm assuming Aaron Rodgers is there. Then they go Sunday, November 7th, week 9, at San Francisco.
I'm going to give him a loss here.
Same. Loss. Okay, week 10, home Carolina.
Give him a win here.
Same win. Week 11, at Seattle, before the bye.
I'm going to give him a win here.
They had a great, I can't remember what week it was. Maybe both of their games against Seattle. They were both really good.
They were close and good games last year.
Yeah. Ooh, it's tough. I'm going to give them a loss. I really like Seattle. They went 12-4 last year. It's a good team.
They are.
You're going to give them a win. I'm going to give them a loss going to the bye. Week 12 bye week. Okay, coming out of the bye at Chicago.
Interesting matchup. I'm going to give them the win, though, on the road.
Yeah, me too. That's a tough game too, man. Okay, you got them on a little run here. You have them winning 5 of their last 6 after starting 2-4.
Getting hot.
Week 14, Monday Night Football against the Rams.
Tie football game here, so we don't have to rush anymore. I'm going to say I really like the Rams this year, so I'm going to give them a loss here.
Win.
Okay.
Week 15, at Detroit.
Win.
3 games to go. week. Now, see, you know how I was saying, like, every team in the NFL is going to play, like, a lot of division games at the end? This is not the case, so I kind of take it back. I'm sorry. I was wrong.
If they did it specifically with the NFC East, I think because of last year, they're just going to because they think those teams are going to stank, so, like, let's make it fun at the end.
These last three, though, these are kind of tough games.
Yeah.
Christmas night, Colts at home.
Win.
I got them winning 4 in a row. Fine, win. Giving it to them. I like the Cardinals this year. Mm-hmm. Week 17 at Dallas. 1 o'clock game.
Win.
Wow. I don't know. They're going to... Ow. Loss. I'll give them a loss. They got to lose. They're going to lose a game here at some point. Fine.
Right. By the way, everyone, you can start dropping in what you think the Cardinals will be, as we're going to probably go to overtime.
All right, week 18. They are home against Seattle.
I'm going to give them a win. I'm giving them. They're going to be hot down the stretch. They lost in Seattle. I think this is going to be a big game for seeding and playoffs, so I'm going to give them a big win at the end.
This is, wow. Okay, wow. Fine, I'll give them a win. We are both high on this football team, I think. Here we go. Let's look. Rossi, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 wins.
Oh, I did 11. Oops. Mm-hmm. So 11 and 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I only have a 10. Huh.
But that's a tough division. You have to remember, like, you have those Seattle games. Like, I had them losing, I believe, both to the Rams, both to the Carson. Could he do it? Living on a prayer. Nope. I have them losing both to San Fran, both to the Rams, splitting with Seattle, and then just dominating most of these out-of-conference games.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have them with 10 wins and winning 5 of the last 6 games out of the bye. You have the same deal. Out of the bye week, winning 5 of their last 6.
And I think that's very doable looking at that schedule. I don't know what people think of the Colts. I know they'll be a good football team. If Carson Wentz remembers how to play football, it's a different story. I'm not there yet. That Cowboys team, still don't know what I think. And I think that they're going to be in a lot of trap games at the end of the year, as we mentioned the division. And then Seattle comes to the Cardinals at the end of the year. And I think that could be as dramatic as that game a few years ago between Seattle and San Francisco, if you recall. That was an excellent last game. So I think we could see that.
L in the chat asking who has scored. So Daryl Daniels got us started today, L, with the touchdown for the Cards. Larry Fitzgerald has also scored. Kyler scored a touchdown. Those are the 3 for Arizona. For Philadelphia, Deshaun Jackson has 2. Jeffrey's got 1. And a field goal. There you go. 6 touchdowns, 2 field goals. And we're in overtime.
Love it. Fidel says Cardinals are the Cardinals. They ain't doing poop.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Historically,
Kyler Murray is still like developing as a player. They're not a known commodity. They're still growing. They're one of the best watches in the league, I think, because of Kyler and the receivers, and now Watt's there, and Chandler Jones is healthy.
Jay Green, like they're trying this year.
It's a different team. Like, you want to look back at their history and just think there's a stink factor there.
Yeah. Organizationally, yes, they've been horrible, but so were the Browns for years, and the Browns almost made it to the Super Bowl last year. A couple things went the right way, so I think they're on that same trajectory. That's why I think that Cleveland Cardinals game should be a lot of fun midway through the year.
I want to remind all of you to stick around when this sim concludes. Jesse Cofield will stop by and preview the Fantasy Basketball World Championship, which tips off tonight. Yay. That is a big pickup for Max Williams. L says, thanks, Glass. This is Killa. I'm on my wife's YouTube because I don't have my phone. What happened to your phone? Tell me everything. Please.
Actually, I'm very concerned now. Where is your phone?
Yeah, is it dead?
Is it downstairs?
Did you break it?
Room? Did your wife steal it and drive away and leave you? Tell us all the dirty details.
Must be going back to whether or not you'd rather have Ducey's takes or Ducey's poop. His air mattress smells worse. This is just... You never know what you're going to get here in Simland.
Because I like to just say one thing, whether you were mentioning Ducey, you were talking about me, it's always good to just have fun and keep everything loose and jokey. And that's what I like. That's what I love about the DK Sim Fam. That's why I like coming in here. Sometimes you guys get mad at me. Sometimes you pick on me, not in a fun or bad way. I'm not saying like pick on you sounds like a victim way. I'm saying it more like it's all in jest, and I like that.
Kyler from the 43. Complete to Drake. Fidelis, yes, but the Browns identified the problem with Freddie Kitchens, got him out of there, and Stefanski seems like a guy who can coach.
He's in someone that can like understand like what this team is and like where to. Okay, we have 2 stud running backs. Run the ball.
Right.
Oh, we have
Limit Baker chucking it and force feeding OBJ.
Exactly. And then
I'm surprised we haven't heard more. I know Julio Jones has been in the news. I'm surprised we haven't heard more about the Browns maybe trading OBJ.
I don't think it's happening. I didn't think honestly. If here's my 100% reason why I don't think it was happening. They fumbled the ball into the end zone. It was Higgins at the end of in that game against the Chiefs. OBJ doesn't make that mistake if you kind of move everything, or Landry doesn't make that mistake if you kind of shift everything. So I think they're going to give it one go with this. And if things don't look good mid-season, maybe they make that move. But I still think he's going to really help that team.
If OBJ is all in on winning, he'll understand that his numbers are going to take a hit because, like you just said, they're going to run the football, play good defense. They've done a lot of great work on their defense, great O-line. They got to stay to their strengths. And maybe OBJ will not have a lot of yards, but maybe he'll get a lot of looks in the red zone, scoring touchdowns. But that's where Baker ran into trouble a few years ago with Freddie Kitchens. Baker was trying to live up to this, like, me and OBJ going to be the next best tandem. And then you run into problems because everyone knows what you're doing at that point. You're just trying to force feed your wideout one. And just because you're not being force fed does not mean you're not great. It's because you're getting extra attention. You're staying in the offense.
Yep, and they'll find a way to get it to him. Oh, ball game!
Hopkins. Wow, what a finish. Good sim. Nice little sim.
Gotta love it.
All right. Good stuff.
By the way, your glossy glass sheen player of the game is going to be Daryl Daniel because how can we not? And your babysitter Billy is going to be Kenyon Drake. Hate the Drake. Not for me today. Put him in a basket, send him down the river.
Yeah, I felt good about fading him. Christian Kirk had 1 catch. Max Williams, 10 for 91. Wow.
Yeah, he was a stud. I ended in 90th in our contest. 80th. Don't really feel good about that, but it is what it is.
Huh. Drake. Yeah, Drake, he had 6 catches, which kind of saved him in terms of the PPR. Okay, we did the awards. You are back, my friend, tonight at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. So you take it the rest of the way. I'll come pick you up later.
Okay. Cool. I am back. I'm here all afternoon. Tara Lynn, myself, and Daniel are here all afternoon. Kyle as well.
What a team. Like, name a better trio or a 4-pack here. Name a better faction. Daniel, Kyle, Tara Lynn, Glash on a Saturday happened to be May 22nd, 2021. You can't. You can't.
Can't do it. Adam Kaufman will be here at 2. Joining me, so that'll be fun.
Sorry.
I think, yeah. Cough at 2, and then it gets better with Moose at 4. So.
Good times, Moose.
Yep, Kaufman stops by at 2. I'm sure we'll dive into a lot. It'll be a good time. Like we mentioned earlier, DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship tipping off tonight. You guys can follow along today and tomorrow to see who of our competitors will take home that $1 million top prize. Not only can you follow along, it's kind of boring. Just let's follow how their lineup's doing. But you can play. That's the pitch here. The FBWC Shadow Contest. Let's send it now to our friend Jesse Cofield for a preview of the big event.
and welcome into our preview of the DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Basketball World Championship. I'm Jesse Cofield, and I'm here to tell you a little about the event, but also introduce you to some of the competitors who will be battling it out for the top prize of $1 million and a ticket to the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. There's going to be 50 of the best DFS competitors in the world on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for this two-day event this weekend, but that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. And now let's talk strategy. I'm joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. Guys, this is a unique contest, okay? There are only 100 entries spread across 50 unique users. So Kenny, how does GPP strategy change for a much smaller event like this, or does it?
You know, I don't really know if it changes all that much because in the end, right, you're still looking to maximize your score. We had, I believe, 290 points last year in the FWBC, or FBWC. So I do think that you still want to take your shots. You still want to take your chances on some value plays here that you think could be good. But yeah, I mean, I think in any smaller contest, you do see a little more value there, taking a safer route. We've seen it in other world championships and other sports, just simply playing the chalk. Sometimes you have to do it because, there's little options, especially in the postseason. There's not going to be that many options out there that aren't super chalky that are going to pay off for you. So I think I would sort of play it like a cash game and maybe take one or two chances. I think that's generally the strategy with about 100 people in there.
Jules, what would your strategy be?
The last thing that Kenny just mentioned was the best thing that he mentioned. That was his best point. This is, 100 lineup field. This is more of a cash lineup with a couple of tweaks at the end for your real leverage plays that you feel very strongly about. And I know we'll talk later, about people potentially having multiple lineups in here. And I think that has a lot to do with how you play it. Are you a professional DFS player that has 5 lineups in here? Do you have 2 or 3? Or are you happy to have qualified and want to play it as safe with your one lineup as possible to guarantee yourself some profit here? Not guarantee, but play it safer and give yourself the better shot at just making some big bucks. So it's how many lineups you have. It's what amount of money would you be happy coming out of this with? And that kind of helps guide you as to how you want to play this. But yeah, my overall thoughts are, if you're in this, there's 100 lineups. You're going to want to build, maybe 6 guys in your lineup that would be in the majority of cash lineups that night. And then just kind of flip 2 spots that you feel really strongly about and hope those players go off.
Well, this tournament is also unique in that it's taking place over 2 days. So you have a couple different slates to manage here. It's a total of 6 playoff games, 2 Saturday, 4 Sunday with late swap. Jules, how does the 2-day nature of the event change the strategy?
It changes things a lot. Because this isn't even a slate where we have, 7 o'clock games and 10 o'clock games if you're on the East Coast and you're waiting to see those late ones. This is just one game at a time throughout the whole thing, and you're waiting for the next game. Now, it is the playoffs, so that rapid rush of NBA injury news that we deal with at DK Live all season is now gone. There will be no load management. There will be no questionable with an ankle. Guys are playing, the stars are playing, and you want exposure to as many of those stars as you can because big players play well in big games. Their minutes are going to go up. Star power is a good thing on these slates. So I think that you can, for the most part, build your lineup out how you want it, but you might want to leave yourself an out. If you see yourself sliding down the standings and you're not exactly where you want to be, maybe you switch a couple players at the end and say, I need some low ownership guys that can kind of boost me up the standings. Maybe you're doing really well. You're in the top 10 and you want to make sure you stay there and you have a couple risks in your lineup at the end. Maybe you switch that to some chalkier players to just kind of stay in the top 10.
Kenny, what's your take on how this being a 2-day event changes things?
Yeah, I think what Julian said is pretty true. When you look at the teams on the second night, right, or the second just general slate of the tournament on Sunday, you look at teams with a lot of injuries coming in, and frankly, I mean, there's a lot of value to be had just across the board. When you look at teams like the Knicks and even the Lakers, maybe to an extent, there's a bunch of mid-price guys that you could swap out for if you do want to take a little bit of a chance. But, on the other hand, too, you do have teams like the Knicks carrying an injury to Nerlens Noel. I mean, how healthy is he going to be? The 76ers game is going to have plenty of injury news on both sides of the ball. There's going to be plenty of guys coming in with injuries. We also know the Sixers in general, things pop up with them late. And the Jazz, I'm looking at as well. I mean, I don't know really what we know about how much Donovan Mitchell is going to play or if he's going to play. And, just the rotation. What's the rotation going to look like in Utah? So I think with a lot of questions there, it does open up the possibility that you can take a little bit of a chance and then just pivot off of it if you find out that there's going to be someone else taking the position of the guy that you thought was going to play a lot of minutes. So I think it gives you a lot of needed flexibility on a slate with, I think, a lot of a sneaky slate loaded with injuries, frankly.
Julian, does the definition of value change in NBA DFS during the playoffs?
It's completely different, 100% different. Value in the regular season is the Sixers coming out 30 minutes before tip and saying Embiid, Simmons, and Harris are out. Oh my goodness, we have to scramble and get all these Sixers in our lineups immediately. Now the definition of value is, all right, I really need to find a guy for $4,000 that I can trust to get me 20 to 25 DraftKings points, and it becomes very difficult to do. Whereas that's a daily occurrence on a regular season slate. So it's completely different. You can also maybe trust your stars to give you more than they generally do because their loads usually increase in the postseason. So you want to play it safe. You want to find good value. You don't. Rotations also are trimmed, so you need to be careful of, oh, this guy's $3,300 and he ended the regular season scoring 25 DK points a game. That guy might be out of the rotation altogether. So you have to be very careful and play guys that you trust are going to be in these rotations.
Kenny, do you agree?
I do agree with what Julian said. I mean, I think that those value plays, the guys that you see on a 3-4K who, just get a boost in minutes because of injuries or whatnot, or teams want to, get their young guys some more run. That just doesn't happen in the postseason. I mean, you saw even in the play-in games, guys like Goga Batadze and Jakar Sampson, who were DFS value heroes down the stretch. I mean, they hardly saw the court. So coaches are going to lean on the guys that are trusted, the guys that have gotten them to that point, and guys that, have playoff experience a lot of times. So I think that does change things in terms of, there's going to be fewer guys that are low priced that are guaranteed a lot of minutes in terms of, unknowns. But also, I mean, you look at a guy in the mid tier, right? You look at last year with Jamal Murray in the winning lineup, you have that sort of upper mid tier to mid tier where there's a lot of stars in there and there's a lot of guys, maybe a Julius Randle who could be mid price, maybe 7-8K. And, you do have plenty of minutes, plenty of usage, and that is value, right? That's different. You're not seeing that in the regular season. You're not seeing a guy with a big name, with a lot of it, track record scoring DK fantasy points that is in the mid range. But that's exactly what you have here on the slate. So value definitely does change. The value plays are maybe a little bit more expensive than we're used to seeing. And, maybe the names are a little more household known that are down there at 5 or 6K.
Let's talk about a guy who's pretty good at this. DraftKings user Raging Phillip has won this tournament in back-to-back seasons. So 2 questions, Kenny. First, how hard is it to pull that off? And second, do you think that puts more or maybe less pressure on him to perform well this weekend?
I mean, I do think that there's less pressure if it were me in that spot, just knowing that I have the secret sauce, so to speak. He has the strategy. He knows what strategy to come into this, and I think that a first timer might have a lot of pressure on them because they're overthinking everything. They've never been in this spot before. It is a big stage, but for him, having done it before, I think that he like we were talking about at the top with, just kind of figuring out your cash game targets, figuring out your high floor targets, and then your couple pivots. I think that he should have a pretty good feel. A lot of this too is innate. It's a gut feeling sometimes with these picks. The downside for him is I don't think the names are going to be quite the same, or the players he might have trusted last year are not going to be as trustworthy this year. And that could, ultimately maybe you have allegiances to guys or guys that you might overthink things in that way. But I do think that he's in a pretty good spot here, having done it. I think the pressure's frankly off if it's me. And I do think that this would put him in a pretty good position going forward.
Jules, he's done it twice in a row. Is it just kind of like anything else is just icing on the cake?
Yeah, for sure. This isn't like the 2019 Warriors or whatever that are coming in minus 400 to win it all. This is a large field. Everybody that is in this field deserves to be in this field. Anybody can win. You've won. The fact that you've won 2 in a row is already an unbelievably difficult combination to come up with and even imagine. So I'm sitting back, counting my cash that I've hopefully managed well from the previous 2 years, and thinking about how great it is to be here again and even have this opportunity.
All right, guys, including the defending champ, Raging Phillip, there are 5 players who max qualified, meaning they each have 5 lineups in this contest. We talked about this a little earlier. Julian, how big of an advantage is that? Like you were saying, you don't have to necessarily play it safe with some of these lineups. You can kind of go out there.
I mean, 5 people with 5 lineups, that's a quarter of your field right there, 25 lineups. It's a massive advantage. You get to get exposure to different games. You can game stack your favorite game. You can put your cash lineup in here. You can do a stars and scrubs. You can do a balanced lineup, and it just gives you, I mean, it's every advantage in the world. You have literally 5 times better chance than your average Joe with 1 ticket into this. So just the flexibility to be able to have different builds, even if you just have 2 lineups and you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this or this, and it's the day that the tournament starts, just being able to throw, multiple ideas against the wall and see what sticks, massive advantage.
Yeah, Kenny, massive advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, and the other thing here is you don't have to just bet on the same guys. I think that a lot of times if you have 2 lineups in here, there are a lot of similarities between your 2 lineups. You're like, okay, well, I have a pretty good feeling about this guy, and I'm going to put him in both of my lineups, and he's a high floor guy. And then, all of a sudden, the lock that you thought you had, he flops, and you're done for, right? I think that this 5 lineups allows you to, maybe you feel really good about a guy, but you don't have to put him in all your lineups. You can put him in 2 or 3, and like Julian said, you can go to different games, and again, I think that we a lot of times have really strong convictions, especially if you've gotten to this point. You have pretty strong convictions. You think, you know what you're doing, and, you never know. There's unpredictability in the postseason. A guy can get hurt. A guy can, maybe not see the minutes that he was once before, and a coach can go with like a 15-year veteran, right, in his place. In that scenario, you're saved if you have 5 lineups because, like, you can just pivot off of different types of games. And, like Julian said, too, you can have different types of lineups with stars and scrubs. You can just decide to completely fade some of the high-priced guys, go for just complete mid-range options, which, again, could get you a lot of points here with the names that we see in the mid-range. And I just think that the range of outcomes here is so wide. And I think that in a with so much on the line and with 100 entries, it is a huge advantage to have that big percentage of the lineups.
Okay, finally, Kenny, if you were playing in this contest, just pretend, who's someone you think you would have to lock in this weekend?
I mean, it's a really difficult choice because there's so many great options. But frankly, if I'm in this contest, I'm looking right at that Trailblazers Nuggets game because I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in that game. I think that the Nuggets are a little susceptible on both sides of the floor, frankly, because they're not they're a little gassed because they've been running out without Jamal Murray. They've been on a great run, but I think that much like the Wizards, we're going to see the gas tank run a little bit empty here. So I danced around the name. It's going to be Yusuf Nurkic for me. I think that he's going to be a great value. I know that he splits minutes with Enes Kanter, and it's not going to be the sexiest pick, but because of that, his price is going to be low, and he has the post proficiency here to go head-to-head with his former teammate, Nikola Jokic. And, I think that he's going to spurn the Nuggets a little bit in this revenge game. I think Portland wins this series, but I think in game 1, Nurkic comes out. He does a great job. On the offensive end, and him and Enes Kanter should be able to compete with the Nuggets team that's been good on the glass. And I think they could actually steal away that advantage. I think Nurkic is a really sneaky candidate for like 15 and 15. I think he's going to be a pretty good price for that as well.
Jules, what do you think? Someone you just would have to lock in this weekend?
I like Kenny, do like the Blazers game 1 and like the Blazers series. Another team that I like for the series are Kenny's Knicks, who are slowly becoming a dog, and you can get it plus money. And I'm shocked Kenny didn't go here. One of the reasons I like the Knicks so much is Julius Randle going against the Hawks. Yes, Clint Capella, it's a somewhat difficult matchup if he's on Randle some in the middle, but I mean, Randall was dominant in the 3 wins, the clean regular season sweep that the Knicks had over the Hawks. He averaged over 36 points per game in those games. We know how well he's rebounding. We know how well he's shooting the 3. He's been distributing. I think that Randall is going to be a guy that, like we said, these playoff slates, you got all the stars, you got him high priced. I think Randall's a nice little tick down to get some exposure to a guy playing at a superstar level.
Thanks for the insight, you two. Okay, guys, we already mentioned Raging Phillip a couple times, who's the returning back-to-back champ of this event. So why don't we hear from the man himself, as well as some of his competitors, as they describe their own style of play for a big tournament like the Fantasy Basketball World Championship.
I'm Raging Phillip, the 2-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championships, soon hopefully to be 3-time champion. Here's what I know. People bring different things to the table, and I think you have to be humble about or realistic about what your skill set is. I'm much more about sort of think it all through in detail, make the decision, and the levels of thinking are deeper than people would expect. You can't just take the output of a model and win. You constantly have to keep improving because the field is getting better and better. My way has worked for me, but it plays to my strengths. So it did work out last time. We'll see if it works this time.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol, just talking about the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So there's always this competing opinion of what is more important to have in a daily fantasy sports player or a daily fantasy sports lineup. Is it sports knowledge or is it like data modeling and statistics? And I think you have to be excellent at both. I mean, that's the only answer. I probably lean more towards the knowledge of the sports side. You know, a certain player is going to get more playing time, or they're looking for a player to take a more aggressive role on offense. And that's something that's going to help you out as you're picking your lineups, especially against the guys that are very, very projection based. But the statistics matter, right? Every shot matters, every rebound matters, every steal matters. Always had a natural kind of inclination for sports statistics, for math, for games like this, and this puts it all together.
As mentioned, Raging Phillip has taken home the title and the $1 million grand prize in each of the last 2 years. But this is the 7th edition of the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So here's a look at all of the previous winners of the event. This year's field is strong, with DraftKings Tournament of Champions winner Petty Theft 89 qualifying, as well as 2020 DraftKings Fantasy Football World Champ The Whistles Go Woo, who has 4 seats. Another familiar name in the field for anyone who follows DFS is Alex Baker, aka Awesemo. Here's Alex and some of his competitors explaining what makes the FBWC and the DraftKings Championship Series so special.
Hey, I'm Alex, also known by my DraftKings handle of Awesemo. When it comes to the DraftKings Championship Series, I'm really going for the glory. You can win a lot of money throughout the year in normal tournaments, but you can never win the title of being the best that year. I have a little bit of a target on my back because I've been playing so long and I've had a lot of basketball wins. I think other people in the daily fantasy tournaments see me as kind of a villain, I would say, because I think a lot of people, they're sick of seeing the same names at the top of tournaments. So what that means for me is I really gotta keep my game sharp. I think it would mean a lot to me if I was able to stand on top of that podium at Charlotte. If you told me that I could never play daily fantasy again, but I would definitely win the FBWC, I might take the FBWC. The DraftKings Championship Series, that's the king of competitions.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It just brings everyone together at the end of the year. 100 people, great prize pool. Still haven't got that title, though. I need to get that title this year at the FBWC. You're not just going to win this thing with projections. You're going to have to do some other stuff. You're going to have to watch some games. You're not going to get the job done just clicking that projection button. You could have a little bit of a rivalry going between the projections people And the game watchers, I like to go to battle with the projection people. They're just turning the projector on and they're running their teams. I don't like that. DraftKings Championship Series is definitely the king of competitions for me because it's like a feather in the cap type thing. You want to be the best. This is the champion of basketball this year. There's only one person that can win it.
Take a look at some facts about this year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. It offers a top prize of $1 million and is part of the second season of the DraftKings Championship Series. The winner of this event will earn a seat in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions for another shot at $1 million. That's all part of a total prize pool of $5 million guaranteed. There were 100 seats available, which were earned by 50 unique players, with a single player being able to earn a max of 5 seats. This year's event takes place in Charlotte, North Carolina, and is a live event. Aside from the DraftKings Tournament of Champions final, which was held at the Super Bowl, this is the first DK Fantasy World Championship event to be held in person since the 2019 Fantasy Hockey World Championships in Nashville. One of the fun things about DraftKings is getting to know some of the competitors and their interesting usernames. Take, for instance, the user that goes by Squirrel Patrol DK. Why Squirrel Patrol? Well, let's hear it from the man himself.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol. Why Squirrel Patrol? Is named after my dogs. So when I'm signing up for DraftKings, I'm just sitting there and she's literally coming up the stairs, yelling at the dogs, "Easy there, Squirrel Patrol." And I'm like, oh, Squirrel Patrol, that sounds funny. So the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship is the king of fantasy basketball just because of the field here is the best field I've ever seen. The live events are incredible because you get to meet the faces behind all of the competitors you've been competing against in tournaments the whole year. Yeah, so that's a great question. Like, who are the best fantasy players in the world? And that gets a little bit less than good natured sometimes on Twitter, right? Like sometimes people will say like, you're not that good, and it gets to be a little bit of a back and forth. Raging Phillip, that crazy animal has won it 2 years in a row. I'm coming after you, Raging Phillip. If I win the FBWC, I'll try to think up some kind of squirrel dance I can do, but I don't know what it'll look like. Could be frightening.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship coming up at the end of this month. My parents came here with the traditional American dream, 5 cents in your pocket and raise it as much as you can. I think DraftKings Championship Series can be a perfect example of the American dream, right? For me, giving back and giving to charity is always something that I've always tried to do. I've been able to celebrate a pretty successful career even before all this sports gambling, and I've always made sure to give what I could away. At the FBWC, whatever I end up winning, 1% I'm going to give to the charity of choice for the shadow competition. I will be rooting for you, and you should probably also be rooting for me. Here's my FBWC whistle. Go, woo!
This year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship serves as the 9th qualifier for the second season of the DraftKings Championship Series. At the end of the season, the best of the best will compete for $1 million in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. Over the course of the season, we will mint 100 millionaires while dishing out over $150 million across 100+ contests. And the man who oversees the whole thing is DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations and Commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series, Johnny Avello. He recently caught up with our own Adam Kaufman to discuss just how unique this concept is.
I am Adam Kaufman. It is a great thrill, as always, to be joined by Johnny Avello, who is, of course, the commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series. Johnny, how are you?
Hey, Adam, I am doing fabulous. Thank you.
So we got a lot to get into here over the next little while. Of course, it's all about the Championship Series. What is it in particular that makes this event, this entire series of events, so unique for skin in the game sports fans?
Well, there's a lot of money to be won and multiple ways to qualify. whether it's DFS or sports betting, or how about if it's casinos your thing? We're adding that to the championship series for 2021.
So year one of the championship series, as we know, was incredibly successful. Maybe was obviously altered along the way in a lot of ways with the coronavirus situation, but DraftKings able to rebound in such a great way, make it such an incredible series of events. Looking ahead to year two, what makes it even potentially that much bigger?
Well, we want to show our patrons how much we at DraftKings are committed to this series. Last year, we created approximately 50 or 60 millionaires. This year, we're crowning 100 millionaires.
So first tournament of champions, like I said, it was successful. The big thing that people were playing for, in addition to the money, was the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay and, of course, watch what was a lot of fun there in terms of that game. What is it in terms of specific events, maybe opportunities along those lines that people have to look forward to and put on their calendars this time around?
Well, we haven't announced the TOC venue yet, but we by no means ever do anything in modest proportion. So expect something quite sensational when we reveal it.
Any details that you can share about season two? Never mind the Tournament of Champions specifically, but just along the way.
Just that the venue will be spectacular. We're still working on where that's going to be, but just tune in and listen for more details.
So DK will be giving out more than $150 million over the course of this series of events, obviously. Now, you've been in business a long time and part of this business for a long time. Is this the biggest prize pool that you can remember being part of here?
I've always thought that $1 million was a big deal. Therefore, the answer to that question is yes. This is the largest, grandest, and most sizable amount of loot ever given out that I've experienced.
Hard to process that amount of money, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So as we look ahead to the immediate future here, you've got this event or this weekend, a qualifying event in Charlotte's, the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Now, aside from the Tournament of Champions, of course, being held at the Super Bowl, as we talked about, this right here is the first live final for DraftKings since back in 2019. It's been a little while. How important was it in the mind of the company to just get people together again and enjoying a live sweat?
Well, let me expand on the tournament this weekend. It'll be our largest basketball world championship ever, with $5 million in total prizes. Now, about the live finals. Making wagers and doing contests digitally is easy, it's efficient, and of course, that's a big part of our business. But there's a special excitement and exhilaration that happens only in a live event.
You mentioned earlier, or alluded to anyway, the Casino and Sportsbook Tournament of Champions. We've been talking so much about daily fantasy, of course, but lumping the three of these together, what more can you tell us about those other events?
Well, for the Sportsbook, there's the Pro Football Pick'em, where you select games against the spread. And then there's the Pro Football Survivor, where you simply select one team to win each week. And if they win, you advance. Both contests are now available to enter in 8 states, and that's growing. The casino tournament, I can't tell you a lot about yet. It's still being prepared, but just keep your eyes open for the launch.
We know this is exciting, all of it, everything we've been talking about, but what else can we look forward to for DraftKings and from DraftKings over the next few months?
Besides this week's basketball championships, we have an NBA Finals Game 1 only tournament in July. And then there's the $4 million guaranteed Fantasy World Golf Championships live at the Northern Trust starting on August 19th. Really, really exciting stuff, Adam.
50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend. But that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. With so many of the best DFS players in the same room this weekend, we're definitely going to see a number of different approaches and strategies strategies on how to tackle this $1 million contest. Right now, let's hear from two of this weekend's competitors as they break down their style of play. Here's Big T 44 and Osimo.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T 44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It's 100 seats. It's the best players in the world. I'm definitely more of a street fighter when it comes to my approach. I'm not super strategic. I'm going to just go in there and play the plays I like. I'm going to go in there swinging. So many ways that you can be successful instead of just pulling up the stat sheet. Okay, this guy's projected for 43 fantasy points. That is definitely not my style. I find my edge just from watching the games. I mean, every single night I'm watching the games. I'm following the info. There's no set in stone way. You can go a ton of different directions to be successful. I just love the competition. I want to win. I know it's cliche to say it, but I want to win. I want to be the champion, and that's what I plan to do.
The DraftKings Championship Series, this is the ultimate one because it takes all the best players from each championship and pits them together to find out who's got the best stuff. Basketball is particularly competitive because you got to know the stats. You got to know how other people are playing. Honestly, like with me, what you see is what you get. I'm probably going to take the same strategies I've been using all year and use them in the WFBC. And hopefully I can ride a little bit of a lock on for the top of the leaderboard. You got to get past me if you want to win these tournaments. So that's a pretty big obstacle, at least I would like to think.
Some facts about this year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. There's $5 million in guaranteed prize money at this event for the 50 unique users that qualified. That includes $1 million to first, plus a seat at the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. The $1 million first prize is just one of $100 million contests that will be part of this year's DraftKings Championship Series. This is actually a 2-day event covering a 6-game playoff slate, 2 Saturday night, 4 Sunday with late swap. Of the 50 qualifiers, 8 have earned multiple seats in the event, with 5 players max qualifying with 5 seats. Back in December of last year, I had the chance to talk to David Bergman, otherwise known as the Whistles Go Woo, on DraftKings after he won the $1 million top prize at the Fantasy Football World Championships. Well, he's back again, this time qualifying for the live basketball final in Charlotte. And here, David tells us about his journey to the FBWC.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. The DraftKings Championship Series is, of course, about the money that you're going to win in these events. Because let's not marginalize that. We're talking about some pretty big prize tickets. But it's also the journey. I am chasing it for the feeling of accomplishment. I've always believed that doing what you love is more important than chasing any money, because the money will follow if you do what you love. I think the DraftKings Championship Series is like having a really fantastic meal that you're gonna go ahead and eat. You've got the appetizers, which is just getting to the big game. Then you have the setting the lineups, which is like starting to eat the main course. The games begin, you're there. And then at the end, if you're not succeeding, maybe you don't have your dessert in the meal. But if you are succeeding, you may get that cherry on top. DraftKings Championship Series, the king of competitions. Want some? Woo woo!
I'm Raging Phillip, the 2-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball champion, going for a 3rd championship. Winning my first FBWC was great because I felt like it was a statement. I'm good at this. Yeah, I want to win this one. I want to win 3 in a row. Well, I was hoping to trademark the term DFS three-peat, but apparently I'm too late. Like at the best, my chance is 10%. That's assuming I have a crazy edge. But yes, there are definitely rivalries in the FBWC. I don't really want to read this tweet about how you got knocked down, but you're going to get back up again, buddy. You're not that good. Maybe you got knocked down because you needed to get knocked down. It just is annoying as hell. The DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championship is the king of basketball championships.
50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend, but that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. That's going to do it for our preview show. Be sure to stay tuned all weekend on the Dream Stream for coverage of the FBWC. I'm Jesse Cofield. Thanks for tuning in.
This is nice, isn't it? This is good.
Yeah, we're live. Nice.
It's been so well. It hasn't been that long. It has. You know
what happened to once a month?
Yeah. What? You know what confuses me?
What?
How is it that Daniel, our TD, is here every time we get together? It's almost like he looks at the schedule and says, I need to be there for this. This is an event, and I want to be present.
Maybe.
Or it's dumb luck. Could be dumb luck. I'm not going to rule that out.
Happy Daniel's here.
Daniel, me too.
Daniel just likes to go along for the ride, I guess.
So, well, you know us. He's Brendan Glasheen. I'm Adam Kaufman. It's great to be with you. We are ill-prepared for this in the sense that we each made a contest.
Yeah.
An embarrassing number of entries for both of them, by the way. I mean, I don't know what is going on with the DK. Is this what happens when the weather gets nice and people are allowed to go out and do things now? I mean, a year ago at this time, people were locked down. We're getting thousands of people watching, lineups filling up like crazy. You know, now, what do we get, like 100 in each one out of the two? And I made my lineup or created the contest last night. Where are you, people?
We can't yell at the people that do come because they are here.
Well, tell your friends.
You're speaking to people that aren't here.
Where are the people? Tell the people. Executive session says, let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, we'll probably find something to fight about. You know what I did make sure I had to do, though? So you made a contest. I made a contest. I entered lineups in both. I made different lineups, which is very out of character for me. But in yours, I made sure to captain Aaron Rodgers.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Because I felt I had to.
Yeah. I kind of told you to. I'm glad you did that.
Didn't really have a choice.
I captained Mitch today.
Oh, man, Mitch. All right.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Jones, Tariq Cohen, Mercedes Lewis, MVS, and Montgomery. No Rodgers to be found.
No Rodgers. All right. Well, I guess I should give both my lineups, right? Stay true to what we got going on. So one of them includes, let's see. Yours is Aaron Rodgers in the captain spot. I do have Mitch Trubisky, Allen Robinson, MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Then I had to go a little bit cheaper, Ted Ginn Jr. and Mason Crosby. So that's one of them. The other lineup that I will be keeping an eye on in the contest that I created with, I almost maxed out the salary. I went MVS at captain, went cheaper captain, and then Aaron Jones, Devontae Adams, Devin Funchess, so heavy on Green Bay, and then a couple of Bears, Allen Robinson and Ted Ginn Jr. No QBs in that lineup.
Okay. I've got both contests open, and I'll open up the free one to the public.
Love it.
I mean, at least that's still getting pretty good numbers.
Yeah, where are we at? How many entries in that one?
Almost 8,000.
Oh, do better. I was hoping you were going to say like 13,000.
Oh, you can't get mad at the people that aren't playing.
Everyone has friends in the chat. Tell your friends. Tell your family. What happened to those of you that used to watch these Sims with your significant others? Tell your wives, tell your girlfriends, your boyfriends, your husbands, whomever it is, your roommates. Get the people in here. Steven says, happy Madden matinee to all. Good to see Cough and Glash. There will be more entertainment than an hour of NBA. No pressure.
I think that 2 o'clock game is actually pretty good. I forgot that Miami knocked Milwaukee out last year.
Yeah. So I made my, I just put them out on Twitter a few minutes ago. I made my official round one series predictions.
So many hashtags.
So many hashtags. That's why I even hashtags. I almost included another hashtag that said, like, what about you? You know, just looking for people's opinion. I'm sorry, are you telling me how to work social media now, Mr. TikTok? Guy gets famous on TikTok, and all of a sudden I got to figure out how I use my social media?
I'm just curious as to why, like, by using hashtags at the bottom, you're acknowledging, yeah, I'm annoying with these hashtags.
I'm acknowledging that it's ridiculous, but it's
you
my
still do it.
It's my gimmick. I hashtag a lot of stuff. What can I tell you? Let's get underway. Green Bay will get the ball first. Kickoff in virtual Lambeau Field. AD Poker says, let me call grandma real quick about this. You should. Let your grandma, I mean, look, Tom Carroll's grandma watches. Grammy Carroll watches. Where's your grandma, AD Poker?
Both of my grandmas are dead, so I don't want them.
What the hell, man?
What? It's true. It's fine. They've been gone for a while. I've accepted it.
Yeah, but way to head to a dark place immediately.
Well, I'm just getting it out there now before folks go, where's your grandma?
Where's your grandma? Well, great.
Okay,
Let's just play that game. Yeah, well, so I've got one dead grandma and another one who, is 97 and doesn't know up from down. So great. Yeah, I'm glad everyone's grandma's doing well. What the hell, man?
I'm just getting it out of the way.
Just want to put it out there. Daniel says this
before I
train's going
attack
off the
someone
tracks
in
a
the
lot
chat.
faster than usual.
Well, because I know someone's going to be like, well, why don't your grandmas watch? And then I'm going to make someone feel bad. So just before someone feels bad, I'm just going to tell everyone what's up. That's all. You can go back.
Your grandma's watching. They're dead.
We can put the train back on the tracks a little bit.
Nah, where's the fun in that? AD Poker, yeah, she's on that Murder, She Wrote marathon. Would that be on like the History Channel at this point in time? Where would one find a Murder, She Wrote marathon?
MF Jones, y'all hilarious.
Executive Sessions. I got 3 dead grandparents. Was this a competition? Hey, who's lost all 4? Where are we going with this? Yeah, AD Poker. Yeah, that got dark.
Well, this all started with you yelling at people that are here about people that aren't here.
I'm just looking for a little support. Just a little support. Fernando says, thanks, DK, for my 2 favorite commentators. Like watching Skip and Shannon, LOL. I mean that in a good way.
Oh, God, who's who?
Oh, man. I don't know. Which one would be which? It's a good question. Spaz says it's my birthday, and I'm here with y'all. Big 4-0 today. Happy birthday, Spaz. That's awesome.
I haven't watched a Skip Bayless program in a long time.
Been a hot minute, for sure. Likewise. I haven't watched any of those shows in a while. Like, this has become, my favorite sports talk show. The Dream Stream. I'll be doing some work, and I'll put on Rossi and Freeze Pops in the background.
Yeah, it's out of habit. You can't run from it. The DraftKings Dream Stream.
Nah, man, we're here. We are here. We're very much here.
If each of your bobbleheads could make a lineup, we'd be up over 15,000 interest.
Maybe higher.
Yeah,
could be. My dolls.
You said it. Scott says make accounts for your kids, and the kids will have to get them.
Well, that's not exactly street legal, Scott.
Right. Nope.
There are restrictions on lineup building. Steven says, I guess Glash is not allowed on the Cough porch yet. Well, I mean, we're getting there. The weather's nicer. We're both vaccinated. I mean, at some point in time, we got to get you out here back on the porch.
Yeah. Nice.
Lord knows you owe me some Chinese food.
Got to get that in there. Just can't appreciate my company. He's got to need a delivery too.
I've been eating leftover Chinese for a week, so don't feel pressured to like deliver it tomorrow either. You can take your time on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Aaron.
Oh,
got it! Touchdown! Devontae Adams. Wouldn't you know? My captain in one lineup in Rodgers, and then the receiver in another lineup. Where's the stack, Koff? Where's the stack?
I didn't play either of those guys, so not a good start.
Not a great start.
Unlucky gamer. Well, turned on the sim while the wife was on TikTok. First thing she hears is a conversation about dead grandmas. Thanks, guys. She already thought watching simulated football was bad enough.
Well, does she have all her grandparents? I hope she does. Tom's Microwave. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Yeah, I have opened up both contests as well. So we have 95 in the one that Glash created.
Yeah, not good.
105 in the one that I created. You add those two up, we have one full contest.
That's one way of looking at it.
That's the glasses half full way of looking at it. Rowdy Dorito, you guys need a Hollywood Squares type sim with like 8 of you at once. Just no Doocy so everyone can talk a little bit. You were here for this. So did you, I don't know if you happen to see or tune in or you're just aware of it. So I was wearing the other day I have this Celtic shirt. It's a Brad Stevens shirt. It's sort of a I don't know where it's a takeoff of, because it's not the only one that exists. There are plenty of them for different people in the world, but it's like the caricature of just the face, and then it says the one word under it. So in my case, it's Brad Stevens. It's again a drawing of his face, and under it says hope, and then under
okay, yeah.
In Brad we trust, something like that. So somebody in the chat, I wish I could remember who, it might have been like Mike Bizzle or somebody, says, you guys need to make one of those for for Kenny, except underneath his face it'll just say nope.
Oh my God. Nope instead of hope. Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. Kenneth had a little bit of a rough go yesterday. Terrellin can attest to this. It was kind of, but like I like to say on Fridays, at least Kenny's now gone for a couple days, so he can regroup and be back here on Monday.
Oh, is he vacationing?
No, he's just not calling Sims.
Is he suspended?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, he's just not working.
Well, you know what? I do want to reward the people who are here, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
With just a little something. And maybe you guys could, I don't know if you noticed. So normally in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby, when I make these contests for Sims that I'm doing, I have a very specific pattern. Madden Matinee, for instance, the whatever. What did I call this one? The coffin clash together again, free roll, something like that. And I'll do it for the nooner, I'll do it for the early bird special, I'll do it for the happy hour sim, I'll do it for prime time, I'll do it for Madden After Dark, I'll do it for all of them. I have a very specific pattern when I'm making my lineups or contests. You may have noticed, however, that I am doing the 10 o'clock tonight. I am doing Madden After Dark, and I broke pattern in the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. There is a contest that is called This One's Special, You Don't Want to Miss Madden After Dark. So there's something, I've told no one about it. Rossi, who I'm calling the game with, he doesn't know. No one on the crew knows. No one on this crew knows. You don't know. No one knows what is going to happen on Madden After Dark tonight. All I can tell people, and I promise, this is not like a Patrick announcement. I promise you people, you want to tune in. You want to tune in for Madden After Dark tonight. You will not be disappointed. That's all I'm going to say about it. There is no chance on this earth you will be let down by what is going to happen on Madden After Dark tonight. I think even Daniel might stop by. He's going to be so excited.
Any guesses, anybody?
You can guess all you want. You can guess away in the chat. I'm not going to confirm or deny anything. I'm giving zero hints because I'm just that excited about it. So,
let that process, everybody.
To make a contest, be here for Madden After Dark.
Must Be says, I imagine Glash hanging out after the WNBA broadcast, running around the arena eating floor candy.
I love that Terrellin just writes in the Slack channel privately. So what is it? Like I'm going to tell her. Oh, well, since you asked. 80 Poker says, sounding pretty confident over there, Koff. Kyle says Koff's going to actually play the Madden Sim. I'm not, but how fun would it be to do like a, midnight on, it's not happening, at least not tonight. Maybe at some point in time it could happen. But like after Madden After Dark, midnight on, like you and I go on Twitch and do a Madden sim, or not a sim, a Madden game against one another and just let the people watch. That'd be fun.
River Rat is suspecting that Raheem Mostert is going to stop by.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
As much as I love that, I got to think we'd really promote the heck out of that. Not just like whoever shows up. Like, I think you'd probably see something all over the DK account. Or Raheem to the stream actually happening. Tony says, really, Koff? You have a surprise for us? Okay, well, let's see. Unlucky Gamer, please tell me it's not another dead grandma conversation. I don't think it will be. Scotty Too Hottie says, Koff's going to eat pizza. I'll tell you what, Scotty Too Hottie. Even I believe, I know like we've talked a lot about that, but even I believe that that would be a really lame announcement on my part. Like everyone we get 7,000 people show up and here we go, guys, I'm going to take a bite of pizza. Like that would be narcissism at a whole level that I have not yet experienced. To think that everyone would tune in just to watch me take a bite out of pizza. So no, that's not what it is.
Unlucky Gamer won some money. Nice. Good.
Completes that pass. Short gain. About 30 seconds left here in the first.
You think the Celts making a game tonight? Because Steven is right. There's a situation where Madden After Dark could be starting and the C's are wrapping up.
I hope you have multiple screens. You got a TV and a phone? You got a computer? I'm just saying.
Yes, but it's a little different now this time of year. Folks are really want to pay attention.
All right, well, here's what people can do. Sincerely. And I mean, it'd be easy for me to say, like, well, pause the Celtics game and just finish it after, but no one's going to do that. I'm not dumb. Here's what you could do. All these dream streams, they get archived on YouTube. Tune in after the fact. Watch it after. Check out Madden After Dark. Just know that you won't be experiencing it with us live. And you will have to live with that one way or the other.
I'd rather watch the Celtics.
Well, if it's a game, yeah, I'm with you.
Well, but you
Touchdown!
have to work.
Devin Bunches! 46-yard score. Bunches of funches.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to watch the Celtics.
Tom's Microwave. He's retiring from NBA DFS. Yes, tonight is my farewell speech. No more head-to-heads. BK and I are doing Classic, which obviously is underway, as well as Showdowns for all of today's games.
Awesome.
We missed the first one, you and I, but we could do the rest if you really want.
I'll do Celtics.
Okay. Hey, smash that like button, huh? Can we get to 150? 150 seems reasonable. We can get there a number of entries in the contest. I think we can get there on the like button. Smash that like button, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you.
Herzberg is really upset.
What?
Shut up about your loser life and comment about the game. I spent my hard-earned money on this game. You are making DraftKings a joke. I'm going to take my betting money elsewhere, you loser.
Man.
Is that 200 character?
Obi-Wan's burner needs to calm down.
Yeah, at least he has a name. At least Obi-Wan calls you by your name.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Sorry you feel that way?
Koff is going to tuck Kenny in his bunk bed.
Man, if that dude gets a race car bed, I am in. And one.
Susan says, what about us grandmothers that go to bed early? Can you announce a sim earlier?
I mean, we've got a nooner.
All goes back to the grandmas.
Yeah, we can't get much earlier than this one right here. Mo says you are proposing on behalf of Kenny during the sim. I think I asked him about that once, not proposing on his behalf, but how his girlfriend would feel about being proposed to during a sim, and he did not think it would be the way she would choose, which I understand. Hunter says, don't worry, man. He's just mad he ain't winning. You guys are doing amazing.
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Jared says, Kaufman, Glash, best friends for life. We're okay anyway. Jeff says, Jeff, this isn't an airport. No need to announce your departure. Nobody's leaving. Don't worry. There's no big, I guess that much I will say. There's no big, like, Madden After Dark announcement, like, this is my last sim. Thanks for coming out. I've really enjoyed the last year. I'm never leaving. It's nothing like that. Not to worry. I don't know what I would do without all of you.
I'm going to watch the Celtics.
You would ask me did you ask me how the series was going to go or how I thought tonight was going to go for the Celtics?
Tonight, specifically, because of your pitch to people to not miss Madden After Dark. You got to be prepared.
I think, for starters, let's not presume everybody listening is a Celtics fan. you know,
Well, no, an NBA fan to watch the game.
Yeah.
It'll also be the final sweat of their lineups.
Yeah, good point. I do think
Thank you.
that. So my prediction is Nets are going to win in 5, and I think you could make I think you can make a real case that if the Celtics are going to steal a game, it's this one or it's game 3. That being the first game in Boston. The reason, of course, they could take this one tonight. Played really well against Washington, you know, a little bit of momentum. Tatum's playing out of his mind right now, and just the real lack of continuity on the part of the Nets. Kyrie Irving, James Harden, Kevin Durant have played 8 total games together this year. So while I certainly expect them to win the series easily and handedly, I don't think they're going to be playing their best basketball tonight. I think tonight's going to be a close game, and I wouldn't be at all shocked if the Celtics stole game 1. What about you?
I don't know. I want to see what it looks like with Brooklyn. How many games they play together? 7?
I don't remember, but it's not even relevant because the rosters were different for all of them.
I'm kind of the belief I kind of hope it all ends sooner rather than later. I just want to end this season. But a run would be nice. It will be fun to see Kyrie in the Garden in front of fans next week.
He is going to get booed mercilessly, and I am here for it. Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. What a punt. Snuck in, rolled in there. Too bad. 14-0 Green Bay, by the way. I was hoping we were in safety territory.
Yeah, Funchess and Adams have the touchdowns. Adams was closer to the goal, and the Funchess touchdown was like kind of a deep one. My lineup smells.
Daniel says, but I don't want the Celtics to surprise the Nets too early in the series. Well, you think they're going to surprise them late? I mean, Celtics aren't going to win this series. I don't even know what I would do if the Celtics won this series, other than just be incredibly shocked. I mean, this is like, you know, like eyebrow shaving season for you if the Celtics were to do something that bizarre and remarkable. It's not going to happen.
Is that on the record?
It's not. But I think that you may as well surprise them early, because the more comfortable they get, the more they get into a groove. The uglier it's going to get. You're not going to outscore the Nets. You're not going to beat the Nets, 150 to 140. And that is a prolific offense. There's no doubt about it. Where you could potentially surprise them or get them off their game a little bit is the Nets don't defend. They don't care to defend. It's not, like Mike D'Antoni's an assistant coach there. They do not care to defend. It's not their MO. It's not where they're expending their energy. So if the Celtics actually can be locked in defensively, which they have not been all season long on any sort of consistent basis, and they are missing one of their better defenders in Jaylen Brown, and you don't know what you're going to get out of Robert Williams, who apparently is going to play, but he's certainly not at full strength. You have to have a lower scoring game. And for the Nets, that would be like winning, 100 to 95. You want me to just keep going, or you just...
No, I'm thinking.
I know you're doing 3 of these in a row, but you're going to have to contribute to this one a little bit.
Oh, all right. Jordan... Thanks, Jordan. Jordan's a big fan of The Sims, whether or not he can watch. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm excited really for just the side stories to this series rather than the basketball itself. I mean, based on your hashtag, your big. There we go. It was a touchdown. Aaron Jones.
Hey, Aaron. I got you, Jones.
You are really chugging that Coca-Cola. Wow.
It's empty now. Look. Nothing left.
How many sodas do you drink a day?
1.
Okay.
I could drink several and enjoy it, but I limit myself to 1 a day.
That's good.
I mean, some out there, the anti-soda people will tell you that even 1 a day is like insane.
Kinda.
I mean, you were a soda guy before you decided to finally,
ditch it.
Get in shape.
Yeah, I was. I mean, it was kind of hard to ignore working at that DraftKings office. You just see it was overwhelming.
So have you quit soda? You're done with soda?
Yeah, but every once in a while, after a night, you go and get one from the McDonald's drive-through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Whew,
yeah. Well, I mean, look, a good McDonald's fountain Coke.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Based on your tweet here with all the hashtags and your picks, you see one series going 7. I think this might
a lot of 6.
A lot of 6s.
And I think there's only one real upset in there, I think, if I remember right.
I think you're right, though. This Denver Portland series is going to be a doozy.
It really surprises me so many people are looking off of Portland and just assuming that, well, Jokic and he's got some guys that like, yeah, I mean, I'd feel that way about Denver too if Jamal Murray were healthy, but he's not. And
right. So who's stopping Lillard? Right.
Let's not underestimate how well-rounded that Blazers team is. They could absolutely beat Denver. Which is why I think they will. Well, why don't we just real quick, let's look at the predictions. I'll tell you, I mean, I know you know, but I'll tell anyone who doesn't have the tweet up and tell you what I'm thinking, but you tell me what you're thinking as well. So I have Nets over the Celtics in 5. What about you?
Yeah, sounds about right. 5 games.
The gentleman's sweep, not the sweep, the gentleman's sweep.
Gentleman's.
All right, Bucks Heat. I do think Miami's gonna, and I have no idea what's going on in that game right now. I haven't even looked.
I don't either.
But I do think Miami's going to put up a fight. I have Bucks in 6. So, looks like the Heat are up right now, 13-8.
Clearly it shouldn't shock us if Miami wins the series, right? I think it's going 7, but I like Milwaukee too. That would mean Milwaukee would have to win.
Throw out games, or are you just tossing out winners?
Winners. Well, because I'm going off your tweet. You have them in 6, so I figure.
Have them in 6. But what about you?
I think it's Milwaukee in 7. I don't think the Bucks are. I think the Bucks. They're going to be really tested here. This ain't going to be easy. But I think that the Holiday factor will help them. Miami is not as lethal as they were last year, but I like Milwaukee to win the series. I don't think they're good enough though. They're going to win Game 6. I think Miami's going to force a Game 7 into this thing.
Okay. Sixers Wizards. I debated actually having this series end in 5, but I'm going to give Russ and Beal, more so Russ, the benefit of the doubt, and I have the Sixers in 6.
6 seems like too many. I think 5.
Okay. I get it. Kyle says, who's noted Wizards fan, says Wiz in 4. Kyle and Ops. I'm happy for Kyle, especially with, I know he's not a big hockey guy, but the way that the Bruins are just starting to dismantle the Capitals, Kyle needed a little positivity in his life, and he's very happy. He's much more loyal to the Wizards than he is to the Capitals, and very excited that the nation's capital is representing in basketball for him for at least another couple weeks. This thing's a laugher, by the way. 21-0 Green Bay as we approach the half. Couple minutes still to go. Madden Mitch.
Yeah, not good. I played mostly, I played Mitch and the 2 running backs from Chicago. I was really just trying to spite Aaron Rodgers, and you're here, so it's not working.
Sure. I've got, I'd basically be top 25 in both these contests right now, but one of them I am. The other one I'm in the 60s because my lineup there is not as good.
And we have a 3-way tie for first place in the public contest with Funchess captain, Rodgers, Jones, Cohen, MVS, Packers D. So a Packers stack and Cohen.
Where are Sarah and Mac Mama when you need them? Knicks Hawks.
I was with them last night.
Knicks, I saw that all over Instagram.
Koff, what is this? Are you anti-Instagram?
No, that's where I saw you guys
all over Twitter.
That's where I saw you guys having a social good time. Putting out all those stories.
Koff is anti-Instagram.
I'm not anti-Instagram. It's just it's so clearly not my. I don't even want to say not my generation. There are plenty of people my age that use Instagram like crazy. It's just never. I don't know. It feels like just an extra thing for me.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely is. I'm glad you're there, though.
I never post. I don't even really scroll the wall. You know what I do? I open Instagram a couple times a day, and I like rapidly click through whatever the first stories are that show up. You know, I'll click through like, I don't know, a half dozen people, and then I close it. And if it's someone that I, you know, is doing something that, I don't know, looks interesting or fun or whatever, maybe I will reply with like an emoji. And that's about it. That's all that happens. I lead a very boring Instagram life. You know what? I also have like, for better or worse, I'm really bad about accepting, you know, the requests, the friend requests or whatever on Instagram.
Followers.
The followers. Yeah. I looked, I've got like 200 pending, like, will you accept?
Just be public.
Well, because I don't know, I post pictures of my kids.
Oh, so you use it like Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now maybe I could rip those down and just accept everybody. I could do
Koff,
that.
you could capitalize on the live element of Instagram. You could do like Celtics stuff.
I could.
You go live tonight.
During the sim?
Well, during Celtics, which yes would be during the sim.
I could. Anybody saying anything interesting in the chat, or is it just the two of us here?
Jared Kilgore says, my much preferred coughing glass saying God knows what about absolutely nothing.
Aren't we doing that right now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's good. I get it. People want us to talk about the sim, though, too, but it's 21-3. Kind of smells.
Yes, it's not a good sim.
We had a good sim. Rossi and I had a good sim at noon. Went to overtime.
Good. So
a lot of
proud
scoring.
you. Let's finish up the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, sorry.
Knicks Hawks. I'm not a Hawks guy, nor am I really a big Knicks guy, but there's no question Tibbs has them putting in the effort, putting in the work. So I'm going to say New York in 6.
That sounds right. I will take the Knicks as well in 6 games.
To the West.
Real quick though. Good to see that Trae Young is back in the
it is
postseason. So that should
also
make it
good to see that my dude, who like I've forever longed for being a Celtic, it'll never happen. But my dude Julius Randle is just, what a year. Often a really fun fantasy play as well. But he's had a great season. I've enjoyed watching him. All right, Western Conference. Clippers Mavericks. That one's kind of interesting. I've got the Clips in 6, but I thought about 7. I also kind of thought about 5, which is kind of where I landed on 6. Bunches.
Whoa.
Inside the 10.
That might be the bonus for him. Yep, that's the bonus for sure.
Yeah, he's been awesome. 4 for up over 100.
And like we said, he's the captain in the winning lineup. Talk about the sim. Okay. Let's see. That was a good series in the bubble last year. Apparently, have you heard this? That apparently, like Luka, Porzingis, and the Carla. I guess it's not that it's not working, but it's not a perfect relationship. You heard that stuff?
I've not heard it. I'm not surprised.
Really?
Well, I would be, I guess, more surprised about Luka and Carlisle. I'm not surprised that Porzingis isn't a perfect fit. I mean, guy's hardly ever out there on the floor either. It's probably pretty disruptive.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of talent there. So I guess by you having, all right, let's watch the second role play. Okay.
Khaled, by the way, says the Knicks are the 2021 NBA champions. I will have what he's having.
Thundering Ice, I think you're both good guys, but as far as betting on the Sims, I would much rather have Brandon Gaudin and Charles Davis calling this game. Well, sorry,
if you want the more traditional play-by-play, then yeah, that's what you would have.
They are the guys that call the game. I don't know what to say. We're here, so. And if we weren't here, we wouldn't be able to get paid to work. So.
Yeah, I mean, those guys aren't paid to be here.
Yeah, really. It's programmed. Back to the task at hand.
We have Mason Crosby field goal on the way here, by the way.
6 or 7 games. I think it's gonna. The Clippers are gonna win the series. I don't know if they win it in 5. That means that I don't believe a lot in Dallas, but I kind of do. You said 6.
I said 6.
That sounds right. 6 sounds right. I don't know, man. A lot of pressure on that Clippers team. There's a lot of pressure on the Clippers.
Yeah. Although not as much as there would be if Doc Rivers were still there. But, yeah, I mean, Kawhi has kind of fallen. We were talking about this with LaMarca last night in our NBA watch along or follow along show that we do on Friday nights here. Kawhi has fallen out of the conversation a little bit when it comes to top players in the NBA.
Which we'll see how he responds to that. Maybe he'll have a big run, and maybe it's like, okay, here we are. We're back where we're supposed to be. Time to make a run. We embarrassed ourselves last year. You might get that kind of Kawhi Leonard. Maybe we'll see something we haven't seen from him yet. Because, man, that guy's stock was super high.
Yeah.
With the Spurs run, guarding LeBron. Then he goes, of course, to Toronto. He's the savior there. Then the offseason news, of course, teaming with Paul George. Like, Kawhi Leonard's stock was that was its peak. That 2.5-year run there with 3 different teams.
80 Poker's got us, says, you guys are still the best at this. Don't even have to watch the sim, just good convo. Lindenbaum points out, Cough Glash, how come neither of you have mentioned Julio supposedly wanted to be traded to the Patriots?
Because we're fair. We don't talk about the Patriots ever.
I honestly, Jordan, one, I did talk about it with Moose a little bit last night because we had a Falcon sim, so it made sense to talk about Julio. And we talked about not just about the Patriots, we talked about all the potential landing spots that have been rumored. But in addition to that, yeah, I mean, you guys you get exhausted with Pats talk when the Pats are not remotely relevant to the sim. Not to say NBA is, but obviously NBA is very relevant to what's going on in the sports world. But you know, third quarter we can mix in some quick thoughts on Julio because I'm sure we both have them. Steve says there should be a secondary group of commentators that people can switch to that just do play-by-play. It'll make about 12 people happy.
Well, we can't please everyone no matter what we do, so it's fine. We get that.
Meager says, Cough, did you tell Glash about our head-to-head yesterday? Meager and I did a head-to-head for last night's showdown. And he...
Wait, NBA or Madden?
NBA.
Oh.
And normally, I take Meager to task. It's you know, I've certainly won more than I've lost. But Meager last night embarrassed me. And I'm going to tell you why. Meager not only crushed me by somewhere in the vicinity of, I don't know, 20, 30 points in that Warriors-Grizzlies game, he did so with a 0 in the captain spot, which is just disrespectful. He played Eric Pascal at captain and then loaded up his flex, which I respect. He's like, no, screw this. I'm going to get as many of those high-priced guys in there as I can. And just
a tactic I feel like rarely works. Typically, it could work, but you better get a really good game.
Yeah, and it worked. You know, like I had Steph in the captain, as most people would for that showdown, and he lit it up. He had, I don't even know, 90 points or maybe more than that. But obviously, my value flex guys did not show up, and Meager just owned me in that showdown last night. I was proud of it. It's like it was. I
wish I felt bad for you.
I went all Ron Burgundy in Anchorman. You know, Will Ferrell with I'm not even mad. That's amazing. Wait, Baxter, you ate a whole wheel of cheese?
Get him again. Play him again tonight. Actually, this might be a time to run. Take it and run.
Missed field goal take us into the half. So we will finish up our NBA conversation. We have 3 series left that we haven't done. We can get to a little Julio as well.
You know, I know you love basketball, and I know you love...
Thank you.
Do you really love playing all these head-to-heads? Or do you,
I'm not sure I understand the question.
This feels more like a job sometimes, I feel like, with you, and not like out of joy.
So I will say that as I was chasing the 25,000 DK crowns for Iron Man status toward the end of a very busy, long season, you know, there were definitely some nights there where it was like, I don't necessarily feel like playing tonight, but I can't miss nights. I need to get the crowns. You know, like I've come this far. I need to persevere. But then there are other nights, like obviously today, you know, we haven't had a classic in a few days. So I've been itching. Now I actually once I made my lineup, I hated it and I hate the slate and I don't like, you know, what the options are for those 4 games. And in general, I just prefer a larger slate, which we're not going to get in the playoffs, I understand. But if it were if I had my druthers, I don't know about you, you do them almost as much as I do. Maybe you have the same or a different opinion, but like I would rather have a big one, like a 9, 10, 11 game slate as opposed to the 4 or 5 game slate. I realize a little more work goes into it, but you get that much more differentiation, which I enjoy.
But what I will say is the bigger slates are clearly during the regular season, and that's when everyone's hurt or resting. And at least with this, it's like when I was looking up stuff to make
it's
lineups
more dependable.
today,
Yeah, you have an idea of who's going to play.
I'm looking at names of guys to consider. I'm like, I haven't seen like James Harden in a write-up in forever.
Right.
Like now it's like you actually have. It almost felt like a new. And that's a real problem with the league, if you ask me. It's like now everyone gives a crap. Like they give a crap. Yeah. I know it's the playoffs. In any year, that matters, but more than ever because the regular season has lost so much meaning. That's why the play-in was good. It was a good thing.
Yep. Sure.
Are you anti-play-in?
I'm not anti. I'm just not pro. I'm down. I just don't see a point. I don't think it's necessary. Now, I will at least say. I thought the Warriors were going to win last night. I think most people probably did. So the fact that the Grizzlies won and you had one of the seeds that otherwise would have missed the playoffs, it didn't go chalk. Like the East went chalk. Celtics were the 7, the Wizards were the 8. It went chalk. The Lakers were the 7. They finished as the 7. And if the Warriors had finished as the 8, the play-in, other than getting that one great game and a bunch of crappy games, it would have been chalk. Now, what we wound up with was some kind of crummy games in the East, and then obviously the Lakers-Warriors game was great, and the Grizzlies-Warriors game was great. So, I mean, if you're the NBA, I get why the league's doing it, and it certainly was successful, and now you're seeing that the objective personified, right? You had a lower seed get in with the Grizz, who what's probably a little disappointing for the league, just from a marketing, rating standpoint, is you're not going to have nearly the viewership for the Jazz and Grizzlies as you would have had for the Jazz and the Warriors, especially when people would have expected the Warriors and Steph Curry and all that to win that series. So I don't think that's great, but I do think that the league loves it. It's not going anywhere. It's here to stay. So whether you're sort of down the middle on it and just don't see it being necessary when already half the league is making the postseason, why do we at the end of the regular season need to see 2/3 of the league in contention for playoff spots? That's ultimately how I feel. But if you're right there with me, if you're against it, if you're for it, none of that matters because it's staying. Adam Silver views it as having worked. Ratings, I think, probably showed that it worked. Late regular season games where those teams were competing for seeding and spots, and obviously 6+ million people watched that Lakers-Warriors March Madness style 1-game playoff kind of feel to it. So it's been successful, no doubt.
It definitely got a lot of attention in its first year, its inaugural year. I think mainly because the fact the folks were like, wait, the Lakers might actually have to play in this thing. Like that gave it legs.
Right.
The final 3 weeks of the regular season. Like, wait a
especially
second.
LeBron coming out and saying like whoever came up with this should be fired.
Yeah. The fact the Lakers were even in the discussion to be playing in it gave the play-in tournament legs the last few weeks. And then they ended up in it and they barely won the game. Mm-hmm. So I think that does help. It's like,
well, and how often are you going to see, what effectively is a game 7 between Steph and LeBron? You wouldn't have probably seen that this year under normal circumstances because the Warriors are not nearly the championship Warriors that they've been in years past. So this was your opportunity, and it was a great game.
Yeah, it's like I was saying this to Rossi. We were doing the schedule game for Philadelphia and Arizona. When you see schedules with a lot of divisional games at the end of the season. And that was an NFL strategy to be like, okay, let's try to make sure we have more teams in it and contending with more division games at the end of the season. So that way teams like a Philly that might have, we looked at Philadelphia's schedule, their first 11 games, they have 1 game in the division, their first 11.
That's nuts.
It is nuts. They play Washington twice in the last 3 weeks of the season. So they could be like 3-7, but be in it because they have only 1 division game. And that division, of course, is just always a mess. So I think it's a good tactic. I think all of these sports, they want more teams to feel like they're in it for as long as possible.
Well, and the NBA, unlike other sports, has a tanking problem. And obviously they have tried to remedy that with this tournament, which worked to a degree. You know, like it's not like it solved tanking or anything like that. I mean, if you're going to tell me, and we're not talking about players, we're not talking about coaches, we're talking about front offices, obviously. Front offices are the ones who tank. And if you're going to tell me like the Pistons, the Magic, the Cavs, the Rockets, the Thunder, like teams like that weren't tanking, as Aaron Jones taking it to the house all the way from the 17, Green Bay Massacre continues at Lambeau. 83-yard score for number 33. Ugly. So ugly. All those teams, those handful of teams that I just mentioned, they tanked. They didn't give a crap about the play-in tournament. They weren't chasing anything. Like the Pelicans were chasing, they fell short. The Kings were chasing, they fell short. Timberwolves fell out of it. You know, they had trouble staying healthy, and obviously the COVID situation with Towns over the course of the year. You know, the Bulls, rather, you know, they were chasing. The Raptors, for a period of time, they were chasing. But those bottom-feeding teams, those handful that I mentioned before, they still tanked. Didn't change anything.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you. Unlucky Gamer 24/7 says, I really hope you guys read this. To all the people crying and complaining about not calling the sim, I just wanted to do the Kenny voice. That's what he does when he's mocking people. And I'm not mocking Unlucky Gamer. I'm giving this text a voice. To all the people crying and complaining about not calling the sim, these guys rock. So stop the hate. This game is trash. Plus, it's NBA playoffs, baby.
You sounded like Alec Baldwin being a certain someone on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, yeah, kinda. That's a good point. That's a good point. I wasn't even thinking about that.
Oh man, you sounded like Baldwin. Never
I've jumped. Let's see, top 25 in my contest, and yours not great. I'm sitting around 85. Where are you hanging out in these contests here?
Let's see, 75th in my contest out of 95. And 79th in the Yo Coffin Glass Together Again.
I'd be sitting basically in the same spot in both contests if I had my better lineup in both. I'd still be right around that 20 to 25 range.
You want to do the Western Conference?
Yeah, we did the first one, obviously. We did the Clippers and Mavericks. How about staying with LA? Lakers Suns. Now, I am expecting a seeding upset. I refer to it that way because it's certainly not an upset in the minds of odds makers. A seeding upset. I think the Lakers are going to win this thing. Bummer for Chris Paul, who those Suns had a great year for sure. This is just a terrible matchup and terrible luck, landing with LA. I'm going to go Lakers in 6. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's 5.
Wow. Chris Paul has had some wild round ones in his career.
Okay.
Right? Like, remember when he was with the Clippers? That was a series that went 7 with the Spurs. When in his career in Charlotte, with the Hornets. Or, I'm sorry. No, the New Orleans Hornets. Excuse me, not Charlotte.
Sure.
In New Orleans. So I think it's going to go 7.
Okay.
But I like the Lakers. I do too. Wait a minute. Can you remind me? The NBA doesn't reseed, right?
No. NHL did. I don't know if it does this year, but NBA does not reseed. No, we can go all the way through the bracket, doing round by round if you really wanted to.
So the 2-7 gets the 3-6. And the 3-6 is that Dallas Clippers series, right? Is that right?
I'd have to pull up a bracket.
Or is that Portland, Denver? The West is such a freaking mess, and I mean that in the nicest way. I think it's just so compelling.
It is. The East is going to be pretty jockey, but the West, there could be some surprises. Let's do the other two, and then we can pull up the bracket if we want.
Okay.
Jazz Grizzlies, off of obviously Memphis's exciting win, and what a game for John Morant and disappointment for Jackson. I am not a Utah believer. I still see them going out pretty early, and I would have picked them to lose against the Warriors. But I will say...
Really?
Yeah, I will say Jazz in 6.
Yeah, Jazz. If the Jazz... I would have picked the Jazz if they played Golden State.
No, I would have picked Golden State.
No one's guarding Gobert. Who's guarding Gobert? Gobert's a really good player, man.
Steph is still the best player on the floor in that series.
Yeah, I like the pieces in Utah more than what's around.
Plus, what's Donovan Mitchell's status? That matters.
Yeah, well, he's been out. He's rested legs. I've got faith. I think Quinn Snyder's a good coach. Not to say Steve Kerr isn't. I still would have picked Utah.
And that leaves us
But guess what? Golden State's not in it. And yes, Memphis, I think, will get wiped by the.
Yeah, I think Utah will win. I don't think it's going to be.
I'll tell you what. I think Utah in 5 against
All right.
Memphis.
Well, you really showed me. I went 6 and you went 5. You animal. Blazers and Nuggets. I think this one's going to go the distance. I'm going to go Portland in 7. Upset.
Denver was like, I feel bad for Denver, that Murray situation. I feel bad for BK and the Denver Nuggets.
I feel bad for BK. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be all right. I think it's going to go to 7 as well. The Portland I'm going to give to the Barkley. I guarantee. The Portland Trailblazers are going to win the championship. No. Jokic had such a good year. I think he's so impactful. I don't know how they're going to stop that guy. I like Portland. I like Portland in 7 too. I think you're right though. I think it's going to be a great series. You know something though too? When you pick a team to win a series in 6 as opposed to 5,
yeah,
really is a big difference though in terms of how you feel about it, right? Like,
yeah.
No, I mean,
maybe a little bit.
If a team wins a series in 6, you're throwing out the possibility that it's a 2-2 series at one point.
Correct. You are. I agree with that.
So it just got different. But when it's 3-1, you're like, all right, this thing's over.
So to answer your question though, so what were you were asking me about the Clippers or the Lakers in the second round?
So the Clippers, based on the way the seeding is.
Assuming the Clippers win round 1, they will get the winner of the Grizzlies and Jazz, which to me is a Clippers win. The Lakers, provided they beat the Suns, will get the winner of the Nuggets and Blazers.
You know what? If Phoenix does somehow beat the Lakers, I think for both teams that come out of that, whichever team wins the Lakers-Suns series is, I think, a lock to get to the Western Conference Finals. That second round, I think for both teams, LA and Phoenix, I would like the Phoenix Suns to win that next series too. The one against Denver or Portland.
My guy Rob Perez, Worldwide Wob, I'm sure NBA fans are familiar with his Twitter account. He posted his predictions, not number of games, but just series results. And his champion, and I'm good with this. I'm good with this matchup. I'm good with all of it. He's got the Clippers over the Sixers. That's what he's expecting. And that's music to my ears, man, because I'm not kidding. And I say this purely as a Celtics fan. If it is a Nets-Lakers NBA Finals, like, burn the world down. I won't watch a minute.
Oh, stop it.
I won't. I'll still play NBA DFS. I'll still, make my lineups or whatever. But
You're going to make a lineup and not watch?
Yep. I won't. I mean, I'll watch the score.
You'll hate watch. You will. Come on.
I will not watch. I won't watch a minute.
Daniel, Twitch, someone, Smash Lanta, you're here. You know what to do. Someone clip that, please. Please, I beg you. I'll buy you a pizza. Adam Kaufman just said if it's Nets-Lakers in the finals, you will not watch.
Won't watch 1 second of it.
I kind of see what you're getting at.
There's
really
no,
more so from
there's no good outcome there. There's no good outcome if you're a Celtics fan.
I don't even care about that. I care more. I don't think it's good for the league. I almost think it's better for the league if the Nets lose. They face some adversity and then get.
Oh, I want the Nets to go down. Like I'm a realist.
Yeah, no, you're not. Realistically, you're watching the finals no matter who's in it.
No. Realistically, if the Nets go down, I could see them go down in the conference final. I would love to say round 2. That's not likely. But conference final, that could happen. That could definitely happen. I mean, their bracket is
tough.
Their bracket would be let's see. Obviously Celtics, and then against the. Oh, you know what? Winner of Milwaukee and Miami. They could go down round 2. Sure, they could.
Very well possible.
Good. Go down in round 2.
I think that
it's not like they would lose to the Knicks or Hawks.
Where's the fun in the Nets winning it this year?
None.
As a generic fan, you want to see chaos, just like when LeBron was in Miami his first year. Best thing that could have happened to LeBron was losing that Dallas series.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he hated it in the moment, but he remember how LeBron was playing angry? I got to be back to LeBron learned a lot about himself by losing that series.
Sure, absolutely.
That whole team.
Honestly, do people want to see Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, James Harden rewarded? Does anyone who's not a Nets fan want to see that? Truly. Kyrie Irving, who openly, basketball is not the most important thing to him. I question, and I said this when he was with the Celtics too, so don't go at me with the whole, you're just saying this now. I question how important winning even is to him, especially considering he's already won a championship and hit arguably the biggest shot in NBA Finals history. Mitch, get in there!
There you go.
Goodness gracious.
My captain, baby.
There you go.
The Bears have a pulse.
Durant, people started hating that guy the second he went to Golden State. Then won multiple titles, gotten all these social media beefs and burner Twitters and all that stuff along the way. People are tired of him. Harden, who openly quit on the Rockets to work his way out of town, forced to trade, not just in general, but specifically to where he wanted to go. And you get the three of them playing, and then obviously people join up, whether it was Blake Griffin, Aldridge for half a second before he retired. Nobody wants to see that team win, unless you're a Nets fan. I refuse to believe generic NBA fan X is rooting for the Brooklyn Nets to win a championship this year. Truly, anybody in the chat disagree? Are you not a Nets fan, but you want the Nets to win a championship? I want to hear from you. And why?
Yeah, there really is no good reason unless you're a Nets fan. Why do you want to reward that team? Urban Legend says everybody in America will be watching Nets Lakers while eating pizza, and Koff will be at home pouting.
I'll just do something else. I'm watching.
You're gonna watch
movies.
It would be a soap opera. It'd be great. The off the court elements. So maybe actually, that's where you might actually have a case to not watch. You'll just follow all of the off the court banter.
Yeah, I'll follow Twitter.
Smash Lanta clipped it. Let's go. Beautiful.
Sean says, I feel you, Koff. This is a real fan right here.
For those who missed it.
Say this purely as a Celtics fan. If it is a Nets-Lakers NBA Finals, burn the world down. I won't watch a minute.
Ha! There it is.
Good.
Look at that. This is like a radio station now.
Good. Yeah, look at that quick turnaround.
We're airing segments from earlier in the sim.
Yeah, there you go. We've come a long way. Hey, well, we've got everyone. Early fourth quarter here, 31-10, just Green Bay onslaught going on. I mentioned this earlier, but if you weren't here for it, there's something big I've got planned for Madden After Dark tonight. And I'm not just saying that. This isn't just oh well, come on, hang out with us. We're gonna let you down though, because this is an empty promise and it's not gonna be all special or something fun for Madden After Dark tonight that truly you do not want to miss. I'm not giving out any hints. I'm not even telling anybody on our crew. Everyone is in the dark about this. We are going to experience it together. And that's what happens, guys. When you've been around as long as me, you get that kind of rope. You get that kind of rope from management. You can just say, yeah, I'll tell you all when you find out. It's gonna be a great time. Madden After Dark tonight. You do not want to miss it. Be here with us. I promise you will not be disappointed.
Wow.
Yep.
All that pull.
All that pull.
Yep, we got you on tape. Sean's like, you guys are doing each other grimy, and I like it.
I like it.
I gotta shout out Smash Lanta for the clipping. Daniel says Smash Lanta is our unofficial production assistant.
That's right. So true.
That's what makes Twitch fantastic. It really is not that difficult to clip stuff. It really does not take long. Now, we, of course, are calling the game, and if I start messing with audio, you'll be hearing the game feed come through. So the turnaround time, like you said, is why it's great, because someone watching can just go in there and clip it. Even if they're not one of us. Like, anyone can go on Twitch and clip stuff.
Sure.
It's fantastic. I'm going to retweet this. At Brendan Glasheen on Twitter for the proof.
Yeah, good. Do it.
You are also mentioned in this, so if you'd like to retweet or hashtag it with some hashtag not watching.
Hashtag fade the finals. But only in that particular situation.
I really believe, though, while it will be good for the league in the short term, I really don't think it's a good thing for the league if the Nets get to the finals against the Lakers. I don't care who, actually, I'll take that back. I don't care who they play. If the Nets are in the finals, I don't think it's good for the league. I really don't.
I certainly don't think it's ideal. Who do you think is the ideal matchup for the league? Like if Adam Silver, saying privately, hooked up to a lie detector, what matchup do you think he wants?
Well, he definitely wants Brooklyn in it. Brooklyn is the team the league wants in the finals, I think. Look at the star power, the market, it checks all the right boxes. If you had to pick another, it's probably Philadelphia. I think the Nets, okay, if the Nets get their cough, but they lose, I think that could work. If the Nets win the whole thing, that's bad for the league. So I take back everything. I stand on this. They can get there, but they can't win it.
Okay.
It's not good. I mean, now it's just going to change everyone's thought process. Like, I guess we got to go and recruit guys and play only 6 or 7 games a year together, and that's the formula. And then who comes out of the West? It's probably Lakers and Nets, man. Or Lakers-Philly. Lakers-Philly would be good.
Hey, smash that like button, folks. Let's get to 150. That'd be great.
I mean, the other teams.
3.5 minutes. So while we do have a few moments, Lindenbaum brought this up before. There's a report that Julio Jones wants to play with Cam Newton. More to the point.
Actually, with Cam or with the Patriots? Two different things.
With Cam. He wants to play with Cam. That's the report that's out. That's a report. There are multiple reports. That's one report that's out there. And forgive me, I don't have it in front of me. I don't remember who has it. I can tell you the Athletics' Jeff Schultz put out a report on Thursday that says the Falcons are looking to trade Julio Jones because they don't have enough cap space to sign their 2021 draft picks. And the only viable option is to either create cap space or restructure the contracts of Jones or defensive tackle Grady Jarrett. Schultz continues saying, think of teams that either have enough cap space to absorb the $15.3 million base salary that Jones is owed, contending teams that believe that he would put them over the top, or young teams that are looking to take that next step. Among the teams, as we have a catch here by Aaron Jones, among the teams that could fall into those categories, Ravens, Niners, Patriots, Colts, Chargers. I was talking with Moose about it last night. He thinks the Pats are a very realistic target for the for Julio Jones. And on top of that, they can absorb that salary. They have enough salary cap. They don't have to give up anything other than draft picks. They don't have to give up a player. They don't have to send anybody out. They could very easily bring in Julio Jones. They certainly have a need. They don't have that, they don't have a deep threat like him. They don't have a wide receiver as talented as him. They don't even have a bona fide, clear-cut number 1 wide receiver in New England right now. And if you believe that Julio could put them over the top, no question he'd make them better. No doubt about that. I say this with all the Pats bias in the world. I would love to see it. I can't even love with 1,000 O's. I'd love to see it. Of those potential destinations, though, Ravens, Niners, Patriots, Colts, Chargers. What do you think makes the most sense?
Ravens make a ton of sense to me.
Do they?
They need someone in that room. I mean, Hollywood Brown's not good enough. That would be, if Julio Jones went to the Ravens, that could be the equivalent of Steph Diggs to Buffalo.
So
that kind of move.
I'm thinking about Ravens too, but what I said to Moose, and he agreed, was he doesn't really fit their style of play.
No, I know. Well, I know. The quarterback wants to. They've got plays drawn up for Lamar to be more so of a runner, and he can throw.
But that matters.
I know. I know what you're getting at. But what you could say the same thing about Cam Newton and the Patriots.
Yeah, although the difference is Lamar Jackson is going to be your quarterback. You assume Cam Newton is going to be the Patriots quarterback, but that could end quickly. I mean, there aren't even any guarantees that he makes the team out of camp. I believe he will, but there's no guarantee of that. Sim's over, folks. Green Bay won, 31-10. Flash is either as still as I've ever seen him, or his Zoom is frozen.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry, that was weird.
Yeah. You really, you vanished on us for a hot second.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
That was weird. Sorry, my internet went out.
That's okay.
That never happens to me.
Well, I'm glad it happened at the end of the sim.
Yeah. Very
All's forgiven.
Huh. Right, urban legend, that's true. Everyone will make Julio Jones work. I'm sorry, whatever you were saying, I missed it.
Wasn't important, not worth repeating. Why don't you give us your award winners?
Oh, now I'm you and you're me. Looking at the boxes. I screwed up. Sorry, Daniel. Since I left the Zoom, it got everything all messed up. Award winners.
Zoom.
Okay, well, it's got to be between Funchess and what's his face? Aaron Jones.
I would. Yeah, you go either way.
You really could.
You go either way. I guess I'd probably go Jones.
2 touchdowns. Yep.
But then again, Funchess was the captain in the winning lineup.
You had to spend a little bit more on Aaron Jones too.
Yeah.
Funchess at 8,600.
Jones did get you more points by a little bit. Had about 33 in the flex as compared to Funchess almost 40 in the captain.
I'd go Aaron Jones.
Okay.
Aaron Jones. He's actually played really well lately. He's got multi-touchdown games now in 3 of his last 4, it looks like. So that's pretty good.
You certainly have multiple options for the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. You could go Allen Robinson, who only was 3 for 31, but he was only in a quarter of lineups. How about Ted Ginn was really bad in this one. He was in both my lineups, 1 for 9, and he was 45% owned, 7% in the captain spot.
Even Trubisky stunk. I mean, he had a rushing touchdown, but...
Yeah, but he got 16 points. He maybe stunk relative to what he typically does, but he wasn't bad.
Trey Cohen, 7 points. He wasn't that good. Yeah, let's give it to Allen Robinson.
Okay.
3 for 31's not awful, but it's not good.
Well, go Ted Ginn. Ted Ginn
Fine,
only had 1 catch for 9
and you
yards.
played him, right? Yeah. I'm on it with X's. First place in the free roll I made. The one you made, he won that one too.
Yeah.
Meager 66, second place.
Smart guy.
Meager 66, second place.
Smart cookie.
And we had a 9-way tie for first in the
9-way. Wow. Aggressive.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Good
Tara Lynn,
stuff.
what's coming up?
Yeah, Tara Lynn, we haven't heard from you in a little bit.
So much fun.
So much fun is coming up.
That doesn't tell us.
You're with Moose. Maybe you'll talk more Julio Jones if you want to. That's in about 50 minutes. Chiefs, Broncos. Moose will then stick around after the early bird special and come on back for the happy hour sim with Matt LaMarca. That's Vikings, Giants. Rossi and LaMarca will be together for Ravens and Rams at 8 o'clock prime time. And me and Rossi together, and you can ask Rossi all you want in the 8 o'clock if you want. He has no clue what I'm even talking about when I say something big coming up during Madden After Dark. So you can ask him, ask away. He has no idea. Bengals, Jaguars.
I'm watching the Celtics. So.
Good. Madden After Dark tonight. You want to make sure you're here for that. Maybe Glash will do the Lord's work and keep promoting the good fun during the next sim. Tara Lynn wants us to know as well. This is a big deal, folks. A big weekend here at DraftKings. We got our Fantasy Basketball World Championship going on tonight. It's tipping off tonight. You guys can follow along today or tomorrow to see who of our competitors will take home that $1 million top prize for all these first round game 1 games. Not only can you follow along, you guys can play along in our FBWC Shadow Contest for the event. And that's pretty good. It's exciting. It's exciting. So it's not just, entering in the last minute NBA contest or, playing against members of the DK Sim Fan Friends League. You can play along with the pros, the experts that are out there, and see how you do. So make sure that you do that. Rossi and Lamarca will come on for a preview show before the 8 o'clock sim to talk plenty about the FBWC. That'll be a live breakdown of the contest and the slate. And between 8 and 10, those two will give some updates on the leaderboard as well. Good fun, Brendan.
Good fun. Get involved with the Shadow Contest if you guys want to make lineups and see how you stack up against the pros.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good time. Good sim.
Yeah.
I mean,
good to be with you.
Kind of a bad game, but good luck with this surprise you got going on later on.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I'll do my best to remember in the 4 o'clock.
I'm sure we'll at least see you in the chat. Curiosity will pique the mind. You'll jump in, see what's what.
Yeah. Yeah. Celts will be on, so.
Well, that's why it's easy to hop in the chat.
Maybe. We'll see.
You get commercial breaks.
We'll see.
All right. Well, I'm going to go to soccer, guys. So here's Jesse.
Hello and welcome into our preview of the DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Basketball World Championship. I'm Jesse Cofield and I'm here to tell you a little about the event, but also introduce you to some of the competitors who will be battling it out for the top prize of $1 million and a ticket to the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. There's going to be 50 of the best DFS competitors in the world on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for this 2-day event this weekend. But that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. And now let's talk strategy. I'm joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. Guys, this is a unique contest, okay? There are only 100 entries spread across 50 unique users. So Kenny, how does GPP strategy change for a much smaller event like this, or does it?
I don't really know if it changes all that much because in the end, right, you're still looking to maximize your score. We had, I believe, 290 points last year in the FWBC, or FBWC. So I do think that you still want to take your shots. You still want to take your chances on some value plays here that you think could be good. But yeah, I mean, I think in any smaller contest, you do see a little more value there, taking a safer route. We've seen it in other world championships and other sports, just simply playing the chalk. Sometimes you have to do it because, there's little options, especially in the postseason. There's not going to be that many options out there that aren't super chalky that are going to pay off for you. So I think I would sort of play it like a cash game and maybe take 1 or 2 chances. I think that's generally the strategy with about 100 people in there.
Jules, what would your strategy be?
The last thing that Kenny just mentioned was the best thing that he mentioned. That was his best point. This is, 100 lineup field. This is more of a cash lineup with a couple of tweaks at the end for your real leverage plays that you feel very strongly about. And I know we'll talk later, about people potentially having multiple lineups in here. And I think that has a lot to do with how you play it. Are you a professional DFS player that has 5 lineups in here? Do you have 2 or 3? Or are you happy to have qualified and want to play it as safe with your one lineup as possible to guarantee yourself some profit here? Not guarantee, but play it safer and give yourself the better shot at just making some big bucks. So it's how many lineups you have. It's, what amount of money would you be happy coming out of this with? And that kind of helps guide you as to how you want to play this. But yeah, my overall thoughts are, if you're in this, there's 100 lineups. You're going to want to build, maybe 6 guys in your lineup that would be in the majority of cash lineups that night, and then just kind of flip 2 spots that you feel really strongly about and hope those players go off.
Well, this tournament is also unique in that it's taking place over 2 days. So you have a couple different slates to manage here. It's a total of 6 playoff games, 2 Saturday, 4 Sunday with late swap. Jules, how does the 2-day nature of the event change the strategy?
It changes things a lot. It changes things a lot because this isn't even a slate where we have, 7 o'clock games and 10 o'clock games if you're on the East Coast and you're waiting to see those late ones. This is just one game at a time throughout the whole thing, and you're waiting for the next game. Now, it is the playoffs, so that rapid rush of NBA injury news that we deal with at DK Live all season is now gone. There will be no load management. There will be no questionable with an ankle. Guys are playing, the stars are playing, and you want exposure to as many of those stars as you can because big players play well in big games. Their minutes are going to go up. Star power is a good thing on these slates. So I think that you can, for the most part, build your lineup out how you want it, but you might want to leave yourself an out. If you see yourself sliding down the standings and you're not exactly where you want to be, maybe you switch a couple players at the end and say, I need some low ownership guys that can kind of boost me up the standings. Maybe you're doing really well. You're in the top 10 and you want to make sure you stay there and you have a couple risks in your lineup at the end. Maybe you switch that to some chalkier players to just kind of stay in the top 10.
Kenny, what's your take on how this being a 2-day event changes things?
Yeah, I think what Julian said is pretty true. When you look at the teams on the second night, right, or the second just general slate of the tournament on Sunday, you look at teams with a lot of injuries coming in, and frankly, I mean, there's a lot of value to be had just across the board. When you look at teams like the Knicks and even the Lakers, maybe to an extent, there's a bunch of mid-price guys that you could swap out for if you do want to take a little bit of a chance. But, on the other hand, too, you do have teams like the Knicks carrying an injury to Nerlens Noel. I mean, how healthy is he going to be? The 76ers game is going to have plenty of injury news on both sides of the ball. There's going to be plenty of guys coming in with injuries. We also know the Sixers in general, things pop up with them late. And the Jazz I'm looking at as well. I mean, I don't know really what we know about how much Donovan Mitchell is going to play or if he's going to play. And, just the rotation. What's the rotation going to look like in Utah? So I think with a lot of questions there, it does open up the possibility that you can take a little bit of a chance and then just pivot off of it if you find out that there's going to be someone else taking the position of the guy that you thought was going to play a lot of minutes. So I think it gives you a lot of needed flexibility on a slate with, I think, a lot of a sneaky slate loaded with injuries, frankly.
Julian, does the definition of value change in NBA DFS during the playoffs?
It's completely different, 100% different. Value in the regular season is the Sixers coming out 30 minutes before tip and saying Embiid, Simmons, and Harris are out. Oh my goodness, we have to scramble and get all these Sixers in our lineups immediately. Now the definition of value is, all right, I really need to find a guy for $4,000 that I can trust to get me 20 to 25 DraftKings points, and it becomes very difficult to do. Whereas that's a daily occurrence on a regular season slate. So it's completely different. You can also maybe trust your stars to give you more than they generally do because their loads usually increase in the postseason. So you want to play it safe. You want to find good value. You don't. Rotations also are trimmed, so you need to be careful of, oh, this guy's $3,300 and he ended the regular season scoring 25 DK points a game. That guy might be out of the rotation altogether. So you have to be very careful and play guys that you trust are going to be in these rotations.
Kenny, do you agree?
I do agree with what Julian said. I mean, I think that those value plays, the guys that you see on a 3-4K who, just get a boost in minutes because of injuries or whatnot, or teams want to, get their young guys some more run. That just doesn't happen in the postseason. I mean, you saw even in the play-in games, guys like Goga Batadze and Jakar Sampson, who were DFS value heroes down the stretch. I mean, they hardly saw the court. So they're coaches are going to lean on the guys that are trusted, the guys that have gotten them to that point, and guys that, have playoff experience a lot of times. So I think that does change things in terms of, there's going to be fewer guys that are low price that are guaranteed a lot of minutes in terms of, unknowns. But also, I mean, you look at a guy in the mid-tier, right? You look at last year with Jamal Murray in the winning lineup, you have that sort of upper mid-tier to mid-tier where there's a lot of stars in there and there's a lot of guys, maybe a Julius Randle who could be mid-price, maybe 7-8K. And, you do have plenty of minutes, plenty of usage, and that is value, right? That's different. You're not seeing that in the regular season. You're not seeing a guy with a big name you know, with a lot of it, you know, track record scoring DK fantasy points that is in the mid range, but that's exactly what you have here on the slate. So value definitely does change. The value plays are maybe a little bit more expensive than we're used to seeing. And, you know, maybe the names are a little more household known that are down there at 5 or 6K.
Let's talk about a guy who's pretty good at this. DraftKings user Raging Phillip has won this tournament in back-to-back seasons. So 2 questions, Kenny. First, how hard is it to pull that off? And second, do you think that puts more or like maybe less pressure on him to perform well this weekend?
I mean, I do think that there's less pressure if it were me in that spot, just knowing that I have the secret sauce, so to speak. You know, he has the strategy. He knows what strategy to come into this, and I think that a first timer might have a lot of pressure on them because they're, you know, they're overthinking everything. They've never been in the spot before. It is a big stage, but for him, having done it before, I think that he, you know, like we were talking about at the top with, you know, just kind of figuring out your cash game targets, figuring out your high floor targets, and then your couple pivots. I think that he should have a pretty good feel. A lot of this too is like innate, you know, it's a gut feeling sometimes with these picks. You know, the downside for him is I don't think the names are going to be quite the same, or the players he might have trusted last year are not going to be as trustworthy this year. And that could, you know, ultimately maybe you have allegiances to guys or guys that you know, you might overthink things in that way. But I do think that he's in a pretty good spot here, having done it. I think the pressure's frankly off if it's me. And I do think that this would put him in a pretty good position going forward.
Jules, he's done it twice in a row. Is it just kind of like anything else is just icing on the cake?
Yeah, for sure. This isn't like the 2019 Warriors or whatever that are coming in minus 400 to win it all. This is a large field. Everybody that is in this field deserves to be in this field. Anybody can win. You've won. The fact that you've won 2 in a row is already an unbelievably difficult combination to come up with and even imagine. So I'm sitting back, counting my cash that I've hopefully managed well from the previous 2 years, and thinking about how great it is to be here again and even have this opportunity.
All right, guys, including the defending champ Raging Phillip, there are 5 players who max qualified, meaning they each have 5 lineups in this contest. We talked about this a little earlier. Julian, how big of an advantage is that? Like you were saying, you don't have to necessarily play it safe with some of these lineups. You can kind of go out there.
I mean, 5 people with 5 lineups, that's a quarter of your field right there, 25 lineups. It's a massive advantage. You get to get exposure to different games. You can game stack your favorite game. You can put your cash lineup in here. You can do a stars and scrubs. You can do a balanced lineup, and it just gives you, I mean, it's every advantage in the world. You have literally 5 times better chance than, you know, your average Joe with 1 ticket into this. So just the flexibility to be able to have different builds, even if you just have 2 lineups and you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this or this, and it's the day that the tournament starts, just being able to throw, you know, multiple ideas against the wall and see what sticks, a massive advantage.
Yeah, Kenny, massive advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, and the other thing here is you don't have to just bet on the same guys. I think that a lot of times if you have 2 lineups in here, there are a lot of similarities between your 2 lineups. You're like, okay, well, I have a pretty good feeling about this guy, and I'm going to put him in both of my lineups, and he's a high floor guy. And then, you know, all of a sudden, the lock that you thought you had, he flops, and you're done for, right? I think that this 5 lineups allows you to, you know, maybe you feel really good about a guy, but you don't have to put him in all your lineups. You can put him in 2 or 3, and like Julian said, you know, you can go to different games, and you know, again, I think that we a lot of times have really strong convictions, you know, especially if you've gotten to this point. You have pretty strong convictions. You think, you know what you're doing, and, you know, you never know. There's unpredictability in the postseason. A guy can get hurt. A guy can, you know, maybe not see the minutes that he was once before, and a coach can go with like a 15-year veteran, right, in his place. In that scenario, you're saved if you have 5 lineups, because like you can just pivot off of different types of games. And, you know, like Julian said too, you can have different types of lineups with stars and scrubs. You can just decide to completely fade some of the high price guys, go for just complete mid-range options, which again could get you a lot of points here with the names that we see in the mid-range. And I just think that the range of outcomes here is so wide, and I think that in a you know, with so much on the line and with you know 100 entries, it is a huge advantage to have that big percentage of the lineups.
Okay, finally, Kenny, if you were playing in this contest, just pretend, Who's someone you think you would have to lock in this weekend?
I mean, it's a really difficult choice because there's so many great options. But frankly, if I'm in this contest, I'm looking right at that Trailblazers Nuggets game because I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in that game. I think that the Nuggets are a little susceptible on both sides of the floor, frankly, because they're not they're a little gassed because they've been running out without Jamal Murray. They've been on a great run, but I think that much like the Wizards, we're going to see the gas tank run a little bit empty here. So I danced around the name. It's going to be Yusuf Nurkic for me. I think that he's going to be a great value. I think that I know that he splits minutes with Enes Kanter, and it's not going to be the sexiest pick, but because of that, his price is going to be low, and he has the post proficiency here to go head to head with his former teammate Nikola Jokic, and I think that he's going to spurn the Nuggets a little bit in this revenge game. I think Portland wins this series, but I think in game one, Nurkic comes out. He does a great job. On the offensive end, and him and Enes Kanter should be able to compete with the Nuggets team that's been good on the glass. And I think they could actually steal away that advantage. I think Nurkic is a really sneaky candidate for like 15 and 15. I think he's going to be a pretty good price for that as well.
Jules, what do you think? Someone you just would have to lock in this weekend?
I do like the Blazers game one and like the Blazers series. Another team that I like for the series are Kenny's Knicks, who are slowly becoming a dog and you can get it plus money. And I'm shocked Kenny didn't go here. One of the reasons I like the Knicks so much is Julius Randle going against the Hawks. Yes, Clint Capella, it's a somewhat difficult matchup if he's on Randle some in the middle, but I mean, Randle was dominant in the 3 wins, the clean regular season sweep that the Knicks had over the Hawks. He averaged over 36 points per game in those games. We know how well he's rebounding. We know how well he's shooting the 3. He's been distributing. I think that Randle is going to be a guy that, like we said, these playoff slates, you got all the stars, you got him high priced. I think Randle's a nice little tick down to get some exposure to a guy playing at a superstar level.
Thanks for the insight, you two. Okay, guys, we already mentioned Raging Phillip a couple times, who's the returning back-to-back champ of this event. So why don't we hear from the man himself, as well as some of his competitors, as they describe their own style of play for a big tournament like the Fantasy Basketball World Championship.
I'm Raging Phillip, the 2-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championship, soon hopefully to be 3-time champion. Here's what I know. People bring different things to the table, and I think you have to be humble about or realistic about what your skill set is. I'm much more about sort of think it all through in detail, make the decision, and the levels of thinking are deeper than people would expect. You can't just take the output of a model and win. You constantly have to keep improving because the field is getting better and better. My way has worked for me, but it plays to my strengths. So it did work out last time. We'll see if it works this time.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol, just talking about the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So there's always this competing opinion of what is more important to have in a daily fantasy sports player or daily fantasy sports lineup. Is it sports knowledge or is it like data modeling and statistics? And I think you have to be excellent at both. I mean, that's the only answer. I probably lean more towards the knowledge of the sports side. You know, a certain player is going to get more playing time, or they're looking for a player to take a more aggressive role on offense. And that's something that's going to help you out as you're picking your lineups, especially against the guys that are very, very projection based. But the statistics matter, right? Every shot matters, every rebound matters, every steal matters. Always had a natural kind of inclination for sports statistics, for math, for games like this, and this puts it all together.
As mentioned, Raging Phillip has taken home the title and the $1 million grand prize in each of the last 2 years. But this is the 7th edition of the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So here's a look at all of the previous winners of the event. This year's field is strong, with DraftKings Tournament of Champions winner Petty Theft 89 qualifying, as well as 2020 DraftKings Fantasy Football World Champ The Whistles Go Woo, who has 4 seats. Another familiar name in the field for anyone who follows DFS is Alex Baker, aka Awesemo. Here's Alex and some of his competitors explaining what makes the FBWC and the DraftKings Championship Series so special.
Hey, I'm Alex, also known by my DraftKings handle of Osimo. When it comes to the DraftKings Championship Series, I'm really going for the glory. You can win a lot of money throughout the year in normal tournaments, but you can never win the title of being the best that year. I have a little bit of a target on my back because I've been playing so long and I've had a lot of basketball wins. I think other people in the daily fantasy tournaments see me as kind of a villain, I would say, because I think a lot of people, they're sick of seeing the same names at the top of tournaments. So what that means for me is I really gotta keep my game sharp. I think it would mean a lot to me if I was able to stand on top of that podium at Charlotte. If you told me that I could never play daily fantasy again, but I would definitely win the FBWC, I might take the FBWC. The DraftKings Championship Series, that's the king of competitions.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It just brings everyone together at the end of the year. 100 people, great prize pool. I still haven't got that title, though. I need to get that title this year at the FBWC. You're not just going to win this thing with projections. You're going to have to do some other stuff. You're going to have to watch some games. You're not going to get the job done just clicking that projection button. You could have a little bit of a rivalry going between the projection people and the game watchers. I like to go to battle with the projection people. They're just turning the projector on and they're running their teams. I don't like that. DraftKings Championship Series is definitely the king of competitions for me because it's like a feather in the cap type thing. You want to be the best. This is the champion of basketball this year. There's only one person that can win it.
Take a look at some facts about this year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. It offers a top prize of $1 million and is part of the second season of the DraftKings Championship Series. The winner of this event will earn a seat in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions for another shot at $1 million. That's all part of a total prize pool of $5 million guaranteed. There were 100 seats available, which were earned by 50 unique players, with a single player being able to earn a max of 5 seats. This year's event takes place in Charlotte, North Carolina, and is a live event. Aside from the DraftKings Tournament of Champions final, which was held at the Super Bowl, this is the first DK Fantasy World Championship event to be held in person since the 2019 Fantasy Hockey World Championships in Nashville. One of the fun things about DraftKings is getting to know some of the competitors and their interesting usernames. Take, for instance, the user that goes by Squirrel Patrol DK. Why Squirrel Patrol? Well, let's hear it from the man himself.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol. Why Squirrel Patrol? Is named after my dogs. So when I'm signing up for DraftKings, I'm just sitting there and she's literally coming up the stairs, yelling at the dogs, "Easy there, Squirrel Patrol." And I'm like, oh, Squirrel Patrol, that sounds funny. So the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship is the king of fantasy basketball just because of the field here is the best field I've ever seen. The live events are incredible because you get to meet the faces behind all of the competitors you've been competing against in tournaments the whole year. Yeah, so that's a great question. Like, who are the best fantasy players in the world? And that gets a little bit less than good natured sometimes on Twitter, right? Like sometimes people will say like, you're not that good, and it gets to be a little bit of a back and forth. Raging Phillip, that crazy animal has won it 2 years in a row. I'm coming after you, Raging Phillip. If I win the FBWC, I'll try to think up some kind of squirrel dance I can do, but I don't know what it'll look like. It could be frightening.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship coming up at the end of this month. My parents came here with the traditional American dream, 5 cents in your pocket and raise it as much as you can. I think DraftKings Championship Series can be a perfect example of the American dream, right? For me, giving back and giving to charity is always something that I've always tried to do. I've been able to celebrate a pretty successful career even before all this sports gambling, and I've always made sure to give what I could away. At the FBWC, Whatever I end up winning, 1% I'm going to give to the charity of choice for the shadow competition. I will be rooting for you, and you should probably also be rooting for me. Here's my FBWC whistle. Go, woo!
This year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship serves as the 9th qualifier for the 2nd season of the DraftKings Championship Series. At the end of the season, the best of the best will compete for $1 million in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. Over the course of the season, we will mint 100 millionaires while dishing out over 150 million across 100 plus contests. And the man who oversees the whole thing is DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations and Commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series, Johnny Avello. He recently caught up with our own Adam Kaufman to discuss just how unique this concept is.
I am Adam Kaufman. It is a great thrill, as always, to be joined by Johnny Avello, who is, of course, the commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series. Johnny, how are you?
Hey, Adam, I am doing fabulous. Thank you.
So we got a lot to get into here over the next little while. Of course, it's all about the Championship Series. What is it in particular that makes this event, this entire series of events, so unique for skin in the game sports fans?
Well, there's a lot of money to be won in multiple ways to qualify, whether it's DFS or sports betting, or how about if it's casinos your thing. We're adding that to the Championship Series for 2021.
So year one of the Championship Series, as we know, was incredibly successful. Maybe was obviously altered along the way in a lot of ways with the coronavirus situation, but DraftKings able to rebound in such a great way, make it such an incredible series of events. Looking ahead to year two, what makes it even potentially that much bigger?
Well, we want to show our patrons how much we at DraftKings are committed to this series. Last year, we created approximately 50 or 60 millionaires. This year, we're crowning 100 millionaires.
So first Tournament of Champions, like I said, it was successful. The big thing that people were playing for, in addition to the money, was the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay and, of course, watch what was a lot of fun there in terms of that game. What is it in terms of specific events, maybe opportunities along those lines that people have to look forward to and put on their calendars this time around?
Well, we haven't announced the TOC venue yet, but we by no means ever do anything in modest proportion. So expect something quite sensational when we reveal it.
Any details that you can share about season two? Never mind the Tournament of Champions specifically, but just along the way.
Just that the venue will be spectacular. We're still working on where that's going to be, but just tune in and listen for more details.
So DK will be giving out more than $150 million over the course of this series of events, obviously. Now, you've been in business a long time and part of this business for a long time. Is this the biggest prize pool that you can remember being part of here?
I've always thought that $1 million was a big deal. Therefore, the answer to that question is yes. This is the largest, grandest, and most sizable amount of loot ever given out that I've experienced.
Hard to process that amount of money, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So as we look ahead to the immediate future here, you've got this event or this weekend, a qualifying event in Charlotte's, the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Now, aside from the Tournament of Champions, of course, being held at the Super Bowl, as we talked about, this right here is the first live final for DraftKings since back in 2019. It's been a little while. How important was it in the mind of the company to just get people together again and enjoying a live sweat?
Well, let me expand on the tournament this weekend. It'll be our largest basketball world championship ever, with $5 million in total prizes. Now, about the live finals. Making wagers and doing contests digitally is easy, it's efficient, and of course, that's a big part of our business. But there's a special excitement and exhilaration that happens only in a live event.
You mentioned earlier, or alluded to anyway, the Casino and Sportsbook Tournament of Champions. We've been talking so much about daily fantasy, of course, but lumping the three of these together, what more can you tell us about those other events?
Well, for the sports book, there's the pro football pick'em where you select games against the spread. And then there's the pro football survivor where you simply select one team to win each week. And if they win, you advance. Both contests are now available to enter in 8 states, and that's growing. The casino tournament, I can't tell you a lot about yet. It's still being prepared, but just keep your eyes open for the launch.
We know this is exciting, all of it, everything we've been talking about, but what else can we look forward to for DraftKings and from DraftKings over the next few months?
Besides this week's basketball championships, we have an NBA Finals Game 1 only tournament in July. And then there's the $4 million guaranteed Fantasy World Golf Championships live at the Northern Trust starting on August 19th. Really, really exciting stuff, Adam.
50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend. But that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. With so many of the best DFS players in the same room this weekend, we're definitely going to see a number of different approaches and strategies on how to tackle this $1 million contest. Right now, let's hear from 2 of this weekend's competitors as they break down their style of play. Here's Big T44 and Osimo.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It's 100 seats. It's the best players in the world. I'm definitely more of a street fighter when it comes to my approach. I'm not super strategic. I'm going to just go in there and play the plays I like. I'm going to go in there swinging. So many ways that you can be successful instead of just pulling up the stat sheet. Okay, this guy's projected for 43 fantasy points. That is definitely not my style. I find my edge just from watching the games. I mean, every single night I'm watching the games. I'm following the info. There's no set in stone way. You can go a ton of different directions to be successful. I just love the competition. I want to win. I know it's cliche to say it, but I want to win. I want to be the champion, and that's what I plan to do.
The DraftKings Championship Series, this is the ultimate one because it takes all the best players from each championship and pits them together to find out who's got the best stuff. Basketball is particularly competitive because you got to know the stats. You got to know how other people are playing. Honestly, like with me, what you see is what you get. I'm probably going to take the same strategies I've been using all year and use them in the WFBC. And hopefully I can ride a little bit of a lock on for the top of the leaderboard. You got to get past me if you want to win these tournaments. So that's a pretty big obstacle, at least I would like to think.
This year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. There's $5 million in guaranteed prize money at this event for the 50 unique users that qualified. That includes $1 million to first, plus a seat at the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. The $1 million first prize is just one of $100 million contests that will be part of this year's DraftKings Championship Series. This is actually a 2-day event covering a 6-game playoff slate, 2 Saturday night, 4 Sunday with late swap. Of the 50 qualifiers, 8 have earned multiple seats in the event, with 5 players max qualifying with 5 seats. Back in December of last year, I had the chance to talk to David Bergman, otherwise known as the Whistles Go Woo, on DraftKings after he won the $1 million top prize at the Fantasy Football World Championships. Well, he's back again, this time qualifying for the live basketball final in Charlotte. And here, David tells us about his journey to the FBWC.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. The DraftKings Championship Series is, of course, about the money that you're going to win in these events. Because let's not marginalize that. We're talking about some pretty big prize tickets. But it's also the journey. I am chasing it for the feeling of accomplishment. I've always believed that doing what you love is more important than chasing any money, because the money will follow if you do what you love. I think the DraftKings Championship Series is like having a really fantastic meal that you're gonna go ahead and eat. You've got the appetizers, which is just getting to the big game. Then you have the setting the lineups, which is like starting to eat the main course. The games begin, you're there. And then at the end, if you're not succeeding, maybe you don't have your dessert in the meal. But if you are succeeding, you may get that cherry on top. DraftKings Championship Series, the king of competitions. Want some? Woo, woo!
I'm Raging Phillip, the two-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball champion, going for a third championship. Winning my first FBWC was great because I felt like it was a statement. I'm good at this. Yeah, I want to win this one. I want to win 3 in a row. Well, I was hoping to trademark the term DFS three-peat, but apparently I'm too late. Like at the best, my chance is 10%. That's a crazy, assuming I have a crazy edge. But yes, there are definitely rivalries in the FBWC. I don't really want to read this tweet about how you got knocked down, but you're going to get back up again, buddy. You're not that good. Maybe you got knocked down because you needed to get knocked down. It just is annoying as hell. The DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championship is the king of basketball championships.
The best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend, but that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. That's going to do it for our preview show. Be sure to stay tuned all weekend on the Dream Stream for coverage of the FBWC. I'm Jessie Cofield. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, we are live. What's up, everybody? If you're sick of me, only one more to go. One more to go with me, Tara Lynn, and Daniel. Jeff has slid in. We kicked Kaufman out, so that's good.
Yeah, that's great.
We've got the Chiefs and the Broncos coming up. It is 4 lineups have locked for the contest, the showdowns, paid contests you might be involved with. It also wraps up the early classic as well. What do you think here? I mean, this is a pretty one-sided matchup in terms of who we think is going to win, probably. But what's the lineup look like?
Yeah, this is about as one-sided as it gets. Drew Lock's terrible in these sims, as I think most people already realize. So, not a player like I'm super high on. But I did captain a Bronco. I captained Cortland Sutton, and it was so I could still get in. Lock, Mahomes, Hill. My lineup's ridiculous. It's terrible, but whatever. That's the way I went.
Okay, I put Philip Lindsay in the captain spot, so I did the same thing because I wanted to play Hill, CEH, Kelsey. I played Sutton and also Brandon McManus. I did not play Patrick Mahomes.
We're both on the McManus train, so.
Yep. So see how that goes. Phil Mickelson's crushing it, huh?
Yeah, ridiculous, man. Good start for him. Yeah, we'll see if that holds up. Still got lots of golf to play, but definitely a good start for Phil today. 3 up right now. Bogeys.
Koepka's in second. Matsuyama's in third. Tied for third. Okay, cool. Bryson, our friend Bryson DeChambeau is climbing.
Yep, in T7 right now. We got Usti, Koepka, Matsuyama tied for second, 3 shots behind Phil. So,
wow. Let's go. Here we go. Were you high on any of those guys that are moving up?
Usti for sure. I got the most exposure to this week, so cheering for him for sure. Lower down, still got some hope for Paul Casey. He's on -1, but he needs to make up some ground here on the back 9, or it's going to be too far. Although, I mean, again, we only have one person at -7. So, I mean, like one double bogey from Phil here, and he brings back like the entire field. So, yeah, it's the course is, like I said, it's playing really hard this week. I like it. Good event so far.
All right, Moose Clash, here we go. 4 o'clock sim, Denver and Kansas City. Well, like I said at noon, we'll pretty much talk about whatever the heck you guys want for the next hour. In the sports world, I know the NBA playoffs are happening right now. The golf, as we just started with. So please.
Helmets. I don't think I've ever seen these Kansas City uniforms. They got the state of Kansas on their helmet or something? Like, what is that? You ever seen these?
Yeah, Daniel's a big fan of using the throwback uniforms.
Oh, no, I love it. I'm not complaining. I've just never seen these. Pretty sure that's the state of Kansas on their helmet. I don't think I've ever seen them wear them in the NFL. Maybe they did once, and I just don't recall, but cool.
Anniversary away uniforms. Yep.
Anniversary away uniforms. Okay, there we go. Let's see what happens. So this is your 3rd one of the day. So you did 1 with Rossi. That was enjoyable. 2nd with Kaufman. Obviously, not a good time. And let's bring you home, man. What are you going to do tonight?
I don't know. Watch the Celtics. Maybe go for a run after this. I don't know.
Just take some me time in, right? That sounds
like...
like...
Yeah, Sarah's not here, so I get the place to myself for a
while. Oh, wow. Oh.
Yeah.
This is shaping up like a fantastic sounding evening, man.
Yeah, it's good. Mm-hmm. It's good. No one told her I said that. It's good. Yep. Yeah. So, right. Daniel just brought this up, and I was like, all right, I want to make sure I've got this right. Yeah, they used to be the Texans. So that's the map of Texas, Jeff, on the helmet.
Oh, okay. So when did the Texans move to Kansas City? What's going on here?
Kareem says
are like a
Kansas shaped like Texas. Yeah, when was that? The Houston Chiefs.
When the Cowboys showed up in Dallas, says Daniel. The Dallas Texans moved.
We
know.
definitely had this discussion on the streams before. It's just so long.
Not with me. Not with me. I did not know that.
The Dallas Texans. They played. Let's see. They played in the NFL for one season, 1952, with a record of 1-11.
Oh wow. Well, that's why they moved. Didn't want them there anymore.
I think it's great that you said the state of Kansas on the helmet. Brian C. got a laugh out of it. So did Kareem. It's all right. I've said very much worse in terms of stupidity. It was good.
Everyone knew what I meant. Whatever.
Yeah.
Get over yourselves.
I'm with you. There's Tyreek Hill, first down.
You know what? I can say stuff like that because I am not from America. So.
Yep. Must be still on you about Phil. Besides the fact you called me a pawn, you also called me must buy. Don't talk to Moose. He's a golf idiot. Don't play Phil.
Play Phil. I don't care. Just made another birdie. He's got a 4-shot lead. Dominating.
El Bongo. Kansas is a big square. Are you dork?
No, I'm not from America, and I don't care what color or shape your states are.
I do appreciate must be specifying what kind of idiot you are. A golf idiot. So maybe he doesn't think you're actually an idiot, just an idiot when it comes to golf.
If you saw the shape of a province of Alberta, would you be like, oh yeah, it's Alberta. Oh, it's Ontario. You wouldn't know. From here, I wouldn't make fun of you. God.
Well, what a start. What a start to this 4 o'clock sim. 3rd and 2 from the 5. Now Daniel is sharing the map of Kansas with us in our Slack channel. Third and 2, Mahomes, end zone, touchdown, Tyreek Hill.
That's not even a top 10 dumbest thing I've said on these sims. Like, not even close. The former president of the United States mixed up the state and the city things, so there you go.
Jordan Sater, injuries off for the Madden Sims. No injuries.
Ryan C. Kansas is a square while Texas is a mammal.
I mean, technically, actually, if I go look at our settings, injuries are on, but like they never because of arcade mode. Let me just double check that.
Yeah, you know, I remember talking to Billy about this, and he theorized that injuries maybe do happen in these games, but it just like players like come out for like a certain number of plays. Like they don't actually get injured. I don't know. So maybe that is happening. I don't quote me on that. I don't think that they have any factor in this, but
yeah, highly, highly unlikely. Like, don't think that, you know, the starting quarterback's going to go out if that's what you're worried about or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's certainly not going to happen. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, like you were just saying, like from a stamina standpoint, like say if it's Mostert carries the ball like 7 straight times, or not even, maybe like 10 straight times, maybe we see a random RB2 sighting.
Exactly. That's
for a snap.
That's pretty much the extent of it in this in these sims that they affect the sim, I think, anyways. So
Texas is not a mammal, says Jeff. Says Brian about Jeff.
If you say so, I don't believe you. But
oh my God. Home team. Daniel, these are fantastic. This is good. Oh, wow. Sorry, no one can see this. We're just looking at our Slack channel. Ownership numbers on Tyreek Hill, who just scored the touchdown on the opening drive of the sim. Tyreek in our contest, 78.6%, 25.6% on the captain. We have producer Tara Lynn. Daniel is here. Kyle on the ones and twos. Kyle is our score updater, the ops team member today. Fred Smith is looking for the classic contest. Fred, give me a hot sack, and I'll give it to you. All right, Fred, you ready for it? Here it comes. I'm going to paste it into the YouTube chat. Not the link, but the number.
That Brady passively on those images in the chat is amazing. Passively. Yeah, I'm just a passive fan. I'm not gonna cheer for him actively, just passively.
Yeah, Daniel, Tara Lynn might remember too. He said something. What the hell did he say? He said something about the Nets. He's like, "Oh, I'm not." What was it? It was something like, "I'm not rooting for them, but I'm not against them if they win." Just like, what the hell is that?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are 100% against the Nets. What is he talking about?
Something
there is
like
no universe on Earth that Adam S., whatever his middle name, Kaufman, is cheering for Kyrie Irving in these playoffs.
No,
what
he's not.
A load of manure.
No. I'm not doing it. I'm not being fair. It was something like that, where he was like, "Oh, I'm not actively doing this." It's just one of those other phrases where I have to really think too hard to figure out what he's trying to say.
I'm sure yeah, exactly. I'm sure he said something to the effect of, "Well, I won't be upset when the Nets win because I'm expecting them to win, right?"
Yeah, something like that. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Of course you're going to be upset because you're going to have to watch Kyrie Irving beat the Celtics. Load of manure.
Koff already said, Koff is on record. There is video evidence. Video evidence. His audio is clear as day. Koff says if it's Lakers Nets in the finals, he won't watch. He will not watch the finals. If you missed it, I'll play it for you. I feel like we're running a radio station now. We can just go back in and play old audio.
So here's his logic. He won't be upset when the Nets win, but he hates the Nets so much that he's going to not watch the NBA Finals.
Here it is, right here.
NBA man, because I'm not kidding. And I say this purely as a Celtics fan. If it is a Nets-Lakers NBA Finals, like, burn the world down. I won't watch a minute.
Wow. Glass Shane just taping it too. Amazing stuff here.
I love Smash Lanta, our unofficial production assistant.
Oh, yeah. No, is that a Smash Lanta clip? There you go.
I might play this every quarter. Every time I work, just to remind everybody.
Yeah.
Think about
when you see, oh, wow, this is great. I'm really cheering for Brooklyn Lakers now because every time Kaufman tweets during the NBA Finals, we can literally just clip that clip to his tweet.
There's so much validation by just playing back the actual audio than me just being like, "Oh, this is what he said earlier," and then people are like, "No, he didn't. Like, this is actually what he said." Nope, have it right here. I have exactly what he said. I have it right here. Thank you, Smash Lanta. Twitch is amazing. Twitch is amazing for the clipping. It really is. Fantastic. You know what? For those of you that just joined us, one more time.
Man, because I'm not kidding. And I say this purely as a Celtics fan. If it is a Nets-Lakers NBA Finals, like, burn the world down. I won't watch a minute.
Wow, not only that, he wants to burn the world down. Unbelievable.
What an awful person.
Oh, man.
For those of you that want to be accountable You have that clip. We have evidence. So.
Accountability, big here in the DK sim land. So
Dwayne says he can just say it's fake news. He can't. There's evidence.
Yeah, doesn't sound fake to me.
Nope. Right from the horse's mouth.
That's right.
So, I like
horse
it.
Is something.
I like Twitch. There you go. First down, Kansas City. Edwards-Helaire. 7-0. Tyreek Hill has the touchdown, and the first quarter has come to an end.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill just goes completely nuts every time I watch the Chiefs now. He's already got 4 catches, 58 yards, and the only touchdown of the game. Mahomes, 77 yards. Not much going for the Broncos, as expected.
Yep. Mahomes is perfect. 7 for 7. Drew Lock, 4 for 6, 27 yards. Mahomes, 77 yards. Yeah, this is going to be a fun thing we got starting up on Monday, 2 days from now, the Madden season. We are going to, if you've been here for a while, we've been doing these tournaments and whatnot, holiday tournament, the bracket challenge. Well, we're doing another thing like that, very similar. We are going to simulate the entire 2021 NFL schedule. There is a free $5,000 pool right now on the DK Sportsbook in the pools section. You can also find this in the promotions section on DraftKings.com. At the top of the page, you'll see promotions. You click on it, scroll down, you'll find this. It's eligible for all. 1 entry per username. Even if you live in a state that is not sportsbook eligible, you can still partake. You just got to answer a series of questions. It's about the Madden, Brendan, not real life NFL. It's about the Madden season. Check it out. Please. I think you will enjoy it. It's going to be fun. We start on Monday. Daniel did the math. It's going to take 6 weeks approximately to do the whole season. So we'll start with Cowboys, Bucks, and then work our way through the magic.
So there you go. Fun stuff.
Yep, it is fun. It's going to be, I think we're definitely going to have to monitor wins and losses a lot more than we normally have. And like we were talking about, I think we discussed this the other day. It's one of those things, Mahomes, end zone, touchdown.
Wow. Kelsey, I think, sure was, with the state of Kansas right on his helmet. That's just how Kansas looks, folks.
You can make anything a truth here on the Dream Stream. Dreams come true.
Speak it into existence.
Is Kansas.
Not only did the Chiefs move to the state of Kansas, but the state of Kansas changed its shape. So,
what I enjoy most about this this Madden season is this free-to-play pool. It's not like it's just going to end in a week, based on, or even a day, based on like when you have to do.
Oh yeah, no.
Like the bracket thing lasted like 2 days to get through the matchups.
Yeah.
This is going to last a while because folks need to monitor who they have winning the division, who they think is going to win more games than the other. I think it's great. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
It is.
Brian, yes. So, Brian, this is a good question. Will we be keeping updated standings? Yes. Yes, absolutely. You guys need that when you go to the Madden Stream info page. We'll be sure to be better about reading off the records going into Sims. At least I think I will. Because that matters, right? You're going to want to know what team is winning what division to see if you get the question right in the pool.
So. Yep. No, absolutely. It's true. Keep track of the records for people. What's going on. Producer's awesome at that, giving us the info like that. So shout out to Daniel. Tara Lynn working on a Saturday, sweating over hot computers, putting up with nonsense.
Yeah, there's 200 plus of you watching right now, which is great. We have
it's fantastic.
Twitch fam as well. It's good to have you with us. Scotty Too Hottie, has Hill become a must roster? I feel like we're well past that point.
I mean, basically, if you don't roster Tyreek Hill, you're gonzo when the Chiefs play. So it's been like lately. I'm not putting some monster games up. So I'm going for like 200 and like 2 touchdowns last time. There is. Is it Jerry Jeudy? It's Jerry Jeudy showing up.
The future Packer, if the Packers are gonna
that's right.
Packers going to make a move for Aaron Rodgers, or if the Broncos are going to make a move for Aaron Rodgers, the Moose deal would include this guy going.
Could you imagine if the Packers did trade for like a high-end wide receiver for Aaron
We
Rodgers?
talked about this. Like, how much sense does that make?
It would just be hilarious. Judy could be a target, though. I mean, he could be like a trade throw-in or something. So
Must be deadline for the pool. I would imagine just before noon on Monday, before it starts. So we got the schedule right here. Cowboys Bucks is our first game. First game of the season. 3-person booth for that one. Emerson, Christian, and Tara Lynn on Monday. Cowboys Bucks start us off. Can look real quick. Let's see. Yeah, Scotty Too Hottie. This is the last question of the questions you have to answer for the free-to-play pool. The last question is a good one. Who wins the most games? Jags, Jets, Bengals, Broncos. That one stumped me. So we have the Broncos right here. It's the rosters we're using now. So it would be Sam Darnold as quarterback, Gardner Minshew, Joe Burrow and the Bengals, Broncos. Who wins the most of those four? I think you said to me the other day you would probably lean Jets and Bengals as the two teams you'd have. You'd eliminate the other two.
Yes, that's right. Jets, Bengals. It would be one of those two. The best record. Probably. I might even. Would I lean Jets? No, I think I'd lean Bengals.
Okay. I mean, look, we've doing so many of these. The Jets are actually not terrible sometimes in these sims.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Jets, like they're okay. They've got a little bit of speed on the outside. Crowder's a pretty good receiver.
I think you can go either way.
Crowder.
Crowder.
So today, when I opened this free-to-play pool on the sportsbook page and also DraftKings.com, we were right around like 29,000. I love it. We're up over 30,254 entries. I see Damon, you cannot find this. I will put it in Twitch right now. A link to this pool. We cannot put links in the YouTube chat. It's annoying. We're sorry. So if you think Twitch is a dark avenue, you have to go there. Go now. Tell me when you're there and I'll post the link. Or we can all do it. I'll do it. We'll do a tutorial. If you go to DraftKings.com, go to the top of the page where it says promos. You click promos. I'm going to do it all with you. I should record this and put it on social media or something. You scroll on down. Scroll. Scrolling. We're scrolling. Do. Where the hell is this thing? Maybe I scrolled too much.
Are you looking for the actual contest?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
The pool, the free-to-play pool.
Well, did you go under pools in the sportsbook?
No.
Okay, we'll go up to the top where it says pools.
Fine. Okay, we're going to start this tutorial over. Go to sportsbook.draftkings.com, or if you have the app, that works too. Okay, we'll do it this way. I was trying to show everyone the DraftKings.com way, but we'll do this way. Sportsbook.draftkings.com, top of the page, go to pools.
That's right. There you go. Now you're on the right track.
Scroll slowly down the right side.
Oh, free 5K simulated pro football season. There it is.
Bam! Found
Blammo.
it. Click it. Answer the questions. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 questions. It's free to enter. One entry per person, per username.
You got to pick some division winners, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to... What else do we have to do? I'm going through this right now. They suck. All these teams suck.
Ooh, another run by my captain, Philip. 23 yards. It's in both, Sean Preston, the DK app and DraftKings Sportsbook.
But yeah, go to DraftKings Sportsbook, guys. It is a cool little pool. Like Brendan said, 30,000 people already in it, but it's a free roll. So get in there. And you can follow along, too. Give you something to follow along with. So Melvin Gordon, maybe trying to get something going. I'm not going to lie. I'm having trouble concentrating. I have the PGA leaderboard up. I shouldn't have it up, but I do.
Yeah, and I'm distracting you from trying to follow it with my awful lesson plan.
No, it's okay.
My awful presentation.
It's actually good. It's giving me a chance to look.
Can we work with a partner? Remember that? Middle school, high school. Can we work with partners?
Mrs. Green, can we work with partners on this one?
Can we do groups? Nice, I got the smart guy in the crew. I don't have to do as much.
Can we pick our own groups this time?
Daniel sharing an account with us, a Twitter account called KD Picks. Yeah, I've heard it. This is Ducey's betting.
Yeah, no.
Twitter. Yeah.
Kenny has his own like train of thought, like betting stuff, where you can just go and like bet on things like, minor league tennis, Division 5 soccer, whatever else he's watching. I'm pretty sure he doesn't sleep. He just like watches sports continuously.
If you just want just the picks, that's all he uses that account for. You don't even have to talk to him. He just puts stuff in there.
Yep. Just gives us picks. KD picks. Big tennis guy, that Ducey.
He doesn't ramble on that account. He's right to the point.
No, it's very un-Ducey-like.
Yeah. Just gives you the pick and gets out of your way.
Gets out of there, yeah.
So, I encourage you guys to check it out.
No, you should, in all seriousness. Kenny does, if you're interested in the tennis or you follow it at all, the majors, whatever.
Does a good job. He's on top of it.
Yep. I think I'm not going to say whether he's good or not. But he definitely is on top of it. I don't know if he's good. I'm not suggesting he's bad either. I'm just saying. This is not financial advice.
Well, yeah. Anytime you tell somebody to check something out, they want reasons why they should.
Yeah.
And typically that means
you make your own. You check it out and you make your own decision.
Right. Yep. It's true. So, all right. I think the tutorial went well. We'll have to work on that and improve the presentation.
Very good. Minute left here.
Bobby831 leading our contest. Finally, a host I like. Tyreek Hill in first. Tyreek Hill in the captain. Mahomes, CEH, Kelsey, Chiefs D, and something called Nick Vanette.
Oh, the Vanette. You take your Vanette out.
Nice play by CEH. Extension for the first down. Hit that like button for us if you are willing and don't mind. We're almost at 150 on the day. Michael Johnson says, shout out who is in first. I'm not going to do that for the early classic. It says Pat and then a word I cannot say.
Meager says his brother-in-law is in fourth out of 133,000 in the Big Birdie payday free roll. That's pretty cool. Played some Phil Mickelson, I assume.
A lot of time for Patrick Mahomes. CEH run after the catch. 165 in this first half. Mahomes well on his way to the bonus. Unless, of course, this turns into a blowout and they just keep running the ball. Derwin says Derwin found the pool. Good. The number's going up as we're talking about this and giving our lesson. So that makes me feel good. That makes me feel really good.
A lot of validation there for Glash.
Yep.
You ever thought about being a teacher, bud?
I actually, I have a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Yep. My younger brother's a teacher.
Oh, well, there you go.
I think I'd be a fun teacher.
You'd be a very fun teacher.
I'm not sure how much we get accomplished, and students would have stories for their parents when they get home. Mr. Glasheen today. It's crazy lesson he
Mr.
gave.
Glasheen.
We all had to shout this word and keep spelling it. That's how we learned spelling words.
The buzzword is just their homework.
He didn't let us stop saying it for a straight minute until he spelt it right.
Shout unquestionably for 5 minutes tonight. Top of your lungs.
Mr. Glasheen doesn't use flashcards. He uses buzzwords. That's... yeah, right? I give the homework for the night is buzzword. Students go home, get complaints from parents. So why is it that my daughter is just shouting this word at 10:59 every night?
Give all the kids moose collars, and whenever an adverb comes up on the TV, do a moose call.
Melvin Gordon. Gorilla says, former middle school teacher here. Don't do it. Sean Preston. Vanette didn't do anything. He's just in the winning lineup. He's at 2.6% owned. Kicking club. Parent-teacher meeting. Mr. Glasheen, we'd appreciate you don't cross-dress in class. Jeez. 2nd and 6. Whoa, Drew Lock at the end of the half. Jim intercepted. I don't know, Jim. Time to get Henny out there. Eddie P on DK, also known as Eddie Pond, but it's really Eddie P. But I like calling him Eddie Pond. Must be. Eddie Pond is in 2nd place in the contest we created. 117 entries. So, very good. We are on camera now. At the half, it's a lopsided sim, 17-0. Damon says, former school security here. Go for it.
Former school security.
I want to remind all of you, yes, it's a big weekend at DraftKings. You know, we got the golf. We're talking to you about this Madden season starting on Monday. Tonight and tomorrow, we do have the Fantasy Basketball World Championship tipping off.
Yep.
You guys can follow along today and tomorrow. See who our competitors, which ones will take home that $1 million top prize, which, admittedly, you're probably like, why would I just want to sit there and watch how another person's lineup's doing? So, we knew you'd think that.
Right.
We made a shadow contest.
Oh.
We, meaning I speak for DK now. I did not do it. You guys can play along in the FBWC shadow contest for this event. Jesse Cofield will be breaking down all the details after the sim. We've been doing that a little bit today, but if you missed it from earlier, Jesse will be back with Julian and Kenny Ducey.
Exciting. Some Ducey stuff coming up, folks. Yeah. Don't go anywhere.
Yep. And I hope
so that kicks off tonight then.
Yeah.
Is it a 2-day thing?
2 days. Yep. Tonight and tomorrow.
Pretty cool.
So shadow contest is up. Let's see if I can find it. Doing things on the fly is usually never a good idea, but I keep doing it during the sim, so it's kind of fun. Yeah, I can't find it.
I can't.
There it is. Found it. Wow, that was quick. I'm proud of myself. Let's see. If I open it up, slate starts at 8.
Oh, is it a free roll?
Yeah, free roll.
Oh, so yeah, get in this, guys. I mean, a little showdown, or not a showdown, shadow contest.
Yep.
$20,000 in prizes. Free to enter.
Free to enter.
I'm going to submit a lineup.
Yep, free to enter at the moment. Only 2,000 entries for this thing, but it doesn't lock till 8 tonight.
Okay.
Brooklyn, Boston at 8, and then it goes all the way through tomorrow night. It ends with Memphis, Utah. So the 6 games featured in this.
Right.
Nets, Celtics, Blazers, Nuggets, and then tomorrow Wizards, Sixers, Lakers, Suns, Hawks, Knicks, and Grizzlies, Jazz. So have at it. And you know what I'll do? I'll put the link to that over on Twitch because I'm such a linky guy today. So, check it out. Look at us promoting.
Look at us.
The brand.
It's good though. Another free roll for you guys to just, maybe grab a couple bucks in, follow along at the very least.
Yeah.
This is good. I did not know this was a free roll. I'm not gonna lie. And like Galash said, there's only like 2,000 people in this, so get yourself some entries here, folks. Take advantage. Knicks playing Atlanta. Hey, that's gonna be interesting.
I think all the series, there's really, you can make a case for compelling stuff. And the one series that is a letdown is the fact that just from not having Steph in the playoffs, no Golden State against Utah. We were both right. The Wizards, by the way, smoked Indiana. We were telling the people on Thursday, get on the Wizards.
Right about that. That's true.
Felt good. Felt good.
My one basketball bet of the season paid off, taking a -4.
Did you actually do it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I thought you were joking when you said that.
No, I kind of like that line. Yeah. No, I mean,
nice job.
One basketball line of the year. So.
Damon says you'd probably be a great history teacher. You could teach well in character.
That's right. That'd be perfect. Oh my God, Damon, that's a great call.
Oh,
history teacher for Glash. Just come as a different historical person every day. Abraham Lincoln, Ben Franklin, James Naismith, the creator of basketball, maybe. Just come with some peach baskets. Let's see what happens, guys, when we cut this hole out of here.
Put the strap-on beard on, the wig.
Right.
Go buy one of those cool globes that all the teachers would have and just start spinning the globe around. See over here, this is the map of the United States of America. Here, we have the state of Texas, but it actually looks like the state of Kansas.
Which, by the way, this used to be where Kansas was located.
You might find back in 1951, when I was 36 years old, 36 years old, Skip Perkins here. Back when I was 36 years old, it actually was on the helmet of the Dallas Texans. So, yeah, well, maybe I will quit this job and go teach.
Possibilities are endless, folks.
So, yeah, get involved if you want. Shadow contest, free-to-play pools, starting up Monday with that Madden season. Brian says, legit, though, I do teach freshman history in the city. I just play Skip Perkins every day. Or do a Marv Albert every time a student gets a 3 out of 3 on the starting assignment.
Yes, look at it.
Yes. Wow. Looking forward to hearing Marv for one of the final times this year.
Is he done after this playoffs?
Yeah, he's retiring.
He was telling me they were like, yeah, maybe he needs to retire. I think it was Tom. He was like, yeah, Marv needs to retire.
He's lost his fastball.
That's fair.
He was doing a Celtics game the other day. He kept calling Aaron Nesmith, who's like one of their younger guards. He kept calling him Marcus Smart. Did it 4 or 5 times. It was a Mostert moment. Gregory Harris is asking who scored. Hill, Kelsey, and a field goal by Butka. That's all you missed. Not much from Denver. Nothing from Denver, actually. I shouldn't even say not much. It's big goose egg. Terrellin is here. We also have Daniel, Kyle from the Game Ops team. If you are willing, hit the like button for our great supporting cast here. They do great work as well. Moose is back here at 6. You'll be here with Rossi?
Is that right? Rossi? Okay.
So?
Good. Cool. Excellent. Is that touchdown? It is! Who dat?
KJ Hamler.
Jeez, I just figured with the nice catch there, we were going to get a Cortland Sutton sighting, but...
Terrellin says, never refer to me as that. Refer to you as what?
Terrellin? I think I'm with Lamarca for the next scene, by the way.
What is wrong with supporting cast?
Supporting cast. Nobody
Oh,
puts
you're a star.
Terlin in a corner.
Yeah, that was kind of Kaufman-like, I guess, now that I think about it.
A little bit. Maybe a little bit.
All right. I take it back.
I think I'm with Lamarca on the next sim. Although it is like 50-50 whether he'll nap right through it. So
I won't even try to give a good reason about that. I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm like fake sorry.
Rossi doing 4 tomorrow? Wow.
Yeah, Tara Lynn will be doing the color tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, that'll be fun time.
Rossi and
Rossi's
Tara Lynn.
I like doing sims with Rossi. Very easy. Lots of good topics he brings up. It'll be a fun time. That'll be fun for the DK Sim fan. Get to watch the star of the show, our A+ talent, Tara Lynn, all by herself on her first solo color analyst job.
Tara Lynn was saying to Rossi, like, oh, well, I'll hit you up. We'll go through some talking points. And Rossi's like, no, like, show up.
Show up, just talk.
Tara Lynn's like, wait, hold on. Like, I
You'll
want
be
to. Rossi's like, no, we're not doing that. So Tara Lynn just got absolutely worked by Rossi. Like, he's like, it's not my thing. I'm not doing it. I'm like, okay, it's fine. Let's see. Dream Placebo, first place in our contest. Let's look up the public showdown, shall we? Brian C., what was I like in high school? I was just like now, I'm a dork. Just a big, dumb dork.
Oh, man.
We had a big high school. It was 4,000 people at Lowell High School.
That is big.
Overwhelming. Let's see here. Sleepy, first place in the $250 free showdown. Hamler captained. Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, Lindsay, Chiefs, D is the build. Mahomes X Factor lit. We're midway through the third. Nice catch, Tyreek Hill.
Yep. Mahomes 187. What's Tyreek Hill up? 5 catches, 69 yards. Actually, his first catch in a little while. So.
Just want to remind everybody again, if Nets Lakers meet in the finals, someone will not be watching.
Man, because I'm not kidding. And I say this purely as a Celtics fan. If it is a Nets Lakers NBA finals, like, burn the world down. I won't watch a minute.
It's too good.
Burn the world down. He's like legitimately, he's going to Mars if we get like a Brooklyn Lakers series.
Koff will do the first ever sim from outer space.
Yeah. He's moving planets.
Hey,
no point in living here anymore.
Yep. That's life. Just gonna leave your problems. Hey, something that he actually brought up in the 2 o'clock. You think Julio Jones? What do you think about this Julio Jones thing?
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought Julio Jones was going to get traded before we even heard the rumors. So you've just got to look at the Atlanta cap situation. I mean, I think that was a big reason why, they committed to Matt Ryan, but, they get a cheap guy in Kyle Pitts who's very similar, can do a lot of similar things compared to Julio Jones. I know he's a tight end, but like 6'6", like sub 4.5 speed. Like ridiculous guy who can just like box out guys in the red zone and go downfield too. And you still have Ridley. You've got a crop of young receivers there. I mean, you never want to just give up on Julio Jones, and I'm sure they'd rather just keep him, but like they can't sign their rookies because of their cap situation. It's very clean and a pretty easy fix for the Falcons just to get rid of Julio, just to trade him. That fixes all their problems, and they still have a deep receiving core with Kyle Pitts and Ridley. Like, yeah, I thought it made sense before. I think that was their main out, and I think they're going to do it. I think that they, once it's basically a leak that they're trading him. Like, I don't want to say it's a done deal, but like I'd be kind of shocked if they didn't get a deal done at this point.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, Julio is talking about playing with other people, so he seems kind of resigned to it too. Like it almost feels like the team has been like, yeah, you're not coming back. So I think the Patriots do make a lot of sense, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I'm trying to think back. They gave up a first round. Is that a touchdown? Oh, he had a foot out.
He's just out. Wow. You can get a review, maybe? I don't think so.
Must be. I don't think I haven't said Mac Jones will start. I want him to, but it's not going to happen. Week 1, I think it's going to be Cam.
Yeah,
That's right. That's the guy Julio shouted out. Patriots have given up capital before to go get a receiver. They did it for Brandon Cooks.
Yep. Look, they got Randy Moss for a 4th rounder. This wouldn't be the first time they've traded for like a big time wide receiver. So
Ricky Seals-Jones. But it's gonna take a 1, right? A first.
I mean, speculation is it might even not. Like, and here's the thing. This is what I was telling Kaufman. Like, it seems weird, Julio Jones for a second, but Julio Jones is banged up. He's a veteran guy. He's on the tail end of his career. He's got a big contract, and everybody knows Atlanta's trying to trade him.
Right.
Maybe they get into a bidding war, but I think at most you're going to have like 2 teams interested. And when there's only like a couple teams, there's a touchdown, CEH. When there's only a couple teams, like, I don't know. Like, you might be like a 2nd and like a 4th. In Atlanta might have to send back a 6th or something like that, you know? Like, I could see that being the trade. Now, it could turn into a bidding thing, you know, too. Maybe someone gets like really, maybe like John Gruden's like, oh man, I got to get Julio Jones here, you know, like Spider Y banana, you know, or something. But I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't even think it's going to cost the Pats that much, potentially.
Okay. I mean, the Ravens would be great. I know we've talked about the Ravens and their receivers before, but does he fit the offense, though, I guess is the glaring question there.
Yeah, I mean, and the Ravens just invested some draft capital, and they signed Sammy Watkins. So, again, this is why I'm just not sure how hot to try. Like, the Ravens would be like, sure, we'll give you like a 3rd maybe, right? But they're not – the Ravens probably feel like they adequately addressed their wide receiver needs this year. So – you know, do they want to take on that salary? I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think there's only a couple teams that are going to be truly interested enough to give up enough capital. And I think, you know, Chargers maybe, Patriots maybe. God, we're throwing out teams I can't remember. Maybe the Eagles. I don't know about that. But
no, we just drafted a guy. Drafted a guy up high, Devonta Smith.
Yep.
Must be is he can't get over the Cam Newton thing. Must be. This time last year, Cam Newton was still out there. No one wanted him. The Patriots picked him up off the street at the last second of free agency.
What can he get over about Cam Newton? I don't understand.
I don't get it because you think there's hate. Like, the league was out on this guy. That was their last. The Patriots basically said we're going to take the cheapest guy available.
And one of the only guys available.
Well, but Dalton went first. There were plenty of other guys that could have easily scooped up, but chose not to.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I'm talking last year.
Yeah, no, I know.
Like, if you don't like us, the banter we have, well, how about yell at the NFL if you think Cam's that good? No one wanted him. The Patriots only really like him because of the money. Sorry, like Jameis Winston's another one too.
No.
Someone could have had Winston, but the Saints got him for nothing. Patriots got Cam Newton for 2 straight years for nothing. They're not paying him anything. And he didn't play. And look, he could have easily proved all of us wrong by getting the minimum contract last year. About a month from now is when Cam Newton signed with the Patriots. End of June last year. And he could have proved a lot of people wrong and went out and had a great season. He didn't. So the Patriots signed him. They actually gave him a raise, which is insane. But I think that was Belichick like doing right by him. They also had to have a quarterback on their roster before the draft. Oh, and what do you know? Mac Jones falls to them at 15. So it worked out. But they had to have.
I don't understand why he thinks there's like slander on this sim about Cam Newton.
because he thinks he didn't have enough help last year.
But like we don't even like slander Cam Newton. We just say like, he was okay. I mean, I've probably been the most pro Cam Newton of anyone on these sims. I even said like he wasn't as bad as his touchdown rate appeared. If he picks up the touchdowns a little bit, becomes a little bit more efficient in the red zone, his numbers were like actually up there with some of his like okay seasons, the rest of his like advanced numbers. So, but at the same time, yeah, Glash is right. This dude didn't have a job until like, the late summer. So,
but now Bill has always loved him. Bill loves him for the price. He's not paying him anything.
Yeah.
If he loved him so much, he'd give him $15-20 million a year. He's paying him $1 million. Of course he loves him.
Yeah.
He's gonna say nice things about him.
Yeah, he loves him so much that he drafted a quarterback in the first round this year. That's how much he loves Cam Newton. Look, Glashine and I are also both saying that we think Cam Newton's going to start. Where's the slander? That's what I don't get.
And he could have a good year. I hope he does. I give it like a 5-10% chance that Cam Newton it's scorched earth Cam Newton. This is not slander. This is it for Cam Newton. If this does not go well,
yeah, he's not getting it.
If he loses the job, it's it. Who's going to take him?
Backup. He's going to Seattle to back up Russell Wilson or something like.
It's about the contract. He loves him. You know what? Also, Cam needs Bill right now. He's got to say good things about him. Cam has to keep talking up Bill so he can keep his roster spot.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
Cam also doesn't have any leverage. He didn't play well enough last year. He should be the Patriots. The Patriots did him a favor and brought him in last year. I also think here's Mahomes. What are you doing?
That was this play is developing weirdly, but we did have a fumble. They recovered it, but massive sack there by the Broncos. Mahomes broke a tackle to begin. Oh, did they? Wait. Who got that ball?
I think Denver got it.
I think Denver got it too. I thought the O-lineman picked it up. What's going on here? I guess they're giving it to Denver. I really thought Kansas City picked that ball up. Looked like. They must have. Whoa, that was weird. Yeah, okay, they gave it to Denver, regardless. I guess maybe a Denver player picked it up first on the ground or something. We'll say that happened. Anyways, here's Melvin Gordon with the touchdown.
Waltz is in. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, there's a Denver has now made this a little interesting.
Kind of spicy.
Congo Cab says Cam was released late after all teams. I don't believe that to be true. Cam Newton was released.
Coming off an elbow surgery where the last time Cam Newton played before the Patriots signed him, he
was released March 24th.
He was so bad that he couldn't throw the ball. You think teams were just knocking down Cam Newton's door? Come play with us. 30-plus-year-old quarterback who just had massive elbow surgery and might not be able to play, throw the ball 10 yards. Cam was lucky he got a contract last year, like Glash said. Just from the injury perspective, teams could have just been out on him.
And that's not my opinion. The league told you that. The NFL told you that. No one wanted him until June 20 whatever when he signed. I mean, Congo Cab's point is a lot of teams made their decision during free agency, like what is it, like St. Patrick's Day, right around there? So a week after he gets released, March 24th, he's released. So from March 24th to the end of June, he was out there. He didn't sign right away. I mean, look, I'm rooting for the guy. But
yeah, exactly. That's what
league didn't want. No one wanted him.
We're just dealing in facts here. That's all.
No one wanted him. That doesn't make me hate him.
No.
It's just like, I hope it works out. No one wanted him, and he didn't play well. Sorry, he didn't play well. How did that even come up? I forget.
I don't know.
Because Julio Jones wants to play with him.
Oh, right.
And that is what Cam can still. That's what Cam still has a lot of over Mac Jones. he has over Jarrett Stidham. Guys want to play with Cam. Guys in the league like Cam. He still has the
got some
clout.
name value. Players, he's got some relationships. He's got the network ability. Former MVP, whatever.
Yep. He still has a lot of name recognition in the league.
And look, as I've said before, I think you could see Cam bounce back a little bit this year. I won't be as shocked as other people. He's a year removed from his surgery. Should be a little bit better with the arm, you would think. He's not that old. And like I said, he didn't play that bad last year. The touchdown in the red zone efficiency was terrible. But part of that was they didn't have any bloody receivers, right? So they've obviously addressed that in spades right now and might even be addressing it more. So.
Well,
getting fired up over Cam Newton here.
Folks, listen, they also could have traded for him. You could trade nothing to go get Cam Newton from Carolina.
Yep.
If he was that sought after, they could have traded for him. Give up nothing. Oh, but the Saints already picked Jameis 9 days before. Hey, guess when Jameis Winston officially signed his contract with the Saints? March 25th. If Cam Newton was that sought after, the Saints could have said, oh, well, we'd rather have Cam Newton than Jameis Winston. So, see you, Jameis. I really hope you guys are right. I really hope you're right, that they put stuff around him and that they do well. And you can come back to me and say, see, Glash needed more help. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, Glash. Buddy. Oh, quick score here by the Broncos could really get us back into a game here, folks. Let's focus on the sim. These Kansas City State helmets by Kansas City, who play in the state of Kansas. Not the city Kansas, they play in the state. Let's just get that clear. I've done my geography lesson. I know my states. Really having a tough time. Nothing like the Kansas City, Kansas cities.
Phillip Lindsay, my captain. He gets a catch, but not much yardage. This really is a topic. The people that. Oh, I can't. This is what happens, I guess. Third straight sim. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I'm ready. I'm off tomorrow. I'm just gonna leave it all out there.
We gotta get Glass to a barbecue. Get him chilled out. Give him a nice glass of lemonade. I think he's hangry. He needs a burger. A burger. Yeah, guy.
Did
look? Oh God! Sorry, go ahead. What do you need to get off the chest?
You guys that are backing Cam here, did you watch the games? Please. He was throwing grounders to first base. One hoppers to Demir Bird. Like he was doing a grounder drill.
Now I'm getting criticized for making excuses. I'm not making
the roster was the same for Tom Brady the year before. If anything, Cam Newton got an upgrade at running back with Damian Harris. Must be. Cam Newton admitted having his cigar and wine with Todd Gurley and OBJ that he didn't know how he would mesh with Belichick. He was surprised the Patriots called him. He didn't think he was getting a job. And the Patriots didn't have to pay him anything. That's why he's in New England. Not because Bill thinks it's the perfect fit and he loves him. I mean, he might like him. He's a good guy. I don't think he's a bad person. They don't have to pay him anything. But Brady made like $20 million, not one. Michael Johnson. Hey, Michael Johnson. No training camp? No one else had training camp. Can we stop with this? The whole league had to deal with last year. Stop it with no, you didn't have training camp, you didn't have training camp, didn't have off season. No one had an off season. Enough with that. Stop. No one. If you keep starting arguments with, you didn't have an off season. No one had an off season last year. Stop it. No one had that. Oh, but it's not fair. Guess what? The guy who won the freaking Super Bowl didn't have an off season. With his new team. God, idiots! You idiots! Watch the games! He wasn't good! I love you all. Thanks for being here.
Smash the like button, guys. I don't even know if people are just typing this in the chat at this point just to get Glash all riled up. It's working either way. You've done your job, so well done. We need to get Glash a Snickers stat. Where's the goal? Denver. There it is. Touchdown. Gonna bring it within 3.
Nice job.
Good job, Denver.
Throw, Drew Lock.
Hey, there's my captain. Cortland Sutton. He had a couple big plays on that drive. 3 catches, 58 yards before that catch. There's going to be 4 catches, touchdown, and whatever, 65 yard-ish.
Just because we come on here and say someone stunk does not think we hate them or it's slander. It's just what happened. We watch, then we come and unite and state our opinion.
Glass dressed up as...
I dressed up like the freaking guy! 16 weeks! I was rooting for it! It didn't go well! You're being mean. No trade camp. You didn't have one to throw to. I mean...
I don't know if we can handle OT here, so... Oh no, this is going to be a 3-point lead. I was going to say 4 points. Okay. Denver within 3. Kansas City needs some first downs here. The OT is blinking. It's going to be a comeback of the century here, folks. Denver down 3+ scores. Kansas City. Andy Reid, what are you doing? Get to your playbook, friend. Get it going. There's playbook, Fangio. Teams.
I can't do it.
Comeback trail, guys. Look out.
Winston says Brady had minicamp and preseason. Glass, he went to everyone's house.
That's right. He was playing in the park.
Last time I checked, Cam Newton was flying people out to California to play catch. Mohamed Sanu. Everyone forgets about that though, because it doesn't work their argument, right? Oh, Cam was out at Boston College tossing the rock around with Julian Edelman. That doesn't count because he didn't win the Super Bowl. Yeah, you want to know why? Because guess what? When Tom does stuff like that, it's advertised and brought up because he's good. And he had a good season. And he was in one place for 20 years. Also, Brother Phil, love you, mean it. Anytime you ask someone to calm down, just doesn't work well. I would never tell one of you guys to calm down.
Just calm down. Just take it down.
Fine. You know what? We'll just agree with everything we say. You're right. I'm wrong. Looking forward to a fun season.
This game goes to overtime. We're going to get canceled. Sims are going to get canceled. We need a first down, Kansas City. 3 timeouts for Denver. It's about a 5-yard gain. It's the first timeout burned.
I love all of you so much. There is a 7-way tie for first in the free showdown contest.
Smash that like button for Brendan Glasheen and his insanely hot takes today. Defending his Cam Newton takes to the death. Gotta love the commitment.
My words will be twisted if they start like 3-0 with him.
Underrated Cam Newton.
Give him a chance. You hater.
League was out on him.
Scotty Too Hard, he's starting to rethink Glash as a teacher thing.
Just the fact you even considered it from the start is, that was your first mistake.
You know what I think happened, really? I think Cam Newton had such a really good game against Seattle, week 2. Sunday night football, Brady's replacement. Beautiful pass to Edelman. Edelman goes for 100 yards. Everyone's watching Sunday night football. We're all making, way too hot of takes based on the first 2 weeks of the season.
Oh, for
and then
sure.
everyone and then guess what happened? They started playing non-national TV games, and people just fell in love with, oh, look, he's got 12 rushing touchdowns. Oh, look, he's on my bench in fantasy. Got to play him next week.
Yeah.
Yep, they got mesmerized.
Yeah. Once they stopped playing the Seahawks defense.
Yep. And then we found out everyone did well against the Seahawks defense.
Yeah. Yeah, that game completely skewed people's expectations and perception. People were like, oh, well, Cam can throw the ball again. Okay, we're good. Edelman, maybe Patriots are okay. High-powered offense here again.
Chicken Club says, wonder if anyone recorded Glash like he did Cough. Could be fun. Coffin's got him winning 10 games in Cam Newton next year.
Did we do the Patriots in the win-loss game?
We did.
I think we did. I think I put him winning.
You got him going 10-8 or 10-7, whatever. Yeah. Or 9-8, whatever. Something like that.
I mean, and I'll say it again, I will take the Patriots over the Dolphins this year. That's my take in that division. So
I can think the Patriots are going to win 9-10 games and still think Cam Newton's not going to be that great. That's all. There's a ceiling. Joel, Cam is great in Madden. He'll be better. He'll be better this year. But just enough of this, the hate. No one in the league wanted him, people. A year ago now, he was still a free agent.
All right. Game's over.
Game's over. Let's wrap this up.
You're done. Let's get you out of here, friend. Player of the game is going to be... God, we have a lot of even scoring here. I'm going to give it to Cortland Sutton. He was the best value. He had 16.4 points, only 3 points behind Tyreek Hill. Nobody put up a ton. CEH had a good game too, but I'm going to give it to Cortland Sutton. The Not My Kid award is going to go to... Woof, some of these guys have bad games. Jerry Jeudy, 6.6 points, 22% owned. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
State of Kansas, represented. Again, they held on. Good for you, Kansas State.
Just to prove to all of you, I have a heart. Give me a second. Come on. 2 seconds. Let me find this. 2 seconds. Yeah, be sure to get involved with that Madden season, everybody. It starts up on Monday.
I'll do the promo. Go to the sportsbook page, guys, if you want to check out. We got the Madden season, regular season. We're going to be tracking it in the sim. So you can go to DK Sportsbook. You look under the pool section. That's how you get there. Okay, here. What is this?
It's me. I mean, that's Cam.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
Cam.
So there's Glasheen dressed up as Cam, like he did all season long. Oh yeah, there. Just exactly the same.
See, I love him. I wanted to be just like him.
That's right. You cannot question Glasheen's commitment to Cam Newton. So there you go.
Proof. I'm fair. All right. I'm a good person. I hope he does well. And don't yell at me. Yell at the NFL. Thank you, Daniel. We do look identical. Okay. Moose, have a great rest of your day.
You too, buddy. You go get some drinks or whatever, or some food. You fill up. You grinded a lot. You grinded hard this morning. Good for you. Guys, I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. All right. Love you all. Seriously. Mean it. Really do. Shout out to the two folks that led our contest, Mr. Golf and More, the Ville Zone 83. So that's Nick, I think, one of those people up there. So good work. I am not here tomorrow. So hopefully most of you forget about what I just did. And then back on Monday. Moose is back at 6. See you guys later.
welcome into our preview of the DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Basketball World Championship. I'm Jesse Cofield, and I'm here to tell you a little about the event, but also introduce you to some of the competitors who will be battling it out for the top prize of $1 million and a ticket to the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. There's going to be 50 of the best DFS competitors in the world on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for this two-day event this weekend, but that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. And now let's talk strategy. I'm joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. Guys, this is a unique contest, okay? There are only 100 entries spread across 50 unique users. So Kenny, how does GPP strategy change for a much smaller event like this, or does it?
You know, I don't really know if it changes all that much because in the end, right, you're still looking to maximize your score. We had, I believe, 290 points last year in the FWBC, or FBWC. So I do think that you still want to take your shots. You still want to take your chances on some value plays here that you think could be good. But yeah, I mean, I think in any smaller contest, you do see a little more value there, taking a safer route. We've seen it in other world championships and other sports, just simply playing the chalk. Sometimes you have to do it because, there's little options, especially in the postseason. There's not going to be that many options out there that aren't super chalky that are going to pay off for you. So I think I would sort of play it like a cash game and maybe take one or two chances. I think that's generally the strategy with about 100 people in there.
Jules, what would your strategy be?
The last thing that Kenny just mentioned was the best thing that he mentioned. That was his best point. This is, 100 lineup field. This is more of a cash lineup with a couple of tweaks at the end for your real leverage plays that you feel very strongly about. And I know we'll talk later, about people potentially having multiple lineups in here, and I think that has a lot to do with how you play it. Are you a professional DFS player that has 5 lineups in here? Do you have 2 or 3, or are you happy to have qualified and want to play it as safe with your one lineup as possible? To guarantee yourself some profit here. Not guarantee, but play it safer and give yourself the better shot at just making some big bucks. So it's how many lineups you have. It's, what amount of money would you be happy coming out of this with, and that kind of helps guide you as to how you want to play this. But yeah, my overall thoughts are, if you're in this, there's 100 lineups. You're going to want to build, maybe 6 guys in your lineup that would be in the majority of cash lineups that night, and then just kind of flip 2 spots that you feel really strongly about and hope those players go off.
Well, this tournament is also unique in that it's taking place over 2 days. So you have a couple different slates to manage here. It's a total of 6 playoff games, 2 Saturday, 4 Sunday with late swap. Jules, how does the 2-day nature of the event change the strategy?
It changes things a lot. Because this isn't even a slate where we have, 7 o'clock games and 10 o'clock games if you're on the East Coast and you're waiting to see those late ones. This is just one game at a time throughout the whole thing, and you're waiting for the next game. Now, it is the playoffs, so that rapid rush of NBA injury news that we deal with at DK Live all season is now gone. There will be no load management. There will be no questionable with an ankle. Guys are playing, the stars are playing, and you want exposure to as many of those stars as you can because big players play well in big games. Their minutes are going to go up. Star power is a good thing on these slates. So I think that you can, for the most part, build your lineup out how you want it, but you might want to leave yourself an out. If you see yourself sliding down the standings and you're not exactly where you want to be, maybe you switch a couple players at the end and say, I need some low ownership guys that can kind of boost me up the standings. Maybe you're doing really well. You're in the top 10 and you want to make sure you stay there and you have a couple risks in your lineup at the end. Maybe you switch that to some chalkier players to just kind of stay in the top 10.
Kenny, what's your take on how this being a 2-day event changes things?
Yeah, I think what Julian said is pretty true. When you look at the teams on the second night, right, or the second just general slate of the tournament on Sunday. You look at teams with a lot of injuries coming in, and frankly, I mean, there's a lot of value to be had just across the board when you look at teams like the Knicks and even the Lakers, maybe to an extent. There's a bunch of mid-price guys that you could swap out for if you do want to take a little bit of a chance. But on the other hand, too, you do have teams like the Knicks carrying an injury to Nerlens Noel. I mean, how healthy is he going to be? The 76ers game is going to have plenty of injury news on both sides of the ball. There's going to be plenty of guys coming in with injuries. We also know the Sixers in general, things pop up with them late. And the Jazz I'm looking at as well. I mean, I don't know really what we know about how much Donovan Mitchell is going to play or if he's going to play. And, just the rotation. What's the rotation going to look like in Utah? So I think with a lot of questions there, it does open up the possibility that you can take a little bit of a chance and then just pivot off of it if you find out that there's going to be someone else taking the position of the guy that you thought was going to play a lot of minutes. So I think it gives you a lot of needed flexibility on a slate with, I think, a sneaky slate loaded with injuries, frankly.
Julian, does the definition of value change in NBA DFS during the playoffs?
It's completely different, 100% different. Value in the regular season is the Sixers coming out 30 minutes before tip and saying Embiid, Simmons, and Harris are out. Oh my goodness, we have to scramble and get all these Sixers in our lineups immediately. Now, the definition of value is, all right, I really need to find a guy for $4,000 that I can trust to get me 20 to 25 DraftKings points, and it becomes very difficult to do. Whereas that's a daily occurrence on a regular season slate. So it's completely different. You can also maybe trust your stars to give you more than they generally do because their loads usually increase in the postseason. So you want to play it safe. You want to find good value. You don't. Rotations also are trimmed, so you need to be careful of, oh, this guy's $3,300 and he ended the regular season scoring 25 DK points a game. That guy might be out of the rotation altogether. So you have to be very careful and play guys that you trust are going to be in these rotations.
Kenny, do you agree?
I do agree with what Julian said. I mean, I think that those value plays, the guys that you see on a 3-4K who, just get a boost in minutes because of injuries or whatnot, or teams want to, get their young guys some more run. That just doesn't happen in the postseason. I mean, you saw even in the play-in games, guys like Goga Batadze and Jakar Sampson, who were DFS value heroes down the stretch. I mean, they hardly saw the court. So they're coaches are going to lean on the guys that are trusted, the guys that have gotten them to that point, and guys that, have playoff experience a lot of times. So I think that does change things in terms of, there's going to be fewer guys that are low priced that are guaranteed a lot of minutes in terms of, unknowns. But also, I mean, you look at a guy in the mid-tier, right? You look at last year with Jamal Murray in the winning lineup, you have that sort of upper mid-tier to mid-tier where there's a lot of stars in there. And there's a lot of guys, maybe a Julius Randle, who could be mid-price, maybe 7-8K. And, you do have plenty of minutes, plenty of usage, and that is value, right? That's different. You're not seeing that in the regular season. You're not seeing a guy with a big name, with a lot of track record scoring DK fantasy points that is in the mid-range. But that's exactly what you have here on the slate. So value definitely does change. The value plays are maybe a little bit more expensive than we're used to seeing. And, maybe the names are a little more household known that are down there at 5 or 6K.
Let's talk about a guy who's pretty good at this. DraftKings user Raging Phillip has won this tournament in back-to-back seasons. So 2 questions, Kenny. First, how hard is it to pull that off? And second, do you think that puts more or maybe less pressure on him to perform well this weekend?
I mean, I do think that there's less pressure if it were me in that spot, just knowing that I have the secret sauce, so to speak. He has the strategy. He knows what strategy to come into this, and I think that a first-timer might have a lot of pressure on them because they're overthinking everything. They've never been in this spot before. It is a big stage. But for him, having done it before, I think that he like we were talking about at the top with, just kind of figuring out your cash game targets, figuring out your high floor targets, and then your couple pivots. I think that he should have a pretty good feel. A lot of this too is like innate. It's a gut feeling sometimes with these picks. The downside for him is I don't think the names are going to be quite the same, or the players he might have trusted last year are not going to be as trustworthy this year. And that could, ultimately maybe you have allegiances to guys or guys that you might overthink things in that way. But I do think that he's in a pretty good spot here having done it. I think the pressure's frankly off if it's me. And I do think that this would put him in a pretty good position going forward.
Jules, he's done it twice in a row. Is it just kind of like anything else is just icing on the cake?
Yeah, for sure. This isn't like the 2019 Warriors or whatever that are coming in minus 400 to win it all. This is a large field. Everybody that is in this field deserves to be in this field. Anybody can win. You've won. The fact that you've won 2 in a row is already an unbelievably difficult combination to come up with and even imagine. So I'm sitting back, counting my cash that I've hopefully managed well from the previous 2 years, and thinking about how great it is to be here again and even have this opportunity.
All right, guys, including the defending champ, Raging Phillip, there are 5 players who max qualified, meaning they each have 5 lineups in this contest. We talked about this a little earlier. Julian, how big of an advantage is that? Like you were saying, you don't have to necessarily play it safe with some of these lineups. You can kind of go out there.
I mean, 5 people with 5 lineups, that's a quarter of your field right there, 25 lineups. It's a massive advantage. You get to get exposure to different games. You can game stack your favorite game. You can put your cash lineup in here. You can do a stars and scrubs. You can do a balanced lineup, and it just gives you, I mean, it's every advantage in the world. You have literally 5 times better chance than your average Joe with 1 ticket into this. So just the flexibility to be able to have different builds, even if you just have 2 lineups and you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this or this, and it's the day that the tournament starts. Just being able to throw, multiple ideas against the wall and see what sticks, massive advantage.
Yeah, Kenny, massive advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, and the other thing here is you don't have to just bet on the same guys. I think that a lot of times if you have 2 lineups in here, there are a lot of similarities between your 2 lineups. You're like, okay, well, I have a pretty good feeling about this guy, and I'm going to put him in both of my lineups, and he's a high floor guy. And then, all of a sudden, the lock that you thought you had, he flops, and you're done for, right? I think that this 5 lineups allows you to, maybe you feel really good about a guy, but you don't have to put him in all your lineups. You can put him in 2 or 3, and like Julian said, you can go to different games. And again, I think that we a lot of times have really strong convictions, especially if you've gotten to this point. You have pretty strong convictions. You think, you know what you're doing, and, you never know. There's unpredictability in the postseason. A guy can get hurt. A guy can, maybe not see the minutes that he was once before, and a coach can go with like a 15-year veteran, right, in his place. In that scenario, you're saved if you have 5 lineups because, like, you can just pivot off of different types of games. And, like Julian said, too, you can have different types of lineups with stars and scrubs. You can just decide to completely fade some of the high-priced guys, go for just complete mid-range options, which, again, could get you a lot of points here with the names that we see in the mid-range. And I just think that the range of outcomes here is so wide. And I think that in a with so much on the line and with 100 entries, it is a huge advantage to have that big percentage of the lineups.
Okay, finally, Kenny, if you were playing in this contest, just pretend, who's someone you think you would have to lock in this weekend?
I mean, it's a really difficult choice because there's so many great options. But frankly, if I'm in this contest, I'm looking right at that Trailblazers Nuggets game because I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in that game. I think that the Nuggets are a little susceptible on both sides of the floor, frankly, because they're not they're a little gassed because they've been running out without Jamal Murray. They've been on a great run, but I think that much like the Wizards, we're going to see the gas tank run a little bit empty here. So I danced around the name. It's going to be Yusuf Nurkic for me. I think that he's going to be a great value. I know that he splits minutes with Enes Kanter, and it's not going to be the sexiest pick, but because of that, his price is going to be low. And he has the post proficiency here to go head-to-head with his former teammate, Nikola Jokic. And, I think that he's going to spurn the Nuggets a little bit in this revenge game. I think Portland wins this series, but I think in game 1, Nurkic comes out. He does a great job on the offensive end, and him and Enes Kanter should be able to compete with the Nuggets team that's been good on the glass. And I think they could actually steal away that advantage. I think Nurkic is a really sneaky candidate for like 15 and 15. I think he's going to be a pretty good price for that as well.
Jules, what do you think? Someone you just would have to lock in this weekend?
I like Kenny, do like the Blazers game one and like the Blazers series. Another team that I like for the series are Kenny's Knicks, who are slowly becoming a dog, and you can get it plus money. And I'm shocked Kenny didn't go here. One of the reasons I like the Knicks so much is Julius Randle going against the Hawks. Yes, Clint Capella, it's a somewhat difficult matchup if he's on Randle some in the middle, but I mean, Randle was dominant in the 3 wins, the clean regular season sweep that the Knicks had over the Hawks. He averaged over 36 points per game in those games. We know how well he's rebounding. We know how well he's shooting the 3. He's been distributing. I think that Randle is going to be a guy that, like we said, these playoff slates, you got all the stars, you got him high priced. I think Randle's a nice little tick down to get some exposure to a guy playing at a superstar level.
Thanks for the insight, you two. Okay, guys, we already mentioned Raging Phillip a couple times, who's the returning back-to-back champ of this event. So why don't we hear from the man himself, as well as some of his competitors, as they describe their own style of play for a big tournament like the Fantasy Basketball World Championship.
I'm Raging Phillip, the 2-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championships, soon hopefully to be 3-time champion. Here's what I know. People bring different things to the table, and I think you have to be humble about or realistic about what your skill set is. I'm much more about sort of think it all through in detail, make the decision, and the levels of thinking are deeper than people would expect. You can't just take the output of a model and win. You constantly have to keep improving because the field is getting better and better. My ways work for me, but it plays to my strengths. So it did work out last time. We'll see if it works this time.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol, just talking about the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So there's always this competing opinion of what is more important to have in a daily fantasy sports player or a daily fantasy sports lineup. Is it sports knowledge or is it like data modeling and statistics? And I think you have to be excellent at both. I mean, that's the only answer. I probably lean more towards the knowledge of the sports side. You know, a certain player is going to get more playing time, or they're looking for a player to take a more aggressive role on offense. And that's something that's going to help you out as you're picking your lineups, especially against the guys that are very, very projection based. But the statistics matter, right? Every shot matters, every rebound matters, every steal matters. Always had a natural kind of inclination for sports statistics, for math, for games like this, and this puts it all together.
As mentioned, Raging Phillip has taken home the title and the $1 million grand prize in each of the last 2 years. But this is the 7th edition of the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So here's a look at all of the previous winners of the event. This year's field is strong, with DraftKings Tournament of Champions winner Petty Theft 89 qualifying, as well as 2020 DraftKings Fantasy Football World Champ The Whistles Go Woo, who has 4 seats. Another familiar name in the field for anyone who follows DFS is Alex Baker, aka Awesemo. Here's Alex and some of his competitors explaining what makes the FBWC and the DraftKings Championship Series so special.
Hey, I'm Alex, also known by my DraftKings handle of Awesemo. When it comes to the DraftKings Championship Series, I'm really going for the glory. You can win a lot of money throughout the year in normal tournaments, but you can never win the title of being the best that year. I have a little bit of a target on my back because I've been playing so long and I've had a lot of basketball wins. I think other people in the daily fantasy tournaments see me as kind of a villain, I would say, because I think a lot of people, they're sick of seeing the same names at the top of tournaments. So what that means for me is I really gotta keep my game sharp. I think it would mean a lot to me if I was able to stand on top of that podium at Charlotte. If you told me that I could never play daily fantasy again, but I would definitely win the FBWC, I might take the FBWC. The DraftKings Championship Series, that's the king of competitions.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It just brings everyone together at the end of the year. 100 people Great prize pool. I still haven't got that title, though. I need to get that title this year at the FBWC. You're not just going to win this thing with projections. You're going to have to do some other stuff. You're going to have to watch some games. You're not going to get the job done just clicking that projection button. You could have a little bit of a rivalry going between the projection people and the game watchers. I like to go to battle with the projection people. They're just turning the projector on and they're running their teams. I don't like that. DraftKings Championship Series is definitely the king of competitions for me because it's like a feather in the cap type thing. You want to be the best. This is the champion of basketball this year. There's only one person that can win it.
Take a look at some facts about this year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. It offers a top prize of $1 million and is part of the second season of the DraftKings Championship Series. The winner of this event will earn a seat in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions for another shot at $1 million. That's all part of a total prize pool of $5 million guaranteed. There were 100 seats available, which were earned by 50 unique players, with a single player being able to earn a max of 5 seats. This year's event takes place in Charlotte, North Carolina, and is a live event. Aside from the DraftKings Tournament of Champions final, which was held at the Super Bowl, this is the first DK Fantasy World Championship event to be held in person since the 2019 Fantasy Hockey World Championships in Nashville. One of the fun things about DraftKings is getting to know some of the competitors and their interesting usernames. Take, for instance, the user that goes by Squirrel Patrol DK. Why Squirrel Patrol? Well, let's hear it from the man himself.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol. Why Squirrel Patrol? Is named after my dogs. So when I'm signing up for DraftKings, I'm just sitting there and she's literally coming up the stairs, yelling at the dogs, "Easy there, Squirrel Patrol." And I'm like, oh, Squirrel Patrol, that sounds funny. So the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship is the king of fantasy basketball just because of the field here is the best field I've ever seen. The live events are incredible because you get to meet the faces behind all of the competitors you've been competing against in tournaments the whole year. Yeah, so that's a great question. Like, who are the best fantasy players in the world? And that gets a little bit less than good natured sometimes on Twitter, right? Like sometimes people will say like you're not that good, and it gets to be a little bit of a back and forth. Raging Phillip, that crazy animal has won it 2 years in a row. I'm coming after you, Raging Phillip. If I win the FBWC, I'll try to think up some kind of squirrel dance I can do, but I don't know what it'll look like. It could be frightening.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship coming up at the end of this month. My parents came here with the traditional American dream, 5 cents in your pocket and raise it as much as you can. I think DraftKings Championship Series can be a perfect example of the American dream, right? For me, giving back and giving to charity is always something that I've always tried to do. I've been able to celebrate a pretty successful career even before all this sports gambling, and I've always made sure to give what I could away. At the FBWC, whatever I end up winning, 1% I'm going to give to the charity of choice for the shadow competition. I will be rooting for you, and you should probably also be rooting for me. Here's my FBWC whistle go, woo!
Fantasy Basketball World Championship serves as the 9th qualifier for the second season of the DraftKings Championship Series. At the end of the season, the best of the best will compete for $1 million in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. Over the course of the season, we will mint 100 millionaires while dishing out over 150 million across 100 plus contests. And the man who oversees the whole thing is DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations and Commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series, Johnny Avello. He recently caught up with our own Adam Kaufman to discuss just how unique this concept is.
I am Adam Kaufman. It is a great thrill, as always, to be joined by Johnny Avello, who is, of course, the commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series. Johnny, how are you?
Hey, Adam, I am doing fabulous. Thank you.
So we got a lot to get into here over the next little while. And of course, it's all about the championship series. What is it in particular that makes this event, this entire series of events, so unique for skin in the game sports fans?
Well, there's a lot of money to be won in multiple ways to qualify, whether it's DFS or sports betting, or how about if it's casinos your thing? We're adding that to the championship series for 2021.
So year one of the championship series, as we know, was incredibly successful. Maybe was obviously altered along the way in a lot of ways with the coronavirus situation, but DraftKings able to rebound in such a great way, make it such an incredible series of events. Looking ahead to year two, what makes it even potentially that much bigger?
Well, we want to show our patrons how much we at DraftKings are committed to this series. Last year, we created approximately 50 or 60 millionaires. This year, we're crowning 100 millionaires.
So first tournament of champions, like I said, it was successful. The big thing that people were playing for, in addition to the money, was the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay and, of course, watch what was a lot of fun there in terms of that game. What is it in terms of specific events, maybe opportunities along those lines that people have to look forward to and put on their calendars this time around?
Well, we haven't announced the TOC venue yet, but we by no means ever do anything in modest proportion. So expect something quite sensational when we reveal it.
Any details that you can share about season two? Never mind the Tournament of Champions specifically, but just along the way.
Just that the venue will be spectacular. We're still working on where that's going to be, but just tune in and listen for more details.
So DK will be giving out more than $150 million over the course of this series of events, obviously. Now, you've been in business a long time and part of this business for a long time. Is this the biggest prize pool that you can remember being part of here?
I've always thought that $1 million was a big deal. Therefore, the answer to that question is yes. This is the largest, grandest, and most sizable amount of loot ever given out that I've experienced.
Hard to process that amount of money, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So as we look ahead to the immediate future here, you've got this event or this weekend, a qualifying event in Charlotte's, the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Now, aside from the Tournament of Champions, of course, being held at the Super Bowl, as we talked about, this right here is the first live final for DraftKings since back in 2019. It's been a little while. How important was it in the mind of the company to just get people together again and enjoying a live sweat?
Well, let me expand on the tournament this weekend. It'll be our largest basketball world championship ever, with $5 million in total prizes. Now, about the live finals. Making wagers and doing contests digitally is easy, it's efficient, and of course, that's a big part of our business. But there's a special excitement and exhilaration that happens only in a live event.
You mentioned earlier, or alluded to anyway, the Casino and Sportsbook Tournament of Champions. We've been talking so much about daily fantasy, of course, but lumping the three of these together, what more can you tell us about those other events?
Well, for the Sportsbook, there's the Pro Football Pick'em, where you select games against the spread. And then there's the Pro Football Survivor, where you simply select one team to win each week. And if they win, you advance. Both contests are now available to enter in 8 states, and that's growing. The casino tournament, I can't tell you a lot about yet. It's still being prepared, but just keep your eyes open for the launch.
We know this is exciting, all of it, everything we've been talking about, but what else can we look forward to for DraftKings and from DraftKings over the next few months?
Besides this week's basketball championships, we have an NBA Finals Game 1 only tournament in July. And then there's the $4 million guaranteed Fantasy World Golf Championships live at the Northern Trust starting on August 19th. Really, really exciting stuff, Adam.
50 of the best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend. But that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. With so many of the best DFS players in the same room this weekend, we're definitely going to see a number of different approaches and strategies on how to tackle this $1 million contest. Right now, let's hear from two of this weekend's competitors as they break down their style of play. Here's Big T44 and Osimo.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It's 100 seats. It's the best players in the world. I'm definitely more of a street fighter when it comes to my approach. I'm not super strategic. I'm going to just go in there and play the plays I like. I'm going to go in there swinging. So many ways that you can be successful instead of just pulling up the stat sheet. Okay, this guy's projected for 43 fantasy points. That is definitely not my style. I find my edge just from watching the games. I mean, every single night I'm watching the games. I'm following the info. There's no set in stone way. You can go a ton of different directions to be successful. I just love the competition. I want to win. I know it's cliche to say it, but I want to win. I want to be the champion, and that's what I plan to do.
The DraftKings Championship Series, this is the ultimate one because it takes all the best players from each championship and pits them together to find out who's got the best stuff. Basketball is particularly competitive because you gotta know the stats. You gotta know how other people are playing. Honestly, like with me, what you see is what you get. I'm probably gonna take the same strategies I've been using all year and use them in the WFBC. And hopefully I can ride a little bit of a lock on to the top of the leaderboard. You gotta get past me if you wanna win these tournaments. So that's a pretty big obstacle, at least I would like to think.
This year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. There's $5 million in guaranteed prize money at this event for the 50 unique users that qualified. That includes $1 million to first, plus a seat at the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. The $1 million first prize is just one of $100 million contests that will be part of this year's DraftKings Championship Series. This is actually a 2-day event covering a 6-game playoff slate. 2 Saturday night, 4 Sunday with late swap. Of the 50 qualifiers, 8 have earned multiple seats in the event, with 5 players max qualifying with 5 seats. Back in December of last year, I had the chance to talk to David Bergman, otherwise known as the Whistles Go Woo, on DraftKings after he won the $1 million top prize at the Fantasy Football World Championships. Well, he's back again, this time qualifying for the live basketball final in Charlotte. And here, David tells us about his journey to the FBWC.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. The DraftKings Championship Series is, of course, about the money that you're going to win in these events. Because let's not marginalize that. We're talking about some pretty big prize tickets. But it's also the journey. I am chasing it for the feeling of accomplishment. I've always believed that doing what you love is more important than chasing any money, because the money will follow if you do what you love. I think the DraftKings Championship Series is like having a really fantastic meal that you're gonna go ahead and eat. You've got the appetizers, which is just getting to the big game. Then you have the setting the lineups, which is like starting to eat the main course. The games begin, you're there. And then at the end, if you're not succeeding, maybe you don't have your dessert in the meal. But if you are succeeding, you may get that cherry on top. DraftKings Championship Series, the king of competitions. Want some? Woo woo!
I'm Raging Phillip, the 2-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball champion, going for a 3rd championship. Winning my first FBWC was great because I felt like it was a statement. I'm good at this. Yeah, I want to win this one. I want to win 3 in a row. Well, I was hoping to trademark the term DFS 3P, but apparently Too late. Like at the best, my chance is 10%. That's a crazy, assuming I have a crazy edge. But yes, there are definitely rivalries in the FBWC. I don't really want to read this tweet about how you got knocked down, but you're going to get back up again, buddy. You're not that good. Maybe you got knocked down because you needed to get knocked down. It just is annoying as hell. The DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championship is the king of basketball championships.
The best DFS competitors in the world will be on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for the FBWC this weekend, but that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. That's going to do it for our preview show. Be sure to stay tuned all weekend on the Dream Stream for coverage of the FBWC. I'm Jessie Cofield. Thanks for tuning in.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back into the Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Ulrich, bringing you your fourth sim of the day here, 4 p.m. Eastern start time. We got me, we got Matt Lamar. 6 p.m. Eastern start time. We got me, we got Matt Lamarca. Who cares what time it is? It's Vikings, it's Giants, it's DK Sim football. Hope you got your lineups in. They're about to lock. You got like 10 seconds, so click the lock button, whatever. Get in those paid contests, get in the free rolls. Somebody did make a free roll, Matt. Finally, this chat, Marca and Jeff, no, you have to do it yourself. You're on your own. Okay, we're trying to teach you the ways of the world here, guys. You got to.
Right, it's cold out there, Jeff.
That's right. It's a cold, dark world. We're just trying to help you guys through it. So, anyways, good to hang out with you, sir, for a little Madden one sim for today. Is this your first one of the day, or?
This is my first one of the day, first of two. I will also be back at 8 o'clock. And in between those sims, going to do a little NBA. We've got the big FWBC kicking off tonight. So I think me and Rossi are going to be chatting about that at around 7:40-ish.
Right. So tune in for that, guys. Yeah, little fantasy basketball world championships going on. We talked about the shadow contest in the last sim, and Lamarcus going to be bringing you some updates and stuff like that. So get in on that. That'll be fun. But this one we got going on, we got the Vikings, we got the Giants. Did you manage to get a lineup in at all?
I did. It's not in the free roll because I just assumed that there was not going to be one since neither of us made it. But I entered it in just the regular big free contest. I have Dalvin at captain, like a lot of people. I put Kirk Cousins in there. Not sure why, but I did. Evan Ingram, Sterling Shepard, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, revenge game. I know he's playing for the Vikings, but he's playing for the Giants next season. So I think that this is a revenge game, even though he plays for the Vikings right now. And then the Vikings D is my my final pick.
Okay. All right. I put Evan Ingram in my captain spot, apparently. That's all I got. I got Evan Ingram in the captain spot. I got Barkley, Jones, Thielen, Jefferson, Dan Bailey. And yes, someone was dropping in the chat. It's a good idea. I got to try and keep my mind off the golf because I'm just trying to focus on these sims. I'm going to watch it after. But Brian C. threw out, let's go through the schedule of these two teams and let's do their win-loss.
Oh, the old Mike and the Mad Dog? That's a win dog.
Is that what they do?
They used to do that, yeah, for sure.
Lasheen and I just call it the schedule game, so we're
okay.
Much less.
All right. Yeah, all right.
All right, we can do that. We can do it in our New York voices.
I'm definitely down. I do think that that's like, I would never use that to judge like totals. Teams are always going to win games you don't expect, and they're going to lose games you don't expect. But it is fun to go through and say, okay, I think they're going to win this one. They're going to lose this one, etc.
Yeah, legitimately, I could give the Giants like 10 wins here and still bet they're under. So just out of clarity here, we're just doing this for fun and stuff, whatever. But it's also what it's May, so. But let's do that. Let's get into it, and I'll pull up the Giants' schedule here. We'll start with them once we get a little game action going on here. Daniel Jones going to start with the ball. Saquon handoff. That's a good point right off the bat. Saquon's starting off, going to be back this year. What's your thoughts on Saquon quickly? Like, where do you have him like a ranking for him yet, or have you even thought that far ahead? Probably not, but. Give it like a vague idea of where you take him this year.
Yeah, I would say, I think he's going to be a top 3 or 4 pick in most leagues. I still think you go Christian McCaffrey first overall. Very similar boat to Saquon in that he didn't really play last year, but
yep.
PPR leagues, like you just can't, even half PPR leagues, you can't pass up on McCaffrey. Then I think it comes down to Dalvin Cook, Saquon, Kamara, and possibly Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry always seems to get underdrafted because it's like, he doesn't catch enough passes. But He
He
does
scores
rush
20
for
touchdowns.
2,000 yards and 20 touchdowns. So I feel like those four can kind of be arranged however you prefer.
Interchangeable.
Yeah.
I agree. I think I'd take Dalvin Cook second, though, saying that. I would lean Dalvin Cook right now. Again, we're so early, but I just feel like Dalvin Cook is closer to that Christian McCaffrey, going to get worked in a little bit more in the pass game than Saquon. Although, in Saquon's favor. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
From what we saw last year, we can, there's some worry with Kamara if Taysom Hill becomes the guy who plays the majority of the quarterback snaps.
Yeah, I'm worried. worried about Kamara no matter who the quarterback is, quite frankly. I don't think Jameis has never
looking
been
to check it down.
never been a big check it down guy. I think everyone makes fun of Jameis's vision problems. I think he's like, what do you call it? Like long-sighted or whatever. Like he doesn't see the short passes good. So that's when he starts squinting. So, but yeah, I got pretty much in agreement there. Like I said, I'd probably leave Dalvin as the second pick, but all right, let's get into this. Let's go. And welcome back, DK Sim fam. Glad to see you guys there. Twitch fam, I see you there. Miami Misfits must be still here. Glad that you're here, friend. Brian C. Yeah, we're gonna go through it right now. Let's just start with the Giants. Okay, Giants. They open up their season at home versus the Broncos. Giving them a W or an L.
At home versus the Broncos.
And let's assume Aaron Rodgers is on the Packers.
All right, I'll give them a win in that game, but that's a toss-up for sure.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very big toss-up. It's good defense. Good defense by Denver. I think the Giants' defense is good enough too, though, that they're going to make Drew Lock do something silly. Two really highly turnover-prone quarterbacks.
You think it'll be Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater?
I think Drew Lock gets the start. I think he'll probably show enough in preseason. He'll probably make like one good play, and the Broncos will be like, "Oh, we got to give this guy one more chance," and he probably will. So, Dalvin will carry. Okay, so we're both going to give the Giants W's, and I think that's totally fair. Week 2 on the road at Washington. What you got?
Loss.
I'm giving them a loss too. I love Washington. I gotta get some paper out here. I'm gonna forget our records. Flash is really smart in this respect. He always records it. So okay, we got 1-1.
I will. I'll keep a little Word doc going here.
Oh, perfect. Let's get official. Me. We got Matt. All right. Okay.
Week 1 was the Broncos. We had a W. Week 2, Washington. We have an L. Okay.
Little Dalvin Cook down the sidelines there. Okay, so we both got them at 1-1. This is easy so far. At home versus Atlanta. This is interesting. Atlanta possibly going to not have Julio Jones.
I'm going to give him a W. I'm going to give the Giants a W.
Okay. W for Matt. Oh, boy. If this was in Atlanta, I'd probably give them the L. I'm going to give them the W, too. I say they do just enough. They can... And again, they got the extra added weapons. These are the games that maybe Golladay helps them in, against a weaker secondary. I'll say they outscore Atlanta. Daniel Jones probably turns the ball over 3 times, but they still win because it's Atlanta here. Okay.
Oh, producer Drew, always a professional, says he is going to keep track of the records.
Drew's so good. All right, good. Okay, we both got them at 2-1. Let's keep going here. Giants schedule. We're doing Giants schedules, guys. We're going to see where they're at in terms of win-loss.
Hoffman popping in also, by the way, just to tease Madden After Dark with 3 eyeball emojis. I guess he's got something special planned.
Oh yeah, Adam Kaufman, who swore to the world he won't be watching the NBA Finals if it's Brooklyn and the LA Lakers. So we have it on tape. Kaufman. I don't know what's so special about Madden After Dark tonight, but yeah, definitely tune in. Regardless. Treat all the Sims equally. Tune into all of them. Okay, week 4, Saints, Giants at Saints.
Loss.
I got to give him a loss. You give him a loss too?
Yeah, loss.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you that. Okay.
All good.
Okay, so we both gave him a loss. I think even without Jameis, or without Drew Brees, I should say, that's just a tough matchup, man. Like the Saints D line could be all over Daniel Jones. So that's an easy one. This is an interesting one. Giants at Cowboys.
Loss.
I think these two teams are equal enough. Big advantage at quarterback for Dallas. So loss for me too. I can't give them the win there. So we've had them start off nice 2-1. Now they're 3-2. Now they go home. They're a nice, comfy home, but they got Aaron Donald coming to visit in week 6. That's a loss. That's a straight up L right there. We're in lockstep. No, nothing changed so far. None of these are hot take calls or anything, 4-2 or 2-4, excuse me. Coming in week 7, they're staying home. They got the Panthers. You give the Panthers the upset. I feel like the Giants will probably be favored here.
I can't. No, I will pick the Giants to win. I'm going out of my way to pick the Panthers to lose every game with Sam Darnold at center.
Yeah, I'm not big on the Panthers either. There's a touchdown, by the way, as we're talking. Kirk Cousins heaving it from just past midfield. Justin Jefferson going up and getting it. Justin Jefferson becoming a big part of Viking sim. So 7-0 Vikings. I'm going to give them the W as well. I'm not big on Carolina. I'm not big on Sam Darnold. We're in complete lockstep so far. So 3-4 for the Giants. 3 wins, 4 losses through 7 weeks. I don't think opinions are going to change here. Giants at the Chiefs for week 8.
All right, I'm going out on a limb here, Jeff, and I'm going to say a loss.
Big time L here. 3-5. Sorry, Giants. You're not going to pull off the upset. That's pretty easy. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. They got home at the Raiders week 9. They're going to bounce back.
Home at the Raiders. I'm going to give them another loss.
Okay. I'm going to give them the win. It's easy. Yeah, I could see them blowing that game, but the Raiders defense is really bad. Drew Carr is a good, he's a pretty solid quarterback. He does what Daniel Jones doesn't, is that he holds on to the ball and doesn't make a ton of bad mistakes. So I'm going to give Giants the benefit of the doubt. They're at home there. So Lamarcus got them at 6 losses. I've got them at 5 losses through 9 weeks. Giants then go on the road and they visit the Buccaneers. And I think we all know where we're going here.
Yeah, that's going to be a loss.
It's going to be the L. Another big L. They got to play both Super Bowl combatants from last year. That's rough. Get a little pass out to midfield there.
Yeah, for Rashard Penny? Oh, no, Elijah Penny.
Elijah Penny, right, yeah.
Looking like a nose tackle.
Yeah, I think he's their fullback. Definitely got the beefy graphics here. Elijah Penny there. Hope you rostered him. He's about 0.001% owned. Moving past midfield. Okay. We're through 10 weeks. I got him at 6-4. Lamarcus got him at, I keep saying the wins low. I have them at 4-6. Lamarcus has them at 3-10. 3-7. I'm so bad at this. And they stay at home. They got to go against the Eagles week 11.
All right, I'll give him a dub there.
Yeah, I mean, I like Jalen Hurts. I could see the Eagles stealing this game, but still, I'll give him the W as well. So back to 5-6 for me. 5 wins, 6 losses. Week 12 at the Dolphins.
Loss.
I'm going to give them the win. I'm not big on Miami.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that one could be a toss-up for sure.
I mean, figure you got to throw in like one upset. I'll give them the win there. So I got them at 500.
I got them at less than 500.
Yeah, I think you got them at 4 wins right now. What are we on? Week 13?
Yeah.
At the Chargers.
Yeah, that's an L.
I'm giving them the L as well. Got to go cross country, even though, I don't know how much that actually affects things. But regardless, Chargers, I think, are going to be good next year. Could also end up with Julio Jones. That's an actual possibility. So definitely give them the L. Okay, we got coming up next. We got the rematch with the Cowboys. This time the Giants are at home though. You gonna say the Cowboys sweep them?
No, I'll give the Giants the split.
It really comes down to what I think of the Cowboys next year. See what I think of the Cowboys. I am going to, I'll give them the win too. Sure, why not? Okay, back to. I got him. 1, 2, 3, 17. Some quick math here. Okay, I got him at 7 losses. So week 14 at the Eagles. Here, we'll do a little. We'll stop at week 14 here. I'm so slow at this. Okay, so we got 7-0. Really, just had one play. Giants moving the ball a little bit. Daniel Jones 6 for 7, 60 yards. Kirk Cousins basically had 2 completions. One of them was like a 40-yard touchdown. Not much going on. Justin Jefferson, the only dude who scored. And Dalvin Cook has 40 yards rush. Okay, so there you go. Okay, week 14 at the Eagles.
I think I gave them a win at home against the Eagles, so I'll give them the loss here.
I'm going to give them a loss too. I think the Eagles will be scrappy with Jalen Hurts. So, they signed Kerrigan on defense too. I think that team could be, if one of these other teams slips, like the Giants are bad again, or maybe someone gets hurt, I could see the Eagles being scrappy. So I like that. I'll give them the L. And then week 16 at the Bears.
At the Bears. I'm going to give them a loss. But again, that's a coin flippish type game.
Yeah.
I would imagine Justin Fields should be in by then.
Exactly.
I like Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Josh March in the chat shouting out the random rooster noise that some guy that I play cards with does that always gets me to laugh.
Fair enough, man. Oh, I saw that. I was like, okay, it's cool. You guys do whatever you want in the chat. Okay, I'm going to give him the loss there too. Week 16, again, that was at the Bears. I think Justin Fields is in. Bears might be competing for a playoff spot. Yeah, and look, Bears have a very good defense too. So week 17, I have them at 9 losses, 6 wins through 16 games. I think you have them with actually at least one more loss.
Yeah, I think one more.
Last game of the year, Giants at home versus Washington. Where are you going? How big are you on Washington?
I'm lukewarm on them, but I'm gonna give the Giants the loss here.
Me too. I like Washington. I think they got a good defense. I think even if Fitzpatrick stinks, you could move the ball a little bit with Heineke. Got some good offensive weapons. Antonio Gibson. I'm gonna give him the L. I got the Giants at 10 losses. 10 losses, 7 wins. I think that's fair. Not gonna lie.
Okay. Yeah, I got him at 5-12.
5-12. We're not big on Giants. I mean, I don't know if you want to play like the the opposite of what we think. Maybe bet the Giants over, but
I haven't seen that number. I would imagine it's probably around 7.
Okay, actually, let's make a guess. I'm going to say the Giants number is 7.5, and you're going to say straight up 7.
I actually also like 7.5. I think it's either 7.5 or 8. That's my guess.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pop into the just to take a peek right now.
Yeah, look it up for us. Seven 0 Vikings. If you're just joining us, Justin Jefferson, the only touchdown of this sim. Giants moving the ball a bit now.
Should have stuck to my gut. 7 even.
7 even. Yeah, makes sense. I don't think enough people would bet the over at 7.5. So it kind of makes sense that they put it at a flat 7. Give people the push option. Jones back, waiting, dumping off. Shackled at 10. I kind of like that under though, plus money. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's again. You can say this about most teams, but it's going to come down to Daniel Jones. If he makes the leap, who knows? But I haven't seen enough from him to say that he's going to make the leap. Like, he does have some flashes. He has nice athleticism for a quarterback, but just way too turnover prone.
Yeah, ridiculous amount of fumbles, man. Ridiculous. He's got a quick release. He looks good in spurts, and he's actually been okay for fantasy at times, but he's got a little bit of rushing upside. I don't know.
Yeah, much better fantasy quarterback than real life quarterback.
Yes, absolutely. Good daily fantasy play. But although I will say this, the Giants' defense is not terrible, so. All right, first and goal here. Let's see if they can punch it in. It's looking like a Saquon to carry here, I'm not going to lie. And it is, and give it to him? No, tackle the inches. The 1 inch line. So did you fill out a shadow contest lineup yet for the
negative?
No.
I'll probably get that done in between the sim and the little pregame show that we're doing.
Yep, for sure.
But I was working the news desk literally right until 6 o'clock, and I've been focused on the hoops, and the Mets are on right now, so I've been a little preoccupied mentally.
There's like legitimately, I can't focus today because there's so much going on. Like, I wrote up hockey this morning, like you said. There's golf going on, and then the Sims. Ridiculous amount. And then we got to talk about this basketball thing too, which is like is obviously interesting. Some interesting games. Like I actually want to watch the basketball tonight because, like I said, that I like playoff basketball. So you got any upsets tonight? You taking Russ? They play at night, don't they? Washington.
I think they might cover. I don't think they win though.
Yeah, I know you were telling me last time we talked. I think Embiid's just gonna be too much, which probably is true. Is he gonna make it? Daniel Jones going for the sideline. He makes it. Gets the pylon, touchdown, tying things up. Look at him punching the air. Those aren't good punches, but
I think those are tennis strokes, Jeff.
Those were. I don't know what he was doing, man.
I was with you at first, but then he kind of went with a backhand, and then he came in with an overhand smash.
Like some kind of, crane technique, maybe. But Daniel Jones's version of whatever, karate that was. Anyways, 7-all. As we're watching it, bad boys. A pop. They did go for it. That was 4th down, wasn't it?
They did. It was a 4th and 2. They handed it off. Saquon picked it up, and they got into the end zone there.
We're doing the schedule game, man. You heard me. My brain only has so much I can fit in. I've just come to the point where I'm comfortable looking at the chat and calling the games. Are you adding the schedule game for me? Come on, it's taking me like a month to get down pat. Anyways, pick's good. 7-7.
Yeah, but the first playoff game of the day was the Heat and the Bucks. Really interesting game. I thought Milwaukee played about as poorly as they could offensively. They made 5 3-pointers. Miami made 20. Miami outscored them by 45 points from behind the arc. And Milwaukee won the game.
Yikes.
Does not bode well for the Miami Heat moving forward.
That's like...
Yeah, you can definitely say like, oh, Jimmy Butler's going to play better. And Jimmy Butler definitely will have better games. He was 4 for 22 in this game.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Butler's not an efficient scorer. I don't think you're going out on a huge limb to say that the Bucks will shoot better than 16% from 3-point range as a team moving forward. So, give
what did the Heat
Butler
shoot?
some positive regression, but you got to give it to the Bucks 3-point shooters too.
What did the Heat shoot from 3?
They were 20 for 50, 40%.
Oh, okay. 50? They took 53s?
53s.
Wow, dude, that's a lot. Yeah, that's not a good. That's not a good time though. You make 23s and you lose the game. while the other team is being terrible on offense. I don't think many people had the Heat pegged as an upset candidate. So I haven't heard anyone who watches basketball think that. So not shocking there. Tampa Bay is about to sweep in hockey. Really thought that the Panthers might give them a go, but they got Kucherov back. Stamkos, they're rolling again.
Are the
Completion down to Thielen.
Florida?
Yeah. Florida Series. Battle of Florida.
We need
Florida man
two
versus
hockey
Florida
teams
man.
in Florida, Jeff.
What's that?
Do we really need 2 hockey teams in Florida?
No, you absolutely don't. But you have them. They're there. Tampa Bay's turned out to be a pretty nice spot. Good team, good organization. Florida's had its moments. They were big, right? They had a nice run right when they came in the league, and then they kind of drifted back. They're actually a pretty solid team right now, but it is weird to have 2 hockey teams down there.
They had I may be making an idiot of myself here, but didn't they have a guy named like Pavel Bure or something like that?
Pavel Bure? Yeah, they so the Panthers, Bure spent most of his time. Oh, there's no touchdown to Rudolph this time.
Never fade the pre-revenge game narrative.
Pavel Bure spent most of his career with the Vancouver Canucks, but he went down to Florida on the Panthers later in his career.
Okay.
I don't know if he was on the team there. I don't know if he was on their team when they went to the Stanley Cup Finals, but they didn't win the cup that year, anyways. I can't remember if Bure was on that team, but he played down there. It's good, probably a good draw. Pavel Bure was really exciting hockey player to watch. So think of like a faster, slimmer version of Alex Ovechkin.
Ooh, that sounds pretty impressive.
Yeah. He got hurt a little bit. That's the one thing that Ovi is really good for. He's durable. You know, he can smash with the best of them. But Bure was a little more of like a sports car. So
Ashy Darry in the building. What's up, Ashy Darry?
Is it 2? Oh no, it's 3-1 in the chat there. Yeah, the Lightning won today. You're right though. Why did I think they were going to sweep? Sorry about that.
A gentleman's
Jason Myers. It's 3-1, not 3-0. Sorry, you're right. In that series. All right, 14-7. Drop some basketball questions for Matt if you got them. We'll do the Vikings schedule in the second half here, guys. Not gonna lie, I'm generally never high on the Vikings, but you never know. We got to go through the schedule, really find out, hash it out. Who that was?
I can tell you right now that if you're not going to be high on them, I'm certainly not going to be high on them either. So if you're a Vikings fan, you may want to mute.
You want to not come back for the second half? No, just kidding. You got to come back. Yeah, hit that like too, guys, if you could. Booth review on this pass. That was to Toy Lolo. I don't know why they're reviewing this. Clearly had both feet down. I just don't even know what they'd be reviewing, but.
So first name last says the best goal scorer in hockey is from Arizona. You never know who you're influencing. Who's he talking about?
Austin Matthews.
I thought he was Canadian.
No, he's American. Huh. Wow, Daniel Jones with a dirt ball there. Oh, I see. And by influencing, I guess you mean
right.
Like,
he's saying like some kid in Arizona, which you would never expect.
Yeah,
to be a hockey place.
Yep. No, it's true, and that's one thing. Like in a couple places, like Arizona and maybe Dallas, like the minor league hockey system. Here we go. Oh, Darius Slayton almost got the corner there. The minor league hockey system in a few places in America has really been stronger since they've moved. Since they've moved more American teams down there. So, but yeah, Austin Matthews was born in Scottsdale, Arizona. That's true. Just wanted to make sure it was Scottsdale, but yeah, definitely American.
Maybe it's just the fact that he plays for a Canadian team. I just assumed.
Well, I have forgotten that he is American too. Like I've been gone through teams. I'm like, oh yeah, like the Canadian Olympic team, all like Matthews and McDavid. And then you're like, wait a second, that doesn't sound right. You're like, oh yeah, Austin Matthews is American. Yeah, because he plays for the flagpole team of Canada. Like that's so biggest city in Canada, right? So. If we're being honest, the Maple Leafs wanted to get McDavid, but my Oilers, they lucked out, got the pick. Down inside the 10, Sterling Shepard.
So must be taking a break from calling me and you nincompoops. He does have some football questions. Where does Alexander Madison sit as far as a handcuff? And will Kellen Mond start this year?
Okay.
I think those are two pretty good questions, to be honest.
They are. I like it when Must Be brings real questions instead of just making fun of me for not picking Phil Mickelson this week.
I would say Alexander Madison is a premier handcuff. I would have to really go through to, determine, like, is he, number 3, number 4, whatever. Like, he is very good. If Dalvin Cook gets hurt, he's going to be a guy that enters, running back 1 conversation for a weekly purpose.
Yeah.
Kellen Mond, it's all going to depend on how the Vikings perform as a team. If things don't go well, then I think they can make a switch. But if they're, in contention, which somehow they always seem to be hanging around, then they probably don't change anything. So.
Yeah, Madison honestly, if I'm being dead honest, like Madison is like a very, very poor man's version of Dalvin Cook. Like he's not fast. And we saw him get some opportunities last year. Quite frankly, he wasn't very good. But Lamarck is right in saying he's getting the touches. Like there's no one else there. Like it's his role. So we know Zimmer likes to run the ball. The Vikings offense really does run through their running back more so than a lot of teams. He's going to, just from a volume perspective, he's like a very safe handcuff.
Yeah, and maybe Poker makes a nice comp here. He says Madison and Pollard are kind of similar. I think Pollard probably has a bit more upside, but
yes,
they're similar in the fact that, like, even when the starting running back is healthy, they're going to have a role for their team.
And I would throw Darrell Henderson in with those 3 too, because there's nobody else in, there's no Malcolm Brown anymore, in the Rams. Like it's Henderson and Akers this year, so Akers is going to be the guy, but
right.
Another handcuff to think about. So I'm not high on Madison on his own, but he's in the mix and he's the handcuff. So, and then Kellen Mond, he's just a pure rusher. He's not going to do anything as a passer. I virtually guarantee it. I don't think he's going to stick very long in the league, to be honest. But you might even be this guy who you see change positions at some point, but. I don't think he'll make starts this year personally. I just don't think he'll be ready enough.
That if he does, though, he could have some fantasy viability. Even if he stinks as a real quarterback, guys who can run are good.
Totally agree with that. And the guy's a plus athlete, no doubt about that. If he even just like exceeds expectations a little bit as a passer, right? Like it's not like Jalen Hurts he was pretty proficient, but he wasn't like doesn't have a big arm. He definitely missed some throws last year, but he still just went nuts. Because wow. Speaking of going nuts, 30. Oh, that's Tajay Sharp. That's why. If that's Jefferson, I think he would have made it. A little bit better.
Tajay Sharp looks like he's about 6'9" in these sims. He just looks huge on the outside. That is a good transition though, because Must Be also asks who's the must-have Vikings wide receiver. For me, I want Justin Jefferson, like wherever I can get him. The guy is an uber stud. I don't know where he's being drafted. Like, is he going as a top 5 wide receiver in leagues right now?
I think he actually is. I actually have these up right in front of me right here because I was doing some work earlier. So I'm going to just pull it up. Pretty sure he's like consensus, like, oh, I lied. He's consensus 9th ADP right now, which actually is not that bad.
That'll rise.
It will rise. Because Well, a couple of guys in front of him, like Calvin Ridley might get a really big bump. These rankings might have even changed, like with the Julio Jones news. Michael Thomas is in front of him, though, and I can see people opting for Justin Jefferson over Michael Thomas. DK Metcalf is in front of him. I don't think you can put Justin Jefferson in the Diggs, Hopkins, Tyreek crowd. So A.J. Brown, Ridley, Thomas, Metcalf, those are the 4 names in front of him.
A.J. Brown, Ridley, Thomas, Metcalf. Okay. I would definitely have Jefferson over Metcalf. Like,
I think that's a fair take, totally.
I worry as we get another touchdown
Wow,
here.
another touchdown.
6'9" Tajay Sharp.
6'9".
I worry about the Seahawks offense. I really think that Pete Carroll is just going to grind them down this year. Yeah. And even if he doesn't, like, we know DK is a stud, but he's got to deal with Lockett, and like, he's more boom or bust than I want from my typical number 1 wide receiver.
Yes.
So I think you can definitely make the case for Jefferson over Metcalf. I think you can definitely make the case over Thomas too. Although I like Michael Thomas as a buy low target this year. So I guess there's just a lot of good receivers.
There are. It's deep. Yep.
But Jefferson had
Ridley?
possibly the most impressive rookie season. I guess Odell's was better. But outside of that Odell season, like, I can't remember a rookie just dominating right away since, like, Randy Moss.
No Julio in Atlanta, let's just say theoretically. Would you take him over Ridley?
No.
Ridley could see, like, he could lead the league in targets.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the passing volume in that offense.
Yeah.
I would have to lean Ridley, even though I think Jefferson's the better player. It's the situation is just better.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much lockstep. I would definitely put him over Metcalf and Thomas. I love AJ Brown, so I don't think I'd be able to do that. Although I think
one's close.
I think you can make a case, but
I mean, AJ Brown is a grown man. I like him a lot too. Yeah. Like, you want to talk about like DK Metcalf body? That's AJ. I still can't believe those guys were teammates.
No, I know, it's ridiculous.
The weight room sessions at Ole Miss must have been legendary.
Like, ridiculous, man. I mean, just like, could you imagine like being a teammate of those guys? Like, how? God, Lord, having to go like lift weights with them, or being an opposing cornerback when those guys came to town. Like, yikes! Call him sick that day.
Terrifying.
Jason Myers brings up Brandon Ayuk. I actually really like Deebo Samuel as a buy low target this year. Yards after the catch beast. Has been really proficient when he's been healthy. That's the name I'll throw out as we come to the half. Pretty busy into the half though too.
Yeah, we got some
Tajay Sharp
scoring there. I knocked Kirk Cousins. I said I played him for some reason, and look at the Cousins, man. 215 and 3 touchdowns.
Ridiculous half for Kirk Cousins. Trying to sweeten us up for some extra wins as we go through the Vikings schedule. Matt and I will pick our win-loss records in the second half. Thundering Ice saying, "Watch out for a Corey Davis explosion" with Zach Wilson in New York. I don't hate Corey Davis. I mean, he hasn't done that much. But
I'll pass, but yeah, I think you can always make like that's the dilemma, right? Do you take the number 1 wide receiver for a bad passing offense, or the number 2 wide receiver for a good passing offense?
Yep, exactly. Yes. You know, like Davis on the Jets, I mean, so much could go wrong there. He's never really shown that he can just be like a wide receiver one on his own, but he's first round talent, right? So, you know, there's some argument to be made there. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know how we started talking about Corey Davis, but
they got an interesting group of wide receivers. Him, Mims, and Moore. It's not a, you know, there's a lot of talent in that trio, so it's going to be interesting to watch. If Zach Wilson can play, those guys have, could have some sneaky value. I just don't feel comfortable saying like one of these guys is definitively better than the other.
I actually like the guy I actually like there is Keelan Cole. They signed him from Jacksonville. Yeah. Keelan Cole's very underrated, like slot guy, in my opinion. He could be like a starter for a lot of teams. He showed up for Jacksonville last year.
I do like Keelan.
Probably have to get by Crowder on the depth chart, but I could see him being like the guy who Wilson just like kind of ends up throwing a lot to because he's always open kind of thing. So, although if we're being honest, Wilson does have a big arm. He likes to make the plays. He's probably going to be trying to show off. It's probably going to be Mims or Davis taking shots with. So I don't know.
It wouldn't shock me if Crowder's not on the team come week 1.
Yeah, I think that's a very good chance. I do like their group. Like I like the Keelan Cole signing. The more pickup. Mims still potential. So it's potential there. All right, let's go. We're second half starting. 21-14 Vikings. Let's go through the Vikings schedule now and see what we end up with. So Minnesota Vikings coming in. Kirk Cousins starter for like the 10th year in a row. Are they going to do something? Is Kirk Cousins going to win a game, playoff game? They start off on the road at the Bengals.
W.
Oh, I am so. Oh, wow. Big hole for Dalvin Cook. Didn't break free though. I'm so tempted to give them the L here, but I will give them the W.
I feel you. I mean,
I like the Bengals. Like I think they're gonna take a step up this year, but at the same time, it's Burrow's first game back. The Vikings did improve their defense a little bit. I think they'll do enough to win probably. Okay, both got Vikings win week 1. Week 2 at the Cardinals.
Loss.
I'll give them a loss too. I think they get outscored. Arizona defense, sneaky good. Improved a little bit there. Drafting more defense. Give them the L. Week 3 at home versus the Seahawks. Loss for me too. Russ always plays well against the Vikings. It's indoors. I kind of like Seattle this year too. I'm not gonna lie. So I got them at. We both got them at the same record: 1 win, 2 losses, through 3 weeks. Does not get any easier here, Matt.
Oh boy.
Week 4, they're at home. But the Cleveland Browns at home. They're gonna be able to stop Nick Chubb from going for 200 and a couple touchdowns.
I think they'll be able to stop Nick Chubb for going from 200, but I will give them the loss.
I will also give them the loss. Not big. I do like Cleveland. I do like Cleveland. That's all I'm going to say. 1-3 for the Vikings through four games. We both got the same record. Cousins downfield opened Kyle Rudolph again. We said pre-revenge game.
Pre-revenge game, Rudy.
Week 5 is going to be easy. They're at home against the Lions. That's a win.
Yeah, okay.
Week 6, they go back on the road and they play our favorite punching bag, the Carolina Panthers.
Loss.
You can give them a loss. Okay.
Give them a loss.
It's fair, man. It's on the road. Panthers got to upset someone. These are the type of games the Vikings lost last year. Or if they didn't lose, they were like insanely close. I will give them the win, but it's like, admittedly, it's probably not going to be an easy win. Okay. Through 6 games, Matt's got him with 4 losses. I got him with 3 losses. Let's see what happens here. The play action.
Oh, yes. Had him again. Rudy.
Did have Rudy picking up here in the second half. Week 7, at home again versus the Cowboys.
Loss.
I am going to give them. I'm going to give them a win. I think Justin Jefferson could go nuts here.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, Cowboys, bad secondary. The drop. Keeps targeting Rudolph. Okay, I got him at 4 wins. Matt's got him, I think, at 2 wins through 7 weeks. Week 8, on the road versus the Ravens.
Versus the Ravens?
Yeah.
Loss.
Yeah, loss for me too. That's just a tough game. I don't think the defense is going to hold up very good to Lamar. So watch this field goal attempt. Dan Bailey for 3. Yes, it's good. Dan Bailey.
Shout
Rejoice,
out,
Dan
Marv.
Bailey owners.
Happy retirement, Marv.
Week 9. On the road again versus the Chargers.
Loss.
Loss.
I'm trying to find some wins, but I'm going off my gut only.
It's a tough schedule all of a sudden. I mean,
just going off my gut only. I got to give them a loss.
Cowboys, Vikings, Chargers, 2 of them on the road. And it doesn't get easier. At home versus Green Bay. And again, we're going to assume Aaron Rodgers is there.
That's a loss, dog.
It's a loss. I know they beat the Packers once last year. I'm not going to pencil them in for a win, though. You could theoretically pencil them in for a win.
They do tend to play the Packers well.
They do. I'm still not going to do it.
Yeah. Loss.
Okay. I got them at 6 losses. You got them at 8 losses. Do you have them at 2 and 8?
2 and 8.
Wow.
The Kellen Mond era is now upon
Kellen Mond now in a quarterback. Vikings on the road versus 49ers.
Loss.
I can't give them a win there. I know 75% of the San Francisco 49ers will be hurt by now, but still. I'm not picking Mike Zimmer to beat Kyle Shanahan on the road. No way. Loss. This is getting bleak. Seriously, plug your ears, Vikings fans. Lamarcus got him at 2 and 9. Week 12, Vikings on the road. Does it get tougher? No. They're at the road at the Lions.
All right, W.
Little breathing room here. Little breathing room, finally. Oh, and that's after a bye. Oh, no, that's not after a bye. Excuse me. Okay. Week 13. They're at home. Another tough game. They got the Steelers.
Loss.
Man, I'm going to give them the win.
No pity wins, Jeff.
It was kind of a pity win.
Oh!
This is a nice pitch and catch over the middle. Evan Ingram. Good to see you.
Tight end's doing work.
I'm having a decent game, if I do believe. 5 receptions, 62 yards. It's not that good, but okay. Lamarcus got him at 3 wins through 12 weeks.
Ugh.
No, 13 weeks. Wait. Did I lose count? I didn't lose count. Through 13 weeks, he's got him with 3 wins.
I got him at 3 and 10.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Week 14 on the road again at the Bears. And again, this is.
I mean,
week
at this
14.
point, Kellen Mond's in, so I'm just giving him losses.
At this point, you're right. Kellen Mond is in. Justin Fields is in. I'm giving him a loss too. Week 15. Jeez, the Vikings. I'm sorry. I'm going out to bet the under on this after. Vikings at home at the Rams. Week 15.
Sorry, that's a loss.
Loss. Week 16. On the road again at the Packers. Loss.
Loss.
And they finish out their season. Marcus got him at 3 and 13 at home versus the Bears.
That's a win, dog.
Kellen Mond, though.
Yeah, you know what? We're ending the season on a high note, boys.
Okay. So Kellen Mond's going to get him. I'm giving him a loss. Lamarcus got him at 4 wins. I got him at 6 wins. Wow. I did not think it was going to go that badly. I was prepared to give them a losing record, but that's a rough schedule, though. Their last 5 games, Steelers, road against Bears, home versus Vikings, road against Packers, home versus Bears. It's a tough scene.
Drew told me I'm now officially banned from all T-Wolves games by A-Rod, which I understand. I get it. Sorry, A-Rod. First J-Lo and now this.
I actually think you might see Kellen Mond in at quarterback now that I've seen that schedule. They're going to need to pick up some early season wins, like, an upset here and there. All NFC teams have 9 road games this year. AFC teams have 9 home games. Fair enough. Good point. I think, and Jason makes a good point, I think that the Vikings could pick up one of those games against the Packers. You're right. Fair enough.
For sure. I definitely went with a pessimistic slant there.
And again, I'm not actually going to make my bets off that conversation, but it does give you a look when you go through it. It's like you can see how the season could unravel for the Vikings. They got a really tough end. They play in a division which, if Rodgers is back, and have at least two quality opponents they could be underdogs against, or at least like pick'ems. They get tough road games too. Like they got Ravens, Chargers, 49ers. Really, their only real easy game on the schedule, I guess you could say week 1 at the Bengals. I don't even think that's that easy a game though. Like I said, is the Lions. So like they could, with all the negativity, they could go 2-0. It's a very winnable game week 1, and it's not like the Cardinals are unbeatable. So
right.
It could start 2-0. I could see that as well.
You never know with the NFL, Jeff.
Oh,
that's what makes it everybody's favorite sport.
It is. Giants on the 1-yard line here. We're
gonna
get
try it again with Saquon. This time he's
in. Easy peasy. Didn't miss anything there. I'm sure there's a ton of yards, handoffs, but Saquon getting the touchdown, doing the YMCA dance. Good for you.
Jeff is now buttering up the Vikes so he can cross the border into Minnesota. That's what Drew is saying. I don't know if you've ever watched How I Met Your Mother. The Minnesotans, they make fun of Canadians.
The Minnesotians?
That's right.
No, do they make fun of us?
They do. They say that you guys are scared of the dark. That's what Marshall Erickson said.
You figure, like they got the funny accents out there too. Some of them, in Minnesota. I've watched Fargo. Fargo wasn't in Minnesota though. Anyways,
yeah, that's like North Dakota or something.
I know.
Right?
It's just like northern United States. That's why I said it. It makes no sense. But Minnesota likes hockey. They're into hockey. I would have really figured like Minnesota would have had our back. I guess not. That's fine. I'll remember that. Put it in the memory bank.
Speaking of Saquon, do you see this picture going around on Twitter of Mike Davis's quads?
Yes.
Saquon's got some competition in the quad game.
I know. Ridiculous.
I love that fantasy quad Twitter is a thing, by the way.
Those pictures always get blown out of proportion. You take guys at certain angles when they're doing certain actions. It's like that picture of Jamarcus Russell. When his uniform is blown up and he legitimately looks like he's the Stay Puft Marshmallow guy. You see that one?
I legitimately was defended Eddie Lacy for years. I was like, oh, it's just not a flattering angle.
Yeah.
I'm sure he can't be that fat. He's an NFL running back.
He actually was, though.
And yeah, he ended up eating himself out of the league.
He even admitted he liked eating. He'd go on Twitter and be like, dude, I just want to eat.
You know what? I think it's honestly kind of impressive the amount of people that, oh, there it is. Drew posted the quad picture. Ooh. Guys, if you haven't seen this quad, this is some quad we're talking about.
And then he posted a picture of Pablo Sandoval right after.
But yeah, like I was saying, I think if we took just a general subsection of the population and just gave them a bunch of money and said, your only job is that you have to stay in incredible shape, I think that a lot of people would mess that up more than we get in the NFL and the NBA and stuff like that.
It's true. you have to be disciplined. You got to like go to bed early. You know, you got to, because it's not just you work out, you got to get rest. You can't work out and then like stay out till 2 and like drinking, you know.
Well, there are plenty of players that do that, but
there are, but they're generally not like as successful as the ones who don't do it. So,
but yeah, like LeBron says he spends like $1 million
yeah,
on his body.
Legitimately just like recovering, working out, you know, he literally his output is like $1 million at least, right? So, and it makes sense. Like he wants to play for as long as possible. He wants to have the longest, best career possible. He's got a ton of money. Why wouldn't you, man? Like,
yep. Right. I don't remember. I think it was T.O. used to sleep in like a one of those chambers.
Yeah, hypobaric chamber or whatever.
Yeah, hypobaric. That's it. Yeah. Must be says, is football now bodybuilding or modeling? Question mark. Must be. Go look at this quad photo, okay? It's like the size of my waist, and that's saying something.
I was kind of expecting Atlanta to actually. Did they draft a running back? The Falcons?
If they did, it wasn't a meaningful pick.
Yeah, it wasn't a meaningful pick exactly, but yeah, no. I mean, someone dropping in the chat there. Sorry, Jason. You know, Mike Davis is legitimately like could be a pretty good sleeper. I don't disagree with that at all. I don't think they did draft a.
No running back selected.
No. So there you go. That Sandoval picture is killer. Maybe, although, you know, there's Raheem Mostert could be on the market. You know, San Francisco currently has like 7 running backs or something. So could always be some movement. There always is. Anyways, I didn't go over any of that. Well, I'll go over the stats here in a sec, but we got a pretty close game, 24-21, Vikings ball. Go check out Mike Davis. Wow. I got it away. Good for you.
Got it off. Hey, Buddy says, isn't it hyperbolic? No. Hyperbolic is like exaggerating. Like for me saying I'm getting paid millions of dollars per sim to be here, that's hyperbolic. When Emerson says it, it's just accurate. But when
hyperbaric, that is correct. It is
hyperbolic.
Hyperbaric oxygen, yeah. Pumping more red blood cells, I guess. Something to that effect.
So Jeff, I had a tweet basically go viral today.
So, oh, did you?
I imagine that you won't know me for much longer. I'll be like a professional influencer or something like that. But well, I just tweeted out that fact that I gave on the stream earlier. Miami outscored the Bucks by 45 points from 3-point range and lost. And I've gotten 70 retweets and 165 likes. So, you know, like I said, a couple more 100 likes that thing picks up, and I'm officially on.
Gone. You're sky high. You're
officially on Easy Street.
It's the way to play the game these days, man. I like the people on Twitter who like legitimately just post. They have like 5 different posts, and they're all just like, you know, the key to wealth is like, you know, getting up early and like, you know, and then like they just give their lists, and it's like it's like 100 people just recycling the same tweets, and they get like 1,000 likes for each one. It's ridiculous.
Scams have existed since the beginning of time, and that's just like the new scam.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm going to teach you how you can make $20,000 per month in passive income. Be your own boss, set your own hours, and, you know, I'll show you how to set up as we get a scoop and a score.
I'll change things. Daniel Jones doing what he does best, putting the ball on the ground. Vikings say thanks, and are going to be a 10-point lead again. But yeah, that is the new.
Right.
Yeah, the internet guru is the new scam.
Which I watched this thing on Netflix. It's like I don't remember exactly what it's called. It might be called just Netflix Explains or something like that.
Yeah.
But they just do like 20-minute episodes on something. And this one was about money. and the first one was about like scams and get rich quick schemes. And like back in the age of exploration, this dude literally went to the Caribbean or South America, like that vicinity, Central America.
Yep.
Came back to England and told everybody like about this great country down there. And it's like, give me some like English pounds and
Right.
I will give you a percentage of the, you know, net worth of the country or whatever. And he ended up raising like what in today's worth would be billions of dollars for a country
Right.
that did not exist.
That was like the, you know how everyone just like speculates on, well, I mean, you know, people speculate on like things like Bitcoin and these new coins and stuff now. That was like speculating back then. Oh, this guy's going to this country to like do some trades and stuff. Like, here's some money. Let's throw some money at it. That was like the Bitcoin back in the day. Like, oh yeah, you're going to like South America. There's a country down there. Here's some cash. Bring me back some, like, you know, trade some goods for me or something, you know? Exploration. Now it's digital exploration.
Would you have been like that back in the day? Would you have been somebody who was like, I'm setting out on this boat. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere.
Oh boy, that's a good question. You got to really think, like, what? I think I would have been. How good could life have been? You know, like, we talk about equality, but like back then, like the cities, you know, they're dusty, dirty. You know, there's a good chance you weren't a part of like the elite, because it's still like, you know, you had the familial name back then. So yeah, I probably would have been all about it.
Drew says, nope, I would still be a factory worker in England.
To be a fact, yes, keep me on solid ground. Probably the right take. Most of those guys who explored, you know, either they caught something that they'd never been exposed to, or they just drowned, probably. So I think I would, though.
I'd like to think that I would, but probably wouldn't.
Probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't either.
That would require me to leave my house. I think I would just be a podcaster or something.
I just
How was the podcast industry?
medieval podcaster. Brought to you by the, you know, Jameson Lances.
We're going live to Charles in Liverpool. Charles, what's up? Thanks for calling in. Matt, I just wanted to talk about your thoughts on King George. What do you think about the taxes that we're paying? Yeah, I don't know. Seems like King George is losing his grip here. All right, back after this.
Oh, man.
Giants went for that, by the way, on 4th and 7.
They did. And Minnesota's got the ball. I was like, why does Minnesota have the ball? Because the Giants went for it. Anyways, if you're joining us now, we're just talking about crazy stuff. What is coming up after the sim? Is the FBWC coming up after?
Yes. Roughly 7:40 on that. And then we'll have our 8 o'clock sim, which I think is also me and Rossi.
Right. That's right. So after that, we got a little bit of lead up to the oh my God, another fumble. Looks like Vikings got it. So after this sim, guys, we do have some FBWC Fantasy Basketball World Championship content coming up. Got a little bit of, I think Jesse's going to take you through the contest. And then Lamarca and Rossi going to be, analyzing a little bit. Again, we got shadow contests available in the lobby. It's a free roll. I would really recommend checking those out if you haven't. Again, it's free money. There wasn't a ton of people signed up for it the last time I checked either. It was Dalvin on a little pass. So you can play in the shadow contest, and it's cool. It's free. You should check it out.
So Edward Garcia says pretty good English accent. Thank you, Edward. I have a few of them. That was my John Lennon English accent.
Yeah, that was Beatles.
That was my John. Then you got to have your, I grew up in the streets of Manchester accent too, bruv. And then you have to have your pointy.
Oh!
Yeah, Oswald Cobblepot.
Thielen with the touchdown. Adam Thielen with the touchdown. Bringing one home for the good people of Ireland. Here on this Saturday afternoon sim.
That's like a little Irish.
Oh, wee, Matty. The wee trip of the Irish. Okay. Clearly just losing our minds here on the Saturday afternoon. 3 minutes left. Vikings have completely drubbed the Giants here. Got a defensive score. Thielen on the bomb there. Put it together here for 3 minutes, guys.
Drew says Oswald Cobblepot was a scammer. He would never. He would never do that. PGZ Man says, Lamarca, how much time did you spend earlier in life in front of a mirror talking in different accents? You and Glash must have years in that regard. I wouldn't say I ever did it in front of a mirror, but I've always just tried to talk like people that I saw on television or heard. And I was just kind of good at being able to hear something and then repeat it. To an extent. I can only do certain things.
Gone Fishing says, Lamarca, I'm missing your dad jokes.
Yeah, sorry. Those kind of went the way of, like, my dad doesn't go to the office anymore. I do actually think he goes back next week. I'll have to confirm with him on that. But if he is back in the office, that means he will be back at his book of dad jokes. He can possibly start providing us with some again.
Bad Boys of Poppy telling me that the Vikings have 38 points and Dalvin hasn't touched the end zone. We are telling you that. There was a defensive score, but it has been a quiet game for Dalvin considering the number of points on the board.
I can't believe it either, sir, but it's happening. He says, can you do a Nigerian prince? Yeah, PGZ man, just send me, all I need is 5,000, okay? Just send me 5,000 in Bitcoin. I have a fortune. You will never, 750,000 that I can get you. I just need the 5K in Bitcoin to get it out of the country. If you send it to me, we'll split it. All right? So just let me know. Let me know if you need my Bitcoin wallet address, and we'll make it work.
Slayton on the catch there. Just garbage time. Just a little bit of garbage action here to end this one out. Game's done. 3 minutes left. What we got here? Who's leading what? Big free roll. We got Tajay Sharp, captain spot in the leading lineup. Daniel Jones, Tajay Sharp, 4 receptions, a touchdown. Kirk Cousins, 4 passing touchdowns. Hasn't hit the bonus. Thielen, 92 yards, a touchdown. Hasn't hit the bonus either. Daniel Jones, rushing touchdown, passing touchdown. Jefferson. Guess we haven't really called his name since that big touchdown. He's only got one. He's got one catch, 42 yards and touchdown. Justin Jefferson. Okay. After we built him up too, it's a potential top 5 pick.
Hunter says, deal. I'll send you that 5K along with my social. I'm hype. It's a great deal, guys. So
get in. Get in while the getting's good. 2-minute warning. What's on your docket for tomorrow, Matt? You on these or?
Man, I got a busy day tomorrow.
Oh, you do?
So I'm gonna be up at about 7, which is about 3 hours earlier than I like to get up.
Yeah.
So I'll be up at 7 because I have to write my NBA DFS breakdown. You know, the games start at 1. That's when the slate locks. So I want to have that submitted by 9 at the latest. So that means I got to get up at about 7, get my coffee, start writing. Anyway, I'll have that finished by 9. Then I do my DK live shift from 9 to 1. While I'm doing that, I have 2 other articles that I work on as we get a touchdown for Saquon. And then I'm hopping on the stream at 11:30 for the second part of our FWBC coverage. That one will be me and you? Me and you, I think, right, Jeff?
Oh yeah, Sunday morning, right?
Yes.
I was like, what is this guy talking about? Yeah, that is me.
So me and you on that. Then I have another job that I work from 1 to 6. Or sorry, 1 to 5. So I'll be doing that. And then I have 3 sims tomorrow night, 6, 8, and 10. So it's a busy day for me.
Dude, take Monday off.
Monday is a light day for me, but
Good.
this is how it is.
It is. It's a busy time of year, man. Like I'm not.
I have a weakness for
saying yes to
money.
everything. Oh, that too. Yeah.
For the most part, if I have a chance to do something else and make more money, I just say yes.
It's not a bad philosophy to have in life. Obviously,
although I did see something that like people who work for 55 plus hours a week are like 33% more likely to die of like a stroke and 20% more likely to die of a heart attack. So that was concerning, but I'll deal with those when they come.
Money's good too. Your money will save you. Yeah. It's good to hustle though, man. You gotta hustle at some point in your life. Everyone's about balance.
I prefer to be doing stuff. When I'm just like sitting around, I get kind of like antsy. So I prefer to be
around too much. You get used to it too, and then it's like, oh yeah, I don't need to work. This is cool.
Right. Like when the pandemic first started and I got laid off, I had like these 2 months where I basically did nothing.
Yeah.
And I was just going crazy.
Yeah, I had like 3 weeks like that. I didn't go crazy, but I did start doing other stuff. Like I think I don't know if I told you, but I played like a ton of poker for like 3 weeks, which was profitable. It was actually really good, but if I hadn't been doing that, I would have been going crazy. So
Jordan Warren says, you do Russian accent? Of course I do Russian accent. Everyone has a Russian accent. I did a lot of puzzles. That was I did a lot of 1,000-piece puzzles.
All right, we're getting the kneel down. 1,000-piece puzzles. Amazing. Who's your player of the game?
I think Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I know. 4 touchdowns. He didn't hit the
4
bonus,
touchdowns.
still.
He's gonna miss the bonus, but
you know what? He's in the winning lineups captain. So he's only 3.8% captain spot in the big free roll. He's 41.76 points there. So I think he deserves it too. 4 touchdowns. It's a lot. What about your?
Can I give it to Dalvin?
Yes, you can. You can do whatever you want. We make the rules.
I was, for the ownership, I was disappointed with his production. He still didn't have like a terrible game, but 23 receiving yards, 74 rushing yards, and 3 receptions. We want more than that from a guy that we're paying this much for, and that, more than 35% of the people put in the captain spot.
Completely, man. I don't disagree. 12.6 points is not good for Dalvin Cook. So 84.6% owned. He's not in many of the high up their lineups either. So good call, man. Good call. All right.
Must
I know.
be
I told
wonderful
you.
joke. As always, your creativity just never ceases to amaze me.
Okay. Anyways, we got the players of the game. We got the Not My Kid award down. I just want to remind you guys, though, we do have the Fantasy Basketball World Championship stuff coming up. Like Matt said, that's going to be on, coming up before the next sim. So tune in around, the Eastern thing, 7:30, 7:45, 7:30. Tune in around there. Matt and Ross are going to be breaking it down. Again, there's shadow contests. There's free contests going up to shadow the FBWC, the Fantasy Basketball World Championships. Check those out in the sim lobby, guys, because those are cool. It's going to be fun. It's over 2 days. It's really worth checking out. I know a ton of people are into basketball, so just a reminder, we got 2 more sims coming up. Ravens at Rams, 8 p.m. Eastern. Rossi, Lamarca, 10 p.m. Eastern. Bengals at Jaguars. Kaufman and Rossi going to bring you home there for Madden After Dark, 10 p.m. Eastern. So, again, FBWC, I'll be on tomorrow morning with Lamarca, too. We'll be breaking it down early, but he's going to be on with Rossi in about 20, 30 minutes. So tune back in there, guys. Hope everyone had a great day. Great sim. I enjoyed hanging out for a couple sims. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
And welcome into our preview of the DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Basketball World Championship. I'm Jessie Cofield, and I'm here to tell you a little about the event, but also introduce you to some of the competitors who will be battling it out for the top prize of $1 million and a ticket to the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. There's going to be 50 of the best DFS competitors in the world on hand in Charlotte, North Carolina for this 2-day event this weekend. But that doesn't mean you can't get involved yourself. Head on over to the DraftKings lobby and check out the Fantasy Basketball World Championship Shadow Contest. Enter your own lineup for a shot at $20,000 in total prizes, plus a share of $10,000 in prizes if you can beat the winner's score. And now let's talk strategy. I'm joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. Guys, this is a unique contest, okay? There are only 100 entries spread across 50 unique users. So Kenny, how does GPP strategy change for a much smaller event like this, or does it?
You know, I don't really know if it changes all that much because in the end, right, you're still looking to maximize your score. We had, I believe, 290 points last year in the FWBC, or FBWC. So I do think that you still want to take your shots. You still want to take your chances on some value plays here that you think could be good. But yeah, I mean, I think in any smaller contest, you do see a little more value there, taking a safer route. We've seen it in other world championships and other sports. Just simply playing the chalk, sometimes you have to do it because, there's little options, especially in the postseason. There's not going to be that many options out there that aren't super chalky that are going to pay off for you. So I think I would sort of play it like a cash game and maybe take 1 or 2 chances. I think that's generally the strategy with about 100 people in there.
Jules, what would your strategy be?
The last thing that Kenny just mentioned was the best thing that he mentioned. That was his best point. This is, 100 lineup field. This is more of a cash lineup with a couple of tweaks at the end for your real leverage plays that you feel very strongly about. And I know we'll talk later, about people potentially having multiple lineups in here, and I think that has a lot to do with how you play it. Are you a professional DFS player that has 5 lineups in here? Do you have 2 or 3, or are you happy to have qualified and want to play it as safe with your one lineup as possible? To guarantee yourself some profit here. Not guarantee, but play it safer and give yourself the better shot at just making some big bucks. So it's how many lineups you have. It's, what amount of money would you be happy coming out of this with, and that kind of helps guide you as to how you want to play this. But yeah, my overall thoughts are, if you're in this, there's 100 lineups. You're going to want to build, maybe 6 guys in your lineup that would be in the majority of cash lineups that night, and then just kind of flip 2 spots that you feel really strongly about and hope those players go off.
Well, this tournament is also unique in that it's taking place over 2 days. So you have a couple different slates to manage here. It's a total of 6 playoff games, 2 Saturday, 4 Sunday with late swap. Jules, how does the 2-day nature of the event change the strategy?
It changes things a lot. It changes things a lot because this isn't even a slate where we have, 7 o'clock games and 10 o'clock games if you're on the East Coast and you're waiting to see those late ones. This is just one game at a time throughout the whole thing, and you're waiting for the next game. Now, it is the playoffs, so that rapid rush of NBA injury news that we deal with at DK Live all season is now gone. There will be no load management. There will be no questionable with an ankle. Guys are playing, the stars are playing, and you want exposure to as many of those stars as you can because big players play well in big games. Their minutes are going to go up. Star power is a good thing on these slates. So I think that you can, for the most part, build your lineup out how you want it, but you might want to leave yourself an out. If you see yourself sliding down the standings and you're not exactly where you want to be, maybe you switch a couple players at the end and say, I need some low ownership guys that can kind of boost me up the standings. Maybe you're doing really well. You're in the top 10 and you want to make sure you stay there and you have a couple risks in your lineup at the end. Maybe you switch that to some chalkier players to just kind of stay in the top 10.
Kenny, what's your take on how this being a 2-day event changes things?
Yeah, I think what Julian said is pretty true. When you look at the teams on the second night, right, or the second just general slate of the tournament on Sunday, you look at teams with a lot of injuries coming in, and frankly, I mean, there's a lot of value to be had just across the board. When you look at teams like the Knicks and even the Lakers, maybe to an extent, there's a bunch of mid-price guys that you could swap out for if you do want to take a little bit of a chance. But, on the other hand, too, you do have teams like the Knicks carrying an injury to Nerlens Noel. I mean, how healthy is he going to be? The 76ers game is going to have plenty of injury news on both sides of the ball. There's going to be plenty of guys coming in with injuries. We also know the Sixers in general, things pop up with them late. And the Jazz I'm looking at as well. I mean, I don't know really what we know about how much Donovan Mitchell is going to play or if he's going to play. And, just the rotation. What's the rotation going to look like in Utah? So I think with a lot of questions there, it does open up the possibility that you can take a little bit of a chance and then just pivot off of it if you find out that there's going to be someone else taking the position of the guy that you thought was going to play a lot of minutes. So I think it gives you a lot of needed flexibility on a slate with, I think, a lot of a sneaky slate loaded with injuries, frankly.
Julian, does the definition of value change in NBA DFS during the playoffs?
It's completely different, 100% different. Value in the regular season is the Sixers coming out 30 minutes before tip and saying Embiid, Simmons, and Harris are out. Oh my goodness, we have to scramble and get all these Sixers in our lineups immediately. Now the definition of value is, all right, I really need to find a guy for $4,000 that I can trust to get me 20 to 25 DraftKings points, and it becomes very difficult to do. Whereas that's a daily occurrence on a regular season slate. So it's completely different. You can also maybe trust your stars to give you more than they generally do because their loads usually increase in the postseason. So you want to play it safe. You want to find good value. You don't. Rotations also are trimmed, so you need to be careful of, oh, this guy's $3,300 and he ended the regular season scoring 25 DK points a game. That guy might be out of the rotation altogether. So you have to be very careful and play guys that you trust are going to be in these rotations.
Kenny, do you agree?
I do agree with what Julian said. I mean, I think that those value plays, the guys that you see down at 3-4K who, just get a boost in minutes because of injuries or whatnot, or teams want to, get their young guys some more run. That just doesn't happen in the postseason. I mean, you saw even in the play-in games, guys like Goga Batadze and Jakar Sampson, who are DFS value heroes down the stretch. I mean, they hardly saw the court. So they're coaches are going to lean on the guys that are trusted, the guys that have gotten them to that point, and guys that, have playoff experience a lot of times. So I think that does change things in terms of, there's going to be fewer guys that are low price that are guaranteed a lot of minutes in terms of, unknowns. But also, I mean, you look at a guy in the mid-tier, right? You look at last year with Jamal Murray in the winning lineup, you have that sort of upper mid-tier to mid-tier where there's a lot of stars in there. And there's a lot of guys, maybe a Julius Randle, who could be mid-price, maybe 7-8K. And, you do have plenty of minutes, plenty of usage, and that is value, right? That's different. You're not seeing that in the regular season. You're not seeing a guy with a big name, with a lot of it, track record scoring DK fantasy points that is in the mid-range. But that's exactly what you have here on the slate. So value definitely does change. The value plays are maybe a little bit more expensive than we're used to seeing, and maybe the names are a little more household known that are down there at 5 or 6K.
Let's talk about a guy who's pretty good at this. DraftKings user Raging Phillip has won this tournament in back-to-back seasons. So 2 questions, Kenny. First, how hard is it to pull that off? And second, do you think that puts more or maybe less pressure on him to perform well this weekend?
I mean, I do think that there's less pressure if it were me in that spot, just knowing that I have the secret sauce, so to speak. He has the strategy. He knows what strategy to come into this, and I think that a first timer might have a lot of pressure on them because they're overthinking everything. They've never been in this spot before. It is a big stage, but for him, having done it before, I think that he like we were talking about at the top with, just kind of figuring out your cash game targets, figuring out your high floor targets, and then your couple pivots. I think that he should have a pretty good feel. A lot of this too is like innate. It's a gut feeling sometimes with these picks. The downside for him is I don't think the names are going to be quite the same, or the players he might have trusted last year are not going to be as trustworthy this year. And that could, ultimately maybe you have allegiances to guys or guys that you might overthink things in that way. But I do think that he's in a pretty good spot here, having done it. I think the pressure's frankly off, if it's me. And I do think that this would put him in a pretty good position going forward.
Jules, he's done it twice in a row. Is it just kind of like anything else is just icing on the cake?
Yeah, for sure. This isn't like the 2019 Warriors or whatever that are coming in minus 400 to win it all. This is a large field. Everybody that is in this field deserves to be in this field. Anybody can win. You've won. The fact that you've won 2 in a row is already an unbelievably difficult combination to come up with and even imagine. So I'm sitting back, counting my cash that I've hopefully managed well from the previous 2 years, and thinking about how great it is to be here again and even have this opportunity.
All right, guys, including the defending champ, Raging Phillip, there are 5 players who max qualified, meaning they each have 5 lineups in this contest. We talked about this a little earlier. Julian, how big of an advantage is that? Like you were saying, you don't have to necessarily play it safe with some of these lineups. You can kind of go out there.
I mean, 5 people with 5 lineups, that's a quarter of your field right there, 25 lineups. It's a massive advantage. You get exposure to different games. You can game stack your favorite game. You can put your cash lineup in here. You can do a stars and scrubs. You can do a balanced lineup, and it just gives you, I mean, it's every advantage in the world. You have literally 5 times better chance than your average Joe with 1 ticket into this. So just the flexibility to be able to have different builds, even if you just have 2 lineups and you're like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this or this, and it's the day that the tournament starts, just being able to throw, multiple ideas against the wall and see what sticks, a massive advantage.
Yeah, Kenny, massive advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, and the other thing here is you don't have to just bet on the same guys. I think that a lot of times if you have 2 lineups in here, there are a lot of similarities between your 2 lineups. You're like, okay, well, I have a pretty good feeling about this guy, and I'm going to put him in both of my lineups, and he's a high floor guy. And then, all of a sudden, the lock that you thought you had, he flops, and you're done for, right? I think that this 5 lineups allows you to, maybe you feel really good about a guy, but you don't have to put him in all your lineups. You can put him in 2 or 3, and like Julian said, you can go to different games. And again, I think that we a lot of times have really strong convictions, especially if you've gotten to this point. You have pretty strong convictions. You think, you know what you're doing, and, you never know. There's unpredictability in the postseason. A guy can get hurt. A guy can, maybe not see the minutes that he was once before, and a coach can go with like a 15-year veteran, right, in his place. In that scenario, you're saved if you have 5 lineups because, like, you can just pivot off of different types of games. And, like Julian said, too, you can have different types of lineups with stars and scrubs. You can just decide to completely fade some of the high-priced guys, go for just complete mid-range options, which, again, could get you a lot of points here with the names that we see in the mid-range. And I just think that the range of outcomes here is so wide. And I think that in a with so much on the line and with 100 entries, it is a huge advantage to have that big percentage of the lineups.
Okay, finally, Kenny, if you were playing in this contest, just pretend, who's someone you think you would have to lock in this weekend?
I mean, it's a really difficult choice because there's so many great options. But frankly, if I'm in this contest, I'm looking right at that Trailblazers Nuggets game because I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in that game. I think that the Nuggets are a little susceptible on both sides of the floor, frankly, because they're not they're a little gassed because they've been running out without Jamal Murray. They've been on a great run, but I think that much like the Wizards, we're going to see the gas tank run a little bit empty here. So I danced around the name. It's going to be Yusuf Nurkic for me. I think that he's going to be a great value. I know that he splits minutes with Enes Kanter, and it's not going to be the sexiest pick, but because of that, his price is going to be low, and he has the post proficiency here to go head to head with his former teammate Nikola Jokic, and I think that he's going to spurn the Nuggets a little bit in this revenge game. I think Portland wins this series, but I think in Game 1, Nurkic comes out. He does a great job. On the offensive end, and him and Enes Kanter should be able to compete with the Nuggets team that's been good on the glass, and I think they could actually steal away that advantage. I think Nurkic is a really sneaky candidate for like 15 and 15. I think he's going to be a pretty good price for that as well.
Jules, what do you think? Someone you just would have to lock in this weekend?
I like Kenny, do like the Blazers Game 1 and like the Blazers series. Another team that I like for the series are Kenny's Knicks, who are slowly becoming a dog, and you can get it plus money, and I'm shocked Kenny didn't go here. One of the reasons I like the Knicks so much is Julius Randle going against the Hawks. Yes, Clint Capella, it's a somewhat difficult matchup if he's on Randle some in the middle, but I mean, Randle was dominant in the 3 wins, the clean regular season sweep that the Knicks had over the Hawks. He averaged over 36 points per game in those games. We know how well he's rebounding. We know how well he's shooting the 3. He's been distributing. I think that Randle is going to be a guy that, like we said, these playoff slates, you got all the stars, you got him high priced. I think Randle's a nice little tick down to get some exposure to a guy playing at a superstar level.
Thanks for the insight, you two. Okay, guys, we already mentioned Raging Phillip a couple times, who's the returning back-to-back champ of this event. So why don't we hear from the man himself, as well as some of his competitors, as they describe their own style of play for a big tournament like the Fantasy Basketball World Championship.
I'm Raging Phillip, the 2-time DraftKings Fantasy Basketball Championship, soon hopefully to be 3-time champion. Here's what I know. People bring different things to the table, and I think you have to be humble about or realistic about what your skill set is. I'm much more about sort of think it all through in detail, make the decision, and the levels of thinking are deeper than people would expect. You can't just take the output of a model and win. You constantly have to keep improving because the field is getting better and better. My way has worked for me, but it plays to my strengths. So it did work out last time. We'll see if it works this time.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol, just talking about the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So there's always this competing opinion of what is more important to have in a daily fantasy sports player or a daily fantasy sports lineup. Is it sports knowledge or is it like data modeling and statistics? And I think you have to be excellent at both. I mean, that's the only answer. I probably lean more towards the knowledge of the sports side. You know, a certain player is going to get more playing time, or they're looking for a player to take a more aggressive role on offense. And that's something that's going to help you out as you're picking your lineups, especially against the guys that are very, very projection based. But the statistics matter, right? Every shot matters, every rebound matters, every steal matters. Always had a natural kind of inclination for sports statistics, for math, for games like this, and this puts it all together.
As mentioned, Raging Phillip has taken home the title and the $1 million grand prize in each of the last 2 years. But this is the 7th edition of the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. So here's a look at all of the previous winners of the event. This year's field is strong, with DraftKings Tournament of Champions winner Petty Theft 89 qualifying, as well as 2020 DraftKings Fantasy Football World Champ The Whistles Go Woo, who has 4 seats. Another familiar name in the field for anyone who follows DFS is Alex Baker, aka Awesemo. Here's Alex and some of his competitors explaining what makes the FBWC and the DraftKings Championship Series so special.
Hey, I'm Alex, also known by my DraftKings handle of Awesemo. When it comes to the DraftKings Championship Series, I'm really going for the glory. You can win a lot of money throughout the year in normal tournaments, but you can never win the title of being the best that year. I have a little bit of a target on my back because I've been playing so long and I've had a lot of basketball wins. I think other people in the daily fantasy tournaments see me as kind of a villain, I would say, because I think a lot of people, they're sick of seeing the same names at the top of tournaments. So what that means for me is I really gotta keep my game sharp. I think it would mean a lot to me if I was able to stand on top of that podium at Charlotte. If you told me that I could never play daily fantasy again, but I would definitely win the FBWC, I might take the FBWC. The DraftKings Championship Series, that's the king of competitions.
My name is Tony Niehaus. The screen name on DraftKings is Big T44. The FBWC is the king of fantasy championships. It just brings everyone together at the end of the year. 100 people, great prize pool. Still haven't got that title, though. I need to get that title this year at the FBWC. You're not just going to win this thing with projections. You're going to have to do some other stuff. You're going to have to watch some games. You're not going to get the job done just clicking that projection button. You could have a little bit of a rivalry going between the projection people and the game watchers. I like to go to battle with the projection people. They're just turning the projector on and they're running their teams. I don't like that. DraftKings Championship Series is definitely the king of competitions for me because it's like a feather in the cap type thing. You want to be the best. This is the champion of basketball this year. There's only one person that can win it.
Take a look at some facts about this year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship. It offers a top prize of $1 million and is part of the second season of the DraftKings Championship Series. The winner of this event will earn a seat in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions for another shot at $1 million. That's all part of a total prize pool of $5 million guaranteed. There were 100 seats available, which were earned by 50 unique players, with a single player being able to earn a max of 5 seats. This year's event takes place in Charlotte, North Carolina, and is a live event. Aside from the DraftKings Tournament of Champions final, which was held at the Super Bowl, this is the first DK Fantasy World Championship event to be held in person since the 2019 Fantasy Hockey World Championships in Nashville. One of the fun things about DraftKings is getting to know some of the competitors and their interesting usernames. Take, for instance, the user that goes by Squirrel Patrol DK. Why Squirrel Patrol? Well, let's hear it from the man himself.
I'm John Breslin, otherwise known as Squirrel Patrol. Why Squirrel Patrol? Is named after my dogs. So when I'm signing up for DraftKings, I'm just sitting there and she's literally coming up the stairs, yelling at the dogs, easy there, Squirrel Patrol. And I'm like, oh, Squirrel Patrol, that sounds funny. So the DraftKings Fantasy Basketball World Championship is the king of fantasy basketball just because of the field here is the best field I've ever seen. The live events are incredible because you get to meet the faces behind all of the competitors you've been competing against in tournaments the whole year. Yeah, so that's a great question. Like, who are the best fantasy players in the world? And that gets a little bit less than good natured sometimes on Twitter, right? Like sometimes people will say like you're not that good, and it gets to be a little bit of a back and forth. Raging Phillip, that crazy animal has won it 2 years in a row. I'm coming after you, Raging Phillip. If I win the FBWC, I'll try to think up some kind of squirrel dance I can do, but I don't know what it'll look like. Could be frightening.
I'm David Bergman, aka Whistles Go Woo! I'm here because I qualified for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship coming up at the end of this month. My parents came here with the traditional American dream, 5 cents in your pocket and raise it as much as you can. I think DraftKings Championship Series can be a perfect example of the American dream, right? For me, giving back and giving to charity is always something that I've always tried to do. I've been able to celebrate a pretty successful career even before all this sports gambling, and I've always made sure to give what I could away. At the FBWC, whatever I end up winning, 1% I'm going to give to the charity of choice for the shadow competition. I will be rooting for you, and you should probably also be rooting for me. Here's my FBWC whistle go, woo!
This year's Fantasy Basketball World Championship serves as the 9th qualifier for the second season of the DraftKings Championship Series. At the end of the season, the best of the best will compete for $1 million in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. Over the course of the season, we will mint 100 millionaires while dishing out over 150 million across 100 plus contests. And the man who oversees the whole thing is DraftKings Director of Race and Sportsbook Operations and Commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series, Johnny Avello. He recently caught up with our own Adam Kaufman to discuss just how unique this concept is.
I am Adam Kaufman. It is a great thrill, as always, to be joined by Johnny Avello, who is, of course, the commissioner of the DraftKings Championship Series. Johnny, how are you?
Hey, Adam, I am doing fabulous. Thank you.
So we got a lot to get into here over the next little while. Of course, it's all about the championship series. What is it in particular that makes this event, this entire series of events, so unique for skin in the game sports fans?
Well, there's a lot of money to be won in multiple ways to qualify, whether it's DFS or sports betting, or how about if it's casinos your thing? We're adding that to the championship series for 2021.
So year one of the championship series, as we know, was incredibly successful. Maybe was obviously altered along the way in a lot of ways with the coronavirus situation, but DraftKings able to rebound in such a great way, make it such an incredible series of events. Looking ahead to year two, what makes it even potentially that much bigger?
Well, we want to show our patrons how much we at DraftKings are committed to this series. Last year, we created approximately 50 or 60 millionaires. This year, we're crowning 100 millionaires.
So first tournament of champions, like I said, it was successful. The big thing that people were playing for, in addition to the money, was the opportunity to go to the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay and, of course, watch what was a lot of fun there in terms of that game. What is it in terms of specific events, maybe opportunities along those lines that people have to look forward to and put on their calendars this time around?
Well, we haven't announced the TOC venue yet, but we by no means ever do anything in modest proportion. So expect something quite sensational when we reveal it.
Any details that you can share about season two? Never mind the Tournament of Champions specifically, but just along the way.
Just that the venue will be spectacular. We're still working on where that's going to be, but just tune in and listen for more details.
So DK will be giving out more than $150 million over the course of this series of events, obviously. Now, you've been in business a long time and part of this business for a long time. Is this the biggest prize pool that you can remember being part of here?
I've always thought that $1 million was a big deal. Therefore, the answer to that question is yes. This is the largest, grandest, and most sizable amount of loot ever given out that I've experienced.
Hard to process that amount of money, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So as we look ahead to the immediate future here, you've got this event or this weekend, a qualifying event in Charlotte's, the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Now, aside from the Tournament of Champions, of course, being held at the Super Bowl, as we talked about, this right here is the first live final for DraftKings since back in 2019. It's been a little while. How important was it in the mind of the company to just get people together again and enjoying a live sweat?
Well, let me expand on the tournament this weekend. It'll be our largest basketball world championship ever, with $5 million in total prizes. Now, about the live finals. Making wagers and doing contests digitally is easy, it's efficient, and of course, that's a big part of our business. But there's a special excitement and exhilaration that happens only in a live event.
You mentioned earlier, or alluded to anyway, the Casino and Sportsbook Tournament of Champions. We've been talking so much about daily fantasy, of course, but lumping the three of these together, what more can you tell us about those other events?
Well, for the Sportsbook, there's the Pro football pick'em where you select games against the spread. And then there's the Pro Football Survivor where you simply select one team to win each week. And if they win, you advance. Both contests are now available to enter in 8 states, and that's growing. The casino tournament, I can't tell you a lot about yet. It's still being prepared, but just keep your eyes open for the launch.
We know this is exciting, all of it, everything we've been talking about, but what else can we look forward to for DraftKings and from DraftKings over the next few months?
Besides this week's basketball championships, we have an NBA Finals Game 1 only tournament in July, and then there's the $4 million guaranteed Fantasy World Golf Championships live at the Northern Trust starting on August 19th. Really, really exciting stuff, Adam.
Okay.
Welcome in, Dream Streamers and Fantasy Freaks. It's me, Jason Rossi, Matt LaMarca. What a weekend we have. But first off, Matt, how you doing, brother?
Doing good, man. Much better now that you're here.
Oh, come on. Don't lob those softballs up to me. I'll take it right to heart. Like, I'll eat it like a cookie. But speaking about things like eating like cookies, we gotta talk tonight, Matt. We have the FWBC going on right now. We got some big things happening. So when you see our two faces, that means something big's going on. It's a little bit early for a Madison, right? So as you have seen, it is a big weekend here at DraftKings with our Fantasy Basketball World Championship. That's what FBWC means, if you're wondering. And it's locking in less than 15 minutes. And I don't ever really like to push this too far. But if you're not getting in this shadow contest, you're foolish. LaMarca, you just looked at the numbers. What are we looking at roughly right now, people? We got to get more entries in this thing.
Yeah, we've got less than 3,800 entries in this contest. It's free. 20,000 in prize pool, plus there's an extra 10K on top of that for anyone who finishes above the winner of the main contest.
So yeah, there's a main
contest. So like if 10 people finish above the main contest winner, they'll split that extra 10K plus the prizes that they are already built into the tournament. So like a really good tournament for free that not a lot of people are entering.
No, it's straight up. We got to get in this thing. Again, it's free. You have about less than 14 minutes to get in. Go open up your DraftKings fantasy app and get into this. And basically, you can follow along today and tomorrow to see who our competitors will take home, which one will take home the $1 million top prize. And not only can you follow along, like we're talking about here, you can play along with the FWBC Shadow Contest for this event. So, again, you can check it out over at the DraftKings lobby. But right now, we're here to help you guys out. We're trying to help make some lineups. Now, I am definitely not the guy that's going to sit here and wax poetic about how great my fantasy basketball acumen is. But I have the guy, not a guy, not one of the guys. We have the guy. So, Matt, let's talk a little strategy for tonight's Shadow Contest. You want to beat out everyone who's playing, but you also want to get in mind of the FW or the FBWC. It's gonna take a while in my head. So you can just finish in front of the winners here. But you would how would you start this thing? How would you approach these types of contests?
Yeah, so this is super interesting in the fact that this is a 2-day contest and there's late swap.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is going to come down to how you choose to approach tonight's 2 games versus tomorrow's 4 games. For example, if you play some guys tonight that maybe have lower ownership and they have great games, then you can just ride the chalky guys tomorrow and potentially cruise to a victory. If you play some of the chalk tonight and it busts, then maybe you have to get on or get off of some of the chalk tomorrow. So like there's more game theory that goes into this slate than a normal fantasy world champion slate because of the 2-day factor of this.
So let's talk. So when you think chalk tonight, with the 2 games we have, where do you look? Like, what is the chalk of the chalk on your Saturday slate?
So I think that the chalky guys tonight are going to be the Nuggets primarily. Obviously, we've got Jokic at 10,500 playing the Portland Trailblazers. I would expect him to be one of the higher-owned players in this tournament. Jason Tatum, Michael Porter Jr., the Nets trio of stars could be, somewhat popular. and then maybe some guys like Kemba Walker, something like that. So I would say those are the kind of guys that you're going to have to make your decisions on for tonight.
Okay, and obviously one of the things here, like as you're looking to make your picks, is Matt's going to still break it down here. If we look at a little bit of years past here, just things that stand out to me. Denzel Valentine. What are we doing here? 5,200 shekels a couple years back in 2018, put up 43.5. He was just 16% owned. And last year, this blows my mind a little bit, Lamarca. It was Donovan Mitchell, but he was 2% owned. Deuce percent. That's crazy. So this is the things, like, while you are looking at the chalk, while we are thinking about it, those are some pretty surprising names. Just saying, like, Donovan Mitchell wasn't even in the winners lineup last year. So anybody in particular stand out to you over these next, 6 NBA games that people are looking at to shadow and win them all?
Yeah, I think, just sort of going off of like what my favorite play is, the guy that I think could provide the most value without garnering maybe a ton of ownership. I really like Ben Simmons at 7,200. It's been a down year for Ben Simmons. He has not had a good year by his standards, but just a great matchup against Washington. They've played at the fastest pace in the league this season. Philly's implied right now for 118.5 points. That's the second highest total on this 6-game slate. And Simmons has played 2 games against Washington so far this season. He scored at least 45.75 DraftKings points in both contests. So you will gladly take that kind of production at 7,200.
Yeah, that could be one of the names we're looking at. Like we said, Donovan Mitchell, 8,200 last year. It's cheaper than that if he goes off against a really porous defense, especially for the Wizards, and those numbers are undeniable. So let's take it position by position here. Let's look at the guard position. I know you kind of tease us with Simmons later, but where do you go, who's your favorite play at guard in this full FBWC slate?
Yeah, so I will say Simmons is my favorite. If I was going to go with somebody else, I would say Kemba Walker.
Really?
Kemba has really been playing well for the Celtics of late. He's averaged 1.31 DraftKings points per minute over the past month. We know that the Celtics are without Jaylen Brown at the moment. That's a huge absence for them. But Kemba is one of the guys who has to step up with him off the court. He's increased his usage rate by 4.5% with Brown off the floor this season. That's the top mark on the team. The Nets, certainly they're a great offensive team. We're not so sure about how they are on the defensive side of the ball. They've played very few minutes together. Continuity could be an issue. They're starting a lineup tonight, Rossi, that did not play a single minute together during the regular season.
It's really strange to hear that heading into the playoffs. I know you mentioned the Brown injury. You mentioned all these things that, with this game is just there's a lot of narrative too to the game. So I don't know how much that's going to relate into the fantasy side, but it's a fascinating matchup. So there you go, guard wise. What about forwards or forwards? You can give us 2 if you want, but at least one that you're putting in that lineup.
Yeah, the forward's much weaker. It's the weakest of like the 3 positions. I think guard and center are pretty strong. I'm going to go with Michael Porter Jr. I do think he'll be one of the higher owned players tonight, but Nuggets without 3 guys right now, Jamal Murray, PJ Dozier, Will Barton. Porter has increased his usage rate by 4.4% with those guys off the court. That's the top mark on the Nuggets. He's averaged 1.16 DraftKings points per minute in that situation. I think he sees plenty of playing time tonight, serving as the Nuggets' number 2 option behind Nikola Jokic. And we know that the Blazers stink defensively. They were the 2nd worst team in the league this season in terms of points per 100 possessions allowed. So I like the Nuggets. I think there's some good plays that the Nuggets have, but Porter is one of my favorite.
Yeah, and just for people wondering what's going on here, we have to remind everybody again, you have about 8 minutes till the lock of the shadow contest for the, basically it's the Fantasy Basketball World Championship here on DraftKings. Now, you might not be in that contest, but you can play along in the shadow contest. And again, Lamarca, how much is it to enter?
That would be free, sir.
Free. So you're telling me it's nothing and I can win how many potential prizes?
Yeah, there's a $20,000 prize pool plus an additional $10K up top. You could theoretically make $11K if you win this contest.
So
theoretically.
Listen, more teas the better here. Get in on it, absolutely free. Appreciate people in our chat that are dropping links, but you can check it out on your homepage of your DraftKings fantasy app. But we're going through some of the slate here. You like the center position you just mentioned, so who do you like in the position tonight? You like the position overall and value, but where are we going?
Yeah, I think you have to really decide, do you prefer Jokic or do you prefer Embiid? You could play both, to be honest, but Embiid is the guy that I am leaning towards. The matchup against Washington again is just extremely juicy. He's played 3 games against the Wizards this year. He had 52, 66.5, and then 39.25. And you say, okay, 39.25, that's not very good. He played 20 minutes in that game. He played 20 minutes in that game, and that was when he got hurt and then proceeded to miss the next 10 games for the 76ers. So, just a really good player. So, I think that he, considering the difference in salary, I will go with Embiid over Jokic.
Dude, I'm with you there. Again, no expert here, but I've watched a lot of Wizards games because, the excitement with a guy like Russell Westbrook, and I've noticed no defense on that team, especially in the bigs. All right, what about value play? Where you looking? Who's your favorite value play?
So value play, I'm going to go with Monty Morris. The minutes are the big concern with him right now. He's been hurt, but if he is healthier, and keep in mind the Nuggets haven't played in basically a week now, if he's a little bit healthier, he should be able to pick up some of the slack from all the injuries that they have. I think Morris is a guy that the Nuggets will need if they're going to advance in the playoffs. So I like him at 3,500, very cheap for him. I think that this is a good price tag to buy low on him.
Now we talk buy low. Who's somebody a little too risky? Someone you're like, not for me. Not in the LaMarca brain, not going in my lineup.
So I am fading all 3 of the Nets' big 3.
Okay.
So again, the continuity is an issue, but here's what we do know. When these 3 guys have been on the court together at the same time, James Harden is 1.27 DraftKings points per minute. Durant is 1.18. Irving is 1.11.
Don't like that.
So those numbers are good, but they're not justifying the price tags that you're paying for them. So I am completely fine with 0 Nets on this slate, or at least 0 of the expensive Nets.
Got it. And then what about you got to lock it in. Here's the guy's going to make it rain. Who, is your favorite play? You talked Simmons, but who's your number 1 favorite play for the FBWC Shadow competitors out there?
I feel the best about Jokic. Embiid.
Okay.
I think Embiid, you can sort of lock him in for 55 DraftKings points at less than 10K. And I think that he more than likely gets us 60 plus. So anytime we're talking 6X value for a player of that salary, that's very tough to fade.
It is. All right, Matt, we're going to take it all the way to the bank. Again, you have just about under 4 minutes before this locks. It is an amazing competition, and it's 100% free. Get in on it. You just heard LaMarca, what he had to say. If you miss anything, just scroll back real quick on your YouTube or Twitch, wherever you got to be. And this is amazing stuff. And again, I'm jealous I'm not in the major. That I could win like $1 million, but hey, listen, you can still win a prize pool. Like you said, you could come out of this thing with 11K potentially. And one more time, Matt, how much to enter?
Free, sir.
All right, so get in there, get in the contest. You can open up your DraftKings fantasy app. It's right there in the front on mine. I don't know what yours looks like. I'm not hacking into your phone, but you know what it looks like here. So get in on it. Free to compete. And obviously, this doesn't slow down any of the Madden competitions we're going to be doing. So we're going to slide into that in just a moment. We'll be covering the Fantasy Basketball World Championship all weekend long. We're going to give you some updates throughout the Sims, post-Sims. Me and Kaufman are teaming up later, but after the 8 o'clock, we'll kind of give you guys a little lay of the land, what's happening, and where you may be sitting during that competition. But LaMarca, this was a lot of fun, man. I know this is your wheelhouse, dude. Just playing ball from a distance from your couch on the, sitting there, just winning cash. So hopefully people listen to you. Don't take LaMarca's thoughts for granted either. This guy has done real well.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate the kind words. I do enjoy any sort of opportunity that I can make money from my couch is something that I cherish.
If I know one thing about you, that's it. All right, we're going to turn our attention now to Madden Simulated Football because, hey, you get in that free contest. We'll be monitoring it. You have like a day and a half, basically the next like 14 hours worth, more. There's a late game tomorrow, right? What's the latest tip on Sunday? I already forget.
Sunday, I think probably around 7 or 8.
All right, so right around that 14-hour mark, give or take. But yeah, so here we go.
We're 9:30. Sorry.
Oh, 9:30. On a Sunday. What are they trying to do to me?
You got the West Coasters.
I know, but I don't care about the West Coast. We have East Coast biased here. I'm just jealous that they get all things earlier than us. But here we go. All right, so it's Rams, it's Ravens. Lamarck, you just laid some straight knowledge on us about the NBA. What about when it comes to drafting a lineup here? Let me ask you this. Did you have the guts to fade Lamar Jackson?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm a weak, scared man. I always play Lamar, and not only that, I always play him in the captain spot. Okay. The man had a game where he ran for 300 yards.
I'll never forget. It was the Saturday before Thanksgiving here in the U.S. because I was with Moose, and it was the most wild thing I've ever seen in fantasy land, like Madden simulation land. It was bizarre. But before lineups are going to lock in a minute, and I'm just going to say it now. Prepare for a vulture or two, everybody, because there is vultures aside from last night. Vultures have been swarming around me for months. So, oh, dude, they're coming out. I'm telling you, when we're here, I believe we're in LA for this. They're out, and they are ready. Shout out real quick to Thunder Ring Eye saying, got my lineup in. Now it's just time for the first. He goes, just in time for the first round because I chose a Knicks player. Haha. Well, good work, dude. Could happen.
Good. I wish everybody the best of luck. I will say that entering that contest is just plus EV. I don't care if you come in dead last, taking a shot in that contest is 100% worth it.
Listen, man, I am 1,000 behind you. And even here, we got free contests with Madden every single, 6 times a day. You can win $250. There's nothing wrong with that either. So, Ravens, lineups have locked. You mentioned you captained Lamar. So, Lamar and Lamarca go together like peanut butter and jelly. Where'd the rest of your
lamb and tuna fish?
What's the rest of the lineup looking like?
So Lamar captain, I went with Hollywood swinging. I went with Willie Snead, Ravens D, Tyler Higbee, and Bob Woods.
Woo.
Bob.
Well, if you call him Bob, I'll call him Bob because I appreciate you. He's my captain, actually. I got the Bob Woods rocking the captain, Lamar, Henderson, Higbee, Andrews, and Patrick Ricard. There's going to be my shout-out for the Vulture of the Night. Get in there. And sorry, Thunder Ring Eyes asked, is it just for the first round? It's just for this weekend. Just for this weekend.
Yes, today, the 2 games tonight and the 4 games tomorrow.
By the way, I definitely we see a lot of live cams of fans watching Super Bowls or big games. If I'm in this actual fantasy basketball world championship, lock a camera on my face because I'm going to be a disaster over the next 14 hours. I love the videos, when everybody used to get together, which will be happening again soon. But those videos of the guy who won in the bar is just you see him holding his jaw. He's holding his whole mouth. I'm that. I would be so stressed out.
Well, Rossi, if I ever make it there, I'll bring you. You can.
Oh, please. Okay. I would be so nervous for it. You would want me there because I'm telling you, I would be the emotional wreck, and I'm sure you're more calm in general. And it would nothing to do with me. That's the kind of faith. Listen, this is what happens. I'm a wrestling fan. I'm a sports fan. I just get all amped up all the time.
It is funny. I've been at casinos and stuff. I was in the poker room one time, and I had gone on a major run. Okay. And I had probably $3 or $4 grand in front of me, and my friend came in and was like, you have to leave right now.
Get out.
What's doing here? And I was like, if you don't get away from me right now, I'm going to hurt you physically.
Oh boy.
Stop bringing that negative juju near me.
Don't do it. I'm trying to get a caddy here, bro. Don't do it.
That's right. I'm flying home on the PJ.
Yeah, come on now.
I'll let you drive my Nissan back.
Actually, I'm going to bring up a situation in the car I had today in a little bit as we get ownership coming in. No surprise here. Lamar Jackson, 59% owned. Mark Andrews coming in at 46. Bob Woods,
59%.
No, 80. Sorry, 89 for Lamar.
89.
My bad. If I said 59,
maybe I just misheard because I was like, that's crazy low for Lamar.
Yeah, Lamar coming in at 9%. Very strange. No, 89. Mark Andrews at 46. Bob Woods, 45. 45 for Tyler Higbee. Josh Reynolds at 44. Jared Goff, actually, 41%. Those are your tops. Then you had Cooper Kupp, Willie Snead, Justin Tucker after that. You see a nice little rip here on the ground. That is going to be Dobbins. Dobson. I did. All right. Drew, I just like when they have to. You said 59. Oh, my bad. Listen, I think
Mo says, why weren't me, Congo Cab, Hawk, Lindenbaum, and Litzau invited to the World Championship? That's not how it works, dude.
Yeah, it's not invite only here. It's qualify, bro. You could get in that chat. You just missed the. Well, maybe you got in on the chat. Let's see. Bad Boys. What's up, Bad Boys? How we guys doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Hope everyone's loose, feeling good. River Rat, as I like to call it, Riviera. See you there on Twitch. But Bad Boy says, I won the Millie Maker for the Super Bowl along with 400 other people. And DraftKings didn't invite us to the contest this year. Well, I don't think it's not necessary.
Right, that's not a qualifier.
Yeah, there's qualifiers that get you to those. It's not like off of like, it's not like what I joke about with Pro Bowl votes, where it's like, oh yeah, we voted for that guy last year. Just keep him in there.
Right.
Like
and the qualifiers are like super interesting contests. They're way different than a GPP, like a normal GPP. Like when you play a normal GPP, if you come in, and when I say GPP, I'm assuming everybody knows what that means. It means guaranteed prize pool tournament. When you come in second or third in a regular GPP tournament, you're still taking home a solid bit of cash, right? You're happy. When you come in second in a qualifier, you're taking home like barely enough to cover the entry fee. All the money is going towards that top seat for the most part. So it's the real Ricky Bobby of the DFS. If you first, you are last, my friend.
That's the truth. I like it. It's a good reference there. Just catching. I'm just looking around all sports right now. Obviously, we're going to be monitoring the Celtics Nets. So that's going to be your first tip of the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Earlier, the NBA saw. I was actually, I don't want to say, maybe surprised is strong, but I didn't think the Bucks would have that much trouble with the Heat in the first game. Not that I think the Heat are going to be an easy out. I just was really surprised that it took overtime and a buzzer beater by Middleton. I was watching some of that. It was a very exciting game.
Yeah, it was a good game. I thought that it was a C effort from the Bucks offensively. They played great defense. I'm not, like they did a great job defensively for most of that game. The stat that really jumped out to me, and I said this on the last stream, is the Bucks made 5 3-pointers in that game. The Heat made 20. So the Heat outscored the Bucks by 45 points from 3-point range, and they lost. That's not going to happen again.
No.
So I'm not officially burying the Heat, but certainly, I don't think it bodes well for their survival.
Yeah, and I think, to people that want to, rely on what happened last year and the run they went on last year, I think there was a whole lot of different circumstances overall. Not saying that you can't be right. Maybe the Heat can pull it off, but I think, what you're talking about there with defensive effort for the Bucks and just the offense just not clicking, I guess the best way to put it. We shall see as we get a flag here on this play. Going to be a hold. Coming back, 4:20 left. By the way, I didn't even give a shout-out to our amazing crew. We got the Drew stack tonight, baby. In
Double
action
Drews.
on a Saturday night. And by the way, you guys must have just came off an amazing sim. You and Moose together, that's going to be just... I don't know why there's not 1,000 likes on the stream right now. If I popped on and had you and Moose, I don't think there's enough times I could smash the like button.
There were really no different times. It was a shenanigan-free sim outside of me breaking out all my different versions of the English accent.
Oh, well, listen, I don't want to override or repeat, but there's a reason enough for me to stream back on this puppy. But I just like both of you guys' temperament, the way you handle your business. It's a good team. By the way, go ahead. Don't be shy. Smash that like button. Don't be afraid. Let's get to 200. It is a Saturday. It is beautiful across the country. I'm saying that with all conviction, not knowing anything. But I will say that, listen, it's beautiful. We're all here together. Hit that thumbs up. We'll really put a little positive spin on our lives as well as we get a 1st and 10 here from the 27. Matt Lamarcus, Lamar Jackson, in a weird pistol formation. There's my guy Picard there. Oh, here comes Lamar. He's going to run. Looks like he's just kind of galloping, not even his full speed. Gets down to close to the 10, 16-yard run there for Lamar.
A nice trot, if you will.
Yeah. Looks like me trying to get to like store 24 back in the day. Like not really hustling, but really wanted that teeny so I can get back to the stickball game.
Uh-oh. Jordan Lindenbaum says the mush is in the building.
Do not say that about Lamarca. How dare you? So I'm just hope Jordan at this point understands that he has to start drafting ridiculous players if he believes that I am what he says I am, which I'm not going to deny. Oh, nice run from Ingram, bouncing around, gets close to the 3-yard line. And Obi-Wan, my guy's attacking from all angles, by land, by sea, by Twitch, by YouTube. Smash Lana. I don't know how to say it. I'm going to just call you Flad over there on Twitch. Who else we got cooking? Obviously, we said what up to Thunder Ring Ice. We got a good crew.
Right, now Smash Lana has officially captured the audio of Kaufman saying he will not watch a minute. Oh, no. Oh, there it almost was.
Oh, my. Oh, no, that was actually Ingram, so could have been. No, I would have loved an offensive. Have we ever, Drews or Chad and our fam, has there ever been an offensive lineman to scoop and score?
That would have been amazing if that happened. Smash Lana says that, or recorded the video of Koff saying he will not watch 1 second of the NBA Finals.
What?
If it's the Lakers versus the Nets.
Honestly, I might be with them. I know that sounds bad, but I don't know if there was a year I didn't watch a Super Bowl.
You Boston fans are so freaking spoiled.
Oh, we're petty, dude.
Could you imagine what it would be like if I never watched any championship that involved a team that I hated?
Well, you'd probably be watching.
I'd never be able to watch. The amount of times Tom Brady's been in the Super Bowl, that the Yankees have been in the World Series in my lifetime, I'd never be able to watch. But it's, the Lakers and the Nets are good this year.
They bought their teams, bro. No, you know what it was? I'm trying to remember. It might not have been the Super Bowl. I think I claimed it would have been. But I know I didn't win. The Lakers... no, when the Yankees won in, what was it, 09?
09.
Who did they beat? The Phillies? No.
Yeah, the Phillies.
Okay, that was definitely... Then that was the one. That was the one I was like, all set. Don't want either one to win. Not happy.
I mean, you didn't want either one to win. I'm a Mets fan. Who do you think I was rooting for?
You were rooting for lightning.
Weather.
Yeah, seriously, same. I was trying to get it to go all the way to snow, and they just cancel it, and the winner became defaultly like some other team. Need some wacky stuff like that. The asteroid. There was this. You know what? The Super Bowl I actually did watch, but I didn't really pay attention till the very end. Just me and my wife went to dinner. It was the 49ers versus the Ravens. That Super Bowl we went to.
We went out to dinner on Super Bowl Sunday. Was it like just a wide open restaurant?
Pretty open, dude. And they closed at halftime, so we had to leave. Because there was nobody in there. So let's use Super Bowl halftime's right about 9 o'clock, let's say on a Sunday. I think that was the Beyonce. That was the when all the power went out.
Yeah, the power outage.
And they were just like, all right, everyone out. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, we're going to close it down. I'm like, oh. So I guess I am. And I was living with friends at the time who had a Super Bowl party at our apartment. So I went to my home to avoid that party. Weird, dude. I was just like so bitter. I'm like, Kaepernick stinks. I don't like him. Oh, I hate the Ravens. I don't like these Harbaughs. Just being such a baby about it. And then I watched the end of the game and was like on the edge of my seat. Still didn't know who I wanted to win and if I wanted that to be a pass interference. I think I wanted...
You root for your numbers, Rossi.
I didn't have numbers in the game.
You don't have boxes? You're not a box man?
I did, actually, you're right. I definitely did at the time. But I don't remember. Like, I was just so bitter. I was just...
I don't think I've ever won a box.
I've cleaned house on a couple. Yeah, we're paying off car payments, rent. We are doing our damn things. We're gonna get a punt here, basically to wrap up the first quarter from the Rams.
I had a friend who was in a monster box, like a $1,000 a box type of pool, and it's one of these ones that pays out at every minute.
Okay.
And they had 0-0, and it was the year that it was the Rams versus the Patriots.
What, you talking about like the more recent?
The most recent one.
Yeah, 19. Yeah.
Right. So it was literally scoreless into the second quarter. So every minute he was just like, "Hey,
let's go!" That's one. Actually, it was Patriots versus the Carolina Panthers back in the day when Vinatieri missed a field goal at the end of the first to keep it 0-0, and your boy was like, "Yeah." Lamar Jackson's got the rushing touchdowns. He only score so far. That handsome son of a gun can be found on Twitter at Matt Lamarca. Follow him. He's got quips. He's got good info. Smart, intelligent. Are the DMs open too?
I don't think so.
Okay, not gonna dig.
I don't know. Whatever the default setting is, I've never changed it.
Okay, I say they're open. Get in there, or at least request it. Again, Lamar Jackson, 32 on the ground with the score. We had Mark Ingram almost score on a fumble from Lamar Jackson. Almost got really bad there for the Ravens, but they scored as they are currently at the 1 yard line. 2nd and 9. We get back to the second quarter. YDG says, "Yo, Rossi, I got a question for you when you're ready for it." That sounds threatening, but go for it. Shoot whenever you're ready, bud. Shout out to all of our crew with us again. We got the Drew Stack, Jared, and Ops. Lamarca, this is you're done after this, right? Yeah, you did 2.
This is it, baby.
Doubleheader. You got the little introduction to the the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. We'll keep our eyes on the games for you. We'll give you a little recap at the end. Are the Celtics Nets still really not started? Is this thing just not up to date?
Yeah, I told everybody my schedule for tomorrow. So,
dude, I think we're
once this is all over, I'm hopping in the cryo chamber for a little bit. Then I'll take an ice bath, get a massage in, and that's it. You know, we got to prepare our body and our mind to be at 100% for tomorrow.
Love that strategy. I actually, I recently got a massage. My first massage back post or during pandemic.
I've actually never had a massage.
Oh, it's the best.
I will say that, in roughly 2 months, every year my family, my mom's side of her family, which is a large family because she's got 7 brothers and sisters.
Good Lord. Christmas.
We do like a family reunion type thing down at the Jersey Shore.
Oh, hell yeah.
So usually I escape to Atlantic City for a couple days because, that's the type of guy that I am. And I was debating a little spa treatment, because I just think it would be nice.
Dude, you gotta do it. You gotta treat that body like the temple that it is. All right? You gotta get the hands done, the feet done. You get whatever you need done. Get the massage, get the mental side. I don't know, do acupuncture, do whatever you gotta do, Lamarca.
Acupuncture, not for me. I don't want anybody coming at me with needles.
But I was told by Babysitter Billy earlier this week that I need to do it because I have so much upper body stress, and I think it's just from working from home for last year. I've literally this desk isn't great for the whole the upper. But he was like,
lumbar support in that chair.
Oh, I'm on a wrestling chair that I would get in an event. The most expensive.
What the hell is a wrestling chair?
A wrestling chair, bro. Literally this. This is a wrestling.
Oh, it's a folding chair.
That's a folding chair. Sorry. Yeah, that's John.
You have a folding chair at your desk?
Yep, never.
What is wrong with you?
Where do you want to start? I will tell you this. When I was sent home from we'll call it my day job for lack of a better term, they sent us a little stipend to get a desk, get a chair, and I'm like, chair? What do I need that for? I'm just gonna go ahead and get the desk. So the desk I'm using is great. But now, a year later, I think that whole deucing on the chair was not a good idea. I'm not doing so good. Oh.
I will say I spent way more on a chair than any human should ever spend on a chair. It's a nice looking.
You have a badass chair though. I've seen it.
Don't love it. It's not all that comfortable.
What do you mean? What is it not doing for you?
It's like I don't know. I don't understand. It's got this like little pillow in it too. You know, like,
look at that beaut.
So I try to position the pillow in a good spot, but like I find if I spend more than like 2 hours in the chair, it starts to hurt. And like you may say like, oh, 2 hours, get up and move around a little bit, bro.
Not me.
I type and work at my computer all day. Like being able to sit in the chair for an extended period of time is why I bought the chair.
Well, exactly. Lamar get his lumbar support. He ain't sitting on no chair. He's loose as a goose there. Another rip there. But no, but going back to what you said, I feel you. Like, there's a lot of people that would judge that, but I feel like in these last, especially even forget about Lamar, we could be in no pandemic. That's your life. That's what you do.
Right.
That is what your job is. And I was talking with our good pal Kenny Ducey about this once, and he said the same thing. He's like, I'm kind of like locked into my chair a lot more than I would like to be, but that's how I make a living, whether it's being on these sims or like writing articles at, a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours at night. But see, what I liked about you didn't complain about it. Like, you couldn't do other things in life because, like, the guy complains a little too much for my liking. But
also, just want to clarify real quick.
Please.
Rossi called it a wrestling chair, not because it's the type of chair that they hit each other with in wrestling matches, but because it is a folding chair specifically from, like, WrestleMania.
Yeah,
it's got, like, a wrestling match on the face of it.
Yeah. I'll show you guys. I have a ton of them. Every event I've gone to, I get one, so.
So it's not like he just calls folding chairs wrestling chairs.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't, but you're right. Bad Boy says, treat yourself. I'm going to run through some of the stuff in the chat. We'll catch up with you guys. We have Lamar trying to put in another score here. 3rd and 5 from the 11. He's got a man wide open across the field. Overthrows him. The one throw that is not great in the arsenal of Lamar here in Madden Simland, and in reality, is those short crossing routes. A little strange that he seems to tend to miss those. So we'll get a Tucker field goal attempt. Jordan on YouTube says, when Green Bay and Pittsburgh made the Super Bowl, I watched it, but I really didn't care who won. I wish there was a way both teams could lose. You'd expect a Bears fan to root for the Steelers. Nope. F them too. Go for it, dude.
I respect that.
Me too. Amen. Well said. YDG said, haha, don't worry. He goes, how possible do you think DraftKings Sims with a WWE game would be? Well, how possible? I don't want to say the word zero because that's not true, but it's a different gaming system in general, and we've already kind of had this conversation. EA Sports and DraftKings, that's where Madden emulates. EA doesn't work with WWE at the time, so take that for what it's worth. But he says, could make custom cards or simulate old pay-per-views or whatever.
That would be dope.
Listen, I will just say this, YDG, and back to what Marcus said. Don't think I haven't brought it up. Don't think this guy in just taking the heat of a no, like you wouldn't believe, from management on most questions. But I ain't scared. I ain't scared to ask, all right? I like the idea.
I'm trying to get DraftKings to just stream me playing MLB The Show for 2 hours a day. My Diamond Dynasty team right now, 10-0 to start the season, baby. What's good?
Oh, so you do Diamond Dynasty. So what's the team look like? What we got?
So I'm a no money spent grinder.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take any of my shekels and put them into the game.
Nope.
It's partially because I spend all my money on other useless stuff, but it's also because it's a point of pride. So that said, I did get very lucky. I pulled Mike Trout out of a pack early in the season. So I got me some Mike Trout in my lineup. I have the Player of the Month Byron Buxton card in my lineup.
Oh yeah, like what I'm seeing out of that kid.
I have my created player at shortstop. You got to have your created player on your Diamond Dynasty team.
Yep. Okay.
At first base, I have Big Papi David Ortiz. Absolute goon. At second base right now, currently, I have Player of the Month Justin Turner. At third base, I have Player of the Month Vlad Guerrero Jr. At catcher, I have Jorge Posada.
Fudge.
And in my other outfield spot, I have Shohei Ohtani signed.
Oh yeah, dude, just rifling dingers.
Yeah. So I've played 10 games. I've yet to finish a full game. I have 3 mercy rules, meaning I'm up by 10 runs or more after the 4th inning, and 7 rage quits where the opponent just quits out because I'm smacking at it.
I like it. Dude, I'll say this as well about... Here's why. Are you drinking teenies while playing?
Am I drinking teas?
No, teenies. You remember those little sugar barrel drinks?
I know a martini.
No, martinis? You don't remember teenies when you were a kid?
No.
Oh, you must have called them something else in New York. Long Island. Come on, what did you guys call them? You know those little drinks that were literally like, I don't know, like the size of like a juice box, but it was like blue, purple, red, orange. It was just sugar water.
Just like the plastic, the wax bottle, as Drew says.
I guess. I don't know. You punched the top of it because it was just like, you know.
There's like a little break thing on the top that you break off.
No. You're thinking of a squeeze it. You're thinking of a squeeze it.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
No.
No, I never had what you're talking about. I was a high C / Sunny D / Capri Sun kid.
I had too much money. Sorry. I used to get a nickel to go to the store and get yourself a teeny if you feel good about yourself. Maybe the most disgusting thing ever in reality, but when you're a kid, it was good. But all right, how about this? Big League Chew? You're ripping a couple packs of Big...
yeah. Okay.
All right, we're good. We're back. Steamboat trying to come back. Here's the Rams down 10-zip. LaMarca running down. I actually don't mind that idea. The one thing I'd like, LaMarca, and I don't care how bad some of us would be, is let's have like a DK Sim, or I don't know how they could, they have to be free pool, obviously, but like let us play the Sims. So have like a tournament of the commentators, the staff, everybody. Like I don't know, Drew might know, like on a given week, I'm guessing there's like, I'd say they could make a pool of like 24 of us with producers and ops, may even hit 30.
I think that'd be fun. So we have people in the chat calling them hugs or little hugs.
Oh, that's what they actually are called. Yes.
Drew posted a picture of it in
Look
our
at that
Slack
beauty.
channel.
Look at that thing. Is this what you're talking about? That's a hug. Who the hell ever called? I never heard of it as a hug. I was called teenies. But again, I'm from the hood, so.
Apparently. Hunter says it's juice in a barrel.
It really is. That's the best way to put it, Hunter. But it was nasty. If you had it today, you'd be like gross. Like Squeeze-Its were like sweet and had like a nice balance. High C is like an absolute like pleasure, and Sunny D was just delicious.
All right. Well, to have your back, Rossi.
Yeah.
According to Wikipedia,
a
teenie can refer to a teenager or teeny bopper.
Yep.
The state of being very small.
That's me.
Trant Holter, a member of the big band Wigwam.
What?
Or a small drink sold in Massachusetts and New Hampshire stores composed of water, sugar, food coloring, and artificial flavoring, packed in a small plastic clear barrel-like bottle covered with tinfoil.
I feel so appreciated right now. I love that it's only those 2 states. By the way, Cooper Kupp snagging a touchdown like a teeny baby. Oh, that's awesome. Dude, listen how gross this is. It's composed. I like how they write this. Composed of water, sugar, food coloring, and artificial flavoring packaged in a small plastic clear barrel-like bottle. Like, I had that today, so recently, it might have been 3 weeks ago. I don't remember if either one of you producer guys were with us. I can't recall, but I had me and Tommy Freeze Pops did a sim right before Mother's Day. That play's gonna uphold. Yeah, okay, it's good. We'll get the extra point by Shloman here. It's gonna be 10-7 in the sim. Less than a minute to play in the first half. LaMarca Rossi with you. Circus peanuts. You know those, LaMarca? Not actual
peanuts?
It's like a candy.
Yes.
Okay, because I was gonna say if you say no to this, we're just going down a bad path. But so I never had them in my life. Ended up trying one. All it is like what a teeny is. It's just sugar and corn syrup. Just brutal for you. And I stay away from, regardless of what I look like, doesn't matter. People can judge whatever. It doesn't matter. But I don't eat like straight sugar stuff. I try to balance everything. This thing put me in a downward spiral, dude. I had 3 circus peanuts, which doesn't seem like a lot. And then it was the night before Mother's Day, my wife being a mother. So I ran to a bakery. I was going to get her some sweet treats. I'm like, I'll have one thing maybe. In the car, dude, when I was in that bakery, I was ordering everything under the sun. My body, like, I don't know what that is, that, like, what level of sugar, like, hit my body, like insulin, dude. I was wild. I ate, like, these cookie dough bites, like 8 of those, 4 cookies, all before I, like, got down the road because I was going to pick up food. I ate, like, my day's worth of calories in less than 7 minutes. It was bad news. And then I ate dinner.
I do find that, yeah, food is like addictive like that.
Oh my God. Like, it just sent me in a weird place. Like, when I have something, it just triggered, something triggered, and it was bad news.
But I think we've talked about this. I'm just not a sugary person.
Yeah. Good for you.
Like, I love Carvel ice cream. Do you guys have Carvel? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, no, yes, we do.
Okay.
We have it in, like, stores. We don't necessarily have Carvel. We used to, at least locally, I used to have a Carvel, like, ice cream cake place, but.
Okay, yeah, we've got the Carvel franchises, and I just, like, I think the soft ice cream is just the bomb. But it'll take me, like, 4 sittings to finish one of those off. Because it's just, I don't know, like, the sugar after a while starts to hurt my teeth. You know, maybe I just have bad teeth.
Weak.
But, like,
use some mouthwash. We gotta straighten those pups. Get some fluoride.
but like, if you gave me like the choice, again, I've said this to you before plenty of times, but if you give me the choice between like an ice cream sundae or a cheeseburger, I'm eating the cheeseburger every time.
So it's like burger for dinner. What do you want for dessert, Matt? You want a
burger?
Yeah, you want a like a teeny and some ice cream, or would you like a burger?
Just run it back with the burgers again.
Yeah, throw it in a cone for all I care. I mean,
burger cones.
There. Oh, that's actually not a bad.
That's another $1 million idea.
It
We
really
can add
is.
it to my list.
That crunch. Ooh, it sounds kind of good actually. Bad Boys and Pops. The circus peanuts should be built. Should be used to build houses for the homeless. I stand by that. Well, they are gnarly. They are not good. And they are not worth the calories, the time, or the consideration. George Washington laughing at your weak teeth, says Drew. Love it.
His teeth were made of wool.
Getting close to the half here. 7 seconds remain. At the 23. See what Lamar tries to.
Did Kyrie have any Sage pregame? I missed all the pregame festivities, you know?
And you know, this game kind of kills me not to be watching, but at the same time, just for like the ridiculous commentary that I'm sure is being told about this, that's going to be good by Tucker. Getting close to the half here, but I'm kind of happy I'm not seeing it. I'm not even watching it. It's not even on the TV in the back. I'm just monitoring. It's 18-10 Celtics right now.
Okay. Okay. All right. My man.
Ugh. Kyrie just gives me such chills, dude. I can't stand him.
That was my Denzel, if you couldn't tell. Not the best Denzel in the world.
Pretty good, though. Don't disrespect.
My man.
I just looking at this lineup. The Nets have so many guys. I don't know. It's going to be tough to beat. Celtics playing mad. I like it, says Congo Cab. So, yeah, we'll definitely check it out after. Horrible play calling, says Lonzo. Hey, take it easy. Earlier, I got to bring this up. So when I talked about Babysitter Billy, going to get his acupuncture, Drew drops in. Producer Drew says, I'm surprised Billy didn't have a horrible acupuncture experience. He'd be the guy who comes back from it, says there was 5 needles still stuck in him. And that is so true. As we're here at the half. It's Lamarca, it's Rossi. Hope everyone's doing well. Having a hell of a Saturday night wherever you are. Appreciate you being here with us. Hope things are going well. Hope you entered into that free contest, the Shadow Contest for the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. We're having a hell of a night here. You got Lamar at 76-yard and a touchdown. He did fumble, but he didn't lose it. So he's okay.
He got it back.
Got it. Yeah, he got picked up by his good pal Mark Ingram, who's now a Houston Texan. It's gonna be so weird when I'm so used to these lineups now that anytime I think about reality of the NFL, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy's here now and that guy's there. And for anybody asking, updates will come when the next game comes out. Give it a few months. Take it easy. But yeah, other than that, not a ton in the passing game here. Cooper Kupp 2 for 14. He's got the score. 3 catches for Hollywood, your boy. He's got 5.
Hollywood.
He's got 50 on 3 grabs. Mark Andrews 3 for 36. Dobbins 2 for 16, as well as Robert Woods 2 for 26. In our little shindig of a contest, I am in 93rd. Not feeling good about that. Mr. Romeo chilling in first place with Lamar and the captain. Kupp, Marquise, Higbee, Andrews, Boykin. Willie Snead, -1 yards. Gotta love that.
Yeah, so I'm curious about this too. Yvonne says, hey, Rossi, do you have a heads up on this grand surprise coming up for Madden After Dark? So,
what?
Kaufman, with extreme disrespect and disregard, if I may add, just pops in the middle of the stream that me and Jeff are doing and says, guys, make sure you come for Madden After Dark. You are not going to want to miss it. And then leaves. Just a straight hit and run on me and Jeff's sim.
I love everybody. Literally, no, I love Maybe Sean. I like everyone. I don't dislike people. I have no hate in my heart. It's not a part of who I am. But those little things, like, that's such a cock thing to do, and he doesn't get it. Like, he doesn't come and say, hey, what's up, guys? Jeff, Lamarco. And I don't know this, so I don't want to, fact check, but I'm taking your word for it, and I believe you. And Drews, you can back me up or tell me I'm wrong. But, he seems like the type of guy who's just like, hey, what's going on, SimFam? Super pumped. How we all doing? Then be like, hey, I'm coming back for the 10 o'clock. Got a big thing happening. Enjoy these something. But, what are you doing? That's what he used to do with, the NBA contest. You'd be doing a sim. Koff jumps in. It's 6:50. And he just starts laying down everything on the table. Everyone enter, 10 minutes to lock, and it just distracts the whole chat. You got a thing going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely over dramatizing it.
No,
it wasn't that big of a deal, but I just,
No, it is. It's a big deal. I'm making it a big deal because guess what? I'm on with them, dude. So now I have to drum it up.
Right. All I'm saying is now the pressure is really mounting to the point where I'm probably going to pop in at 10. So if his goal was just to get me to stick around, it worked because I'm now curious.
Is this going to be Eric Winaldo's going to be joining us type of thing? And he's going to try to ambush me?
Oh, you don't even know?
I have no idea. I've not talked to Koff all day.
Okay, so it's a Koff surprise and a Koff surprise only.
As long as the Drews knows, I would be happy.
Drew doesn't know either.
Oh, God, here we go.
Or at least one of the Drews. I'm not sure about the other Drew.
Now, Drew doesn't know. Maybe Andrew's pulling the strings.
Koff is going rogue.
Yep. He's coming on. He's just going to be like, I brought on my good friend, River Rat. Just the guys from the chat. Just in there. No clue. Says Andrew. Jared, do you know?
I think I heard Kyrie is coming. He's going to take off the second half of this game.
Wouldn't doubt
He's
it.
going to come hang out on the Madden sim instead.
Honestly, would not doubt it. Not a clue, says Jared. Okay. So nobody behind the scenes knows. So I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear this, by the way. So we're gonna pivot off this. I'm gonna pretend like I never heard it. So then when he says something to me about it, I'm gonna be like, oh, what? But I'm telling you right now, if it's Eric Winaldo's joining us, I'm just gonna tool on him too. You heard it in Wilder, wherever you are, you coward. Coming after him. Wrong guy. Even though I really do like Eric Winaldo a ton. He was in the chat with us the other day, but he called me out because he said that I can't comment on Hall of Famers because I never played the sport. Didn't like that take.
Tony Vagano says, what is Koff going to show us, a new girlfriend? Boy, I hope not.
Ooh.
Not sure how his wife would take that.
Yeah, and I'm going to guess not a lot of women lining up, but. Jimmy, I'm so sorry, pal. Sorry, I'm not anybody else. Just got to be me, Jimmy. It's all I can be. Not bad. Enjoy your teeny. There's a catch over the side. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what Koff's got cooking 10 o'clock.
Do you smell what the Koff is cooking?
I can only imagine what he cooks. I can only imagine. By the way, my punt play so far, Patrick Richard. Nothing. We haven't seen him yet. Feeling him still. No vultures yet. Almost midway through the third.
Oh, we need there to be touchdowns for there to be vultures.
That's a good point. Matt says he lied about hating pizza, LOL. That he just comes on, just downs a whole pie.
Wow. That would be hysterical if he's like, guys, I have a confession. I freaking love pizza. And he just starts smashing slices.
Just devouring it. That would be so epic.
There was one time, I don't know if it was a DraftKings promotion or if it was a person on Twitter, but they were literally giving out a free entry into the Millie Maker. $20. If you could eat an entire pizza in 10 minutes or less.
You know what? It sounds easier than I think it would be. Because that's a lot of food to put down in 10 minutes. I'm up for the challenge, but...
I mean, I did not try it. I did not think it was worth it for $20 to try and put myself through that. You know, there are some questions we don't want to answer. And I don't need to know if I can eat a pizza in 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Drew says, give Rossi a couple circus peanuts.
Oh, please.
And he'll put it down.
Dude, just give me a little something that triggers whatever it is that needs to be triggered in my hollow body that can just devour way too much food in such a small amount of time in weird doses. I did one time, I'd have to ask my friend again, but back in the day during the recession, there was a local pizza place. This is actually a ridiculous story. There's a pizza place called, I think it was Pizza Joe's in my town that I lived in at the time. Everyone's got
very generic pizza.
Yeah. It was a good pizza place. I'll give them that too. But they did this thing called the recession special. So Lamarca, what this entailed was 5 pizzas for $20. Full pizzas. Any toppings you want. It was a ridiculous promotion. So what we did is when I got a call, so I said, go to the gym. And I was driving up, traffic was bad, and my buddy called me. He said, hey, skip the gym. We're doing a recession special. I remember being on the line like, no way. I got to go to the gym. Stay away from that. Traffic was so bad. I just bailed. Get to the house, open the door, throw my work purse on the bench, sit down and I think I ate like 11 slices in like 7 minutes. Something like, it was I was just like those things happen to me. Like I get in these weird streaks where I could just like devour food really quickly because I'm not thinking. I'm just like emotionally eating.
Okay. I will say that most of the eating that gets done, I would say, is boredom. Wouldn't you say like most people eat, I would say, because they're bored more than they're like hungry? Oh, we got a pick. That could be 6.
Go. Take it. Lamar can't catch it. So Lamar throws it. Jalen Ramsey taking it to the house. So the Rams D.
Oh, and here comes the move. I love that move. It's like the robot. He gets stuck. The lineman comes, picks him up, and then he gives him the
okie doke, the shake, the arm up. Call me when you get a chance. All right, so here we go. We got third quarter action. I got like 5 phone calls going on here, 16 text messages. You know that's not good. I think everything's all right.
Bad Boys of Pop, you had to do it on camera, the pizza challenge. It had to be on camera. You had to have a timer next to you. And today's newspaper. That's right, Drew. And at least one witness who could notarize. A notary public, if you will.
Really? I like that, though. In today's newspaper. That's like when you have to, that's how you, like when you insure rings and stuff like that. Like you have to have like the newspaper date.
Drew says, how much would I do it for?
Oh, that's a good question. So $20 too little, or $20 entry. So it's not even like $20.
Right. Yeah, because again, it must have been more than that, because a pizza itself is going to cost close to $20.
Good one. You got some crappy pizza place there, aren't you?
I mean, you can get a Domino's for whatever, but I'm talking like a New York pie.
How dare you disrespect Domino's?
I don't know. I really don't have an answer.
How about $100?
$100 cash?
Yeah, me to you. Got the Venmo out right now.
I don't think I would.
Okay. 150.
I think 200's the number.
199. Sorry, can't go higher.
199. I'll round up. That's fine.
I bet you I could have got you for 152. All right.
Probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
I would have got you there.
But again, like, imagine the feeling if you lose and you just eat like 7 slices of pizza in 10 minutes. Then you just feel awful.
Do you lose? You know what it is too? I've noticed with me with pizza, if it's a soft, like, if it's not like a crunchy like crust, I could probably dominate it. I think I would be able to pull it off.
I think my strategy would be to double up the slices. You know, try to do them 2 at a time.
Yep. I like your style. You know, like the Joey. Well, I've seen actually pizza eating contests, which they sometimes trifold it.
They'll trifold the pie.
Trifold the pie. Lamar, thank you, Jared, being like, "Hey, bros, eyes up." We got Lamar Jackson hitting that rushing bonus. He has thrown an interception, but still having a hell of a day. Probably captain a lot of people, so that's good. But yeah, I've seen the trifold, dude. These guys just don't. But those professional eaters are not human.
Right. Those guys got jaws of steel.
Jaws, their mouth like unhinges. They turn into like Species. If you've ever seen that movie, they just like Matt Stoney. He dominates all the DraftKings competitions.
They used to have the show Man vs. Food. I don't know if you're familiar with this.
Watch it regularly.
But there was the initial guy that hosted it.
Yep.
You went to like one of these places and it was like you had to eat a however big burrito, 4 pounds, 6 pounds, whatever. And Joey Chestnut, he got to come and do the contest. He finished the burrito in like 2.5 minutes. Like it was like watching that burrito get put through like a paper shredder.
Yeah, or like an anaconda.
It was like at the same time impressive and the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Like that, and I'll be honest, in all due respect, I love professional eating. It is an art form. They are athletes. Don't care what anybody says. But Chestnut just doesn't do it for me.
You're not a fan of Joey Chestnut?
No, never have been. Impressed, yes. Aside from the time they rigged it so Kobayashi didn't win. But aside from that, no. But like all honesty, like there's something about him I don't love him, but I am so damn impressed. Like he is just on like that burrito thing. I haven't seen that one, but I know the original burrito challenge. Like the fact they did it in 2.5 minutes, that's like crazy. That's insane and disgusting. We both fancy ourselves meat guys, but that's. Oof.
All right, we're getting into vulture territory here.
I would love it. No fullback in there, though. Well, Lamar scrambles out. Going to get tackled. Could be the end of the third. Oh, look at this. Matt says with the pizza, says fold the whole thing in half and eat it like a taco. Dude, that's a big taco, bro.
That is a large taco.
Oh, Drew asks, what food would you think you'd be best at in eating competition? Well, Marco, what do you think? Eating competition. So, like, we put 12 minutes on the clock, and we're going to get to the third here. So, 14-13. It was a pick six. Only score there was Lamar throwing it to the wrong team. Lamar, wrong team, dude. Jalen Ramsey took it to the house. So, yeah, Drew, good question. So, Marco, what do you say?
Good question.
You sacked
So here's my answer, and as usual, I'm gonna overly complicate this. I think that I could put down a good number of hot dogs.
Okay. Give me a rough estimate. Just you don't have to be like dead on.
But like the whole, you got to eat the dog and then dunk the bun, and then I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like if we're talking regular eating hot dogs like a human being contest, I think I could do that at a pretty good clip.
Okay.
I enjoy hot dogs.
I do too. Something I really got to test out in our house now. Lamar, by the way, 113 touchdown, only 10 rushes. So good clip for him is where he gets to the fourth. If I really had to think what I can just like I almost want to say some of these sweets because I know what I can do when I just like turn that on, but like competition. I'm sure these monsters would get me.
Juice says his is Parmesan goldfish, which is like the grossest goldfish flavor.
They both say it. They both say goldfish. That's hilarious. If I really have to think, like, what are like, I'm gonna just potentially I could say pizza, but I don't. If I had to like put myself on the line here, it's like, all right, you just gotta dominate some of this. I may go with burgers, like non bun, like just scarfing down straight meat, bro. Like just inhaling protein. I think I could do really well. Give me a nice thin, crisp patty, toast. I could probably put down.
I feel like the Drews are ganging up on me right now.
Yeah, dude, this is becoming bullying.
Pretzel and original are the trash goldfish. Those are the only goldfish that are worth eating.
I think the original's like the bomb. I don't even know what the difference is. Like, what is cheddar? Not a like. Maybe I'm dumb. I'm maybe goldfish illiterate. But Parmesan, is that the green colored one?
No, they're like whitish.
But like, is the package green?
I don't
Original
know.
is like a saltine, says Drew. What? No, like that's good. I like the original. I like the original. I like pretzel. I like pizza, goldfish. I like the sweet ones they've been putting out.
All right, guys, you're all hysterical in the chat. I get it. I said I like to eat hot dogs.
I eat hot dogs too, sideways, front ways. Sometimes I don't chew them either. Who cares? I'm getting it done, all right? And they're delicious. Get your head out of the gutter. Animals, a bunch of animals in the chat. DFS Queenie, YouTube that, LOL. Speaking of, sort of, says Brother Phil, did you guys hear about the woman? No, I don't want to read this. I don't want to get out of here with that. I thought we were going a different route for a second. I thought we were talking about food. I'm not reading that. Get out of here, Brother Phil. Love you, man, but don't put that stuff in my head. I don't want to Google gross things. You just pull the glass. You almost got me to pull a glass on a Saturday night. What? Come on here, the 4. So now we're 4th and goal. Go for it. Go big or go home, Baltimore.
I don't know. They got the best kicker in the league.
I know, this is like not even worth using them. Thank you, Congo Cab.
I think Emerson could make this one if he had to.
Emerson would boot this thing from him. I will say, no one saw the one that Glash booted in. Literally, probably would have been good from like 30, but maybe around 40 yards. It could have been more because he took this one kick. It's like when everybody has that one good drive in golf where it's just you rocked it. You're like, oh my gosh, I think it's going a million yards. Like that's kind of our feat. Like Glash had that one kick, and it was amazing. Only one he got in, but hey. Go back and watch that video. I think it was very impressive. And they were kicking on a sheet of ice.
So you were there. So
was
you
there.
were actually, I'm taking your word for it. Because when you see the camera, it's like, you can make the camera say whatever you want. You were actually impressed with the kicking abilities of one Emerson Lancia.
I was impressed by both of them.
Okay.
I'll be honest.
You're just too nice.
No, but the one kick Glash had that was really good. I'm telling you, dude, I was like, wow. Because here's the reason why, and nobody will ever understand. We were literally standing on ice. It was like being on an ice rink. It was, I don't know why we chose that Saturday. I don't know why we decided to not like bring like
a shovel.
No,
you could have at least shoveled out a little runway.
But we would have had to take in like the neighbor at Home Alone shovel, like metal. Like nobody sells those metal shovels anymore. I don't find those at my local marts. We'll say that's gonna be a sack from B-More. But yeah, it was the kicking conditions aren't good, and no one luckily saw any of my kicks because I had 2 kicks. The first one went straight, just dribbled along the ice. The second one I fell on my tuchus. And I looked up. I don't think anybody cared. So like it was like funny, like when Glash and Emerson, everyone's like filming. There's like 2 camera shoot. I'm yapping, and then I go to kick and like Madison.
You did see that in the outtakes, by the way. I don't know about you necessarily falling, but you trying to kick.
Oh, they did make it.
As well as producer Madison attempting a kick and failing miserably.
That one was bad too, yeah. But it's hard. Like if you're not used to kicking like for a field goal, she was just like trying to kick a soccer ball. I was like, no, you gotta.
I mean, I know I couldn't kick. I've tried to kick a football a couple times and feel like I almost broke my toe. Because I just go straight on boot. You know, there's like an angle you got to go at.
True. It's hard. Not easy. Brother Phil still just staying at it, Brother Phil. Pivot, Brother Phil. Pivot, brother. Nice catch here. Ooh, I think I can make some, says Jared. I like it. Op says, I think I can make some. I played rugby for 7 years and did enjoy kicking. All right, bro. I don't know. I think it's a little different. I don't know anything. Don't get me wrong. By the way, if you played rugby for 7 years, I'm not getting in a tiff with you.
Yeah, I'll take Jared on the kicking pitch.
I'll just take Jared in my everyday life to just be my walk around bodyguard. I knew one rugby player. Dude was just a disaster to you. Like, such a good guy, but you don't mess with him. Rugby is a rugged sport. Oh, nice move there. That Henderson, it is. Darryl, baby, putting into next gear. Trying to come back in this one. 5 minutes to play here. A little bit before 9 Eastern on a Saturday night. Gonna do another check-in here with our Celtics. They were up on 29-20 right now. About 9
Make it 32.
Oh, who hit it?
A little triple from Grant Williams, I believe.
Yeah, we have a weird roster right there right now. Jabari Parker.
Oh, that's who it was.
Jabari Parker, yeah. I was going to say, Grant Williams and Jabari Parker on the court together. What are we doing? I do love the ESPN live stream. It just says James Harden, bad pass. This is how we got to Jabari Parker, who, hey, you never know. You need guys like that. You need those sleepers in your lineup who everyone wants to make fun of 3 weeks ago, and then next thing you know, maybe shines a little. That's going to go to the end zone. Oh, nice defense. Broken up by Baltimore there. Rugby players lose all their teeth and then grow them back stronger, says Bad Boys of Pop.
Imagine if teeth worked that way. That would be dope.
Fingernails work that way. Don't want to really experience it, but I unfortunately had to a couple times. Toenails, same thing, dude. Come back stronger. Playing like Christine Aguilera and stuff. Oh, bounce it out! Higbee almost scored there. It's down to the 2-yard line. That boy's a pop. The rugby players call Chuck Norris son. Oh, what's this? M-Car John sounds like a Kaufman burner. Says 10 p.m. Eastern. Got something crazy going. Adam Kaufman shook the tree. I think that's what that means. A palm tree emoji. This is something crazy going. Are you a burner? That's got to be the burner, right? M-Car Johns sounds like Koff's burner. Too easy. Money. Second time of the day. Cooper Cup into the end zone. Really making me regret not captaining him because I was debating between him and Bob, and one with Big Bob, who is right now probably lined himself up for a Babysitter Billy Award. But we'll see. That's a Marcus calling a little bit. But yeah, Cooper Cup, second touchdown from Jared Goff. Bob Daddy says Goff slinging it. Tom Cruise says Shailene Woodley's ex is a rugby player. She said she didn't know Aaron Rodgers was good at sports when she met him. Uh-oh.
Who knows?
Yep. Jared jumps in and says, I was lucky I never had any serious injuries. Worst I had was a sprained ankle. Dude, I get sprained ankles walking down the street, so I feel you there. That's good to hear.
I have rolled my ankle playing basketball approximately 9,000 times.
Oh,
my ankles were just paper mache, apparently.
You're like a model walking down the runway when you see those wiggles. Like when they go, uh-oh. Ankle wiggles, not the other wiggles. Model's not really wiggly, but
the worst was that it happened to me was one time we were playing in a small gym that had folding chairs that were basically right up along the sidelines, and I shot a corner three, and it felt good off the hand, so I was I backed up a little bit, styling on it.
Yep.
And I came down on the metal bar.
Oh, dude,
that goes underneath the the chair, sort of connecting the legs.
Yeah.
So rolled it right over on that.
Oh.
That was a really bad one.
Oh, dude.
Going to crutches for a few days.
Yeah, that's not good. With everything kind of opening back up, this reminds me, I was in a local basketball league, and we only played one game before the world shut down, so I wonder if that's going to come back.
Well, they have to owe you some games.
Yeah, well, we got our money back and stuff, but I was really excited. It was the first time in a long time I played in a competitive, adult basketball league that they, kept scores, kept stats, legit. I was like, ooh, here we go. And it was, March, the first game was, let's just say March 12th or something, and then it was oh, no, goodbye. See you never. But I hope people want to do that game. That was fun. Had one basket, a 3 at the end of the half. Hit a buzzer beater at the end of the half, Marco.
Okay.
End of the game, 3 points. There was 6 guys, too. I had some of the most ridiculously bad shots because I'm used to playing at the work where I worked. There's a little court in the gym, and you forget how small some courts are compared to real courts. So I was flying around we played ball before work, and I'm oh man, I'm gonna be so good. I'm in basketball running shape. Then I get to that court that night, and I'm this court's huge. Wait, what's going on here?
I've told this story before, but when I was in college at Stony Brook, me and a couple of my friends signed up for a basketball intramural program, and there were 2 levels, competitive and rec. And I was asking the guy when I signed up, I was what would you say the skill level difference is? We have a couple guys that played high school ball, but not a ton of super good athletes or whatever. And he was you should be fine in competitive if you have some guys that played high school ball. So I was okay. So we signed up for competitive, and the first game we played was against the starting wide receiver unit for the football team at the school.
Been there.
And I got dunked on about 7 times in that game. And I was yeah, we made it. We made the wrong decision, guys. We should be in the rec division. So it got better from there, but we still lost all those games. We didn't win a single game.
That reminds me of dude, I've been in that situation in a flag football league once. You want to play, and this was I'm used to, again, playing these 5-on-5, not a lot of offensive line play leagues. We played in the 7-on-7. Do you want to play in the competitive or the medium or the beginner? I'm oh, we're definitely more than beginner. Dude, it was brutal. It was a legit offensive line play, 3 linemen. None of us are linemen. It was bad. But yeah, you getting dunked on, that's the worst thing. Producer Drew says, chat slacking tonight. So he says he'll do it for them. He says, that's because Rossi used to play with these hoops, and it was the Fisher Price hoops.
Yo, those hoops were legit, though.
That's where champs have made right there. Baltimore trying to put this one back in their favor. Mike Bauer says, so Rossi hits a buzzer beater. By the way, it was at half. It wasn't a game winner. So he says, but Rossi hits a buzzer beater, then the world ends. Technically true.
You take one of those Fisher Price hoops and you put it by the pool.
Oh.
Now that is some good competitive ball right there.
As Dobbins going in for the score, the lead is going to shift over to Baltimore here with less than 20 seconds to play. There's no reason for them to go to 2, so they're just going to, they could be stupid. Well, I guess they are going for 2. Never mind. Sorry, yeah, they have to go up. They're trying to make it a field goal lead. Smash Land asks him why the Rams aren't calling timeouts, because they had faith in that D. Lamar's kind of been at best. Mike Bauer says, just giving you a hard time, Rossi. Bro, you don't have to say it. I get it. It's all good. This is all, listen, it's all in fun. No hard feelings, and that's going to be a 2-pointer. Got it. Willie. Schneed.
D-Don says only the soft roll their ankles. The real just pull the socks up and keep hooping.
Oh,
believe me, I have played through so many ankle injuries, and it's never a problem that night. It's the next day. Because you're right. That night, you just tighten up the laces, you pull it real tight, and you can run on adrenaline. But the next day, it's hurting. You can't put pressure on it sometimes.
Sore, baby. Yeah, that is the worst thing about all injuries. If you're playing anything, it's kind of like an adrenaline. If it's not serious, it's you're in the adrenaline. here we go. It's like some people like I run at times. I'm like, oh, I kind of feel my knee tinging, but I'm fine. Let me just run a little bit more. And then you're done. And like 2 hours later, you're like, my knee is swelling up. Something's wrong here because you just got that sweet adrenaline going. And when everything slows down, the body kind of catches up with you. You're like, uh-oh. Like Lamarca looking like balloon ankles on those next days.
Jordan says he jammed his pinky pretty good a few weeks ago while hooping with the kids, but it was a shooting hand, but it didn't affect his jumper. He was still missing his shots just like normal.
Could have redirected it, maybe. All right, 9 seconds to play here. Lamarca Rossi with you. Do we get room? We got actually, what do they need? Probably about like 30 yards here to be in Schloman territory. Check out first in the free roll, says Miami Misfits. I'm guessing that's you. Oh! Goff almost giving a gift to Patrick Queen there, but ain't gonna happen. So we'll see. This is probably the last play of the game? Question mark? Mark is done for the day. He was up with Moose earlier. I'm going to be joined by Adam's secret agent man, Kaufman. He's got some...
Secret agent man.
Kaufman's got something. Oh, quick pass.
Get that.
Ball game. All right, so Lamarca. This is actually a pretty damn good game, but stats-wise, everything is a little all over the place. So the Baltimore will take it. Who is going to be your Lamarca... let me see what
Lamarca Sitter Billy, player of the game.
No, I give whoever the guy I'm with gets the award because I don't know. I don't want them all. They're Krusty Koff in the official term, but I want to name it after you for this one. So we're going to go with the Lamarca luxurious player of the game. Who we got?
So this is a tough one. I'm going to give it to Lamar.
Really? Oh, not Cooper.
He was super chalky.
Yep.
But like, you kind of needed him in the captain spot if you wanted to win today.
Good point.
200 passing yards, 124 rushing yards, couple touchdowns, plus a 2-point conversion. Like, if you weren't one of the 53% of people who put him in the captain spot, you didn't win.
That's a good point. The winner of our contest was Mr. Romeo held on Lamarca in that. I'm sorry, Lamar Jackson in the captain spot. I have Lamarca in my captain spot at all times, but he came in with just under 52 points. So did get the job done for you. So good call. Who's going to be your babysitter, Billy? Get out of my hair. Don't call me your daddy award.
Josh Reynolds, easy call here. One catch, 10 yards, over 50% owned. He's not my kid.
No, by the way, the Nets are storming back here, 36-33. Durant just draining shots here, so we'll see as that continues on as we're keeping our coverage rolling with the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. Hopefully you're one of the good ones and listen to Lamarca. So far, not outstanding games by those big players you mentioned from the Nets, but we'll see. Night is young, and again, it goes all the way through tomorrow. Look at this. I like seeing all the chatters were great. Look at that. Bub Daddy says, thank you to behind-the-scenes team as well. That would be the double Drews, the Drew Stack, and Jared and Op. So, Lamarca, you're back. I think we're together at some point tomorrow.
I got a triple header tomorrow night. So
yeah, then we're definitely, because I got a quad at different times. I don't know when.
Box.
Yeah, I'm quad boxing. So I believe, don't quote me here. I think I go 2, 4, 6, 10. And I want to say we're definitely in that 10 spot together.
6 and 10, if that's
okay,
true.
So I have 2 doubles. I got 2 Tara Lynn's, 2 Lamarcas. That's going to be a great Sunday.
I mean, probably couldn't have picked 2 people to work 2 shifts with.
I can't pick them, but nobody wants to work with me. We all know that. But I appreciate that I'm going to be back with you tomorrow. So we'll have some more fun. We'll be talking a lot more about the Fantasy Basketball World Championship. We'll be talking all sorts of nonsense. But Lamarca, enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. DK Simpim, I will be back with Kaufman with the big surprise in about 53 minutes. So until we get there, we got the Ross Tucker podcast up next. He is going to be interviewing the Browns general manager. Follow this handsome son of a gun, smart SOB. He's got the big old brain up in that head, and he's got the weird lumbar support at Matt Lamarca. I'm at Jason D. Ross. You can check out my podcast, Pop Culture Pile Driver, which I saw my boy Lamarca jump in. I don't remember if it's this week or last, but always appreciate that. But yeah, check him out. Follow him. We'll be back again in 53 minutes. Here's Ross Tucker, baby. See you soon.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker football podcast. It is a Wisdom Wednesday presented by DraftKings, and we've got the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, Andrew Berry, set to join us in a couple minutes. So fired up. Look, I've said it a couple times on Twitter and here on the show this offseason. I think it's time to start talking about Super Bowl and the Cleveland Browns. I think they have a Super Bowl caliber roster. I will ask Andrew if he agrees momentarily. Please check out the show on social media. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. In fact, anybody that engages with the show in any way on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, I don't care. Like, retweet, quote tweet. I see it all. And you're eligible to win a signed picture or press pass from this past season. I've got the AFC Championship Game 1 still as well. All you have to do is engage on social media or at Ross Tucker Pod, which is the social media handle for all of the different shows. We've been on fire, by the way. All of our shows are the best 30 minutes of on-demand content you can find, either audio, wherever it is that you listen to your podcasts, or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL if you want to watch the show, or if you just want to see the highlight clips of some of the other shows. Steve Fezzik was amazing going through the schedule yesterday on the Even Money podcast. We had Warren Sharp, who is he works for like half the teams now, going through the schedule and equities on Monday's Ross Tucker Football podcast. Last week, we had Michael North from the NFL, who does the scheduling, and Matt Nagy from the Bears. And before that, Micah Parsons, the first-round pick for the Cowboys. At any rate, just make sure you subscribe. It's 30 minutes, 3 times a week in the offseason, 5 times a week during the season. We get you the 30 minutes of football knowledge you need every single day. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
Well, as promised, we are joined now by the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, coming off an excellent first campaign there in Cleveland, Andrew Berry. Andrew, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Ross, thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
So, obviously, there's a lot of positivity going around in Cleveland right now, and rightfully so. After you guys got to the divisional round, you won a playoff game. Unfortunately, though, I have to start today's show, or at least the interview with you, with 2 really poor decisions on your part. Okay, Andrew? So first of all, why Harvard over Princeton? So just so people know, okay, Andrew and his twin brother both got recruited by all the Ivy Leagues. His twin brother Adam went to Princeton, my alma mater. Andrew went to Harvard. Why would you ever choose to go to the second best school in the country when you could have gone to the number 1 ranked school in the world for the last 10 years in U.S. News and World Report?
You know what, Ross? I'm already regretting coming on the show. I was going to give you a second chance. I think you can always tell about people based on their life decisions. I was like, no, I'll give them a chance. I mean, it's one mistake going to Princeton, and I'm already regretting that decision as we sit here this morning. But in all honesty, my brother went to Princeton. It was a great university. For us, we just kind of had, different interests, football, school coming out. And, Harvard was the right fit for me. It was an incredible blessing in my life. Met my wife there. And then, playing football there and the opportunities it afforded me after graduation were fantastic. And quite honestly, I wouldn't have thought about going to an Ivy League school if it weren't for football. It's one of the biggest blessings of my life today.
So in all sincerity, though, that had to be an interesting decision for you and your twin to not go to the same school. I guess I'm just curious about that sort of life dynamic. And did you think you were going to go to the same place? Was it tough to go to different places, or did you always kind of want to branch out and do your own thing? I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, we actually always wanted to go to separate schools. Now, if it worked out that it was the best fit for both of us to be at the same college, we wouldn't have pushed back against it. But for us, growing up as twins, you're always thought of as a pair. And for Adam and I, we really wanted just kind of like our own independence. Like we really did make decisions independently growing up. And I think that's also just a credit to my mom and my dad, because even though we were always thought of a unit, they didn't necessarily raise us as unit. They didn't dress us alike, or things along those nature, or along those lines, excuse me. And so for us, going separate ways really wasn't an issue. Probably the funny thing is, a lot of the schools, we did have a fair amount of overlap in terms of the schools that recruited us, and I think many of the staffs thought that was a little bit lip service. They thought if they got one, they would get the other. But we really were comfortable just kind of making our own decisions, the best fit for us. I know we were both ultimately happy with our college choices.
Yeah, well, obviously you went on to have an awesome career then, and you've been a part of the NFL for a long time since then. The Colts, the Eagles, among the teams you've worked for. The other thing, though, that I just saw a couple weeks ago that is a huge red flag for me. Is it true that you had a baby the day of the draft?
That is true, and I think you're right to question decision making on that one. I tell you what, it was a very memorable draft weekend. Certainly poor planning on our part, but we welcomed our first daughter into the world. Her name's Eden Ruth. She's a huge blessing. Her brothers are slowly but surely getting acclimated to having a newborn in the house. I would say our oldest is doing a really nice job, and our now new middle child is a little bit of a work in progress. But we're incredibly blessed and thankful that she's happy, healthy, and now in our lives.
All right, so you've been in the NFL for a long time now. You know when the draft is. You become a GM. I mean, to me, where is the planning? Where is the thought? Like, that's a red flag. I mean, if you were evaluating a GM candidate, you'd be like, this guy has a baby the day of the first round of the draft.
Definitely questionable decision making, Ross. I would say that as planned as I try to be in my professional life, probably not quite to the same standard all the time in the personal life, but it ended up being a really nice story and working out really nicely. And we're super thankful to have Eden with us.
Well, congratulations, man. I think and all the listeners and viewers know, I'm obviously just kidding. It's tremendous. It's amazing. And I can tell you, our planning for our second daughter was not exactly what we had in the game plan in terms of having our daughters be 17 months apart. That was interesting when I'm holding the 8-month-old and find out we're having another one pretty soon. So
Ross, I'm gonna have to share this because you brought that up. So I'll tell you this: our oldest was born literally the Sunday of the 2017 season opener. So we have a history of this type of decision making. Our second, they're 18 months apart, so we were similar to you, and then obviously our third was on the first night of the draft. So, our decision making certainly is questionable in that regard.
So, congratulations, by the way, man. That's amazing. I saw the picture. So cool. And I have obviously some Browns questions, but before I get to the Browns question, I did want to ask you one thing. I think I read somewhere, maybe shortly after you got the Browns GM job, did you say that you believe Howie Roseman is the best GM in the NFL? And if you said that, why? Why do you feel that way?
Yeah, I do. And I feel fortunate to have worked for Howie for a year in Philadelphia. I just think Howie's skill set, the breadth, like I think anyone who's been in a general manager's position or been close to a general manager's position has probably an appreciation for just the breadth of responsibilities that are on a general manager's plate. I think oftentimes the role is just viewed as like, hey, go pick players in the draft. And really the responsibilities are just a lot broader. And I think with Howie, very smart, good with people, highly strategic. And he's a guy who knows, college scouting, pro scouting, contract management, research and strategy, day-to-day operations. And I think it's hard to acquire all those skills, and it's hard to find individuals that are highly competent across all those football operations domains. And I think also just like his track record of decision-making, throughout his time in the job does speak for itself. Look, no general manager is going to be, especially for a course of time, going to be, have a banner year every season. But I think, you look at Howie's track record and his skills, he's a guy that I certainly hold in very high regard.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, I do the Eagles preseason games and stuff, and he's a guy that is kind of, getting a lot of criticism right now. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask you, because I think it's sometimes people need to be reminded that that other people like you hold him in such high regard. Well, I certainly hold you in high regard based on what you've done so far in Cleveland. And I guess the first question I have there would be, I've said this looking at your roster the last couple months. I've said it Cleveland radio here on my show. I really believe that you guys have a Super Bowl caliber roster, and that it's time to talk about the Cleveland Browns and the Super Bowl in the same sentence and to not be afraid of that. Would you agree?
I think number one, all 32 teams, their goal is to win the Super Bowl and build a team capable of doing that. For us internally, we don't necessarily think of it in that light, Ross. Our perspectives, we're excited about the guys that we've added to the team and the guys that we're going to enter the offseason program and summer training camp with. But at the same time, our mindset has largely been, all right, let's control what we can control on a daily basis. Work hard, get up to speed in our offense and defensive systems, show improvement. And if we take care of the little things when we look up in December, January, February, we'll be pleased where we've ended up. But we really try and keep a much narrower focus, because at the end of the day, I think everybody's very optimistic at this point in the year. And, each season really is unique. Each season's unique. We're certainly excited about the talent that we have on the team. But it takes preparation, hard work, and then a little bit of luck along the way, ultimately to reach the top prize.
It's funny because I think some listeners will hear you say that and say, okay, that's kind of a cliche, whatever. I would just say in all sincerity, as a guy in the media, I can look at your roster and say, man, I don't see a lot of holes. I think they got a really good roster. I think they're a Super Bowl caliber roster. But I can also speak to it when you're actually in it. You really don't look at it that way. No. I mean, you really do look at today. You're looking at guys that you could sign, as tryout guys. You're looking at other areas in the roster. It doesn't benefit you to look at it or talk about it in that way.
Yeah, I think that's 100% right, Ross. And I think the other piece is, rosters, teams will change a lot over the next, May? Over the next 7 or 8 months. I always tell people, you always plan something out a certain way in the spring, but to me, it rarely ever plays out, 100% of the way that you would design it. You really get surprises in both directions. And so I think part of it is just, I think a lot of people in the NFL who have, been through enough seasons and been through enough cycles just realize how humbling of a sport and humbling of a profession that we work in. So really there's nothing that you can take for granted. And that's why ultimately we focus on what we can control.
Are there areas still that you feel like you need or could upgrade on the roster going into training camp?
Absolutely. And without necessarily going into the specifics here, and in fairness, it's probably a mindset that we really hold year round, because roster building, personnel work really is 365 days a year. And we'll always look to add competition, add depth, because the reality is the needs that you may or may not have today, they could change as quickly as tomorrow, with an injury or some other unfortunate circumstance, or even quite honestly, with improvement from a player that you wouldn't typically expect. So we're constantly on the search for talent to add to the 90-man roster. And we want to go into August with as deep of a team as we could possibly have.
One of the big things going on, obviously, in Cleveland is, Baker Mayfield. The year he had, I was not surprised knowing Kevin Stefanski. I kind of thought Baker would end up having a good year. I'm sure you get asked about it a lot. I know you guys were one of the first teams. You might have been the first team to pick up the fifth-year option on guys. I think you guys were the first team. Was there anything Was there a statement made by being the first team to pick up the 5th-year option, or did it just work out that way?
I'd like to say that it was a proactive statement, but it really just worked out that way. We obviously felt comfortable with Baker, have felt comfortable with Baker for a long period of time, as well as Denzel Ward, who we also picked up, on the same day. Baker over the past year has shown an enormous amount of growth. I think that's both on the field and then quite honestly off the field as well. So we are excited. He's, going into his first offseason where coaching staff, the offensive system is exactly the same, not to mention that there's been very little turnover on the offensive side of the ball. And we're excited about him continuing to make strides under Kevin's tutelage, in this offense, because we think he's a very talented player, think he's very skilled, and, he really embodies, the characteristics that we want within our program. So we're excited about, his potential this upcoming year, and he's been hard at work this entire offseason.
You referenced earlier, I asked you about Howie Roseman, and you talked about the high esteem you have for him and holding him in high regard. One of the things that he's done a lot over the years is when they have a young player, they try to extend them early, really as early as any team in the league. Is that something that you are taking with you to Cleveland, and is that something you try to get done with Baker this summer before the season starts?
No, it's a fair question, Ross. And without, I do have, a typical policy that I won't speak on specific contracts in the media in this setting. But I think it is fair to say that that is an approach that we believe in terms of, identifying, pillar guys and trying to retain them as soon as we can. Now, that being said, each situation truly is unique. But, we do want to get into a habit of rewarding our own and, identifying those guys early, no different than we did with, Myles Garrett last year. We did that with Kareem Hunt last year. So I think that that's something that you'll see more often than not within our organization. But that being said, it's not a one size fits all approach. We will deal with it on an individual basis.
I guess however you answer this, people are going to extrapolate it to what you just said about Baker. But is there a cautionary tale with the trades of Wentz and Goff this offseason and the contracts that they signed after their 3rd year? I mean, on some level, right, those have to be data points. You take into account that these teams did these contracts early and then it didn't really work out the way they thought it would.
I think it's maybe a bit too strong to call them cautionary tales, because I truly do believe each individual and then each individual's situation based on the circumstances that are going on in their environment or their organization are different. Obviously it's something that we're aware of, and obviously I'm particularly aware of it just, with Carson. But I would be hesitant to maybe extrapolate perhaps what happened with those two individuals, for maybe broader implications, moving forward. So I guess maybe the short way to say it is certainly something we're aware of, but we'll make the decisions that we think are appropriate, with our guys, based on the data that we have on hand.
Andrew, last question. I'm just curious, did you play against Stefanski? Like, did you have any relationship with him before you guys started to work together? Because it's funny, he came up to me before a game I was calling one time and introduced himself, and so we made the Ivy League connection there, kind of similar how you and I did it at Eagles training camp a couple years ago. Had you guys, I'm sure you've been enough places, had you guys made that connection years ago, or was it kind of your first time being together?
So we didn't play against one another. Kevin, I think we might have missed each other by maybe a year or two. He's a little bit older than I am. In terms of a previous relationship, we really got to know each other after the 2019 coaching search here in Cleveland, where he was one of the finalists. Got to know him during the interview process, and then we really stayed in touch from that point forward, and really just kind of developed a good friendship. So that was really actually helpful, when we were both going through the interview process here in 2020, and it did create a level of familiarity before we got into these roles and started working together. And quite honestly, Ross, it's been a lot of fun. I think Kevin's a great guy. He's super smart, very genuine, and he has a great sense of humor. And you spend so much time together, GM head coach relationship. You spend so much time together on a daily basis that it's great when you have someone that you genuinely enjoy being around and you have a lot of fun at work with. Because look, these are hard, stressful jobs, and when you feel like you have a true partner, in the building, it certainly makes it a lot better.
Andrew, thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for having me, Ross. Appreciate you.
Really enjoyed talking with Andrew Berry. I knew I would. And it's funny, he's good. He really is good. Like, he can't come out and say, yeah, we're going to win the Super Bowl and stuff like that. I think he's very impressive in the sense that I thought they were notable answers without necessarily saying things that would make headlines. But, the Baker contract stuff, I thought the funniest stuff was when I questioned his decision-making about the baby at the start. Speaking, by the way, and I was obviously joking. I think most of you know that. Speaking of questionable decision-making, how are some of you still going to airports or hotels without using a VPN like ExpressVPN? Brian, my producer, is in a hotel right now using ExpressVPN right now, because using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door, which, by the way, when I was like in 7th and 8th grade, my high school took all the doors off the stalls. I remember distinctly sitting on the toilet doing my business in 7th grade, and in came the 6'4", 225-pound senior captain tight end. He looked over at me and just laughed and kept walking. That was bad. That was a bad feeling. That's what it's like to not have ExpressVPN. Don't be like little Rossi sitting on the John getting made fun of by the senior captain. Secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/Tucker today. That's expressvpn.com/Tucker. You can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/Tucker. That's a true story. My mom actually went to the principal and said, why don't we have doors on the stalls? And I guess people were going in there and graffiti or smoking or whatever. So I had to poop in public. Anyway, you should probably move on now. expressvpn.com/Tucker.
Tuck's Takes.
Hey, Ross, biggest move since Monday morning belonged to the Philadelphia Eagles. They signed veteran pass rusher Ryan Kerrigan, 1 year, $3.5 million. They also traded a 2023 6th-round pick for cornerback Josiah Scott from Jacksonville.
Right, you're not going to comment on the 7th grade poop story?
Oh, everybody's got one of those.
Really?
Everybody, yeah.
Did your high school not have doors?
I mean, my fraternity house in college didn't have doors, and I don't know if it was for that reason or if there was somebody just decided it would be funny to take them off. But I think everywhere that somebody has gone, they have been in that situation.
You know what's funny now is now that you say that, I remember being at my buddy's fraternity at Penn State, and they didn't have doors on the stalls. And I think there were multiple reasons why they didn't want doors on the stalls in a fraternity house in college. But I remember it was like, what was actually weird then, Bri, is how normal it was. Right. Like you would just talk to the guy while he was taking a dump. Like he's just sitting there and you just like have a conversation, and it was totally normal. Let's talk Eagles. There's no real good transition there. The Eagles are trying to make sure they're not doo-doo this year. I said this on Twitter. I'll say it again here, at Ross Tucker NFL. I thought that was a statement signing by the Eagles. And there are people, Brian, that are like, oh, yeah, statement what? Like that they're going to be washed up like Kerrigan's washed up? First of all, I said this on Monday. Hard to explain in words how much respect I have for Ryan Kerrigan. 156 out of 160 possible starts over the last 10 years. Are you kidding me? I mean, he's played through broken hands, all kinds of things for what has been usually a terrible team, or at least not good and dysfunctional in Washington. So much respect for that guy. But here's why I think it's a statement move. The Eagles have been pretty open about the fact that this is a transition year. New head coach, new quarterback. They take a lot of salary cap pain this year. They have a lot of draft choices for 2022. But this signing is proof they are conceding nothing. Nothing. They still believe they can be competitive and win that division this year. I don't blame them. They're top 10 O-line, D-line in the NFL all day. Maybe top 5 O-line and D-line in the NFL if you combine them. You have those two things, as long as your quarterback doesn't play horrible, you got a legitimate chance. And they did some other signings like Anthony Harris at safety or Eric Wilson at linebacker, but those were holes. They didn't have a hole at the end. They just think Kerrigan can help them win. They do have a hole at corner, which is why they traded for Josiah Scott. It was a 4th-round pick last year by the Jag. That's kind of a unique trade. And already trading in 2023, that's as far out as they'll let you go.
Tuck's Takes.
Speaking of the Jags, they cut running back Raquel Armstead, who missed all of last year with complications from COVID.
Right, and he got picked up, Bri, by the Giants off waivers. So Raquel will get another opportunity. You know, this is the part where I remind everybody, as a guy that got cut 4 times, traded once, IR once, PUP once. I think that's like hitting for the NFL journeyman cycle or transaction cycle. It's a tough, unsentimental business. I mean, the guy gets COVID, has issues with it, and then as soon as the Jags can cut him, bye-bye. See ya. I hope he's healthy now. I hope he goes to New York and gets a spot, because as far as I know, he's like the only NFL player that really struggled with COVID.
Tuck's Takes.
Some other moves includes the Patriots signing quarterback Brian Hoyer again. Giants signing former wide receiver Kelvin Benjamin to play tight end. Bengals signing slot wide receiver and punt returner Taywan Taylor. And the Washington football team giving Morgan Moses permission to seek a trade.
It's interesting that the Patriots signed Hoyer. I mean, you would think that they're just going to move on from Jarrett Stidham, that would mean, and that they want to have 3 quarterbacks. It's almost like if Cam gets hurt and Mac Jones isn't ready, they want a guy in Hoyer. Or if Cam gets hurt and Mac Jones is the starter, they want a viable backup in Hoyer. But they have signed him. I'm sure one of the Patriots beat writers put it out, but they've signed him like 5 times. It's unbelievable how many times they've signed Brian Hoyer. Kelvin Benjamin certainly has the size. I mean, he is a big dude. Now, people say, well, who's he going to block? I got news for you. They're not going to ask him to block. And a lot of these tight ends hardly ever block. He's just going to be able to line up, attach the line of scrimmage, or split out. And he's big enough he can get people's way, but they want him to run routes against safeties and use his size. We'll see if that works out. The Bengals evidently needed a slot guy and really a punt returner. And Morgan Moses, yeah, Bri, that's interesting to me because he started like every game the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, he has been a stalwart for them up front. So for them to give him permission to seek a trade, they clearly want to move on after some of the other moves that they've made, including, you know, they go out and they draft Cosme, they sign Charles Leno. So I just don't think they want to pay Moses what he's due to make. I'm not sure somebody else will either. Seems to me like sort of like the Bears tackles or some of these other guys that Moses probably will end up getting cut. Speaking of getting cut, do not miss out on this chance to download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code Ross when you sign up to hammer the over. For every 1,500 people that bet the over in the featured professional basketball game, the line will decrease by 1 point. If you're paying attention, Google it, go on the DraftKings Sportsbook app, see how low the total is now. Like, it's free money if you hammer the over now. Free money. That's promo code Ross, limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Speaking of DraftKings, they're launching, Bri, their best ball platform really soon. I think this week or next week, you can start to play best ball on the DraftKings app. So Joe Dolan and I are going to give you some advice on especially the rookies, but some of these unique quarterback situations as well on today's Fantasy Feast podcast. Please, please, please subscribe if you haven't already, however you listen to podcasts, or youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I always like to give some of our listeners that have businesses shout outs because they are patrons. Patreon.com/RT Media, Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, Dream Streamers? A little Madden After Dark action. You kidding me on a Saturday night? What could be better than this? Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman, back for another one. It's good to be here with you and spending your Saturday with us. We greatly appreciate it. Even opposite the Celtics-Nets game, which is starting to go south for Boston, unfortunately. Rossi, how are you, buddy?
Aside from what you just brought up, everything else is A-okay in my world, my man. I am flying high. This is my end of my triple header, but it started at noon. It jumped into the 8 p.m. Got to go out of the house for a little bit today, so I'm excited to end the night right with you. We're gonna end this in some positivity and hopefully bring some joy, excitement, and some cash to some people's lives.
So, do you like the gap in between, or would you prefer whatever the time of day? Obviously, doing 3 in a row and just blowing through it.
Talk to me tomorrow at 10 p.m. because I got 2, 4, 6, 10. So I think honestly, like talking to Glash, who did the first 3, and I know you guys teamed up at the 2.
Yeah.
I kind of now thinking about it, I like this because I got to have the whole day. Like I came on, did my business, my quote unquote work, which is, very heavy on the quotes.
Yeah, very heavy on the quotes.
Then got to like be with my family for like the whole day, the whole evening, and then cap off the night. And, because if I wasn't here, I'd obviously be either watching the Celtics or having the Celtics on my second screen and watching some sort of movie I wasn't paying attention to with my wife. So
sure, naturally, as one does.
Yeah, there's only every night there's a Boston sporting event during these playoff runs, and she's only into so many for so long.
This is the this one special you don't want to miss Madden After Dark contest that I created for people that took notice of the contest name. I do have. I never do that, Rossi. As you know, I have a real formula that I ascribe to in Simland when creating a contest. Normally, it would be the Madden After Dark, the blah 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 free roll. This one is special though, and I do have a little something, but I'm not going to do it until the first quarter break because I want to give people a chance to get here. Filter in a little bit, get comfortable. But I think and so the people out there know Rossi is not in the know. The Drew Stack, producer Drew, technical director Drew, Jared and Game Ops, no one is in the know. There is no one who is aware of what is going down in Simland tonight. But what I will tell you is that it's historic.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Done. Cough quits. Come on.
Yeah, this is the end. It's been a fun year plus. I'm burnt out, and I don't want to do it anymore. Drew says also be ready to cut Koff's mic because if none of us know, it could be ugly.
Good point. It's a great point.
It's a great point. So for this one special, you don't want to miss Madden After Dark. What's your lineup, my friend?
Oh, now that I'm using just the website, it's difficult for me to remember how to get back. Hold on. I know John Ross is my captain for no other reason, but I just wanted to put him as my captain because this is tough. Thompson's in there. Chris Thompson. We went with DJ Chark. We got AJ Green. We have Raquel Armstead because there's always a vulture in my games.
Raquel.
Yeah, that's how he says it.
Okay, Raquel Armstead. I like
Rock
that.
Your Body Armstead. And don't even remember that. It's very strange. So everyone knows, just so everyone's aware, I'm very uncomfortable because I've never used just the website to find my. So how do you find your live contest? Like where do I do it?
Just go to the contest tab on the DraftKings website. Go to the contest tab, and it'll be right there. It pops right up.
Contest.
Yeah.
This is very strange for me. This is very strange. I kind of like it.
I'm glad that you're kind of getting comfortable. So I have AJ Green. Yeah. I have cousin Chris Thompson. I have John Ross, DJ Chark, Tyler Eifert, and Joe Mixon is kind of my punt play in this situation. It's hard for me to actually find. Well, it's not hard because I know where to look, but it would be hard for me to find my contest because I'm in like 14 NBA contests right now.
Oh yeah,
across all the different showdowns and classic. Naturally, there's a lot happening, and we got one more game to go, starting in about a half hour too. I'm gonna have to build that lineup on the fly while we're here hanging out. So, some people in the chat, because I teased this when Glash and I were together earlier. So Steven says, "Okay, Koff, I left the Celtics for now because of your big tease on this." Kyle in Ops, who's not working, says, "Koff, I came back for the news." Alana says, please tell me the bombshells you're going to eat a slice of pizza. Robert says, Koff will announce his solo career. Tony says, don't get suspended now. We like you here, Koff. K-Nut, nope, that's not it either. To Alana's, someone in the chat asked this earlier too about the slice of pizza. Listen, I would have to be, look, I have, as we all know, I have a very high opinion of myself, but I would have to be like narcissistic to a new level for me to be teasing all day. You don't want to miss Madden After Dark, and it's just like me taking a bite of pizza. Like, no. We're gonna do something real here that I think I know that people are going to enjoy. Me just taking a bite of pizza would feel like I don't think anyone would ever take my teases seriously ever again.
First of all, can we go back to the comment that you're not egotistical enough, but yet you name a contest you don't want to miss this one? I got a big thing coming. But either way, I don't know if I should be excited or not. I still don't know how I feel. I don't know what the heck's happening. So I will just say, good on you. As a fan of wrestling, as a fan of most good dramas, you need something to look forward to. So yeah. Hey, it was Saturday night. It's 10. We talked about it last night. I don't know if you're cooking something up, if you did it just for this, but we shall find out. No, it is exclusively for this sim. But I mean, when did whatever this is, did it something that like you've been thinking about for a long time or something?
No. It's sort of material. I saw an opening.
Okay.
And it sort of materialized in the last handful of days. So it's not something it's been like, well, and you know what? I take that in a way. It's been months in the making.
Okay.
It all really, I'll let the people decide when it happens, but it really just kind of depends on your perspective.
I dig it. Like
Priv's in the chat. Hey, Priv. Good to see you.
Wow, you're getting all the big guns out on a Saturday.
Yeah, nobody even told Priv to come. I hope Priv is, whatever she and...
Is she involved in this announcement?
No, she's not. It honestly kind of makes me a little nervous that she's here. Usually when Priv shows up in the chat, Glash isn't far behind though, right? Like you have to assume that if she's here, he's just sitting next to her trying to like they're watching a movie that one of them isn't paying attention to, except neither of them is paying attention to it.
He's watching the Celtics. She's coming up with the creative for the TikTok for tomorrow.
Yeah. The big surprise is I'm going to FaceTime Priv and Mac Mama at halftime, and we're gonna. No, that's not it.
Could it be? Listen,
Bubbles says you should go by the Koff, like Hasselhoff goes by the Hoff. I will not.
We did talk about like you're like the Rock. That's what we're saying.
I will not. Oh, Lamarca, did Koff drop the bomb yet, or is he still teasing it?
Still teasing Lamarca.
Yeah, still first quarter break, Lamarca. So hang out for another 3 minutes. Drew says, I hope it's Koff's TikTok announcement. No, there is only one TikToker amongst us, and we all know who he is.
Yeah, Lamarca is killing it on TikTok.
Scoreless, still.
I would tell you right now, I would download the app if Lamarca started just making TikToks of him just talking about nonsense, and it's not long and it's not overly creative. Just his voice, him sitting in his chair and just saying like just things. He was telling me about the chair he bought during this pandemic.
He's very excited about this chair. He's talking to everyone who will listen about this chair.
Well, it came up because I told people that I should get babysitter Billy told me I should get acupuncture because my upper back is super stressed.
That guy is just trying to sell everyone against Western medicine. It is just like go out, stick needles in you. He wants
he's the crash test dummy of our friend group.
He really is.
He came over to my house one time, and this was pre-pandemic, in like a tank top, and he had all bruises on his back. I'm like, dude, what happened? He's like, oh, I just got cupping, or I don't know if that's how you say it. So I was like, what? I didn't know.
I've seen that. I've seen the cupping.
I've never seen that before, that procedure or anything. And when he showed me and he talked to me about it, and then he's telling me about acupuncture, and then he's telling me about all these other things. But the reason it came up in conversations is because I sit on what I call a wrestling chair, but it's just a folding chair. And that's what I've sat in for the last year plus.
A folding chair?
Yeah, this is what I've been sitting
like a wrestling chair? Yeah, literally. It even said something like WWE champions. That must be uncomfortable.
Well, it's comfortable on the old posterior, but I think I've noticed over time it's kind of low to the ground, and my back, like I have no like reason to. I never lean back because it's not comfortable to. But
yeah,
that's
3-0, by
enough.
the way. You got a Cincy field goal.
That's it. Freaking Nature says, "Yo, Rossi, wear the blazer every sim from here on out." Okay, well, if I put the blazer on, will it help or hurt the announcement?
It has no relevance whatsoever. So,
all right, we'll pop it on then.
Your wardrobe does not come into play here.
All right. So should I take the shirt off?
If that makes you more comfortable, I'm not against it.
Absolutely, it will make me more comfortable. I think it will make everybody else uncomfortable, though. Depends.
Celtics within 5, by the way, early fourth quarter for the people out there wondering.
Yeah, it's part of the, we got the Fantasy Basketball World Championship, so a ton of people, that shadow contest.
Heck yeah. People
are all fired up. Koff's got 9,000 one-on-ones going.
So many one-on-ones.
Just trying to get it.
Get it. Robert Williams having a nice night in his 15 minutes. I didn't play him. He made me nervous, but
I would have done the same thing. I had no confidence in playing time or what he would execute out there.
Guess I should have played Kevin Durant over Kyrie Irving, though.
Yeah, we didn't see that coming. We talked about LaMarcus. We weren't feeling Durant either, but man.
Must be, says Kaufman. Did you say must be? Freaking Nature says blazer no shirt underneath.
Yeah, we're gonna get. You know what? I'll do it soon, but you're gonna have to get to like 300 likes. Like, let's go. Like, let's not start. I give away too much for free.
How pathetic! Like, that's not nearly enough. Like, Black had to shave. Needed 1,000 likes to shave his eyebrows, and you're willing to take your shirt off for 300?
Yeah, dude. I'm no.
This is inflation, is what it is.
Well, I'll tell you
Except the reverse. It's the reverse inflation.
It's a different world. When any people bring that was during the height of the pandemic. There was no sports. The fact that there wasn't 20,000 people watching these Sims, surprises me. Yeah, so 1,000 likes then was a little different, but I look at it in a realistic, term. But
that was another moment in time.
Sure was
back then.
And we were just, we were talking about it with WWE announcing they're going to be traveling again. It's kind of funny because they've been doing like Thunderdome thing where they're just in one place and like people. Wrestling fans or, even going back to like all these sports when you're watching the bubble last year, like whatever you thought about it, we're probably never going to see that again. And God willing, we're never going to see that again.
Sure.
So like, take it for what it was worth. It's been a fascinating, year change.
I really liked it. I mean, not the, I can't really speak on the wrestling bubble, obviously, sure. Other than, I know they didn't have anybody in attendance and the events sounded weird with nobody reacting or anything like that, but the NBA bubble, the NHL bubbles, like I thought those were immensely successful. And I'm not even talking just medically, where obviously there were, there were no positive COVID tests and everybody was completely healthy. I mean, the entertainment value, I thought both the NBA and NHL did an excellent job with them.
Yep. No, I agree. They made it as fun to watch as possible. The same thing with baseball last year. That was maybe the most jarring to like visually watch. When you just see like these major stadiums dead empty. It was like weird. That was so strange when that baseball first came back around a few weeks from now, a year ago.
Waning seconds of the opening quarter. It's 3-0, so this sim does not disappoint in its expectation for being disappointing.
I just gotta hope for a vulture.
Just a really fancy way to word that.
It's a nice way to dance around it. I like your style.
Steven says Koff's gonna put on a Vader mask and reveal, Doozy, I'm your father.
Oh God.
No.
Please, people. I only can deal with so much. I have a weak heart.
Well, we've reached the quarter break, so we can run down some stats, and then I can do my thing. It's good to see everybody here. Smash that like button. Let's get to 200. We're just a couple away. 56 for Burrow. Goose egg for Gardner Minshew. Nothing. Nada. Zero. He's 0 for 2. Gross. Mixon 3 for 5. Gio is 3 for 18. Cousin Chris is not living up to the namesake so far. He's 1 for 4. Tyler Boyd, even with a rush, is 1 for 4. Will Thundering Ice. Okay, what's the big surprise? I left the Celtics game for this. LOL.
And Koff coming over to Twitch.
AJ Green 2 for 30. I know it must be important. Uzuma 2 for. I'll tell you what. All right, I'm It's a visual. I'm gonna get it. I'll be right back. Stay with us, Drew. Stay with us.
No, they're not going anywhere.
Okay, there's a good energy in the sim here tonight. AJ Green, 2 for 13. CJ Uzama, 2 for 19. John Ross, 1 for 9. Tyler Boyd, 1 for 15. You have a lot of tabs.
We're in the same place.
It's way too many.
We're in the same place.
That is unhealthy.
For the
that
first
is not good.
time ever.
Too many.
Ever.
Too many what? What's he got?
This is not good.
I do have like 50 tabs open.
I like your monitors. Very
It's
well.
nice.
Very good.
Thank you. I appreciate
Wow.
that.
So,
I'm
I'm
watching on YouTube. I want to see what it looks like when you pop in. Now there you
That's fantastic.
Yeah, you look nice in front of the DVD wall.
Thank
This
you.
is good.
This is good.
This is not bad.
Wait, is Glash wearing a blazer?
Drew wants to make sure that you
That's
know
right.
you're not getting paid for this additional shift today.
Drew, is that okay if I
Yeah.
build that?
Just put it in. Just put it in there.
Yeah, just who's gonna notice?
This is just
I will.
too many. This is just too much. This is
overwhelming.
It's too much. It's
So
way
you
too
see all the
So
people
wait, now
in
here's the
chat.
question:
A
Is
lot of
Sarah
people.
there as well?
Sarah's not here. Nope.
I told her to stop texting. I said, "Hey,
You
it's a
get out of the
surprise."
chat. You're gonna ruin it.
Yes.
I expected her to get in there and go. So has Glash come on yet?
Yes.
Son of a.
All right.
This is by far the
All
cutest.
right,
You can
I'm
go.
gonna do the. Oh, I can go. All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch the Celtics, guys. I'll see you
Okay.
later.
All right.
So wait, now Glash, if you can explain, what is this room that you're in? This is the biggest part of this. I could care
DVD
less.
wall.
No, I know that, but like, where
You
am
guys
I?
want to play Pie Street Trash?
Yeah, we should. We'll do it at the half. But like, what kind of room are we looking at? Is this like a man cave-ish room? Is it
Very
big?
much man cave. Yes.
Okay. Is like a whole downstairs?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Because this is what has intrigued me the whole time.
We're off cam. Thank you, Andrew. It's good to see you guys.
How much do you feel like working today?
I can't do this. I need you to sit down.
All right, I'll sit down. All right, he'll come back.
I'm overwhelmed.
He'll come back.
Way too many tabs.
Yeah, this is so many tabs. So many tabs.
That is by far. This is like the buddy romance, like when they're like the two guys are rivals for so long. Then like the third season, they finally get along so much that they become like the twosome, and it's like hilarious. Like that is what we have reached here in the Cough Glash, whatever you want to call this.
It was a long time coming for us to be in the same place. And
Bring Chinese food.
he still didn't bring Chinese food. It's unbelievable. Although we did, we did just get some Five Guys for dinner though. So shouts to Five Guys if you want to sponsor the Dream Stream, or
yeah.
even if you don't, I mean, we'll take some free food.
Oh, geez. Now talk about I got no ego. Just give me some 3 burgers, please. By the way, I know a couple.
Edward says, I thought you guys were the same person for a while. Mike says, I didn't see that coming. Freaking Nature says, this is one heck of a party.
This is the best one. Must be. How much paperwork did Glash have to show to get inside the compound?
He did. I gave him a COVID test at the door.
That was good.
Yeah, I've got all the proper equipment. Sarah says, my 2 boyfriends in the same place.
Oh.
Hello.
That's what I knew. That's where it was coming from. Someone did ask, is Koff announcing a new girlfriend? So I guess, yes. That was earlier.
Congo Cab, Adam, you moved your movies to the porch? Wow.
Wow. I'm going to say this. We've broken a record. It's not the punt. Obi-Wan, positive thought with the 2 of us on the stream just says, no mo poach candy. That is
No
as positive.
poach candy.
That is as positive as he has been. He's not telling us to shut up or the memes or the eyes. So you and Glash together have brought warmth to the Dream Stream with Obi-Wan and us together.
Jared Kilgore says, first there was fire, then there was electricity, and then there was Cough and Glash in the same place. Still 3-0, by the way.
Right? Thunder Ring Guy says, Rossi, now you got to go get your roommate, Matt LaMarca.
I like that. That'd be fun.
LaMarcus say anything?
I don't know. I'm way behind in the chat.
I think
Jonathan says, is Cough going to show up at Glash's next quarter? What do you think we are, the Jetsons? We just, boom, we're at Glash's house. Doesn't work that way.
That would be amazing.
Alana says, after this, you can do karate in the garage.
I'm going to let everybody know. I almost feel like we should just drop the game and go right to you guys, because seeing Glash in the background is literally one of the most surreal things, because I'm not kidding. There have been time and time again where I believe that wall wasn't real. Even though I've seen you grab DVDs, there's something that still makes me feel like it's one of those Zoom backgrounds.
Anna says, Ducey is hiding behind your DVD case. Watch out.
Good Christ.
Freak of nature. There's so much energy in the sim.
There's good energy in the sim.
Justin, buy Stream Trash, Koff's computer setup, his chair, his man cave. I guess that's up to you. So the chair is probably in the trash. It's a terrible chair. Buy Stream Trash, the computer setup, the chair, the man cave. That's on you, Glash.
I buy the man cave.
Gotta buy the man cave. It's a solid man cave.
This is a good setup.
Thank you.
So there's a lot of room.
Yeah, this is absurd. That's just. Koff has easily 50 tabs open.
So where Koff is looking at us, behind his computer, there's a whole room.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I don't know any of the visuals here, and I assume because I've seen Glash take a lot of pictures of his setup. I've shown most of you guys, like, when I turn my stuff, like, I'm within a room, like, I'm a wall in front of me, so.
I mean, I guess I could maybe post-game, I could do it. I could unplug everything post-game and lift up the computer and just give you I could show you the space. I could do that.
Oh, that big question. There's a great question here. Does that mean there's a buzzword tonight? Mike Bizzle wonders.
I'll let you take this one.
I will not be doing a buzzword.
We don't do buzzwords. Glash, we talked about this last night.
I will not be doing a buzzword. I can't share whether, this knob behind me will, but Death Pause just tuned in. WTF, is Koff going Ultra Volta Cage? Face off.
Is that what you guys are watching after?
We haven't figured out our post-game plans yet.
Is Glash sleeping over?
He said Sarah's out of town, so if he wants to spend the night, he's welcome to.
Oh, baby.
Well, we're not going to sleep in the same room, Glash. There's a guest room in the compound.
Don't spoil it for us.
It's 87, 70, 80, 89 settings.
Oh, they're getting pummeled. Down by 10. No, it's bad. Yeah, things were going so well until we said that you were here. Tony says, wow, after that last porch night, I never thought I would see this day. Totally awesome, Koff.
Yeah.
Listen, Glash played a role. He had to come over.
He had to be there.
Yes.
Off, great job on
you
kidnapping Glash.
Koff, you killed it.
Yeah, you guys ever seen, like, Nightmare Before? Oh, jeez, Durant.
Ugh.
Sorry. I'm probably delayed because I have the streaming service provider, but nice armpit hair, dude. Sorry, fans. I heckle fans.
From Ops who's in the chat says, the one time I'm not there in the Zoom to see what's going on. Is this how the chat always feels?
To be honest, there's not much. It's just Glass hovering in the background is the most haunting thing because I'm so, like, we have been doing this for so long and I'm joining.
Always just Koff.
It's always just Koff and maybe a child every so often that I've seen. And now I see Glash looking like an extra in a movie.
You know what we could do? Yeah, yes, there you go. You know what we could do? I mean, this is really obviously up to our production staff because they have to decide how late they feel like staying on. But if we want, Drew says that's perfect. He loves where you're sitting right now. It's like you're part of the Zoom background. Yeah, what we could post game if we wanted post game. I could turn the computer around and Glash and I could go head to head and pop a shot for the Sim fan.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, again, it's up to Drew. Well, it's not like there's any competitive whatever with pop a shot. You know
what's funny? I wish. No, because we've talked about our little quarterback rankings thing. We could have done one of those. Look at the three-man weave right there.
Right.
We'll get there. Tier list. Whatever I was calling it.
Freak of Nature says, Glash, you need to sneak Koff into your next WNBA game. I'd like to think I just get tickets.
Yeah, just Koff just hovering around the back of a broadcast.
Rebecca, who you got in your lineup?
I'm just waving like, hey,
Rebecca, who's in your lineup?
Great doll collection. Dolls are
dolls.
Drew, I see your Slack, non-issue. Move to my right. All right, talk through this thing. Let's see. Urban legend, Koff and Glash, proof that you keep your friends close, but your enemies even closer.
I'm watching it.
It's frightening.
This is ridiculous. It is like watching like Apu in Aladdin.
So he's just on my shoulder.
Just so everyone, like, when we do we're peeling back a lot of fourth walls here. I usually have the game pinned so I see all the action. Right now, I just have Glash and Koff pinned. The game's up in the corner. Like,
sure. No, I got to pin the game. Not that anyone's acknowledged it this entire quarter, but it's 3-0.
3-0, dude. You had nothing.
Drew says, not gonna lie, I thought this surprise was gonna be awful.
Yeah, same. I won't say it now. Like,
Well,
I thought
I
it was
kept saying earlier today, Rossi, it says, I'm out on the surprise. I'm just going to watch the Celtics, which is still true. I am watching the Celtics. I didn't tell you where.
Good point.
It's a great point.
Listen, I'm just excited because me and Glash, we said, hey, we haven't been together in a while. I haven't teamed up, and now look at this. What?
I'm just glad that.
Sorry, what? What was that?
That was a cough from Cough. I'm just glad that Drew had such confidence in my ability to determine what would or wouldn't be a good, fun surprise. I mean, I really went out on a limb. I promised the people this wouldn't be a letdown. You know, you only get one opportunity to do that, Rossi. And if you blow
100% true. And I thought, to be honest, if I'm going to be real, I thought it was going to be a flat tire as well. I was like, what is he thinking?
No, you let the people down. You're never going to be trusted again. You can't do it.
It's true. One shot.
Are all of you okay with us not saying anything about this now that you know what it is?
If you're asking me, 100%, I could care less. You guys could. There could be somebody else that pops over.
And Drew says yes, and it's like, all right, I'll hang up and listen.
Checking.
He's double checking. Well, this wasn't one of those things that really needed approval.
Uh-oh, here he is.
You know, sure. Like,
no, I made sure you felt that way because I said I could be your dog right now. I could just be barking, crying out loud. I could get on all fours, just bark. It'd be the same thing as your dog coming down the stairs.
none of that sounds appealing to me.
Can we please close? Where is Smash, Lana? Smash. I never have pulled the request before, but that one we're gonna need.
You need to open Twitch more often. Of all those tabs, how do you not have Twitch open? Crying out loud.
Don't you have an iPad or something that you can put to like your left?
Here, I'm opening Twitch.
You are not fair to Twitch.
Hi, Twitch.
No, he actually did read one tweet. He read Thunder Ring Ice earlier.
I know, but Drew provided it to me.
Oh, I didn't notice it.
Yeah.
No, never mind. Doesn't count.
That's the way that went down.
Yeah, Twitch. No, I usually like Glash. Can you not tell him to go to Twitch? That's the place we can pick on him.
See, this right here is, you know, Jeff Friedman. I showed my wife this, like, oh my God, and she said, "So when's the surprise?" I said, "After 14 months. This is a big deal."
You know what? It really is, though. Like, all jokes aside, it really is. People have not really seen each other. You guys haven't. When was the last time you saw each other in person aside from the porch? Before the porch.
This.
So it's this, the porch, then back in the office. Let's say in February of last year.
Well, there was one time we did the Fantasy Baseball World Championship show, but how long ago was that? Summer. So that was even before the porch, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, the porch was in the fall.
And the porch was, well, you said the porch was August?
Yep.
He's so good at remembering our special dates. It's not a strength of mine. But he really remembers our anniversaries. It's terrific.
Glash, put it in your phone now. May 22nd. Me and Koff hung out, watch a Celtics game. We take a picture, put it in your Facebook for the memories only.
Yeah, Facebook memory.
Why don't you Instagram it, Koff?
I'll let you TikTok about it. Put it in your stories. Freak of nature, does Glash have your garage code? I mean, not unless he grilled my kids to get
Nice
it.
garage.
Thank you. That's where the Christian beverages are kept.
I met the Kaufman family today. Nice people.
Well, what are you gonna say?
True.
Met the
Well, I mean, he could have just not said anything.
Good point.
Like he could have not even mentioned it. Well, El Bongo is. I mean, that's a fond farewell. We'll see ya.
As.
Yeah, missing one.
Smashline already got it done.
Takes out the joke a little bit.
Freak of Nature says we need to do a TikTok together. What do I need to do to be cool enough to be part of one of your TikToks?
You mentioned the word cool.
that's a problem. Okay. Yeah, Drew says be cool. Jerks! I'm surrounded by them.
Quite
Robert
literally.
said this would make a great TikTok.
You have
video.
Rossi in front of you, production team in front of you, and I'm behind you.
So don't ever utter those words again. It's funny.
Smash, gonna need you again, Smash. We got a highlight reel tonight, my man.
And touchdown! First one of the sim. You don't have to use them. Did you make a lineup?
I did.
You made a lineup? I didn't realize that. Where's Glash in the lineup?
But I did think, like, oh, by making a lineup, people might get a catch on what we're doing.
Yeah. Well,
No one gets it.
no. Yeah, no one would even be looking for that.
I'll take it.
Hunter says Koff's so old when he heard a TikTok, he thought someone was making his pacemaker.
Oh!
Oh!
Yeah!
Alana says, does Glash have his Lamarcus on? No, he's just shorts.
His Lamarcus. That's really funny.
Yeah, that's I've been talking about that forever. If you show up wearing like pajama pants or flannel pants or like that, those are your Lamarcus. Yeah, because that's all he wears.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I love him for it. By the way, there's another thing that never gets talked about. Like you're wearing, it seems to be like some sort of like long sleeve t-shirt sweater, but like you wearing shorts right now underneath. Koff.
Me? No, I'm not. I thought you were talking to him because I'm not wearing long sleeves. No,
Oh,
I just have a
sorry.
T-shirt on.
Oh, t-shirt.
No, t-shirt and shorts. What I got
You
on.
could just ask me, Rossi. I'm here for.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is he wearing socks, shoes?
Yep, he's wearing
Socks. Yeah.
Socks, okay. Because
I'm a big sock guy, Rossi. I don't know if you know that.
Now I didn't, and I'll be honest, I
It is a
never
little
wear
chilly
socks.
down here.
Yeah, I'm not I never wear socks when I do these sims, and I always wear shorts.
How about that? Yeah, must be says Koff does wear jeans to bed though.
Seems like it. Seems like the type.
Big jeans guy.
I'm a jeans guy.
When's the last time you wore jeans, though?
Well, I mean now the weather's getting nicer, so I don't wear pants at all.
Producer Drew, I'll do that. Hi, Kyle. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for being here, Kyle.
I didn't see Kyle. I was looking for him.
Is Kyle? I thought I saw Kyle earlier. Yeah, he's in there.
I didn't see. Oh, there he is. He says hi, Glash with the big.
Oh, there he is.
Got him.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Rays have won 9 in a row.
Buzz Killington, well, you can weigh in on this. Wow, late to the party. How much did Glash have to pay for admission into the house?
Koff's dog barking at me nonstop.
Nonstop.
Did he buy the burgers? Did he buy the burgers?
I bought the burgers, yeah.
Oh, so Glash actually got paid to be there.
In a matter of speaking, I suppose.
Nice.
Bob told me not to bring Chinese. A lot of leftover Chinese from last week.
Yeah, I'm still
Last
catching
week?
up. Yeah, I had some people over last week, and we got
I can tell you the whole story, but I'll let him tell
an exorbitant amount of Chinese food that I'm still eating.
How long will you eat?
Tomorrow's the cutoff, like 1 week.
A week?
You won't eat Chinese for a week?
Dude, I'm a disgusting human being. I'll eat disturbingly long time food, but I feel like a week is a nice. Seems like we've passed its point, but that's just me.
No, I don't think so. I mean, beyond a week, sure. I mean, like, obviously, truthfully, like, what's the cutoff? The cutoff is when it starts to taste funny. That's the cutoff. but I think, or smells funny, obviously. But I think a week is fair. Oh, a week is kind of my general rule of thumb for eating just about anything. Like deli meat, cold cuts, like whatever leftovers, like a week. A week's a good number.
With that logic, it's pretty sound, but I don't know. I feel like after a few days, there's just something you gotta. I don't know the exact date and time, but week just seems like a stretch to me. But hey, live your life. You're probably healthier than I.
So you know what? Any string of these types of questions, I'm totally open for. I think they're a good idea. Steven says, "Okay, Glash, what is the most surprising thing you see in the Koff man cave?"
Oh, you're talking to me.
Are you doing this to me?
Yeah.
What to quote Bukes, what a dope. Yeah, what is the most surprising thing?
Doll.
Dolls, yeah, lots of dolls.
Dolls.
Lots of bobbleheads.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking like porcelain dolls.
AD Poker, Koff could talk cold cuts for hours.
Did not know that either. So I'm learning a lot about Koff. Sock guy and a big cold guy.
Tater Hater says, Glash, start rearranging the DVDs. He'd get thrown out so fast, he wouldn't make it through the sim. Glash, pretend to eat snowflakes, says Alana. Yeah, you want to play? You could buy Stream. Go ahead, buy Stream Trash.
Oh, here we go. Now we're in.
Okay, he's got 2, 3. All right, this is completely without.
Shout out to Andrew, by the way. This 3-shot that was something else.
You ready?
Yeah, a little buy Stream Trash.
Okay.
Now we got
The Bourne Ultimatum.
Okay. My favorite of them.
Waiting.
Oh, great. Have
Never seen it.
You never even seen it?
Oh, tonight.
it's so good.
Ooh, Ryan Reynolds.
We can watch it after the sim.
It's so good.
Dane Cook's in it
Oh,
too. Cool.
it's really good.
So good.
It's
So much
really a very
quotes.
funny movie.
A lot of good quotes in there.
And then Matchstick Men.
Okay. I'm going to buy Waiting because welcome to Shenanigans. Kyle works here. There's another Kyle shout. Anyways, I will go stream Matchstick Men. I'm gonna have to toss Born Ultimatum, not my favorite of the series.
You? What about you? You picked them.
Yeah, you got it. What do you think?
I'm gonna well, I guess I can't weigh in on Waiting. I haven't seen it.
It's really good.
All right.
You could stream it.
I'll stream
that could
this
be your
one.
way of weighing in.
I will buy Born Ultimatum and trash Matchstick Heaven and Matchstick Men.
Matchstick Heaven. The sequel.
Right. Did I do it right?
You did.
Yeah, it's pretty much. It's not rocket science.
And there's no wrong answers.
There are no wrong answers. Yeah.
Oh, how do you remember where to put them?
Because I put them there.
Our guy Justin Craven says, "Buy Waiting,
I know exactly where.
Dream the Born Ultimatum." Should I just be quiet and let this banter happen? I'll just.
You want me to put them away? I'll put them away.
How do you know? Please explain.
Well, because here are the other Bourne movies. Okay, so that's pretty easy.
Yeah, but how did you know that? Just from habit?
Because it's my wall. I know where things
You
are.
just knew exactly where Bourne was.
Well, I saw the hole in the. There was a
There's
gap.
a hole here. There's a hole there.
There's
A lot of holes in this wall.
Smash. Thank you.
I mean, come on.
All right, here is comedy section. So here's Waiting, and then Matchstick Men is over here with the some drama type Matchstick Men sort of movies. Yeah, Smash.
Wait, drama Matchstick Men type movies.
Yeah,
it's like Blockbuster. I'm looking for like a drama like type. Oh, we have a section for that right down there. It's past comedies. Thank you.
Where do I find the I need something along the lines of Matchstick Men, not necessarily Matchstick Men. You know what it is like? Coming to my house, I can tell you movies that I'm basically here's what you might also like after watching a movie. That's what we do here.
Welcome to the Kaufmans.
It's another version of Netflix. Buzz Killington, Koff is definitely bugging out with Glash touching the DVDs.
There's gonna be a lot of cleaning going on.
But not really though, because he knew exactly where they went.
Yeah. DJ says Glash about to go shopping at Koff's. Obi-Wan encouraging you to dissolve the DVD collection.
Oh.
I mean that would be unfortunate.
A lot of money.
Freak of nature, Koff is like a librarian.
yeah. Here's where this is cataloged.
Yeah, Koff is like the ghost, the librarian from Ghostbusters. Haunted scene.
Bad Boys of Pop. Wait, what is happening here? Celts getting thumped.
Trends right now. It's over. It was a nice run.
This is so competitive.
Well, the sim is very competitive, Glash. It's a 10-point game. We're only halfway through. Rossi, Koff, talk about the sim. We got we can do a little putt-putt if you want.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't heard one call the plays. Not enough play called tonight.
Edward says Koff is the older brother that hates his younger brother Glash. Talk about the sim.
Two and a Glash man.
Two and a Glash man.
That is.
Well done, Death Paws.
That's good. I'd watch it. Mike Bauer, Glash is amazed people remember where they put things. Look at all these DVDs. I mean, come on.
So many DVDs.
Boy, I used to have a CD wall like that, so I kind of feel a Koff there. I was very particular. That's going all the way, isn't it? Oh.
Michael commending the production crew for the 3-shot.
Yeah, shout out.
Thanks, Andrew.
The stack. We got the Drew stack. Both killing it.
Rossi holding it down like a champ, says AD Poker.
Matt Lamarca, seriously, call the plays.
Lamarca.
Rossi, you can come next time.
So he brings that. So I said to Glash, when this, idea, doing this little like surprise, local people idea first occurred to me, and he and I were texting about whatever else, and I was like, yeah, you want to come by and whatever, and my next instinct was like, yeah, I should invite like Rossi and Billy to come by too, and then I looked at the schedule and saw that I was working with you, and if I can't have you, I don't want Billy, so I didn't even reach out to him, so I just stayed at Clash.
Yes.
Touchdown.
Oh, AJ, look at this. My lineup must be in fuego right now. Without having my phone, I got to see how I can check that. I will say, though, Koff, you went from Babysitter Billy being in your dream, reaching out to him, not getting a good response. So, yeah, he doesn't deserve the invite tonight.
Yeah, no,
We don't want that. We don't like that kind of negativity in our lives.
I'm not going to buy him a burger. You kidding me?
Stephen Lebowski waiting for Rossi to go heel on these two. Just take the chair. Just storm off. Part of me's wondering, do I even have to be here anymore?
Yes, you do.
Okay. But man, what a backup I would have had, Drews. What a backup I would have had.
Yeah, I mean, if you did have to jet for any reason, we would technically we would have had you covered. Celtics are going to lose game one. That's a blown opportunity.
It is. And I want to ask you a question about this since you're watching. I'm sure some of the sim have second screen going. What do you think of the Brooklyn court? I know it's weird, but like the shades.
Fast 9, baby.
Yeah, it's funny having the Fast and Furious logo. Well, it was superimposed. I don't know that now that I'm looking at it. You tell me if you disagree. I don't think it's on the court anymore. Meaning it. So it was obviously just a broadcast graphic that made it look like it was on the court. In the same way that some ballparks will have like logos on the pitcher's mound. I know that's something the Red Sox and Nesson do, but the court's fine. I mean, it's better than the court in Charlotte when they do the whole beehive thing, or Miami when they do that. They've got those funny multicolored. Well, I mean, all jerseys are multicolored, but the weird looking ones that I'm talking about.
The Miami Vice looking ones.
Yeah, but not the good ones they had last year. The new ones this year, which are awful. They'll make the court match those, and it's I couldn't. One night they were playing the Celtics, I couldn't watch it. I turned it off. It was giving me a headache.
Yeah, it's an eyesore, and people that are colorblind had a lot of complaints about that. There's something about this one that looks like just that age bowling alley. It would be cool if this was an old, if they were still the New Jersey Nets and it was trying to have a retro look from their olden days. I don't know. There's something. I guess I'm overthinking it, but I don't know. I'm pretty just keep it basic.
DJ says there's a good energy in Koff's house.
Can't confirm. Koff's house. In the middle of the woods.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, no spoilers. No spoilers.
Compound.
Yes.
It's where I go to the bathroom. I actually got to use the bathroom today.
Yeah, imagine that.
How many gates did you have to pass through? Glass still 3, or did they?
6.
Oh, 6. So they did update. Okay.
Yeah, they did. They updated.
I heard.
I started my Blockbuster card before you came in.
Now you are a member of the DK Sim fam. That is correct. Let me see your identification, please.
Yeah. Last name again? Glasheen. Let me buzz the next guy.
All day long, you should have heard my 2 older kids. When's Glash coming over? When's Glash coming over? When are we going to be up when he gets here? When is Glash coming over? And they were, and he can speak to this. Man, they were hyper. They were amped about Glash's arrival.
Chatting me up.
There you go. Listen, you gotta. Celebrities coming in the
kids.
He's making a lineup for the 2 of us to do a Celtics showdown. My kids are trying to look over his shoulder to see who he's captaining.
I'm don't tell your dad I'm captain. Brats.
Hey. They were on their best behavior.
There's Glash.
Know about that TikTok life.
That's true. If I taught your kids TikTok.
Out.
You disown them?
Evicted.
Daddy, I want to finish my homework, but I got to finish this TikTok first.
Glash,
Can you call Glash? Can you please call Glash? I'm tugging on your leg, Daddy.
Dad, what's Glash's number? I want to send him my TikTok for some feedback.
Hunter says, I was dying when he goes, I don't remember where they go. And Koff goes, he goes, I don't remember where I put them, Cough goes, because I put them there. That's true.
It was classic. He's like, how do you know where they go? Well, I set up this whole wall.
Yeah, this is not a Zoom background, contrary to popular belief.
There have been times when I've thought about it. I'm like, or one time there was a wall, and then like things happened. And you're actually
It's pretty
like,
monumental, though. I gotta say, like,
Just like being in here, you mean?
actually physically touching a movie. It's like, they are real. Some things are real in Simland.
don't believe everything you hear in Simland, but some things are real.
Some things are real. They haven't started this final game yet, have they? Are they waiting for this one to end?
They've been doing this all day. This like waiting period between. Obviously, the first game went to overtime, so that delayed a few things. But.
Well, so now we wait for the Celtics to try and win Game 3, because they're not going to win Game 2.
Is Uncle Glash gonna wear a dress again? He's fine. I didn't say that.
No. Should have. AD poker. Cough Glash gonna shoot that TikTok real quick. When was the last time you made a TikTok? I feel like you've been
the other day.
a little bit.
No, he's got the Tebow one the other day. The second Tebow one, dude. Come on.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not.
Did a Kyrie one yesterday?
Oh, I didn't see
that's
the
right.
Kyrie one.
That's okay. That's one.
I did not see the Kyrie one. I bet it was great.
I'm in front of you, so you can say, "I'll go watch." I will know if you go watch or not.
No, that's why I didn't say that. I said I'm sure. I said I'm sure it's great.
Supporting.
I really like how this chair is elevated. I'm just watching over your shoulder.
Someone said you look like the demon over my shoulder.
That is a good one. They usually over the left shoulder.
Koff is not reading the chat, everybody.
No.
What is he doing right now?
I'm looking at I'm looking at Jared Kilgore sent me a head-to-head for the
Hold on.
for the night game.
Chris Thompson just scored, by the way, but I'm just gonna say this: always in Simland, like when people get stopped to like near the one, it's never a touchdown. This one looked like it was stopped short, but hey, got in there, give him the points.
Got in.
Got him. Got him in my lineup too. I gotta be doing well. I gotta look on this. How do I see? I was making contests. That's why.
When's the last time you used Peloton?
Well,
you have a Peloton?
When's the last time I used it? It's been a while. My wife uses it.
What do you have, a bike or a tread?
Peloton.
It's a Peloton bike.
Peloton has a treadmill?
Yeah, it's a Peloton bike.
Okay, thank you.
There's also a treadmill, but it's not a Peloton.
Oh, okay. So you're like me. I have the non-Peloton treadmill, but I use the Peloton app. So
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I've had the treadmill for like, I mean, when did Peloton become a thing?
I would just say 2019, but I have no idea.
It's possible I've had the treadmill longer. You know when I got the treadmill? When you remember, this is kind of inside for really you got to be a baseball fan and maybe even a Red Sox fan. But you remember that summer or spring, I guess it would have been a couple years back, more than a couple, when Pablo Sandoval showed up to camp and there was that viral photo of him just looking beyond obese.
Yeah, he was looking mighty James Harden for the Houston Rockets.
Right. So I got a treadmill the next day.
You said, that's it.
I said nope.
I haven't dare look ever like Pablo Sandoval. I shall run.
That
forever.
will not be me.
And I will have a cheeseburger later as well.
Drew says, Drew, our TD Drew says, wow, full circle. Was there a previous Pablo Sandoval mention?
Oh, by the way, Jared says, could we get a video with Koff, Rossi, Emerson, and Glash all doing Peloton classes together? Hey, Glash, you're not a Peloton guy though, right? You do the like Stairmaster stuff.
Yeah, I could do the Peloton.
You know what? No, all of us have to do different workouts, and Koff's is just going to be sitting there. Because Koff has talked about, in shape, not like
I'm in a shape.
Yeah, but you're not like,
I'm not woefully out of shape.
Yeah, we're not like, I'm sure the BMI is on track, but depending, how tall are you, Koff?
Oh, Like 5'10", 5'10 and a half.
Okay, whatever. 5'10".
Yeah,
And
it's called 5'10".
So I'm sure your BMI is okay. That's
not low.
Thank you for the confirmation.
Well, I was standing right next to it.
Like, who lies about being 5'10"?
Well, let's be honest. If Glash wasn't there, you could have went with 6'1". Nobody would know anything.
I'd know.
I know you know.
Yeah, but that's enough. That's enough for me. I don't need to, because it's crushing to me that I'm not 6 feet. Because when I was younger, I was delusional enough to believe, this is like, you stupid kid. I was delusional enough to believe that, like, you know, all I need to be is 6 feet and I'll be able to dunk. It's like no, your vertical has something to say about that.
I like that. I will say, oh my gosh, I just saw that photo that Drew put in of Pablo Sandoval. Literally, that, like, I feel like that could be me. That's why maybe I'm the one who needs to start running more.
Buzz Killington.
That's a lot of belly.
That's so much belly.
It's just so much belly.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, he still kind of looks like that. And he's busy hitting pinch hit home runs all over the place for the Braves.
I know, he's actually such a good ball player. That's a shame.
Well, at one point he was. I don't know if that's true anymore, but...
Wait a minute. Hold on. I just have to ask. I did not know. So there's still no fans in Denver, or, like, very little?
Is that the case?
It looks like it's an empty arena.
Text BK.
I know. I was going to say, is it just BK?
He's there. He's at the game.
I know he's there. And so it's like two people that traveled there, but, like, none of the seats you can see, like, none of the front rows have anybody. This is really weird. This feels like I'm watching, like, a bubble game.
And touchdown.
Got it. Gio.
I played him.
Did you? Well, aren't you great?
Cough, shout me out. Shout me out.
I need someone.
Cough, what place am I in?
I'm texting BK.
How am I doing in the sim? Drew says the ambient crowd is in Denver is just a BK story about a backup long snapper. So let's see. I am sitting 82nd out of 144, which is nothing to brag about. All right, considerably better than me. How about you there, Rossi?
Oh, what? Yeah, let me check. I am.
Drew's in 44th.
I'm currently sitting in 47th.
Okay, all right.
I feel if John Ross would do anything.
Yeah, I am captain.
Me too. See, the smart ones. Or Rockwell. If Rockwell would do something too.
Again, not his name.
Wouldn't it be cool if it was?
Yeah, it really would.
Rockwell?
Rockwell.
DFS Queenie, your hands are too small to dunk, Kaufman.
Actually, I want to find out the exact size of this man. You may know the name, you may not. But...
Definitely dunk on that hoop. Dunk competition. Let's go.
Mark Henry. I don't know if you know that name, Koff. He's a wrestler.
No.
Formerly one of the world's strongest men. He is
Lash is now just look. I mean, you can see. Other people will be able to. Lash is just playing in my basement now.
Oh, that's Drew. That's the hoop. Look at that. Koff has one. We were joking about me hitting a 3-pointer earlier, but he just goes full circle.
It constantly
Unreal.
goes loose. It doesn't stay, so I've given up. You can fix it. It's gonna.
Uncle Glash will have to work on this.
Good. Dunk it 3 times, and the net's gonna be exactly where you found it. I promise. Steven says Koff and Glash ate 5 Guys burgers tonight, and Sandoval looks like he ate 5 guys.
Oh! Hey!
Drew says we are in a simulation of a simulation.
We really might be at this point.
We're not giving much credence to the these aren't recorded things then. Well, here he comes. Oh, he just dunked it. Yeah, Glash just dunked behind me.
Glash, you got to go through the legs. You got to Kobe it.
He dunked it.
Dunk on Koff. Posterize.
Robbie Noble. So Koff got the hella games. He has some activities around the room.
A lot of room for activities.
There's a lot of room for activities. It's even a DraftKings ball.
Oh.
Jordan says you guys should play horse or one-on-one someday and stream that. Do a little putt-putt. Do putt-putt and stream it.
Yeah.
What is this place? This place is starting to really wig me out. All right, like putt-putt. You're pointing. Putt-putt over here. We can do pop a shot over there. We can go my Peloton over here. What is that?
You ever see Big Fat Liar with Frankie Muniz?
Unfortunately, yes.
You remember the part where they go into that like warehouse? There's
Is that what
games
this
everywhere?
is?
Him
Is
and
it just
Amanda
like-
Bynes. That's what I feel like right now.
Is it just a corridor of toys and things?
Just toys and stuff.
TV. I feel like you guys are at like a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well, we had Five Guys.
Oh yeah. Well, sorry. Well,
That's true. Yeah. Although wings sound pretty good right now.
a little nightcap. You go get.
Yeah.
Well, what do you got left in the Chinese food? You got any leftover chicken wings?
No, the wings are gone. It's just like remnants of beef dishes now at this point in time.
So you know what?
It's a sad life.
I'll say it, Koff. If you're gonna last a week, I feel beef lasts longer than chicken. So I'll give you
Okay, perfect.
that. It all comes.
Freaking nature, Glass. You need to build a fort.
Seems like there's plenty of room to do so.
It's kind of
Eight
creepy to be
busters.
sitting next to a kids basketball.
Good call, Drew.
It's weird. That to me is weird. You being on the opposite side of me, but you're on this side. Whatever.
The screen. Yeah, the screen will throw you off.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I just got a cat photo
buzzword.
over here.
Oh, there. Yeah. No, you looking good on the on the full screen. It's nice. 24-7. What, Justin? What's next? Horseshoes?
Honestly, who knows? The pool? Is there a pool in there?
As a matter of fact, it's my desk. Yes.
Pool table.
There's a pool table. So wait, that what you're on is a pool table?
Yeah, that's my desk.
Everything's mounted on a pool table.
So you just have the disposable income enough to just say, you know what? I don't need this pool table. I'm just gonna use this as a desk.
It's just a desk.
Oh my! Too funny.
That's what. Come on over to the compound.
I'm actually uncomfortable now. I feel like it's a cult.
Any Tom Brady blow-up dolls. Well, there's dolls.
I mean, there are bobbleheads. There are multiple Brady bobbleheads. That's a thing.
Oh, freak! Yeah, foam party. It costs. Oh, the outside shower. Glass, go take it
Tony,
outside.
this has blown my mind. I don't. Yeah, the outside shower is ready to go. It's now we're into the nice weather.
This is great. Kicking club. Rossi, you think the cat taking a dump under your desk is bad? Wait till Glash takes a dump under Koff's desk. It's a pool table, kicking club. It's a pool table.
Obi-Wan, waste of a pool table. Obi-Wan, when did I say like I haven't used it in the last year? I just said it's where I prop my stuff up to do these sims. Yeah, Glash is doing Papa Shout right now, and it's really. I'm gonna if we do turn this around and do it post game. I mean, he's gonna get annihilated. I'm scouting now.
Yeah. So, by the way, I did reach out to BK because of what I saw. He said 77.50, more than you think, and loud as bleep. No fans no fans near the court.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
And he should. Oh, nice picture. Little video.
I was just gonna ask if he sent a picture. I don't know if you.
It's a video.
What, a video?
Yeah, he sent me a video of like.
Nice.
It looks much better.
I love one of my favorite things about BK. I think I've mentioned this on a sim before, but probably not to you. One of my favorite things about BK is you'll text with him about something, and he tells you what he's doing, but then like feels the need to prove it. Like classic couple examples. There, we'll do a lot of head-to-heads, obviously, and so there was a there was a day that I was like, just reminder, like lineups lock in about 20 minutes, and he'd quick respond to the text like, I just got to see if I can get my kid to go to sleep, and then he will send me a picture of his kid, or like, hey, lineups lock in an hour. Well, we're at the zoo right now, but if I get home in time, I'll make a lineup, and then there's a picture of like a rhino.
I kind of like this. I kind of like that idea. I might take that. That's such a good
just the instant gratification of like, yeah, here's what I'm doing, but also I want you to know, really, I'm doing it.
All right, Pete, the fans are asking, and we just need to. I don't know if Glash sounds like he's like hitting in the batting cage, so if he has a moment to get back over, will there be?
No, the batting cage is outside, Rossi.
Oh, okay, sorry. That's in the other house.
It's in the other house.
Buzz Killington, buzzword should be intruder.
Yeah, will there be?
I just need a word. I'll give you a word.
So are we gonna do it, Glash?
Yep.
Okay.
What are you doing? Do you have a word?
It's 10:59.
Need a word. That's what I meant. Need a word.
Pool table.
No.
Okay, well,
10:59.
Yeah, I mean, you're there. You're there now.
House.
House.
Porch now.
House.
That's true. There was the debate of porch versus house at the time. That was a popular thing. Matt says sleepover. Drew says, just go, Glass. You're going to run out of your minute.
House.
As in waking everybody up in the house. Screaming. I don't think he realizes how much that voice travels.
House.
Dumb voice.
House.
It's just crazy.
House.
Like the buzzword is one thing. To have it literally in my ear, right next to me.
House. Come on, chat. House. Let me hear it. House.
It's 11. It's 11. No, you got to hit that again. That Stephen Lebowski one is incredible, or whatever his name is. Hit that again.
Yeah, better hope BK doesn't text you. He has a stomach bug.
That's great.
There's a picture of the inside of a toilet.
Thank you, Carl, for pinpointing that.
I just wanted to take it, really make sure everybody understood what we were doing.
A lot of house in the chat. Love
Waiting
it.
for my wife to text me. What is happening down there?
House was a hit.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about
Your house.
Yeah, my house. Goff's house.
Or our guy B. Brad guy in the Twitch chat even dropping a house.
Is he?
Yeah, what's up, Brad guy? How you doing?
The 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and occasionally 6s and 7s. Casa.
What a time! I feel like just everyone's gonna start showing up like at some sort of reunion. Like Emerson's gonna show up.
Nah, it's a Saturday night.
Just kidding.
He's locked down. I didn't even have to consider reaching out to him. I knew he wasn't going to be available.
Oh, you're gonna pool party
this summer? DK pool party.
We get hashtag DK.
Where is it gonna be?
Malden.
Oh, we're going to the complex.
Yep.
Oh, I'll be
From
there.
the compound to the complex.
I'm in. I am so in.
Oh, you're invited.
It's gonna be. Is it shunned upon to wear speedos, or what are we thinking?
You can just wear something.
Okay. Whoa. All right.
Whoa.
Okay. I'll wear my tankini. Gotta cover it. No, I'm excited to live
this game.
So much time.
So we actually doing pop shots?
20. Yeah, we can do a little pop shot.
Can it be streamed or not?
I think so. I have got 2 goose eggs in my NBA lineup right now. Granted, it's early.
It's like 3 minutes in.
Not too?
Yeah.
I played Dame.
Yeah, Dame. Joker?
Yep.
And Dame. Okay. Maybe. You scared? You scared, Cough?
And I played, I hit Bruce Brown. Oh, maybe get some garbage, man.
Daniel in the chat. Cough, I got you beat in the Boston-Brooklyn head-to-head tonight. The rivalry begins.
Yeah, I beat you too.
Everybody beat me in that showdown. I lost.
I beat you in your own house.
I lost everywhere in the Celtics Nets showdown.
I set that lineup for you.
You did. Yeah.
Feels good.
Feels good. I beat you in your own house.
I truly beat you on the road. Like I have a 1-0 road record.
You found the way to beat Koff. Go to his house.
I have a perfect winning percentage in some way against you.
You do. You do. I mean, that's your classic baseball. Like, this team is 3-0 on Wednesday nights when it's raining outside. But good for you.
Yeah, I love playing on the road. Really.
Steven says, Rossi, you can text Koff about Speedos and then send him pics BK style.
I really wish people could see the amount of tabs Koff has open. It's
I don't know why that's bothering you.
So hold on. Since you're talking about so much, can we run down a few of them? Like, what do we got open?
Sure.
Gmail, Twitter, several.
We have our talent stream schedule. Got let's see, some ESPN articles about the Celtics and Nets that I just hadn't read yet. Why Julio Jones makes all the sense in the world for the Patriots.
So when you do a sim though, you don't exit out.
Well, you're watching me do The Sims, so obviously not.
I mean, like, so you did the 2 o'clock early. You left all those open.
They're open all the time. These aren't like sim related. You know, they're just. No, it's a lot of them are just articles I haven't read yet, but I keep meaning to. I don't favorite stuff. I just leave it open until I read it, and then I get rid of it. Tyler Boyd, see ya.
Got him.
I think I played him.
Kyle asked BG.
Yeah, he's my captain.
I don't think Glash is on tomorrow.
I'm not.
Okay, so Kyle, Glash is off tomorrow.
Is that a 1-day suspension?
He's getting a little relaxation because he's on tonight.
What if I win this free roll?
You're not gonna.
I don't know about that.
Chris is suspended for this stunt. Well, I'll tell you, I'm not gonna because I'm in 121. Where are you?
I'm in 13th.
Oh, you're not gonna win. You don't have enough time. How many?
How do you know? 340 minutes. Got 340 left.
You're overlooking producer Drew, who's in 10th.
It's not that far from 13th.
No.
Oh, I'm climbing up. 97th. Rockwell, baby. Get in there. I have free fallen in this contest.
B. Don Walk. Jones to the Pats makes no sense football-wise, Cough. In what world is that true? B. Don Walk.
Yeah, Jones to any team makes sense.
Yeah.
Literally.
I'm not even making it a Pats thing.
Houston Texans at this point makes sense.
Can you charge your phone? Do you have an iPhone? Sure. Go right ahead. Plug in.
What if he said he had a Samsung?
I would have said I don't have the charger to support that. But if you brought your own, sure.
Come on, I have Conley!
Alana says Glash is one of Cough's open tabs, just a Google search for sleep pants. Oh, Alana, you're terrific. 31-14. Few minutes left in regulation. And in this moment in sim history, which it is, this is a monumental moment in Dream Stream history.
Don't let it be unnoticed.
We have to have. It's the first time we've had multiple hosts in the same place at once, right? Outside of like the studio.
Yeah. And even in the studio, it's not that you weren't side by side.
There's never been a sim
where two of us were visible in the same Zoom window.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. Or in the same actual location.
Yeah.
Right.
Because obviously, like Emerson did those sims from the studio there on some of those Friday afternoons for a while, and trying to think of some of the other. I'm sure other times. Have you guys ever been into the? Well, I know Coffee haven't, but Glash, did you ever do one from the studio?
No.
Sim. Okay, so there you go.
Thought about it.
thought about it.
Well, right. Like I thought about it too, and then I landed on why. like what can I do there that I can't do here, other than I'll have a nicer camera?
Well, that might be the next evolution. Maybe we're in there doing these a couple times. Who knows?
Drew says, man, even I've done a sim from the office.
That's cool, Drew. I did not know that. Good on you, dude.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's all Kyle, at this point, you're just being rude. so, good night, Brendan.
Bye, Kyle.
Not you, Rossi or Koff. Good night, BG.
No.
Kyle,
don't worry about
I kid, Kyle. I kid.
Kyle, tell Koff to stick it where the sun don't shine.
Yeah.
I can tell him for you.
Kyle, we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, Kyle.
bye, Kyle. We're almost 2 minutes away.
Kyle, how do you not make sure you mention cough in that? But that's okay. We will see you tomorrow, my good friend. And there is a run by a player. I got 55 tabs open, and none of them are problems. And a B81. DJ says, I like the camaraderie in Cough's house. Y'all building memories together. To be honest, that's kind of deep, and I'm going to stop making fun of Cough.
that backfired, yeah.
Now I'm feeling emotional.
Kyle says, good night, Kaufman and Jason. Thank you.
Good night, Kyle. Love you, brother. You guys all, anybody who's leaving, please.
Alana says, if you were in the studio, your buy-stream trash would be so boring. Okay, some tape, this pen, this stapler.
No, they have a Cough wing there you guys don't know about.
Yeah, it's a Hall of Fame wall.
Listen, I've joked about it. I said there better be a whole wing dedicated to the Madden Sims. Oh, what was that?
Man.
I want a whole area of that thing now. Build out like the third floor. I know the office very well. I've never actually been in it, but I've been to another company in there.
Heard quite a bit about it.
Well, no, I've been in like the building, but just not the DraftKings floor.
Well, I mean, every little area looks quite a bit different. You
Oh,
haven't lived until you've been to the DraftKings floor.
I
You got another touchdown late. Garbage points.
Oh.
Dede Westbrook, who's got him? Dede. Not Glash. Guess he's not going to win.
Not me either. My lineup stinks.
Lana, you got to buy that staple.
It's a beauty.
Drew
Does
says,
it have
the
staples?
office did have a bunch of Jingle All the Ways.
That is
but
true.
you've claimed those at this point. You've been to the office to pick all those up. Talking to you.
Well, you can't just say you. You have to say it.
No, but I looked at him.
Yeah, but again, we're in a non-visual platform.
Yeah, but I knew he'd react to that, so we'd get there.
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
No, you.
Drew says you got to buy Jingle All the Way. You stream Jingle All the Way, and probably going to trash Jingle All the Way.
Our guy, Bry guy says, don't forget the XFL ball. Which, by the way, if that's there, can I get that?
It is.
And Hanley Ramirez signed bat in my suite, Hoffman.
Yeah, no, I couldn't forget.
Wait, is there really just an XFL ball chilling?
Yeah, it's just an XFL football. I got one right here.
Wait, what?
Well, we got it from different places. It's coincidence that we both have one. I got it. I don't know where Bry Guy got his. He can share it on the chat. I got my during the first incarnation of the XFL, however many years ago that was.
2001.
Yeah, quite a while
20
ago.
years ago.
A friend of mine, one of my very close friends, worked for the XFL in PR, and so he got himself like a hat for each team and maybe just the hats, maybe a T-shirt, something like that. But he got me he got me an XFL football.
Very quickly, your friend worked in PR, so was he super young, like as well, or did you know?
He's 3 years older than me.
So he was young, but like that was like a startup, so that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Early 20s.
Yeah, he wasn't. And when I say he worked in PR, he wasn't like heading their PR.
No, I get it.
He was just in the department. Yeah,
that's cool though. Very cool.
Yeah,
short-lived job.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was not there long.
You know, good thing he wasn't the head of PR.
Right.
What's your resume, sir? Oh, I was the head of the XFL, and why are you looking for this job? Well, that disbanded. Oh, good job on your part, dude.
Yeah, maybe you should have PR'd better.
Oh, please. I've had this conversation because I used to do this a lot, and that's so funny. Somebody said that once, and not PR'd, but like, well, if you did your job better, we'd be in a better position. Like, I don't think that's how it all works, but okay.
I don't think we lost all our money and had 0 ratings because,
I didn't put enough.
I personally, yeah. Steven says someone should do a screen grab of us and do a musical montage of these two together. Memories. We need LaMarca to sing it though. That's the only way it would be okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, love it, Drew. Yeah, you dropped that GIF. I love the XFL. It wasn't because it was a wrestling tie-in either. I just thought it was good. And yes, Terrence, is the XFL ever coming back next year? 2022. The Rock now behind it, baby. Putting that Rock money in it.
So, Drew says, Rossi, do you want to announce the Papa Shot contest?
Sure.
Yeah, we can do it. I'm trying to figure out where to put the computer. I think probably on the air hockey table.
As long as it doesn't take too long. It's way past my bedtime, so.
Well, the problem is, like, Rossi won't be able to see the score.
Who cares? I make that part up.
Okay.
I made a kicking contest, so why it's not gonna be
we could do that. That would work. We could do that. That's a good idea. Problem solver over here, this guy.
Good.
All right. I'm gonna get set up while you give out awards.
I'll just give out awards. The Krusty Cough goes to Glash for showing up.
Yeah.
Just shut up. Should just shut it down, huh? No, I guess the Not My Kid award has to probably. I'm trying to see the ownership here. John,
I didn't
John
know my
Ross.
camera went off. Oh.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I didn't realize the camera went off.
Man, this is.
I
Hey, you just blew the whole thing. Andrew's gonna kill you.
Oh, am I on? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm setting up.
Just stay on. Just stay on. Anyways, so
Stay
John
on.
Ross is going to get, look at that. He had to go to a graphic. You can't see our beautiful faces. John Ross is going to get the Not My Kid award. And the Krusty Koff player of the game, I'm going to give it to Uzuma. Love that guy. And he put up almost 20 points. There it is. Lock it down, baby. So I don't know what is going to happen. I got to pin.
I don't know that
You'll
I want to
Glash.
show the whole in here.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good angle. And from my point,
Is that a good angle? Could you be able to see the score?
Only me. I have no idea. I have no idea if we'll be able to see this one. By the way, yeah, don't forget about the Fantasy Basketball World Championship going on right now. Got the Shadow Contest, 4 games tomorrow. The game that's going on right now that BK is letting us know.
Camera. You can stop flexing and sweating whatever you're doing.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole thing here.
It's a, yeah. You think? What do you think? It doesn't keep score? Whoa!
Let me get my phone. Look at the chat.
Yeah. What's the chat doing? Are we on right now? I don't even. Hi.
First time
Hang
playing
on.
Fortnite, saying what's up. That's what the chat's saying.
What's your walk-up song? Something stupid, probably. All right. Game. Let's go. We'll go to the 1 minute one. Okay.
How many shots each?
All right, here we go.
Shots each?
That
Have you
was-
never played?
all the
proper
balls
shots?
are on your side.
Well, that's just because that's where they're.
All right, how many? Wait, let me ask you. How many basketballs?
Even
are
ball distribution.
What's
there?
that?
How many basketballs are there? 6?
11.
11 basketballs?
Yeah, there are 11 balls.
Remove one ball.
Remove one ball? What's the difference?
Because then you'll each have 5 in a sense.
All right.
There you
Fine.
go. That's all. That's the only rule I'm going to set here. How long
Okay.
is the competition? A minute?
It's a minute, but then there are bonuses.
Oh, all right. Well, whatever. Let's just do it.
All right. So wait, let me. Now that I can see us in the Zoom, I can or
Slide
yeah,
it so where we can see.
idiots. Oh, this is stupid. All right, here we go.
Looks good. Great.
All right, great. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right.
All right, here we go. We have Kaufman on the left, Glasheen on the right.
Hey, that wasn't fair.
I didn't shoot yet.
Neither have hit. Koff is up early. I can't see Glash's hoop. Koff is on fire right now. And we got another Glash hit there. I can barely see it. Glash looks like he has bad posture.
Get ready to cut this out, Smash Lana.
God damn it.
Koff is absolutely annihilated.
He's getting whooped.
I can't see the score, but Koff has hit like 15 in a row.
There's a lot of home court advantage here.
Yeah, Koff is
in the court.
Should I
I
let
will
him
say
catch up?
Glash looks
Should I let him catch up for a minute?
bad, dude. This is embarrassing, but it's okay.
Hang on. Let's let him get to like
Glash
within
has no
5.
flow. He's shooting with both hands. He's desperate.
I'll wait. Hang on. Okay.
Koff is now just strolled back in. He's missed 2, but now this is not worth our time, but it's here anyways. Kobe probably loved that, Drew.
Here we go. I'm up by about 20 right now.
2 points, yeah.
He seems like he's struggling.
He's shooting with both hands. There's an issue.
Now
Oh, he's shooting with both.
and he just hit one 4. I'm not even playing. He just hit one in my basket. He just got me points. This game is rigged.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Glash is a chatter. Yeah, now Glash is in a flow here. He looks better. The shots look better.
It's a 70 to 39 final. Could have been a lot worse.
Glash was looking like a cat, dude. He was shooting with both hands. He was just throwing things in the air.
Oh.
But home court advantage. We see a little bit of the man cave and the toys underneath. We see all that Koff has to offer.
Yeah, it's it's really It's
See what the chat has to say here, real quick.
How do you turn it off?
Oh, you want to go again?
How do you turn it off?
You hold it. Yeah.
This doesn't remind me of Pablo Sandoval at all.
All right.
Damn, Koff, you don't miss.
Yeah, post-game press conference. Well,
I'll let you wrap this up.
yeah. All right. So,
Wait, Steven's saying, do you have sumo suits?
no, there's no sumo suits, unfortunately.
It's all right.
Yeah.
We liked it. Either way, Koff, this was
It was a good time.
This was. I hope
There really was a good energy in the sim.
It's great energy in the Sims.
So tomorrow's Sunday, and you got a lot of Rossi guys. So
yeah, I apologize in advance. I got Sims. It's going to be a bloodbath. So
we got some stuff though. There's some more history. It's a historic weekend in Simland. There's some more history coming tomorrow, except this we won't save. We can tell you about. So let me get more comfortable here. Okay.
Oh,
So
he's old.
Yeah, we got a grunt when I put my shoes on. You got the Panthers and Seahawks for the nooner with Moose and Brandon. It's like the one sim that Rossi's. You should practice because it's bad. Rossi's not doing. You got Moose and Brandon. BK. He can tell you all about the Nuggets game and send you a picture to prove it. And then at 2:00, it will be the Saints and Lions. Rossi and Tara Lynn. Just Tara Lynn, not a 3-person booth. It's TL and Rossi, and then they're going to do it again at 4. It's going to be Titans Raiders with that duo. Rossi will be with LaMarca for the Steelers and Bucks at 6:00. You will have me and LaMarca to just talk all about it at 8. Yeah, a little respite for you for sure. A little dinner break or something.
Yeah.
Texans, Falcons. And then Rossi comes on back because it's coming on back with LaMarca. So 3 in a row for LaMarca. 4th of the day for Rossi. Patriots, Dolphins. So that's what we're gonna do, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be good. Shush! It's gonna be good fun.
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah.
You're not gonna want to miss the 2 p.m. with me and Tara Lynn, because Tara Lynn today said, "Text me what you want to talk about." I go, Tara Lynn, you have been here long enough.
She produces some of these now.
She was producing today. I'm like, we don't do that. It's like she's like, well, don't set me up to look bad. Like I won't name any names. I'm like, Have you ever talked to me? Did you think that's what I would do? I'll poke fun at things, but I'm not going to make... What is this?
Yeah, how dare you think we go into this with a plan? That would be disingenuous to the chat.
Seriously, it would be disrespectful, disingenuous, and a promise against our forefathers.
It would. All of those things. All right, so
I'm Glass stop shooting. It's getting embarrassing. He's missed 5 shots in a row. That net has not moved. Come on, Glass. You're better than that. I know who you are.
Oh, all right. Well, it feels like it's time to go. Thanks all for hanging out for an extended period of time. I hope this was fun.
Count it down.
Okay. All right. Good. No, this is great. Wait, hang on. Thanks to the Drew Stack. Thanks to Jared and Ops. Thanks to everybody for being with us. Thanks for enjoying the surprise. Thanks for coming from Madden After Dark. Thanks for doing the lineups. And now Glass should take us out. For Rossi, I'm Kaufman. 3, 2, 1, and hit the ceiling. The idiot hit the ceiling. Just close it out. It's unbelievable. It's just you can't.